Political theory meaning. What is political theory? Questions asked. Comment in 150 words. Political theory is not an escape mechanism, but an arduous calling. John Plamenets, 201-1. Comment. Political theory is, quite simply, man's attempts to consciously understand and solve the problems of his group life and organization. It is the disciplined investigation of political problems that not only to show what apolitical practice is, but also to show what it means. In showing what a practice means, or what it ought to mean, political theory can alter what it is. Sabine, 2009. Explain the changing analytical perspectives in the development of political theory. 2008. A text in political theory contains three elements. 1. Factual statements. 2. What is likely to happen, and 3. What ought to happen. It describes the ought to from an explanation of the is. It contains factors of three kinds: the factual, the causal, and the valuational. Sabine. Political theory usually flourishes during times of acute crises, when shifts from one set of values to another evoke intense debates and momentous transformations. Two most important periods, according to Sabine, when political theory was rich and diverse. 5th century BC in Greece, the city-state was being eclipsed by a new political formation, the empire that Philip and his son Alexander had begun to establish. 17th century AD in England, the first constitutional state on national lines, and the preparation of those intellectual or scientific changes that governed the Western world down at least until 1914, Sabine, began to emerge. Political theory emerged in Greece from the 6th to the 5th century BC, though India, Political theory emerged in Greece from the 6th to the 5th century BC, though India, China, and Egypt also simultaneously developed their distinct philosophical worldviews. Political theory is one of the core areas in political science. It is only in recent times that it emerges as an academic discipline. Earlier, those who were engaged in this enterprise styled themselves as philosophers or scientists. Political theory reflects upon political phenomenon, processes and institutions, and on actual political behavior by subjecting it to philosophical or ethical criterion. It considers the question of the best political order, which is a part of a larger and a more fundamental question, namely the ideal form of life that a human being ought to lead within a larger community. Political theory is the most appropriate term to employ in designating that intellectual tradition which affirms the possibility of transcending the sphere of immediate practical concerns and viewing man's societal existence from a critical perspective. Germino. Political theory supplies ideas, concepts, and theories for the purpose of analysis, description, explanation, and criticism, which in turn are incorporated in political science. Political theory was political science in the full sense, and there could be no science without theory. Just as we may speak of theory as either the activity of theorizing or the recorded results of the theorizing, so political theory may legitimately and accurately be used as synonymous with political science. Germino. Characteristics of political theory. Political theory is mainly an individual's intellect and political creation. Usually, these are the thoughts of an individual which try to give theoretical description of the political reality, i.e. the state. 1. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91. 962-020-6040. P. Synopsis process simplified. Adi Sharma. Political theory explain that specific truth of political life which is seen or experienced by that particular thinker. Manifestation of such political truths is found in Plato's Republic, Aristotle's Politics, and Royal's A Theory of Justice. Secondly, political theory explain the individual, society, and history. They test the nature of individual and society, how a society is formed and how does it work, what are its main elements, which are the main sources of conflicts, and how they can be sorted out. Thirdly, political theory are based on a specific subject. Tens means that though the objective of an investigator is to describe the nature of the state, but this investigator can be a philosopher, historian, economist, archbishop, or socialist. Thus, we find various types of political theory in which differentiation can be done on the basis of the incomparability of these subjects. Fourthly, the objective of the political theory is not only to understand and explain the political reality, but also to collect resources for social changes and to increase the historical process. As Lasky has written, the work of political theory is not only to describe the facts but also to finalize what should be. Thus, on the social level, political theory advocates the resources for the positive work and betterment in its enactment, revolution, and guardianship. This is related to both resources and their users. They play a double role, to understand the society and to collect the means to rectify its faults. Fifthly, political theory include ideology also. In day-to-day language, ideology means an arrangement of faith, values, and ideas which governs the people. In modern world, we have various ideologies like liberalization, Marxism, socialism, etc. Since Plato to till date, every political theory is a reflection one or the ideology. In the form of the political ideology. Political theory describes those political values, institution, and behaviors which are accepted by the society as an ideal. For example, in the political theory of Western Europe and USA, liberalization ideology had been the major one. On the contrary, in China and USSR, Marxism had been the most important. In this context, one thing is very evident that each and every ideology presents itself in the ultimate and omnipresent tenith and compels the others to accept it. As a result, conflict of the ideas has been a special part of the political theory. Thinker's perspective, according to Germino. Political theory is the most appropriate term to employ in designating that intellectual tradition which affirms the possibility of transcending the sphere of immediate practical concerns and viewing man's societal existence from a critical perspective. According to Sabine, political theory is, quite simply, man's attempts to consciously understand and solve the problems of his group life and organization. It is the disciplined investigation of political problems, not only to show what a political practice is, but also to show what it means. In showing what a practice means, or what it ought to mean, political theory can alter what it is. Political theory is a theory about what is political, the science and philosophy of summering that is political. David held, political theory is a network of concepts and generalizations about political life involving ideas, assumptions and statements about the nature, purpose and key features of government, state and society, and about the political capabilities of human beings. W.C. Coker, when political government and its forms and activities are studied not simply as facts to be described and compared and judged in reference to their immediate and temporary effects, but as facts to be understood and appraised in relation to the constant needs, desires, and opinions of men. Then we have political theory. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040, 2. Synopsis process simplified. The Sharma, Andrew Hacker political theory is a combination of a disinterested search for the principles of good state and good society on the one hand, and a disinterested search for knowledge of political and social reality on the other. George Catlin political theory includes political science and political philosophy. While science refers to the phenomenon of control in many forms over all the processes of whole social field, it is concerned with the end or final value. When man asks, what is the national good, or what is good society? John Plamentaz defines political theory in functional terms and says, the function of political theory has come to be restricted to the analysis and clarification of the vocabulary of politics and the critical examination, verification and justification of the concepts employed in political argument. Norman Berry. Political theory is an electric subject like draws upon a variety of disciplines. There is no body of knowledge or method of analysis which can be classified as belonging exclusively to political theory. Political theory is an overview of what the political order is about. It is symbolic representation of what is political. It is a faunal, logical and systematic analysis of the processes and consequences of political activity. It is analytical, expository, and explanatory. It seeks to give order, coherence, and meaning to what is described as political. Need for political theory as history of political thought. The classical tradition demonstrates a great deal of unity in style and manner of argument, which is why it constitutes a canon school of inquiry. However, in spite of this intrinsic unity, the classics offer divergent interpretations of politics, and this makes their study useful for understanding contemporary politics. In course of analyzing texts from a historical perspective, it is important to see how a particular idea or concept has evolved in course of time, and the different meanings and interpretations it has been subjected to. While it is important to know who said something for the first time, it is equally important to know the new ramifications of an idea or a concept. Volin, 1960, describes the history of political theory as marked by both continuity and innovation. Analytical approach. Aristotle's remark that the individual is a political animal indicates the primacy of politics and the fact that political thinking takes place at various levels and in a variety of ways. The political in such a view becomes not only all-pervasive but also the highest kind of activity. Politics symbolizes a collective public life wherein people create institutions that regulate their common life. Even deceptively simple common sense questions and political opinion merit an answer. For instance, are individuals equal? Is the state more important than the individual? How to justify violence employed by the state? Is there an inherent tension between freedom and equality? Is the minority justified in dictating terms to the majority and vice versa? One's response to these statements often reflects what ought to be the case rather than what is the case. At stake here is a choice between values and ideals. By exercising one's preferences, one also inadvertently subscribes to a political ideology, which means that answers to questions not only will vary according to individual opinion, but also would diverge depending on one's value preferences. It is because of this basic reason that political theory is to be a part of an open society, for there would always be liberals and conservatives. Training in political theory helps one to answer the aforesaid questions logically, speculatively, and critically. Political theory is quite simply man's attempts to consciously understand and solve the problems of his group life and organization. It is the disciplined investigation of political problems, not only to show what a political practice is, but also to show what it means. In showing what a practice means, or what it ought to mean, political theory can alter what it is. Sabine. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040, 3. P. Synopsis why process simplified. The Sharma political theory is used to either defend or question the status quo. Taking into cognizance of the facts and details, it explains and describes politics in abstract and general terms that allow space for critical imagination. As a discipline, the aim of political theory is to describe, explain, justify, or criticize the existing institutional arrangements and power equations in society. Some commentators like Goodwin, 1992, emphasize the centrality of the power paradigm, whereas others like Talcott Parsons, 1902 to 1979, downgrade it, comparing it to money in modern societies. Recent important works by John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, and Robert Nozick, 1924 to 2002, do not emphasize at all on power. Recent important works by John Rawls, 1921 to 2002, and Robert Nozick, 1924 to 2002, do not emphasize at all on power. It is interesting that Rawls emphasizes on a well-ordered society identifying justice, stability, and efficiency as its main ingredients without any attempt to speak about the distribution of power. Clarity of concepts. Political theory helps to understand the concepts and terms used in a political argument and analysis like freedom, equality, democracy, justice, and rights. These terms are frequently used not only in daily conversation but also in political theory discourse. An understanding of these terms is important, for it helps one to know the way these terms have been employed, the shifts in their definition and their usage in a structure of argument. Many, like Weldon, 1953, stress on the need to scrutinize concepts in ordinary pre-theoretical language. Analyses of concepts also reveal the ideological commitment of a speaker and writer. Liberals define freedom as implying choice, absence of restraints, while socialists link freedom with equality. Liberals define a state as an instrument of human welfare, while for a socialist a state is an instrument of oppression, domination, and class privileges. Conceptual clarification is definitely possible but cannot be neutral. Those engaged in it overtly or covertly subscribe to value preference, and in this sense their task is not different from the authors of classics in political theory who help one to understand the underlying basis of human, political, and moral actions. Structuring political processes. This perception is particularly popular in the United States, for it considers political theory as an exercise in devising formal models of political processes, similar to the ones in theoretical economics. These models serve two purposes. First, they are explanatory, offering systematically the factors on which political processes are based, and second, they are normative, for they try to show the consequences that accrue from following a certain rule. A good example of such an exercise is Anthony Downs' theory of electoral competition, which perceives voters as trying to gain maximum utility from an election result and parties as teams trying to maximize their probability of winning. Downs then shows how parties, in order to win, devise ideological stances. Another important model is Kenneth Arrow's impossibility theorem, which states that, among other tilings, where a democratic choice has to be made between more than two alternatives, the outcome would very likely be an arbitrary one influenced by the procedure employed to exercise the choice. Joseph Schumpeter's elitist theory of democracy is based on the assumption that a human being takes his economic life more seriously than the political one. Political theory as branch of political science. The emergence of political science in the 20th century has led some political scientists to look upon political theory as a mere theoretical branch of the discipline. An attempt is made to integrate empirical observations with a systematic explanation of one's everyday experiences in the world. Tai's view dispenses with the normative consent of traditional political theory. Though mere explanation of political phenomena is possible, but grounding it in empiricism is not adequate. Any attempt to formulate a political theory free of normative elements would inherently fail. This is because any explanation of political events would mean an interpretation of the intentions and motives of the participants, and such an interpretation would bring forth normative issues. Significance of political theory 7 can be understood on the following basis. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040-4. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma, these provide the sequential knowledge about the nature and objectives of the state and the government. These help to establish the relation between the social and political reality and ideals and objectives of any society. They make an individual aware about the right, duty, freedom, equality, property, and justice, etc. on social level. They provide alternative to understand the social and economic arrangements and to fight with the related problems like poverty, violence, corruption, casteism, etc. Work of the theories is not only to describe any situation. They also present theories about social amendments and revolutionary ways to bring changes. Decline of political theory. Questions asked. Q. Comment in 150 words. Decline of political theory. 2018. David Easton's concept of decline of political theory. Political theories help to control the social and political life of an individual. According to David Easton, political theory was on a decline. He writes, political theory today is interested primarily in the history of ideas. This was the exact diameter of political theory. Also, it was inextricably associated with notions of value and general principles. Easton could not accept this position of political theory. He thought that value, principles, and history cannot be the sole determiners of political theory. The classical and modern traditional political scientists did not pay any attention to the development of the theoretical analysis with the help of data. Easton wanted it to be seen as part of empirical science and to reject explicitly the emerging tendency to identify the term with both metaphysical speculation and the history of political thought. Causes for the decline of political theory as given by David Easton. Historicism. The thinkers were too much influenced with history and past events that they didn't analyze what was happening and how to reconstruct the damages. Values and ideas need to be redefined for reconstruction of society. Theorists didn't have a positive outlook, nor did they have creative outlook. Both values and facts are must for the formation of a just and good political theory. Thinkers under historicism were divided into four categories by Eastono institutionalists. made no efforts to find how ideas influenced contemporary values. O interactionalists focused on creating new theories and ideas on the basis of reactions to past events. O materialist emphasized on discovering historical and cultural conditions. O believers of contemporary values took into account only values and not facts, focused only on history and not on its influence on values. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 9620206040 5. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma. Moral relativism, the indifferent and ignorant attitude of political scientists led to the decline in political theory. No attempt was made to find the absolute truth. Whatever was equally valid for all, it was accepted. No antithesis was given, whatever was prevailing since time was accepted as it is. Political values were detached from empirical research or relativists were driven by the force of mere motivation, but according to Easton, values, facts, rationality, reason, in-depth knowledge was needed for developing new political theory. Political thinkers should meet up with sociologists and psychologists to make effective development and formation of political theory. Hyperfactualism. Theories were formed relying too much on facts. Only those problems were researched that were easily researchable. Political scientists didn't know the limits of research. They were preoccupied with facts gathering. They had no theoretical inclination and hence had no sound base to rely upon. They didn't see beyond certain perspectives and lacked purpose. Political theorists didn't have a scientific approach. General public opinion is necessary for theory formation, but making it as a base of research and new theory formation was wrong. They blamed machinery, bureaucracy, and military organization for the decline in political theory, but in actual internal issues were to be blamed for. Positivism. New political ideologies started taking form of theories in 20th century. Lack of open-mindedness and ideological reduction according to Germino were causes for decline in political theory. August stated education and knowledge were essential for change in society. Laws governing human nature are to be discovered and man has to use his logic and reasoning for setting up new goals and striving to achieve them. He also gave 3 stages: I, theological stage, destiny governs all; 2, metaphysical stage, sense of criticism, realization; 3, positive/scientific age, replacing superstition with knowledge. According to Arnold, positivism led to intellectual movement and values and facts were to be separated from each other. He categorizes positivist as I, relatively open-minded and undogmatic; 2, hyperistic, extremely behaviorist; 3, hyperfactualist, behaviorists; 4, exological positivists who couldn't separate values and facts. Resurgence of political theory. Questions asked Q. Comment. Resurgence of the political theory. 150 words, 2019. Introduction. Despite the acceptance of the tradition of political theory as a subfield of political science, it has remained the subject as well as the source of criticism and appraisal concerning to the character and direction of a discipline. It is widely debated among the contemporary political scientists that the great tradition associated with the master of political philosophy seems to become closed. But it is not true. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9. +91 9620206040 6. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma, on the other hand, day by day the periphery, relevance, scope, the area of study of political theory is increasing according to the need of the hour. With the changing perspectives, political theory is also changing. Political theory in the past was composed of practical and philosophical level. According to some scholar, political theory now concentrating on issue like feminism, opportunism, cynicisms, existentialism, environmentalism, post-behavioralism, fundamentalism, postmodernism, methodological revolution have changed the fonts of political theory. Recent development, conceptual listoi, proves a close relationship between historical and contemporary theory. In applied political theory, the major shift lies been from institutional questions to the analysis of issues in public policy, such as welfare provision and sexual and racial discrimination. So according to these scholars, political theory is not dead. Political theory has flourished over the last 20 years, but it has also become more fragmented. The critical study of classic texts has been replaced by a more narrowly historical approach, which seeks to locate texts in their political contexts. Political theory helps us to analyze and explain the norms, practices, and organization of political action. The post-Second World War period, the 1950s, witnessed new directions in the development of political theory, and it is observed that the war served as a separate line between tier old and tier new concepts of political theory. A large number of scholars from Europe migrated to America, and many of them began serious research work on political theory, and their interest did not lie in the study of political theory in traditional way. This finally laid the foundation of a new way of studying political theory that is known as resurgence of political theory. The resurgence of political theory means the revival of the normative or value-based philosophical political theory in political science. The main resurgence found in United States, where American Political Science Association and Rockefeller Foundation played the pioneer role. A large number of researchers gathered at various research institutes and universities of America, and their painstaking efforts really enriched the empirical approach to the study of political theory, leading to its resurgence. Towards the second half of the 19th and 20th century, value-based political theory was revived, resurgence of political theory, in the writing of Leo Strauss, Isaiah Berlin, Hannah Arendt. Leo Strauss. Michael Oakeshott, Bertrand de Juvenal, Sheldon Volin, John Rawls, etc. Leo Strauss views on resurgence. Leo Strauss was a German-born, American political philosopher and classicist who specialized in classical political theory. Leo Strauss prefers the tin political philosophy to political theory. To him, the growth of democracy that is liberal democracy, unlike the decline of political theory, he considered political philosophy as distinctive kinds of political thought. He focuses on the importance of traditional or normative political theory in dealing with modern-day problems. According to him, today's democracy is mass democracy. Therefore, political theory has got unbreakable link with the theory of politics. To him, political science and political philosophy are identical. Isaiah Berlin on resurgence of political theory. Isaiah Berlin, British social and political theorist, historian, in his article, Does Political Theory Exist?, told that political theory still exists. Political theory, even in the sense of political philosophy, is neither also dead nor even in a state of decline. He writes, political theory will not wholly diminish from the earth. To him, the responsibility for causing the decline of political theory should laid on rank empiricist who has displaced the classical tradition. Ever since civilization started, man has tried to establish some form of authority and also accept it. Thus, political theory has arisen from an inquiry off this crucial issue of political obligation. He admits that though some portion of political theory may lose its relevance, but it doesn't mean the subject as a whole is irrelevant. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040, 7. P. Synopsis is why process simplified. Or the Sharma. John Rawls on political resurgence. John Bordley Rawls is one of the American moral and political philosopher. Entire liberal tradition was a notable figure in the second half of the 20th century. He is remembered in the mental horizon of posterity for his penning of a mortal classic, A Theory of Justice, in 1971. Political theory meets its revival entire monumental classic of John Rawls. His theory of justice threw a gauntlet to David Easton's behavioralism. He enriched his theory of justice by adopting John Locke's theory of social contract, Kant's theory of individualism. He says threat justice is the virtue of first social institution as truth is the system of thought. He sleeps to evolve a working basis for social cooperation in liberal democratic society by engaging himself in the problem of distribution of liberties, opportunities, income, wealth, and bases of self-respect. To Plato, political philosophy was the search for knowledge and fact. Aristotle discussed political activity as a principle of justice. In practical matters, he speaks about autonomy of prudence and political action to be essentially ethical. Till the beginning of 19th century, there was no difference between values and facts. So, the questioning of making distinction between political philosophy and political science did not arise. All the grants to the history of political theory appear to have held strong views regarding the burning public issues of their day. In fact, their strong interest on these issues may be said to have brought them reflect on politics in the first place. As human society becomes more advanced with the growth of technology and rapid communication, men need political theory. +91 9620206040 8. Synopsis L4S, Delhi, 9. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma. Approaches to political theory. Happy face. Approaches. Questions asked 1. Discuss the normative and behavioral approaches to the study of political science and examine the limitations of behavioral approach. 1991. 2. Examine the arguments in the normative versus empirical debate in the study of political theory. 2002. 3. Comment on the difference between normative and empirical theories of politics. 2012. 4. Discuss the significance of a normative approach to political theory. 7. 2015. Traditional approaches. Normative approach. Normative approach poses questions based on norms or standards in the study of social sciences with an aim to appraise values. Unlike the empirical approach that is concerned about what happened and why, the normative approach emphasizes what should have happened. It must, nonetheless, be underlined that these assumptions are not always valid because at times the two approaches might overlap. Occasionally, entire normative approach may be based on empirical postulations to elicit how or what a particular situation should be or what the state of affairs in a country 7 should have been. In addition to empirical assumptions, the non-native approach also comprises the social value system or moral standards widely endorsed in a particular society on which it sets up its edifice of questions. For instance, if the issue of war is the major theme of inquiry, the normative approach may seek help from the empirical assumptions to explain the causes of war or the prospects of peace, along with the basic normative question whether war as a means of resolving international disputes is justified or not. The normative approach highlights its inclination towards a specific arrangement of things or an order that emanates from a commitment to a moral duty or universal necessity. The undercurrent of the normative approach includes questions about the nature of man. Is the nature of man good, bad, or a combination of both? Whether man is a rational being or irrationality overrides his actions. Is gender equality an absolute value, or there exist basic gender differences that need consideration? These are some of the fundamental posers that influence the normative approach. Moreover, normative approach takes into account the views of history in the process of inquiry or draw of conclusions in relation with a social phenomenon. For instance, a study based on the linear view of history 7 usually assumes that the world is marching towards a better and positive future. Entropic view of history presupposes that the world is constantly in the process of regression. Cyclic view of history assumes that nothing of substantive significance ever changes except persons at the top and the ways through which these persons get to the top. There are certain areas of social sciences that presuppose the normative approach in their analyses. +91 9620206040 9. Synopsis L4S, Delhi, 9. P. Synopsis Y process simplified. The Sharma O, for instance, political philosophies or theories of political idealism cannot be comprehended without getting to know the norms or ethical standards of the philosophers concerned or the ideologues of the theories. It is pertinent to explain that normative statements are usually beyond empirical testing. They cannot be identified, explained, or verified by our intellect faculty alone. At the most, one can appreciate or deride the underlying norm or point of view of tire philosopher or the ideologue. Take for instance the concept of justice. There are various theories, from Plato to Amartya Sen, that make attempts to explain what justice is. For some justice. There are various theories, from Plato to Amartya Sen, that make attempts to explain what justice is. For some justice is treating equals equally and unequals unequally, or justice is giving equal freedom and equal opportunity to all, provided any departure from equal distribution will prove beneficial to the least advantaged. These assumptions indicate different sets of value judgments of the philosophers concerned based on their moral principles, but they fail the empirical test of observation or verification. Quite often, normative statements on a specific phenomenon not only differ from each other, but they sometimes contradict each other. It is not, however, possible to use value terms such as right or wrong in the evaluation of normative assumptions because they stand beyond the purview of empirical or scientific methodologies. They are deny or false only in relation to the value systems they are embedded in. The recent advances in social sciences and even in exact sciences indicate that there cannot be an absolute truth in the field of social sciences or scientific principles as well. Quite a few scientific theories are true so long as they are repudiated by new theories. The most acceptable academic stance is that no theory or principle can be treated as the repository of absolute truth because the so-called scientific assumptions are also likely to be proved wrong. There are certain other assumptions, which are essentially normative but can also be proved valid empirically. Consider a statement like, corruption ought to end in order to make the functioning of the government transparent and pro-people. Tai's kind of statement, despite being a normative assumption, satisfies the empirical testing as well because on the basis of verifiable data about the working of governments across the world it can be proved that a political system having minimum corruption has a government that is adequately transparent and committed to the welfare of the people. The empirical data shows that the opposite is true in case of widespread corruption in a political system. A normative approach underscores the probable course of action that may uphold an innate value, the primacy of which is an end in itself. For instance, if a normative statement establishes the preeminence of values such as truth, good or beautiful or any one of them, it has served its purpose. Criticism. Non-native approach is subjective whereas the empirical approach is objective. In view of a scholar, the studies based on normative approach, like political philosophy, reveal the fondness of the philosopher concerned about a value or a few values. A scholar may accept or reject the fondness of the philosopher for that set of values. There cannot, however, be a rational argument in the matter. Tai's is, however, an extreme view. There are other experts who believe that a reasonably rewarding dialogue is possible between the adherents of normative and empirical schools. They point out that concepts such as freedom, equality, and justice necessitate a dialogue between normative and empirical approaches. Characteristic. Normative approach is prescriptive whereas an empirical approach is descriptive. To put it plainly, the normative approach essentially concentrates on the conditions and standards that are created by human beings and that are likely to change depending on social requirements. An adherent of the normative approach can determine their moral validity and then suggest the right course of action. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91 9620206040 10. Synopsis process simplified. For the Sharma O, for instance, theories pertaining to the forms of government are likely to undergo changes with the changes in social conditions. Additionally, the moral value like legitimacy that justifies a particular form of government may possibly remain a constant, but the forces lending legitimacy to the form of government might change. In the ancient and medieval times it was divinity, power, or heredity that provides legitimacy to the form of government. Currently, people support is the most acceptable criterion for the legitimacy of a government. It is TME that at times normative approach vindicates the socio-political or religious bias of its adherent. For instance, the prominent political philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle justified the institution of slavery on account of disparities between the intrinsic capabilities and natures of a slave and a freeman. Similar prejudices also prevailed in the matter of suppression of the position of woman. Their assumptions were obviously not based on empirical studies but emanated from the value system of those times. The advancements in the fields of social and biological sciences have now established that the assumptions of Plato and Aristotle were unfounded. Criticism. Normative approach fails to provide a reasonable criterion to determine what is wrong or what is right. It is a valid criticism and supporters of normative approach admit this shortcoming. They, however, point out that the empirical approach is a lopsided one because it disregards values and its adherents are not capable to distinguish between higher and lower values. The normative approach is, therefore, a very valuable approach particularly in social sciences. An argument in favor of normative approach does not necessarily mean refutation of the empirical approach. In fact, there is a need to recognize the validity and significance of various approaches in the study of social sciences. Difference between normative and empirical theories of politics. Empirical theory. Normative theory seeks to discover and describe facts, seeks to determine and prescribe values. Concerned with what ought to be or should be. Concerned with sense experience tends to express preference for a particular type of order by commitment to a moral principle or ideal. Arguments can be verified empirically. Arguments cannot be verified empirically. Requires something to be done to serve an. Requires something to be done to serve an intrinsic value. Instrumental value. Objective, subjective, descriptive, prescriptive. Concerned with unalterable laws. Concerned with alterable laws. Description may be followed by prescription. Prescription may be preceded by description. Criteria of validity is true / false. Criteria of validity is right / wrong. Historical approach. Many theorists have attempted theory, building on the basis of insights and resources from history. Sabine is one of the main exponents of the historical conception. In his opinion, a question such as what is the nature of political theory can be answered descriptively, that is, how theory has responded to historical events and specific situations. Political theory becomes situation-dependent, in which each historical situation sets a problem, which in turn is taken care of through solutions devised by the theory. This conception of political theory is deferential to tradition. Cobbin also believes that the traditional mode, in which a sense of history is instilled to the full, is the right way to consider the problems of political theory. 11. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. Synopsis process simplified. Arthi Sharma, it is true that the past acts as a valuable guide in our endeavor of theory building and teaches us not to be too sure of our originality. It also hints that it is possible to think in ways other than those which are fastly alienable and dominant, besides shedding light on the sources. The historical understanding also sensitizes us about the failings of the past generations and ties them with the collective wisdom of the present and promotes imaginativeness in us. Contribution of historical conception to our normative vision. The history of ideas may tell us that our social and political universe is a product of things whose root lies in the past. With the sense in us, it is possible to interrogate these values and critically assess their utility. But a blind adherence to this conception is not without its folly. The novelty of the project called political theory is that each specific situation is unique, riddled with new challenges. Hence, worth of the past sometimes becomes redundant and could even be a hindrance if one is oblivious of this aspect. Therefore, the utility of this approach in political theory beyond a certain level is doubtful, as it is always wedded to outmoded ideas from outmoded ages. The suggestive values of the ideas remain, but the theoretical function recedes considerably. Question asked Q. Comment. Relevance of contextualist approach to the study of political theory. 2001. Two types of approaches to study texts. Textualist approach, exemplified in the writings of Hacker, 1961, and Plamentaz, 1963, stresses that political theory texts can be studied without reference to their historical context. This approach has been dominant since 1945. Political theory is considered as a subcategory of philosophy, and its central concerns are to clarify concepts used in political discourse and debate, and second, to critically examine and evaluate political beliefs and principles. Raphael, 1990, Haywood, 1999. The textualists allege that while historical understanding of the milieu in which these texts have originated may give us some insights, but they do not play a central role in interpreting them. On the other hand, there are contextualists like Skinner, 1966, Pocock, 1971, Dunn, 1979, and Collini, 1983, who contend that a mere textual approach is inherently weak, as it overlooks the historical background, the purpose, motivation, and the intention to write a text. To ignore the historical context could lead to an error in interpreting and understanding the texts. Contextualists, skeptical about the claims of the textualists who assert that there are universal and timeless questions and problems that the great political texts of the past raise. Skinner maintains that to suggest that these writings provide answers to fundamental political questions that confront contemporary society is far-fetched. The political and moral assumptions and beliefs that underlie the great works of political theory are historically specific creation. The great works raise questions and provide answers that should be viewed as relative to the particular societies and cultures from which they emerged. According to contextualists, to understand the formulations and theoretical statements about politics, it is necessary to stress the interrelationship between political theory and practice. The texts are in response to specific events, controversies, debates, and crises, reinforcing Berkey's observation that political thought issues out of practical experience and not the other way around. The historians of political thought also point out that the writers of the past intended to communicate with particular audiences. Only when we comprehend the writer's intentions, their use of language, and the words that prevailed at that point of time can one understand the meaning of these texts. Merely reading it without any reference to time and social, economic, and cultural milieu would be to approach the text in the biblical sense, as if their meaning can be ascertained simply by reading it and reflecting on its universal message. In inter, reading texts. +91 962020604012. Synopsis is. Delhi 9. P. Synopsis Y process simplified. Arthi Sharma. Its time period must be taken into consideration as it enables us to see the way a word is defined, assign different meanings revealing the intent of the writer and relate it to the immediate social and political environment. The aims and purpose of writing the text, how well the author has tackled the problems vis-a-vis his contemporaries, and finally the meaning of the text today. It is through the consideration of these aspects that we can perhaps understand why, among a host of innumerable tracts, only some have been elevated to the status of classics. It also helps to see and appreciate the plurality of ideas that exist within a particular time frame. For example, Rousseau's attempt to distinguish between government, democracy, state, and sovereignty is a case in point. The word sovereignty was used to describe the power of the people acting as lawmakers themselves and not through their representatives. Neither was sovereignty a characteristic of the state. It differed from the government, which administered and enforced the law but could not make the law. Sovereignty meant the exercise of power by the people directly. The diverse contributions of Rousseau make him a genius, in the opinion of Catlin. Empirical approach. Empirical political theory has dominated political theory in the 20th century, which derives theories from empirical observations. Empirical political theory refuses to accord the status of knowledge to those theories which indulge in value judgments. Naturally, therefore, normative political theory is debunked as a mere statement of opinion and preferences. The drive for value, free theory started in order to make the field of political theory scientific and objective and hence, a more reliable guide for action. Ply's new orientation came to be known as positivism. Under the spell of positivism, political theorists set out to attain scientific knowledge about political phenomena based on the principle which could be empirically verified and proved. Thus, they attempted to create a natural science of society, and in Ply's endeavor, philosophy was made a mere adjunct of science. Such an account of theory also portrayed the role of a theorist as of a disinterested observer, purged of all commitments and drained of all values. This empirical project in political theory was premised on the empiricist theory of knowledge, which claims to have the full-blown criteria to test what constitutes truth and falsehood. The essence of Ply's criterion is lodged in the experimentation and the verification principle. When political theory was reeling under this influence, a so-called revolution started and became popular as the behavioral revolution. This revolution reached a commanding position within political theory in the 1950s and engulfed the entire field of study and research by advocating new features. They included a. Encouragement to quantitative technique in analysis. B. Demolition of the normative framework and promotion of empirical research, which can be susceptible to statistical tests. C. Acceptance and rejection of the history of ideas. D. Focus on microstudy as it was more amenable to empirical treatment. E. Glorification of specialization. F. Procurement of data from the behavior of the individual. And G. Urge for value. Free research. In fact, the behavioral climate got surcharged by an anti-theory mood, and those who lambasted theory in a conventional sense had a field day. Theory was caricatured and made synonymous with ideology, abstraction, metaphysics, and utopia. Some adventurists even advocated farewell to theory as an enterprise. In the zeal of attaining objective knowledge, they even reduced thought to an aspect of reality and blurred the distinction between thought and reality. Thus, they soon attracted the ire and fire of some philosophers of science who offered a vision for a post-positivist approach to science. 13. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. Karl Popper set the new mood by laying down the principle of falsification as a criterion of scientific knowledge and argued that all knowledge was conjectural, tentative, and far from the final truth. Breakthrough in the philosophy of science. Thomas Kuhn, Imre Lakatos, and Mary Hesse blasted the scientific theory. Kuhn's book The Structure of Scientific Revolution was a pioneer in bringing out the shortcomings and failures of the positivist theory, and it demonstrated how all cognitions were dependent on understanding and interpretation as a means of intersubjective communication. Kuhn cogently argued that it was not only the irrational conventions which lurked behind the construction of the semantic framework, but were also informed by rational discourses framed by interpretation and criticism. Legal approach. Legal approach stands for an attempt to understand politics in terms of law. It focuses its attention on the legal and constitutional framework in which different organs of government have to function, inquires into their respective legal position, their powers, and the procedure which makes their actions legally valid. For example, legal approach to Indian politics will proceed to analyze legal implications of various provisions of the Indian Constitution, duly documented by the judgments of the Supreme Court of India. Similarly, legal approach to Indian politics will largely tend to analyze it in terms of the requirements of international law. Edward Corwin's President. His office. Powers is an important work, which adopted the legalistic approach. In this work, Corwin has made use of the judgments of the Supreme Court to describe the powers of the American president. But the legal approach fails to explain the role of extra-legal factors in politics. It proves inadequate in understanding the political forces, processes, and behavior which might operate outside of the legal formal framework. In spite of its drawbacks, the legal approach is not entirely insignificant because all political processes must culminate in legal provisions in order to become effective and stable. The study of international law and constitutional law also plays a vital role in the social and political life of almost every country. Institutional approach. The institutional approach is another major approach, considered as next only to the philosophical approach. Though it is closely related to the legal approach, it is the only traditional approach which gives an independent identity to the systematic study of politics. The roots of this approach extend to the Aristotelian period, when Aristotle described and classified the constitution of Greek city-states. Traditionally, politics has been defined as the study of the state and government. Government itself is an institution, and its various organs, such as legislature, executive and judiciary, may also be recognized as institutions. Otlay's approach has been closely associated with a legalistic orientation to government. Otlay's approach proceeds to study the organization and function of the government, its various organs, political parties, and other institutions affecting politics. Classification of governments. Identification of levels of government, federal, provincial, and local, as well as of government, is the main concern of Otlay's approach. The institutional approach emphasizes exclusively the formal aspects of government and politics. It studies the organization and functioning of government, its various organs, and political parties and other institutions affecting politics. It aims at description of facts, and its chief concerns include classification of governments, identification of levels of government, branches of government, the compositions and power of these, and their interrelationships. +91 962020604014. Synopsis is, Delhi 9. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. Drawbacks of this approach. It neglects the individual while overemphasizing the institutions. It does not assign importance to the study of international politics. It fails to take into account the role of violence, political movements, agitations, and revolutions, and war. It neglects the role of infernal groups and processes in shaping politics. In spite of these drawbacks, the institutional approach plays an important role in the study of politics, as the institutions form an important part of politics. Modern approaches. Behavioralism. Examine the limitations of behavioralism as an approach to the study of politics. 1992. Examine the fact-value dichotomy in political science. To what extent has post-behavioralism resolved the conflict in the dichotomy? 1995. Discuss the basic assumptions of behavioralism. In what way post-behaviorism differs from behavioral theory? 1996. What is meant by behavioral approach to politics? Is it a foolproof approach? How far is it correct to say that the behavioral approach to political analysis appeared in order to counteract the Marxist approach? 1998. Critically evaluate and bring out the weakest aspects of behavioral and post-behavioral approaches to the analysis of political system. What measurable and quantifiable criteria are available in political science to evaluate political behavior? 1999. Post-behavioralism is not a negation of the behavioral revolution, but only its corrective. How does it seek to raise the status of the discipline of political science? 2000. Comment. The post-behavioral approach. 2016. Examine the significance of the behavioral revolution in politics. November 30th. Examine the importance of behavioral approach in political theory. What led to its decline? 21/15. Origin. Behavioralism emerges in the early years of the 20th century, though its full import became clear in the 1950s. Behavioralism, according to Easton, tries to organize research in political science on the model of natural sciences. It emphasizes on the need to develop a pure science of politics, giving a new orientation to research and theory-building exercises within the discipline. In the process, it rejects political theory as a merely chronological and intellectual history of ideas with no practical relevance in comprehending contemporary political reality. Throughout the 50s, those who remain committed to evaluative and prescriptive analysis and the study of the classical tradition perceive scientism of behavioralism as a threat to political theory. The behavioralists, on the contrary, claim that normative political theory is a serious hindrance to scientific research. Behavioralist approach. Behavioralism remains the dominant theme even in the 1960s in the United States. It focuses on the simple question, why do people behave the way they do? It differs from other social sciences by its insistence that observable behavior at the level of both an individual and a group is the basic unit for analysis, and b, that it is possible to empirically test any explanation of that behavior. It rejects a priori reasoning about human beings and society and prefers factual and statistical inquiries. It believes that experience alone can be the basis of knowledge. Within this framework, behavioralists analyze the reasons for mass political participation in democratic countries, elite behavior in the context of leadership and decision-making process, and activities of non-state actors in the international arena like the multinational corporations, terrorist groups, and supranational organizations. Behavioralism does not accept all the philosophical arguments of positivism and subjects the latter to a critical scrutiny. Behavioralism, like positivism, ascertains the correctness of an explanatory theory and evaluates it in three ways for its internal consistency. +91. 9620206404015. Synopsis is, Delhi 9. Synopsis processed simplified. Riddhi Sharma, consistency with respect to other theories that seek to explain related phenomena, and the capacity to generate empirical predictions that can be tested against observation. Only empirical testing can decide between competing theories, for behavioralism posits a value-free and scientific theory steering clear of ethical and political bias. It is this stress on empirical observation and testing that characterizes the behavioral approach. A behavioralist systematically compiles all the relevant facts, quantitative and qualitative, for an evaluation of a theoretical statement. Behavioral analysis asserts that all scientific theories and/or explanations in principle must be capable of being falsified. Tins reflects behavioralism's commitment to Popper's revision of traditional positivism, whereby he a. substitutes the principle of falsification for that of verification and b. simultaneously identifies falsification as the criterion for deciding a scientific from a non-scientific theory. A scientific theory will generate empirical predictions that are capable of being falsified. If not, then it is sophisticated tautology, which is elegant and detailed but fails to explain anything meaningfully. In the strict sense, the positivists and behavioralists reject normative theories on the grounds that they do not contain empirical and definitional statements. For instance, Laswell's and Kaplan's writing on the classics in political theory concludes, a rough classification of a sample of 300 sentences from each of the following yielded these proportions of political philosophy, demand statements and valuation, to political science, statements of facts and empirical hypotheses. Aristotle's Politics, Rousseau's Social Contract. Machiavelli's Prince, by contrast, consisted entirely, in the sample, of statements of political science in the present sense. Germino severely criticizes this assumption on the grounds that political theory is neither reductionist, behavioral science, nor opinionated ideology. It is the critical study of the principles of right order in human social existence. Brecht observes, research upon research can be done, and statement can be piled upon statement, on what Plato, Aristotle, St. Thomas, Locke, Rousseau, Kant, Hegel, and 100 others of the great philosophers have thought about values and about what science can do regarding them. There is no end of delight for the scholar, and no end of discovery or rediscovery of deep observations, penetrating arguments, and appealing speculations. No relativity need tune down our statements about what others said and what their theories were. Yet what we are dealing with is history of ideas and history of science. It is not science unless we accept their ideas as still scientifically valid today, and if we do so, it is our responsibility to say how through the old ideas, and through which of them the present crisis in theory can be overcome. Otherwise, we merely ignore the problem in a particularly sophisticated manner. Germino argues that this exercise has a scientific basis with roots in internal human experience. It can also be tested and verified. It is based on Heraclitus' doctrine of deep knowing in contrast to much knowing. Sabine also echoes this view. Germino's emphasis, like Munbindranath Roy's 1887-1954 position on radical humanism, is on the centrality of human experience, which includes the ethical, metaphysical, and theological dimensions. Any other method for such an inquiry is inadequate, as the basis of political theory building is experiential and not strictly experimental. Gandhi's use of inner voice to defend an action would meet the approval of this kind of argument. Criticisms of behavioralism, like positivism, is criticized for its mindless empiricism. Both Hempel and Popper reject the narrow inductivist view of scientific inquiry by arguing that a proper inquiry is possible only if relevant facts are supported by clear minimum theoretical expectations. They dismiss inquiries based on the idea of all the facts up to now as irrelevant, for every fact gathering can never accomplish much, for a collection of all the facts would have to await the end of the world, so to speak, and even all the facts up to now cannot be collected since there are an infinite number and variety of them. Hempel. +91 9620206404016. Synopsis is, Delhi 9. Synopsis Y process simplified. Riddhi Sharma positivism has tried to move away from a narrow inductivist approach in the 1950s, but scholars working within the behavioral persuasion during the same time remained committed to the inductive method in research. Their emphasis on data and consequent downgrading of theory has led to two undesirable tendencies. 1. First, the stress on what is measurable compared to what is theoretically important, and 2. Second, concentration on phenomena that is readily observable than on studying the covert and profound structural bores, which contribute to change and stability within the political system. The other shortcomings, as Easton enumerates, include a tendency where behavioralism pursued fundamental rather than applied knowledge, to distance itself from immediate political reality and neglect the special responsibilities of an intellectual. An apparent indifference to the resulting fragmentation of knowledge, even in the face of the need for the use of this knowledge to solve whole social problems that, by their nature, are undifferentiated to be confined to a discipline. An acknowledged inability to deal with value concerns to describe the nature of the good society, and the denigration of values to a non-scientific end. Therefore, non-confirmable status. Critics of behavioralism point out that tire movement is ill-conceived and flawed in its conception. They contend that it is not possible to establish regularities in human behavior, and Tlies makes it difficult to explain human behavior through the methods of science. According to Germino, the meaning of behavioralism had become elusive. There are many differences within the group, and that it is not monolithic. Many behavioralists do not agree with Laswell regarding the need to establish a closed society Tliad can be scientifically controlled. They are reticent about their claims for political science and looks to classical political theory appreciatively. Conformity to behavioralism in the strictest sense only leads to a closed society unless this could be changed by two considerations. 1. First, the need to reject rigid reductionism and scientism, and 2. Second, in case the first happens, political theory could be restored to its former glory. Germino charges behavioralists like Cobbin, Easton, and Waldo for their inability to separate normative political theory from political and ideological doctrines and utopian constructions. He clarifies that in criticizing behavioralism, he is not against empirical research, for the great masters like Aristotle, Machiavelli, and Mosca undertake such an approach. The neglect of critical standards in terms of which we order and evaluate our data is the principal defect of the new or behavioralist political science. This neglect often leads to the adoption of uncritical standards, which do not hold up at all well to theoretical reflection. Germino, the rebirth of political theory would not lead to the neglect of empirical research, but to the correction of claims that such studies constitute the whole of political science. Such a rebirth would focus again on the need for elaborating criteria in order to evaluate political behavior, the importance of paradigm, the crucial question of the highest good and best society for man is man, the dilution of the paradigm for concrete historical conditions, etc. Post-behavioralism and neo-behavioralism introduction. The post-behavioral trend and growth of modern political theory is viewed as a new revolution as well as a new challenge. Having its root in the intellectual ferment and socio-political turbulence that marked the American life in the middle and late 1960s, it has crept into the 1970s and after. The behavioral approach came under criticism by many political scientists for rejecting theory building and even political science. Political philosophers such as Strauss argued Tliad the behavioral approach was symptomatic of the crisis in political theory because it neglected normative issues. According to Thomas Kuhn's significance of scientific method lies in its strict capacity of problem-solving and crisis management, not in methodological sophistication. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604017. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. By the end of 1960s, even the exponents of behavioralism realized that its strict affection to pure science was responsible for its failure to attend to the pressing social and political issues of the period. In 1969's, David Easton himself in his presidential speech to the American Political Science Association announced a new revolution in political science, a post-behavioral revolution, that represented a shift of focus from strict methodological issues to greater concern with public responsibilities of the discipline and with political problem. Meaning of post-behavioralism. The term post-behavioralism was used to designate the mood and programmatic intent of the new disasters. Among the major post-behavioral tenets and tendencies, one could mention the new emphasis on values, on issues of justice, freedom, and equality. According to David Easton, post-behavioralism was a genuine revolution, not a reaction, a becoming, not a preservation, a reform, not a counter-refination. It was both a movement and an intellectual tendency. It would be wrong to identify post-behavioralism with any particular political ideology, since its advocates included political scientists of all hue and colors, rank and extreme leftists of all methodological commitments, rigorous scientists, and dedicated classicicists, and all age of groups. The whole improbable diversity, political, methodological, and generational, was bound together by one sentiment alone, a deep discontent with the direction of contemporary political research. Causes of emergence. The American society, by the end of the 1960s, was faced with a number of socio-political problems. These problems were Vietnam War, the revolt of the black against white, environmental problems, economic crisis, feminist movement. It made the younger generation intellectuals question the efficacy and response of the political and administrative systems to these problems. A new direction was emerging. Objectives and aims of the caucus. To restore political science as a relevant and problem-solving discipline which can serve the poor, oppressed, and underdeveloped peoples at home and abroad in their struggles against the established hierarchies, elites, and institutions' forms of manipulation. In September 1969, David Easton, in his presidential address to the APSA, started a new revolution that was post-behavioral revolution. Exponents. Main exponents of post-behavioralism are David Easton, Austin Ranney, Peter H. Markell, and others. Twin slogans of post-behavioralism. Relevance and action were the main twin slogans of post-behavioralism. During the 60s, political scientists were taking interest in not only issues on which decisions were being taken by the state, but also on issues on which no decisions were being taken. Issues not raised, power not challenged, energies not mobilized, analyses not developed, were now being regarded as of crucial importance for the understanding of political processes. A study of problems such as these might draw the attention of political scientists to the study of the structure of the existing socio-economic system, which perhaps was the most relevant factor in current politics and might even induce them to take action off a defiant, rebellious character. Features of post-behavioralism. The general features of post-behavioralism are given below. Opposition to value-free social science. The post-behavioralists are deadly opposed to the attempts of the behavioralists in making political science as a value-free science. Post-behavioralists give due consideration. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604018. P. Synopsis Why Process Simplified. Riddhi Sharma for values. Unlike the behavioralists who think of a value-free science, values should not be sacrificed for scientism. A movement of protest, the post-behavioralists asserted that political must be relevant to society as justice, liberty, equality, democracy, etc. Easton asserted that the role of the intellectuals must be to protect human values of civilization. Future-oriented study. Post-behavioralists wanted that research should be future-oriented. A researcher and investigator of social and political problems with the help of iris research should be in a position to foresee the coming events and make prediction as well, so that the society is forewarned of coming events. Purpose-oriented research. According to post-behavioralists, the research should be relevant and purposeful for the society. It should be relevant to the problems with which society is faced and also come out with practicable solutions which can be implemented by administrators. As far as possible, the solutions should be applicable to all societies and not to a particular society. Action-oriented. Post-behavioralists put a lot of emphasis on action rather than in contemplative science. According to them, knowledge for the sake of knowledge has no relevance, but knowledge must put to work. When knowledge can be used to work, that it can help in reshaping society and better for the society. So, post-behavioralists laid stress on action. Credo of relevance. David Easton, who had earlier laid down the intellectual foundation stone of behavioral revolution, now came out with 7 major traits of post-behavioralism and described as the credo of relevance, or a distillation of the maximal image. These are summarized as follows. Substance over technique. In political science research, substance must come before technique. It may be good to have sophisticated tools of investigation, but the more important point was the purpose to which these tools were being applied. Unless the scientific research was relevant and meaningful for contemporary urgent social problems, it was not worth being undertaken. Emphasis on social change. Contemporary political science should place its main emphasis on social change, not social preservation, as the behavioralists seem to be doing. Behavioralism was charged with being an ideology of social conservatism tempered by modest incremental change. Post-behavioralism advocates change orientation and reform over preservation. Stress on reality. The behavioralists had lost touch with realities and kept away from brute realities of politics. Post-behavioralists felt that behavioral inquiry is abstractism and it does not help the society in any way. They point out that we are passing through times of crisis, and in spite of the fact that heavy expenses on research have been incurred and all the comforts of life are available in Western world, yet it is full of worries and social conflicts are deepening in that part of the world. If it was not responsibility of the political scientist to reach out to the real needs of mankind, of what use political science was to society? Stress on value-loaded political science. Behavioralists had emphasized too much on value-free research. In fact, behavioralism was known as value-free approach. It was their main feature. Behavioralists stood for value neutrality in research at all aspects. Values for practical purposes were thrown out of their consideration. But according post-behavioralist, values played an important role in politics and research. They stressed on value-loaded study of political science. In the words of David Easton, values are an integral part of our personality, and so long as we are human beings, these sets of mental preference are always with us. Importance of humans' values. According post-behavioralism, political scientists must protect human values of civilization. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604019. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma, in the words of David Easton, the intellectual's historical role has been and must be protect human values of civilization. This is their unique task and obligation. Without this, they become more technicians and mechanics for tinkering with society. They thereby abandon the special privileges they come to claim for themselves as academics. Emphasis on action-oriented research. Post-behavioralism went into emphasis on action to solve social problems. According to post-behavioralists, knowledge or research should be put to work. Political scientists take action for reshaping the society. Political science should be used as applied science. To know, as Easton points out, is to bear the responsibility for acting, and to act is to engage in reshaping society. Post-behavioralism asked for action science in place of contemplative science, and demanded that a sense of commitment and action must permeated and colored entire research in political science. Politicization of the profession. Behavioralism did not want to make political science into politicize. But post-behavioralism wanted politicization of all the professional associations as well as universities. According to post-behavioralism, if role of intellectuals was to try to determine proper goals for society and make society better, profession should be politicized. Difference between behavioralism and post-behavioralism. There are a lot of difference between behavioralism and post-behavioralism. These are follows. Charles E. Merriam is regarded as the father of behavioralism. But David Easton is the father of post-behavioralism. Behavioralism emphasized on fact-based political theory. On the other hand, post-behavioralism stressed on value-based political theory with fact. The purpose of inquiry in behavioralism is knowledge for knowledge's sake, and it is not interested in action. But post-behavioralism stress on relevance of knowledge to satisfy social needs and action for problem solving. Behavioralism interested in value neutral. But post-behavioralism interested in the choice of values. Behavioralists believed in status quo, not interested in social change. On the other side, post-behavioralists believed in social change for solving problem. Behavioralists interested in micro-level analysis, but post-behavioralists interested in macro-level analysis. Whereas the behavioralism had insisted on making political science, the post-behavioralism tried to convert it into an applied science. Post-behavioralist is a new revolution or anti-behavioralism. In simple words, post-behavioralism is not anti-behavioralism but a new revolution. Because post-behavioralism modified behavioralism with some aspects. According to post-behavioralism, the behavioralists began to waste their time in developing tools and techniques and on such concepts as value-free investigation of political science instead of studying political problems of society. According to post-behavioralism, behavioralism was irrelevant to social change. So, David Easton and some behavioralists had realized modification of behavioralism. In 1969, David Easton announced a new revolution in development of political science that was popularly known as post-behavioralism. Post-behavioralism in India. Post-behavioralism had played a great role to make American society for better development. In America, political scientists took responsibility to solve urgent social problems. But in India, what are the role of political and social scientists to solve India's urgent social and political problems like unemployment, poverty, population growth, corruption, problem of women, pollution, and so on? In India, post-behavioralism must be needed, but does government of India politicize of profession to solve our contemporary problem? If political scientists in India get responsibility for better society, India will be developed and more problemless country. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604020. P. Synopsis Y process simplified. The Sharma. Conclusion. Post-behavioralism is one of the most important fact in development of political science. It is reform movement behavioralism because it ends the dichotomy between fact and value. Post-behavioralism emphasis on relevance and action. This approach did not refuse the contribution of technical proficiency, but it did not agree that political scientists should cut himself from contemporary practical problems of society. According to post-behavioralists, research should be purposeful and future-oriented. According to post-behavioralism, research should be used for nation building, state building, and for effective welfare of human beings. Thus, post-behavioralism begins a new revolution and a new horizon in field of political science. 21. Synopsis L4S, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. Synopsis. Process simplified. The Sharma PSIR Unit 2 Theories of the State, Liberal, Neoliberal, Marxist, Pluralist, Postcolonial and Feminist Syllabus, Theories of the State, Liberal, Neoliberal, Marxist, Pluralist, Postcolonial, Feminist. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. Synopsis process simplified. Reich Sharma Table of Contents. PSIR Unit 2 Theories of the State, Liberal, Neoliberal, Marxist, Pluralist, Postcolonial and Feminist. 1. Introduction to Theory of State. Point 1. What is theory of state? 1. Origin/background of theory of state. 1. Thinkers' perspectives. 1. The concept of theory of state. 2. Different theories. Point 3. Contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 3. Criticism of theories of states. Point 3. Evaluation. 4. Conclusion. 4. Liberal theory of state. Point 5. Introduction. Point 5. Origin/background. Point 5. The concept. 5. Thinkers' perspectives. 5. Types of liberal states. 6. Negative liberal theory. Theory of laissez-faire. Point 6. Positive liberal theory of state. Point 6. Neoliberal theory of state. 7. Indian concept of liberal state. Point 7. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. 7. Introduction. 7. The liberal theory of the state in contemporary politics. Point 7. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. Synopsis process simplified. The Sharma. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 8. Case studies. 8. Conclusion. 9. Alternative theories. 9. Liberals versus communitarians. Point 9. Introduction. 9. Liberal theories and atomism. Point 9. Communitarians and the social thesis. Point 9. Thinkers' perspectives. 10. Case studies. 10. Conclusion. 10. Criticism. Point 10. Conclusion. 10. J.S. Mills. Theory of state. Point 12. Introduction. 12 Origin of state. 12 Concept. 12 Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 12 on liberty application. 12 Introduction. 13 Worth of individuals composing a state. Point 13 Thinkers' perspectives. 13 Case studies. 13 Conclusion. 13 J.S. Mill on women's suffrage. 14 Introduction. 14 Mill's ideas on women's suffrage. 14 Thinkers' perspectives. 14 Case studies. 15 Conclusion. 15 Introduction. 15 Legal subordination of one sex to another. Point 15 Wrongness of legal subordination. Point 15 Thinkers' perspectives. 16 Case studies. 17 Conclusion. 17 Alternative theories. 17. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Radical Liberalism by J.S. Mill. 17 Introduction. 17 Mill's ideas transformed early radical liberalism. Point 17 Conclusion. 18 Harm principle. 18 Introduction. 18 Liberty of action is self-protection. 18 Conclusion. 19 Criticism. 19 Conclusion. 19. John Locke's theory of state. Point 20. Introduction. 20 Origin. 20 The concept. 20 Locke's social contract. 20 Introduction. 20 Locke's social contract theory. Point 20 Thinker's perspective. Point 21 Case studies. 21 Conclusion. 21 Locke's state of nature. Point 21 Laws of nature. 22 Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. 22 Ends of political society and government. Point 23 Introduction. 23 Power surrendered to the majority in a commonwealth. Point 23 Thinkers' perspectives. Point 23 Conclusion. 23 Dissolution of government. Point 23 Locke's theory of property. Point 24 Introduction. 24 The importance of preservation property. Point 25 Thinkers' perspectives. Point 25 Case studies. 25 Conclusion. 26 Rights to life, liberty, and property of ourselves and others. Point 26 Introduction. 26 Life. 26 Health. 26. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Liberty. 26 Possessions. 26 Conclusion. 27 Private possessions. 27 Introduction. 27 The necessity of private possessions in human life. Point 27 Thinkers' perspectives. Point 27 Case studies. 27 Conclusion. 27 Right to property. 28 Introduction. 28 No man can be deprived of his property without his consent. Point 28 Conclusion. 28 Alternative theories. 28 Macpherson's theory on Locke. Point 28 Introduction. 28 Difficulty of turning the Lockean doctrine into an unqualified democratic theory. 28 Conclusion. 29 Criticism. 29 Conclusion. 29. Rousseau's theory of state. Point 31. Introduction. 31 Origin. 31 The concept. 31 Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. 31 Rousseau on democracy. Point 31 Introduction. 31 Loss of freedom in representative government. Point 31 Thinkers' perspectives. Point 32 Conclusion. 32 Alternative theories. 32 Social contract theory. Point 32 Introduction. 32 Any state, regardless of form of government, is a legitimate state as long as it is governed by laws. 32 Challenges and criticisms. Point 33 Rousseau's social contract and Hobbes' Leviathan. Point 33 Introduction. 33 Rousseau's theory of social contract. Point 33 Hobbes' Leviathan with its head chopped off. Point 33. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 34 Conclusion. 34 General will. 34 Popular sovereignty theory by Rousseau. 34 Theory of law. 35 Thinkers' perspective. 35 McIlver. 35 Introduction. 35 The general will of the state. Point 35 The general will for the state. 36 Thinkers' perspectives. Point 36 Case studies. 36 Conclusion. 37 Criticism. 37 Conclusion. 37. T.H. Green. 38. Introduction. 38 Origin. 38 The concept. 38 Alternative theories. 38 Introduction. 38 Will as the basis of the state. 38 Criticism. 39 Conclusion. 39. Thomas Hobbes. 40. Introduction. 40 Origin. 40 The concept. 40 End of obedience. 40 Introduction. 40 The ultimate goal, protection through obedience. 40 Thinkers' perspectives. Point 40 Conclusion. 40 State of nature. 41 Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. 41 Alternative theories. 41 Introduction. 42 Desire-driven success, the ultimate goal. Point 42. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Thinkers' perspectives. Point Point 42 conclusion. 42 criticism. 42 conclusion. 43. Neoliberal theory of state. Point 44. Introduction. Point 44. Origin. Point 44. The concept. 44. The state in a neoliberal lens. Point 44. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 44 conclusion. 44. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 44. Neoliberalism as political ideology of globalization. Point 45 introduction. 45 arguments in favor. Point 45 arguments against. 45 thinkers' perspectives. Point 46 case studies. 46 conclusion. 46. Alternative theories. 46. Factors influencing hegemony of neoliberalism. Point 46 introduction. 47 factors weakening neoliberalism. Point 47 conclusion. 47. Criticism. Point 48. Conclusion. 48. Marxist theory of state. 50. Introduction. Point 50. Origin. 50. The concept. Point 50. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma thinker's perspective. 50. Lenin's views. 51 introduction. 51 the state as a product of class antagonism. Point 51 conclusion. 51. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 51. Introduction. 52 the contemporary relevance of Marxism. Point 52 thinkers' perspectives. Point 52 case studies. 53 conclusion. 53. Types of Marxist theories. 53. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 53 introduction. 53 Marxist theory of the state. Point 53 dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 54 conclusion. 54 Marxist theory of materialism. Point 54 introduction. 54 Marxist theory of materialism. Point 54 introduction. 54 the materialistic nature of Marx's understanding of the state. Point 54 conclusion. 55 conflict between the church and the state. Point 55 introduction. 55 main issues involved in the church-state controversy. Point 55 consequences of the church-state controversy. Point 55 thinkers' perspectives. Point 55 case studies. 56 conclusion. 56 ideological conception of state. Point 56 the instrumentalist model. Point 56 relative autonomy model. Point 57 examine the conception of the state and the ideologies of fascism and Marxism. 14/15. 57 introduction. 57 conception of the state and fascism. Point 57 conception of the state and Marxism. Point 58 thinkers' perspectives. Point 58 case studies. 58 conclusion. 58. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma. Social stratification theory. Point 58 introduction. 59 Marxian social stratification. Point 59 thinkers' perspectives. Point 59 case studies. 59 conclusion. 60 base and superstructure. Point 60 introduction. 60 base. 60 superstructure. 60 thinkers' perspectives. Point 61 conclusion. 61 contribution to the critique of political economy. Point 61 introduction. 61 the connection between civil society and political economy. Point 61 conclusion. 61. Criticism. Point 62. Conclusion. 62. Pluralist theory. Point 63. Introduction. Point 63. Origin. Point 63. The concept. 63. Introduction. 63 Pluralist theory of the state. Point 63 criticisms. 63 thinkers' perspectives. Point 63 conclusion. 64. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 64. Alternative theories. 64. Berlin's notion of value pluralism. Point 64 introduction. 64 Berlin's notion of value pluralism. Point 64 conclusion. 65 Pluralist theory of sovereignty. Point 65. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962, 020, 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma. Introduction. 65 critiques of theory of sovereignty from a pluralist perspective. 65 conclusion. 65 Lasky's views. 65 introduction. 65 the necessity of federal authority in a federal society. Point 65 thinkers' perspectives. Point 66 case studies. 66 conclusion. 66 legal sovereignty. 66 introduction. 66 the impossible quest, uncovering sovereignty in a federal state. 67 conclusion. 67 polyarchy. 67 introduction. 67 the polyarchy. 67 thinkers' perspectives. Point 68 conclusion. 68 Robert Dahl's deformed polyarchy. Point 68 introduction. 68 Robert Dahl's concept of deformed polyarchy. 68 conclusion. 69. Criticism. Point 69. Conclusion. 69. Postcolonial theory of state. 71. Introduction. Point 71. Origin/background. Point 71. The concept. Point 71. Different perspectives. Point 72. Liberal perspective. 72. Marxist perspective. 72. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 73. Alternative theories. 73. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Hamza Alavi's overdeveloped state. Point 73. Introduction. 73. The overdeveloped state. Hamza Alavi's perspective. Point 73. Conclusion. 73. Criticism. Point 73. Conclusion. 74. Feminist theory of state. Point 75. Introduction. Point 75. Background. Point 75. The concept. Point 76. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 76. J. S. Mill's ideas on women's suffrage. 2021. Point 77. Introduction. 77. J. S. Mill's views on women's right to vote. Point 77. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 77. Case studies. 77. Conclusion. 78. Different form of feminism in their view towards state. 78. Liberal feminist theory. Point 78. Socialist feminist theory. Point 78. Radical feminist theory. 79. State feminism. 79. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 79. Alternative theories. 79. Ecofeminism. 79. Introduction. 79. Ecofeminism. 79. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 80. Case studies. 80. Conclusion. 80. Criticism. Point 80. Introduction. 80. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91 962 020 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Feminist critique of the state. Point 80. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 81. Conclusion. 81. Conclusion. 81. State sovereignty. 82. Introduction. Point 82. Origin/background. 82. The concept. Point 82. Doctrine of popular sovereignty. Point 82. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Point 83. Challenges to state sovereignty. 83. Introduction. 83. Challenges to sovereignty. Point 83. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 84. Case studies. 84. Conclusion. 84. Decline of hypothesis/alternative hypothesis/neo-hypothesis. 85. Introduction. 85. Philosophical basis of doctrine of popular sovereignty. Point 85. Significance of doctrine of popular sovereignty for mankind. Point 85. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 86. Case studies. 86. Conclusion. 86. Conclusion. 86. Applicability, globalization, and the state. 86. Introduction. 86. Political ideology of globalization. Point 86. Impact of globalization on state sovereignty. Point 87. Introduction. 87. Globalization's influence on state sovereignty. Point 87. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 88. Case studies. 88. Conclusion. 88. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Decline of modern nation, state and globalization era. Point 89. Introduction. 89. Arguments for the decline of the modern nation state. Point 89. Arguments against the decline of the modern nation state. Point 89. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 89. Case studies. 90. Conclusion. 90. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Introduction to theory of state. What is theory of state? Theory of state refers to the study and analysis of the nature, origin, and functions of the state. It aims to understand the role of the state in society, its relationship with individuals and other institutions, and the principles that govern its existence and operation. The theory of state provides a framework for understanding political systems and the exercise of power. Origin/background of Theory 7 of State, Ancient Greek Political Thought. The theory of state finds its roots in ancient Greek political thought, particularly in the works of philosophers like Plato and Aristotle. They explored the concept of the state as a necessary institution for organizing society and promoting justice. Medieval political thought. During the Middle Ages, political theorists like Thomas Aquinas developed the theory of state based on religious and moral principles. They emphasized the divine origin of political authority and the role of the state in maintaining order and promoting the common and good. Modern political thought. The theory of state underwent significant developments during the Enlightenment period. Thinkers like Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau proposed different theories on the origin and purpose of the state. Hobbes argued for a strong central authority to prevent chaos. Locke emphasized the protection of individual rights, and Rousseau advocated for popular sovereignty. Legal and constitutional perspectives. The theory of state also incorporates legal and constitutional perspectives. Legal theorists analyze the legal framework within which the state operates, including the constitution, laws, and judicial system. They examine the relationship between the state and its citizens, as well as the limits and scope of state power. Comparative politics. Comparative politics is another important aspect of the Theory 7 of State. It involves the study of different political systems and their variations across countries and regions. Comparative politics aims to identify 7 patterns, similarities, and differences in the functioning of states, providing insights into the factors that sway political institutions and processes. Thinkers' perspectives. 1. Kautilya's theory of state. Kautilya, also known as Chanakya, was an ancient Indian political drinker and advisor to the Mauryan Emperor Chandragupta. He believed in the concept of a strong and centralized state, where the ruler holds absolute power. According to Kautilya, the state's primary objective is to ensure the welfare and security of its citizens. He emphasized the higher importance of a well-organized bureaucracy and efficient administration to maintain law and order. 2. Gandhi's Theory 7 of State. Mahatma Gandhi, the leader of India's independence movement, had a unique perspective on the theory of the state. He believed in the concept of a decentralized state, where power is distributed among local communities and individuals. Gandhi advocated for self-sufficiency and self-governance at the grassroots level, promoting the idea of Swaraj, self-rule. He emphasized the importance of nonviolence, truth, and moral values in the functioning of the state. 3. Ambedkar's Theory of State. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the architect of India's constitution, had a significant influence on the theory of the state. He emphasized the importance of social justice and equality in the functioning of the state. Ambedkar advocated for the protection of the rights of marginalized communities, particularly the Dalits, formerly known as untouchables. He believed in a democratic state that ensures equal opportunities and safeguards the interests of all citizens. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040, 1. Synopsis process simplified. Arthi Sharma. 4. Thomas Hobbes' Theory of State. Thomas Hobbes, an English philosopher, is known for his theory of the social contract and entire concept of the Leviathan. Hobbes argued that in a state of nature, human life would be solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. He believed that individuals voluntarily surrender some of their rights to a sovereign authority, the Leviathan, in exchange for protection and security. According to Hobbes, the state's primary role is to maintain law and order and prevent a state of anarchy. 5. John Locke's Theory of State. John Locke, an English philosopher, is known for his theory of natural rights and limited government. Locke argued that individuals have natural rights to life, liberty, and property, which the state must protect. He believed in the concept of a social contract, where the government's power is derived from the consent of the governed. Locke advocated for a limited government that respects individual rights and can be overthrown if it fails to fulfill its obligations. 6. Karl Marx's Theory of State. Karl Marx, a German philosopher and economist, had a critical perspective on the theory of the state. Marx believed that the state is a tool of the Nihilistic class to maintain their dominance and protect their economic interests. He argued that the state serves as an instrument of oppression and exploitation, perpetuating social inequality. Marx envisioned a classless society where the state would wither away, as it would no longer be necessary in a communist system. The concept of theory of state. Definition. The theory of state is a branch of political science that seeks to understand and explain the nature, origins, and functions of the state. It examines the relationship between the state and society, the sources of state power, and the role of the state in shaping political and social outcomes. Nature of the state. The theory of state explores the different perspectives on the nature of the state, ranging from the classical view of the state as a sovereign entity with a monopoly on legitimate violence, to more modern views that emphasize the state as a social construct shaped by historical, cultural, and economic factors. Origins of the state. This aspect of the theory of state investigates the various theories and explanations for the origins of the state. It examines theories such as the social contract theory, which suggests that the state emerged as a result of a voluntary agreement among individuals to form a political community for their mutual benefit. Functions of the state. The theory of state also examines the functions and roles of the state in society. It explores the different perspectives on the proper role of the state, ranging from minimalist views that advocate for limited state intervention in the economy and society, to more interventionist views that argue for an active state role in promoting social welfare and economic development. State power. Tai's aspect of the theory of state focuses on the sources and exercise of state power. It explores the different theories of power, such as the pluralist view that power is dispersed among various societal groups, and the Marxist view that power is concentrated in the hands of the Miling class. State-society relationship. The theory of state also examines the complex relationship between the state and society. It explores how the state interacts with different societal groups, such as interest groups, social movements, and civil society organizations, and how these interactions shape political outcomes. State and globalization. This aspect of the theory of state explores the impact of globalization on the state. It examines how globalization has challenged the traditional boundaries and functions of the state, and how states have responded to these challenges by adapting their policies and institutions. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040, 2. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma, State and Democracy. The theory of state also investigates the relationship between the state and democracy. It explores different theories of democracy, such as liberal democracy and deliberative democracy, and examines how the state can promote or hinder democratic processes and outcomes. Different theories. Liberalism. John Locke. According to Locke, the state exists to protect individual rights and promote the common good. It emphasizes limited government, individual freedom, and the consent of the governed. Marxism. Karl Marx. Marx viewed the state as a tool of the ruling class to maintain their power and control over the working class. He believed that the state would eventually wither away in a classless society. Realism. Niccolò Machiavelli. Machiavelli argued that the state's primary goal is to maintain power and security, even if it requires immoral or unethical actions. He emphasized the importance of a strong and centralized state. Social contract theory. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau proposed that the state is a result of a social contract between individuals, where they willingly give up some freedoms in exchange for protection and the common good. Feminism. Simone de Beauvoir. Beauvoir's feminist perspective on the state highlights the patriarchal nature of governance and the need for gender equality. She argued for the inclusion of women's voices and experiences in shaping the state. Post-colonialism. Frantz Fanon's theory focuses on the impact of colonialism on the state. He highlighted the need for decolonization and the restoration of indigenous cultures and identities. Contemporary relevance. In context of India and world. The emergency, 1975 to 1977. During this period, entire Indian state declared a state of emergency, suspending civil liberties and imposing authoritarian rule. This case study helps in understanding the limits of state power and the importance of checks and balances in a democratic system. Naxalite movement. The Naxalite movement in India represents a challenge to the state's authority and governance in certain regions. This case study helps in analyzing the state's response to internal security threats and the complexities of counterinsurgency operations. Brexit. The decision of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union raises questions about the role of the state in international relations and the impact of globalization on state sovereignty. Fly's case study helps in analyzing the tensions between national and supranational governance. Arab Spring. The uprisings in several Arab countries, such as Tunisia, Egypt, and Syria, highlight the role of the state in political change and the challenges of democratic transition. This case study helps in understanding the dynamics of state-society relations and the complexities of political transformation. China's Belt and Road Initiative. China's ambitious infrastructure project, the Belt and Road Initiative, raises questions about the state's role in economic development and global governance. Tin's case study helps in analyzing the state's capacity to shape regional and global economic relations. Criticism of theories of states. Karl Marx. Marx criticized the theory of state for its failure to recognize the state as a tool of the ruling class to maintain their dominance and perpetuate inequality. He argued that the state serves higher interests of the bourgeoisie and functions as an instrument of oppression. Max Weber. Weber criticized the theory of state for its narrow focus on legal rational authority and its neglect of other forms of authority, such as charismatic and traditional authority. He emphasized the importance of understanding the state's legitimacy and the role of charismatic leaders in shaping politics. Michel Foucault. Foucault criticized the theory of state for its tendency to overlook the role of power and discipline in shaping state institutions. He argued that the state exercises control through various mechanisms, such as surveillance, punishment, and normalization, which are often ignored in traditional theories. +91 9620206040 3. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. Synopsis. Process simplified. The Sharma, Hannah Arendt. Arendt criticized the theory of state for its failure to address the potential dangers of totalitarianism and the erosion of individual freedoms. She emphasized the importance of safeguarding individual rights and promoting active citizen participation to prevent the concentration of power. John Locke. Locke criticized the theory of state for its failure to recognize the consent of the governed as the basis of political authority. He argued that the state exists to protect natural rights, and if it fails to do so, citizens have the right to rebel and establish a new government. Niccolò Machiavelli. Machiavelli criticized the theory of state for its idealistic approach and its neglect of the practical realities of politics. He emphasized the importance of political realism and the need for milers to prioritize the preservation of power and stability over moral considerations. John Stuart Mill. Mill criticized the theory of state for its tendency to prioritize the majority's interests over individual liberties. He argued for the importance of protecting minority rights and promoting individual freedom of thought, expression, and action. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau criticized the theory of state for its failure to recognize the general will of the people as the foundation of political authority. He emphasized the importance of direct democracy and citizen participation in decision-making processes to ensure the legitimacy of the state. Evaluation. The theory of state provides a framework for understanding the nature of political power and authority. It helps in analyzing the relationship between the state and its citizens, as well as the state's role in shaping public policies. However, the theory of state has been criticized for its limited focus on the state as the primary actor in politics, neglecting other important factors such as globalization and transnational actors. Conclusion. The theory of state is a crucial perspective in political science that helps in understanding the nature and functions of the state. It provides insights into the relationship between the state and its citizens, as well as the state's role in governance and decision-making. While the theory of state has its limitations, it remains a valuable tool for analyzing and interpreting political phenomena. 4. +91 962 020 6040. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. Synopsis process simplified. The Sharma. Liberal theory of state introduction. The liberal theory of state emphasizes on individual rights, limited government intervention, and the protection of civil liberties. It emerged during the Enlightenment period in the 17th and 18th centuries as a response to absolute monarchy and the concentration of power in the hands of a few. Liberalism promotes the idea that individuals should be free to pursue their own interests and goals without undue. Origin/background. Enlightenment thinkers. Liberalism was influenced by thinkers such as John Locke, Thomas Hobbes, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who advocated for the protection of individual rights and the social contract between citizens and the state. American and French revolutions. The liberal ideas of the Enlightenment played a significant role in the American and French revolutions, where the principles of liberty, equality, and democracy were promoted. Classical liberalism. In the 19th century, classical liberalism emerged, emphasizing limited government intervention in the economy and the protection of individual property rights. Modern liberalism. In the 20th century, modern liberalism evolved, focusing on social justice, welfare programs, and government intervention to address inequality and promote equality of opportunity. The concept, individual rights. Liberalism places a strong emphasis on protecting individual rights, such as freedom of speech, religion, and assembly. These rights are seen as inherent and inalienable. Limited government. Liberals advocate for a limited role of the state in society, with government intervention being minimal and focused on protecting individual rights and ensuring a level playing field. Rule of law. Liberalism emphasizes the importance of the denial of law, where laws are applied equally to all individuals and even the government is subject to legal constraints. Free market economy. Liberalism supports a free market economy, where individuals are free to engage in economic activities without excessive government regulation. This is believed to promote economic growth and individual prosperity. Social contract. Liberalism is based on the idea of a social contract between individuals and the state, where individuals willingly give up some freedoms in exchange for protection and the preservation of their rights. Pluralism. Liberals recognize and value diversity in society, promoting tolerance and acceptance of different beliefs, cultures, and lifestyles. Representative democracy. Liberalism supports representative democracy, where individuals elect representatives to make decisions on their behalf. This ensures accountability and prevents the concentration of power. Secularism. Liberalism advocates for the separation of church and state, promoting a secular society where religious beliefs do not dictate government policies. Thinkers' perspectives. John Locke favors for government with the consent of the governed. He envisions a state which upholds man's natural rights of life, liberty, and estate property, as well as tolerance. John Locke and Iris, a letter concerning toleration and 2 treatises of government. John Locke's second treatise, 1690, is full of statements which show that he was a great apostle of liberal state. He views that the government is the product of the contract which is based on the consent of all men. This consent is a basic element of any liberal state. Locke explains the function of a legitimate government and distinguishes it from an illegitimate government. The aim of such a legitimate government is to preserve the rights to life, liberty, health, and property of its citizens. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91 96202064040. 5. Synopsis process simplified. The Sharma. The state punishes those citizens who violate the rights of others. The state pursue the public good even where ties may conflict with the rights of individuals. In his essay on liberty, J.S. Mill asserts that the worth of a state, in the long run, is the worth of individuals composing it. Hence, he has concerns to preserve the individual's freedom and rights, not only from the state's coercion, but also from the social coercion. J.S. Mill defended liberal theory and classical liberalism as the correct political philosophy on the grounds of utilitarianism. As per him, a state that respects the legal rights to the freedoms will produce more total happiness, in the long run, than a state that doesn't respect those rights. Rousseau agreed with the liberal view that peace, safety, and prosperity constitute the minimum goals of any legitimate government. His social contract asks for the agreement which makes a government legitimate on liberal principles. T.H. Green is widely recognized as the father of concept of positive liberty which led to the creation of the welfare state. Will, not force is the basis of the state, comes from Green's theory of principle of political obligation. Th. Green suggests this statement in the context of the reason for the continuation of the state. Thomas Hobbes, in his noted works To Do, 1642, and Leviathan, 1651, made certain principles which lay the foundation of a liberal state. As per Hobbes, the basis of the state is the individuals who are free and equal. Hobbes also conceived of a state which is based on miles and law. That is, a state is a legitimate one. Thomas Hobbes viewed that government is the result of individual actions and human traits. As per him, the government was motivated primarily by interest. The term interest would become crucial in the development of a liberal theory of government and political economy, since it is the foundation of the idea that individuals can be self-governing and self-regulating. Types of liberal states. Negative liberal theory, theory of laissez-faire. It supports absolute freedom, liberty, and natural rights. Individual liberty is the outcome of absence of interference from the state or external regulation. This theory is supported by thinkers like Adam Smith, Hobbes, John Locke, etc. As per this theory, rights precedes duties, thus government interference should be minimum, and it should only perform minimum necessary functions. According to Thomas Hobbes, a free man is he that in those things which by his strength and wit he is able to do is not hindered to do what he hath the will to do. It is also known as laissez-faire, which supports open economy and free trade in economy. It believes in man's rationality. Positive liberal theory of state. Positive liberal theory seeks for the possession of the power and resources which impacts a person's ability to act and imposes structural limitations. It is opposed to negative liberal theory, which is freedom from external restraints. This theory is supported by thinkers like J.S. Mill, Jeremy Bentham, etc. It believes that the rights are not natural and sacrosanct. It does not believe the notion that the state is a necessary evil. It believes that the state is a moral institution to promote the intellectual and moral faculties of the individual. It believes in humanism and secularism as the principal goals and objectives to promote harmony and peace. It advocates regulation and control of economic life to pave the way for possible reforms. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040-6. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040-6. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. It also pleads for constitutional democratic and parliamentary system. It advocates some degree of public control in industrial matters. It advocates the need of collective responsibility in education, children, etc. Neoliberal theory of state. It emerged as a reaction to the growing interventionist mechanism of the state. Ply's theory is supported by thinkers like Friedrich A. Hayek, Milton Friedman, Isaiah Berlin, and Robert Nozick. They are called as the neoliberals or the libertarians. This theory supports the negative view of liberty and argues for non-interference in the economic liberty of the individual. Hence, Ply's theory seeks for a laissez-faire state. Hence, this theory is associated with free market capitalism. As per this theory, economic liberty includes political liberty. Friedman, Nozick. There is no need for a welfare state. The neoliberals are the advocates of a minimalist role for the state. They are inherently suspicious of the state. They regard state activity as interfering in the natural order of economic and social life. According to Philip Morosky, this theory views the market as the greatest information processor, which is superior to any human being. Indian concept of liberal state in India is part of other ideologies like democracy, secularism, nationalism, and socialism. Bajpai 2011. As per K.M. Panikkar, 1962, and Rajendra Vora, 1986, there are three strands of liberal ideas that were influential in 19th and 20th century India: colonial, nationalist, and radical. The roots of liberal state can be traced to the social reform movements of the British India. The rising demands for independence gave way to a liberal political structure. Idea of democracy since independence has fulfilled the political aspiration of a liberal state in India. The Constitution pleads for a liberal state. The citizens have rights, and there is a constitutionally limited government. However, the Indian state has continued to dominate the economic and social life of its citizens. The state of India provides for a mix of regulated and controlled economic structure. The 1991 reforms have paved the way for a more liberal state in India. Now, in general market forces, and not the state controls the economic system. India's liberalism has evolved through following stages. O first emphasized earthly life and materialism. O then social reforms and political independence. And O now economic and social freedom. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, examine the liberal theory of state in contemporary politics. 22/20. Introduction. The liberal theory of the state is a key concept in political science that focuses on the role and functions of the state in contemporary politics. Ply's theory emphasizes individual rights, limited government intervention, and the promotion of free markets. The liberal theory of the state in contemporary politics. 1. Individual rights and freedoms. Liberal theory emphasizes the protection of individual rights and freedoms, such as freedom of speech, religion, and assembly. The state is seen as a guarantor of these rights and is expected to create an environment where individuals can exercise their freedoms without undue interference. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9+91, 9620206040-7. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. 2. Limited government intervention. Liberals argue for a limited role of the state in the economy and society. They believe that excessive government intervention can hinder individual liberty and economic growth. The state's primary role is to protect individual rights, maintain law and order, and provide essential public goods. 3. Rule of law and constitutionalism. Liberal theory emphasizes the importance of the rule of law and adherence to constitutional principles. The state is expected to operate within the framework of a constitution that sets limits on its powers and ensures accountability. This ensures that the state does not abuse its authority and respects the rights of individuals. 4. Free markets and economic liberalism. Liberals advocate for free markets and economic liberalism, believing that they promote efficiency and individual freedom. They argue that the state should not excessively regulate or control economic activities, but rather create a level playing field for competition. TIN's approach is believed to lead to economic growth and prosperity. 5. Pluralism and tolerance. Liberal theory promotes pluralism and tolerance, recognizing the diversity of opinions, beliefs, and lifestyles within society. The state is expected to protect the rights of minority groups and ensure equal treatment for all individuals, regardless of type or background. This fosters a more inclusive and democratic society. 6. International cooperation and diplomacy. Liberals emphasize the importance of international cooperation and diplomacy in contemporary politics. They argue for the establishment of international institutions and norms that promote peace, human rights, and economic cooperation. The state is seen as a key actor in the global arena, working with other states to address common challenges. Thinkers' perspectives. John Locke. The state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges every one, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind, who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. John Stuart Mill. The only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of a civilized community, against Iris will, is to prevent harm to others. Adam Smith. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. John Rawls. Each person possesses an inviolability founded on justice that even the welfare of society as a whole cannot override. Case studies. 1. The Right to Information Act, 2005. This legislation promotes transparency and accountability in government by granting citizens the right to access information. It reflects the liberal principle of empowering individuals and limiting government secrecy. 2. Decriminalization of homosexuality, Navtej Singh Johar versus Union of India, 2018. The Supreme Court of India struck down Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code, decriminalizing consensual same-sex relationships. This case exemplifies the liberal principle of protecting individual rights and liberties, including the right to sexual orientation. Synopsis IS, Delhi 9. +91 9620206040-8. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. 3. Reservation policy. India's reservation policy aims to address historical social inequalities by providing affirmative action for marginalized communities. This policy raises debates about the tension between individual rights and group rights, a key concern in liberal theory. 4. Marriage equality in the United States, Obergefell versus Hodges, 2015. The Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage nationwide, recognizing it as a fundamental right. This case demonstrates the liberal principle of equal rights and non-discrimination. 5. Legalization of cannabis in Canada. Canada legalized the recreational use of cannabis in 2018, reflecting a liberal approach to personal freedom and limited government intervention. 6. European Union and free movement of people. The European Union allows for the free movement of people among member states, promoting liberal principles of open borders and individual mobility. Conclusion. The liberal theory of the state provides a framework for understanding the role and functions of the state in contemporary politics. It emphasizes individual rights, limited government intervention, and the promotion of free markets. Alternative theories. Liberals versus communitarians. Do you agree with the view that liberal theories are based on atomism, whereas communitarians have a social thesis? Present your line of argument. 05/1/2/60. Introduction. The debate between 05/1/2/60. Introduction. The debate between liberal theories and communitarianism revolves around the role of the individual and the community in society. Liberal theories are often associated with atomism, emphasizing individual rights and autonomy, while communitarians prioritize the social thesis, emphasizing the importance of community and shared values. Liberal theories and atomism. Individual autonomy. Liberal theories prioritize individual autonomy and freedom of choice, emphasizing the rights and liberties of individuals. Limited state intervention. Liberals argue for limited state intervention in the lives of individuals, promoting a minimalistic approach to governance. Individual rights. Liberal theories emphasize the protection of individual rights, such as freedom of speech, religion, and property rights. Universalism. Liberalism often promotes universal principles and values that apply to all individuals, regardless of their cultural or social backgrounds. Individual responsibility. Liberals emphasize individual responsibility for one's actions and outcomes, rather than attributing them solely to societal factors. Communitarians and the social thesis. Community values. Communitarians argue that society should prioritize shared values and the common good over individual rights and autonomy. Social cohesion. Communitarians emphasize the importance of social cohesion and collective action to address societal challenges. Common good. Communitarianism promotes the idea that the well-being of the community as a whole should take precedence over individual interests. Social justice. Communitarians argue for a more equitable distribution of resources and opportunities to ensure social justice within the community. Emphasis on collectivism. Communitarian theories prioritize the community as the primary unit of analysis, focusing on shared values, responsibilities, and interests. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 9620206040, 9. Synopsis process simplified. Hrithik Sharma. Thinkers' perspectives. John Locke. Liberalism is based on the idea of individual rights and limited government intervention, emphasizing the importance of individual freedom and autonomy. Charles Taylor. Communitarianism argues for the importance of shared values and community participation in shaping individuals' identities and moral obligations. John Rawls. Liberalism seeks to establish a just society through the fair distribution of resources and opportunities, while respecting individual rights and liberties. Amitai Etzioni. Communitarianism emphasizes the need for a balance between individual rights and social responsibilities, promoting a sense of community and shared values. Case studies. Caste-based reservations. The Indian government's policy of affirmative action aims to address historical injustices and promote social equality, reflecting a communitarian approach. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. This nationwide campaign encourages citizens to take responsibility for cleanliness, reflecting a communitarian emphasis on collective well-being. Women's empowerment programs. Initiatives such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Save the Girl Child, Educate the Girl Child, highlight the importance of gender equality and community support. Scandinavian welfare states. Countries like Sweden and Norway prioritize social welfare and collective well-being, reflecting a communitarian approach. Environmental conservation efforts. International agreements like the Paris Agreement demonstrate a collective commitment to addressing climate change, reflecting a communitarian emphasis on shared responsibility. Conclusion. While liberal theories are often associated with atomism, emphasizing individual rights and autonomy, communitarians prioritize the social thesis, emphasizing the importance of community and shared values. Both perspectives offer valuable insights into the role of the individual and the community in society, and the ongoing debate between these two approaches continues to shape political discourse and policymaking. Criticism. Inequality. Critics argue that liberal theory fails to address the inherent inequalities in society, as it prioritizes individual rights over collective welfare. Limited government intervention. Some argue that the minimal role of the state in liberal theory can lead to market failures, exploitation, and social injustices. Neglect of social justice. Critics claim that liberal theory overlooks the importance of redistributive policies and fails to address systemic issues such as poverty and inequality. Individualism. Liberal theory's focus on individual rights can lead to a lack of emphasis on community and collective responsibility. Insufficient regulation. Critics argue that liberal theory's emphasis on free markets can result in environmental degradation and economic instability. Lack of cultural sensitivity. Some argue that liberal theory's universalistic approach fails to consider cultural differences and can lead to the imposition of Western values on non-Western societies. Inadequate representation. Critics claim that liberal theory's emphasis on formal political institutions can marginalize marginalized groups and perpetuate power imbalances. Inefficiency in addressing public goods. Critics argue that liberal theory's reliance on voluntary cooperation may not effectively address public goods such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Conclusion. The liberal theory of state has been influential in shaping democratic systems and advocating for individual rights and freedoms. 10. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. Synopsis. Process simplified. Hrithik Sharma, however, it has faced significant criticism for its neglect of social justice, limited government intervention, and emphasis on individualism. While liberal theory provides a valuable perspective, it is important to consider alternative theories and approaches to address the shortcomings highlighted by its critics. Synopsis IS, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040, 11. Synopsis process simplified. Hrithik Sharma. J.S. Mills, Theory of State Introduction to J.S. Mill was a prominent political philosopher and economist of the 19th century. His theory of the state is based on the principles of individual liberty and utilitarianism. Mill's perspective on the state emphasizes the importance of limited government intervention and the protection of individual rights. Origin of state, social contract theory. Mill's theory of the origin of the state is based on the social contract theory, which suggests that individuals voluntarily come together to form a state for their mutual benefit and protection. Natural state of humanity. According to Mill, the natural state of humanity is one of individual freedom and equality. However, this state of nature is also characterized by insecurity and conflict, leading individuals to form a state. Need for security and protection. The primary reason for the origin of the state, according to Mill, is the need for security and protection. Individuals recognize that by surrendering some of their individual freedoms to the state, they can ensure their safety and well-being. Collective action problems. Mill argues that individuals face collective action problems in the state of nature, where cooperation is difficult to achieve. The state helps overcome these problems by establishing laws and institutions that promote cooperation and resolve conflicts. Preservation of individual rights. Another important aspect of the origin of the state, according to Mill, is the preservation of individual rights. The state is formed to protect the rights and liberties of individuals, ensuring that they can exercise their freedoms without infringing upon the rights of others. Consent of the governed. Mill emphasizes the importance of consent in the formation of the state. The state should be based on the consent of the governed, and individuals should have the right to participate in the decision-making process through democratic means. Evolutionary process. Mill views the origin of the state as an evolutionary process that gradually develops over time. It is not a sudden creation but rather a result of historical and social developments. Concept: limited government. Mill's theory of the state emphasizes the importance of limited government. He argues that the state should only intervene in the affairs of individuals when necessary to protect their rights and promote the general welfare. Individual liberty. Mill places a strong emphasis on individual liberty and freedom. He argues that the state should not infringe upon the individual's right to freedom of thought, expression, and action, unless it harms others. Utilitarianism. Mill's theory of the state is influenced by utilitarianism, which suggests that the actions of the state should aim to maximize overall happiness and well-being. The state should promote the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Representative democracy. Mill advocates for a representative democracy, where individuals elect representatives to make decisions on their behalf. He believes that this system allows for the participation of citizens in the decision-making process while ensuring efficient governance. Protection of minority rights. Mill emphasizes the importance of protecting the rights of minorities within the state. He argues that the majority should not have absolute power and that minority rights should be safeguarded to prevent tyranny of the majority. Rule of law. Mill emphasizes the importance of the MLE of law in the functioning of the state. He argues that laws should be based on principles of justice and fairness and should apply equally to all individuals. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, on liberty, application Conrad, the worth of a state is the worth of individuals composing it. J. S. Mill, November 15, 12. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040. Synopsis process simplified. Or the Sharma comment, the worth of a state, in the long run, is the worth of the individuals composing it. J. S. Mill, 96/20, comment, the worth of a state, in the long run, is the worth of the individuals composing it. J. S. Mill, 95/20, introduction. John Stuart Mill, a prominent political philosopher, argued that the value of a state is determined by the worth of its individual citizens. Worth of individuals composing a state. Economic productivity. The economic worth of a state is directly linked to the productivity and skills of its individuals. A highly skilled and productive workforce can drive economic growth, attract investments, and enhance the overall prosperity of the state. Political participation. The worth of a state is also determined by the level of political engagement and participation of its citizens. Active participation in elections, political debates, and civic activity strengthens democratic institutions and ensures the representation of diverse interests. Social cohesion. The worth of a state is enhanced when individuals within it share a sense of social cohesion and common values. Strong social bonds foster trust, cooperation, and a sense of belonging, which are crucial for the stability and harmony of a state. Human rights and equality. A state's worth is closely tied to the protection and promotion of human rights and equality for all individuals. Ensuring equal opportunities, justice, and non-discrimination contribute to a just and fair society, reflecting positively on the state's worth. Education and knowledge. The worth of a state is influenced by the quality and accessibility of education. A well-educated population fosters innovation, critical thinking, and informed decision-making, which are essential for societal progress and development. Health and well-being. The worth of a state is also determined by the health and well-being of its citizens. Accessible health care, social welfare programs, and a focus on public health contribute to a higher quality of life and overall worth of the state. Thinkers' perspectives. Thomas Hobbes. The worth of a state lies in its ability to provide security and maintain order for its citizens. John Locke. The worth of a state is determined by its protection of individual rights and the consent of the governed. Karl Marx. The worth of a state is measured by its ability to promote social and economic equality among its citizens. Max Weber. The worth of a state is based on its legitimate authority and ability to effectively govern. Case studies. Indian independence movement. The worth of the Indian state was determined by the collective efforts of individuals fighting for freedom from British colonial rule. Emergency period, 1975 to 1977. The worth of the Indian state was questioned when individual rights were curtailed during the period of emergency declared by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Implementation of reservation policies. The worth of the Indian state is debated in relation to the effectiveness and fairness of affirmative action policies aimed at promoting social justice and equality. American civil rights movement. The worth of the American state was challenged by individuals fighting for racial equality and civil rights during the 1960s. Arab Spring. The worth of various Middle Eastern states was questioned as individuals demanded political reforms, social justice, and an end to authoritarian rule. Conclusion. John Stuart Mill's comment highlights the significance of individuals in determining the worth of a state. Recognizing and nurturing the worth of individuals is crucial for the success and prosperity of a state. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962-020-6040, 13. Process simplified. Or the Sharma. J. S. Mill on women's suffrage. J. S. Mill's ideas on women's suffrage. 2021. It's an applied question which is common in both liberal theory of state and feminist theory of state. Subheading. Introduction. J. S. Mill, a prominent political philosopher and economist, was a strong advocate for women's rights and played an initial role in the women's suffrage movement. His ideas on women's suffrage were groundbreaking for his time and continue to shape discussions on gender equality today. Mill's ideas on women's suffrage. 1. Democratic principles. Mill argued that denying women the right to vote was a violation of democratic principles, as it excluded a significant portion of the population from participating in the political process. He believed that democracy should be based on the principle of equal rights and that women, as citizens, should have the same political rights as men. 2. Representation. Mill emphasized the importance of women's suffrage in ensuring fair and adequate representation of women's interests in political decision-making processes. He argued that without the ability to vote, women's concerns and perspectives would be overlooked, leading to an imbalance in policy-making and legislation. 3. Social progress. Mill believed that granting women the right to vote would contribute to social progress by challenging traditional gender roles and promoting gender equality. He argued that women's participation in politics would lead to a more inclusive and diverse society, fostering a broader range of ideas and perspectives. 4. Individual liberty. Mill's ideas on women's suffrage were rooted in his broader philosophy of individual liberty and autonomy. He believed that denying women the right to vote limited their freedom to express their political opinions and participate in shaping the laws that govern their lives. 5. The role of the state. Mill saw the state as having a responsibility to protect the rights and interests of all citizens, regardless of gender. He argued that the state should intervene to rectify the historical injustice of denying women suffrage, as it was a necessary step towards achieving a more just and equal society. 6. Overcoming prejudice and stereotypes. Mill recognized that granting women suffrage would challenge deeply ingrained prejudices and stereotypes about women's capabilities and roles in society. He believed that by allowing women to vote, society would gradually overcome these biases and recognize women's intellectual and political capacities. Thinkers' perspectives. Universal suffrage. The principle that all adult citizens, regardless of gender, race, or social status, should have the right to vote in political elections. John Stuart Mill. Political equality. The idea that all individuals should have an equal opportunity to participate in political processes and decision-making, regardless of their social or demographic characteristics. Hannah Arendt. Representation. The act of speaking or acting on behalf of others in political decision-making processes. It involves elected officials representing the interests and concerns of their constituents. Hannah Pitkin. Gender equality. The principle that men and women should have equal rights, opportunities, and treatment in all aspects of political, economic, and social life. Simone de Beauvoir. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. 14. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. Case studies. The Women's Reservation Bill. The proposed bill aims to reserve 1/3 of seats in the Indian Parliament and state legislatures for women. It highlights the ongoing struggle for women's political representation in India. The Maternity Benefit Amendment Act, 2017, TENS Act extended maternity leave from 12 to 26 weeks, recognizing the importance of women's reproductive rights and their ability to balance work and family responsibilities. The #MeToo movement in India. This social movement shed light on the pervasive issue of sexual harassment and assault faced by women in various sectors, including politics. It highlighted the need for women's voices and concerns to be taken seriously in the political arena. New Zealand's suffrage movement. In 1893, New Zealand became the first self-governing country to grant women the right to vote. TENS case study showcases the successful struggle for women's suffrage and its impact on political participation. The Arab Spring. The series of uprisings in the Middle East and North Africa region in 2010 to 2012 brought attention to the role of women in political movements and their demands for equal rights and representation. The United States suffrage movement. The long and arduous struggle for women's suffrage in the United States culminated in the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. TENS case study highlights the historical context and challenges faced in achieving women's suffrage. Conclusion. J.S. Mill's ideas on women's suffrage were revolutionary for his time and continue to be influential in the fight for gender equality. Mill's advocacy for women's suffrage laid the foundation for future advancements in women's rights and continues to inspire ongoing efforts towards achieving full political and social equality for women. The legal subordination of one sex to another is wrong in itself, and now one of the chief hindrances to human development. J.S. Mill. Comment. 2023/15. Introduction. J.S. Mill, a prominent political philosopher, argues that the legal subordination of one sex to another is inherently wrong. Legal subordination of one sex to another, discriminatory legislation, laws that explicitly target certain groups based on their race, gender, religion, or other characteristics perpetuate inequality by denying them equal rights and opportunities. Unequal access to justice. Legal subordination often results in marginalized groups having limited access to legal representation, leading to unequal treatment before the law and reinforcing existing power imbalances. Repressive laws. Governments may enact repressive laws that curtail civil liberties and political participation, disproportionately affecting marginalized groups and suppressing their ability to challenge inequality. Inadequate legal protection. Legal subordination can result in insufficient legal protection for marginalized groups, leaving them vulnerable to discrimination, violence, and other forms of injustice. Inadequate legal protection. Legal subordination can result in insufficient legal protection for marginalized groups, leaving them vulnerable to discrimination, violence, and other forms of injustice. Reinforcement of social hierarchies. By codifying discriminatory practices, legal subordination reinforces existing social hierarchies and perpetuates inequality by denying marginalized groups the opportunity to challenge and change these structures. Economic disparities. Legal subordination can contribute to economic disparities by creating barriers to employment, education, and economic opportunities for marginalized groups, further entrenching their disadvantaged position. Political exclusion. Laws that discriminate against certain groups can lead to their political exclusion, limiting their representation and influence in decision-making processes, thereby undermining democratic principles of equality and participation. Wrongness of legal subordination. 1. Violation of equality. Legal subordination based on sex contradicts the principle of equality, a fundamental tenet of democratic societies. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604015. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma, it denies individuals their inherent rights and freedoms solely based on their gender, perpetuating an unjust power dynamic. 2. Infringement of human rights. Legal subordination restricts the exercise of basic human rights, such as freedom of expression, association, and movement, for the subordinated sex. It hinders individuals' ability to fully participate in political, social, and economic spheres, impeding their overall development. 3. Reinforcement of stereotypes. Gender-based legal subordination reinforces societal stereotypes and norms, perpetuating harmful gender roles and expectations. This limits individuals' potential and restricts their ability to challenge traditional gender norms, hindering their personal growth and development. 4. Impediment to social progress. Legal subordination of one sex to another impedes social progress by maintaining a hierarchical power structure that hinders the advancement of marginalized groups. It prevents the full utilization of human resources and talents, limiting the potential for innovation and societal development. 5. Undermining democracy. Gender-based legal subordination undermines the principles of democracy by excluding a significant portion of the population from equal participation in decision-making processes. It weakens the legitimacy of political institutions and perpetuates an unjust distribution of power. 6. Social cohesion and stability. Gender-based legal subordination can lead to social unrest and instability, as it creates divisions and tensions within society. Inequality and discrimination based on sex can fuel social movements and resistance, challenging the status quo and potentially disrupting social order. Thinkers' perspectives. 1. Simone de Beauvoir defines gender as a social construct that assigns roles, expectations, and power dynamics to individuals based on their biological sex. Thus, she argues that the legal subordination of one sex to another perpetuates inequality and restricts human development. 2. Carol Pateman defines the subordination of women as a form of political inequality. She argues that this subordination is maintained through patriarchal power structures and reinforces male dominance in society. 3. Iris Marion Young defines gender oppression as a system that limits the opportunities and freedoms of individuals based on their gender. She argues that this oppression is perpetuated through social, economic, and political institutions, hindering human development. 4. Nancy Fraser defines gender justice as the pursuit of equal rights, opportunities, and recognition for all genders. She argues that legal subordination of one sex to another undermines this pursuit and perpetuates social and political inequalities. Synopsis is, Delhi 9+91, 962020604016. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. Case studies. Down 7 system. Discuss the persistence of dowry practices in India, which subordinates women and perpetuates gender inequality. Female infanticide. Analyze the prevalence of female infanticide in certain regions of India, leading to a significant gender imbalance and the subordination of women. Gender wage gap. Examine the gender wage gap in India, highlighting the economic subordination of women and the need for equal pay for equal work. Saudi Arabia's male guardianship system. Discuss the legal system in Saudi Arabia, which requires women to have a male guardian, leading to their subordination and limited autonomy. Violence against women in conflict zones. Analyze the widespread sexual violence against women in conflict zones, which subordinates them and hinders their development. Political underrepresentation. Examine the underrepresentation of women in political leadership positions worldwide, highlighting the subordination of women in decision-making processes. Conclusion. J.S. Mill's assertion that the legal subordination of one sex to another is wrong in itself and a hindrance to human development holds true from a political science perspective. Eliminating gender-based legal subordination is crucial for achieving TNI equality, promoting human development, and fostering inclusive and just societies. Alternative Theories. Radical Liberalism by J.S. Mill. Discuss how early radical liberalism was modified by John Stuart Mill. 9860. Introduction. Early radical liberalism emerged as a political ideology advocating for individual freedom, limited government intervention, and the protection of civil liberties. Mill's ideas transformed early radical liberalism. 1. Expansion of individual liberty. Mill expanded the concept of individual liberty by emphasizing the importance of personal development and self-expression. He argued that society should only intervene to prevent harm to others, allowing individuals to freely pursue their own interests and ideas. 2. Utilitarianism and the greatest happiness principle. Mill introduced utilitarianism as a modification to early radical liberalism. He proposed the greatest happiness principle, which stated that actions should be judged based on their ability to promote the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people. Tin's shift towards utilitarianism added a consequentialist perspective to liberalism, considering the overall well-being of society. 3. Protection of minority rights. Mill recognized the need to protect the rights of minorities, even if their views were unpopular. He argued that society should tolerate diverse opinions and engage in open debates to ensure the discovery of truth. Tin's modification aimed to prevent the tyranny of the majority 7 and promote a more inclusive and pluralistic society. 4. Women's rights and gender equality. Mill was a strong advocate for women's rights and gender equality, challenging the traditional gender roles prevalent in society. He argued for equal opportunities and legal rights for women, including the right to vote and access to education. This modification expanded the scope of liberalism to address gender-based discrimination and promote social justice. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962020604017. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. 5. Economic intervention and social welfare. While early radical liberalism advocated for minimal government intervention in the economy, Mill recognized the need for some level of state intervention to address social inequalities. He supported measures such as progressive taxation and the provision of social welfare programs to alleviate poverty and ensure a more equitable society. Conclusion: John Stuart Mill's modifications to early radical liberalism significantly transformed the ideology by expanding individual liberty. These modifications reflect Mill's efforts to create a more inclusive, egalitarian, and socially just society within the framework of liberalism. Harm principle, Conrent. The sole end for which mankind are warranted, individually or collectively, in interfering with the liberty of action of any of their number is self-protection. J.S. Mill, May 20th. Introduction. John Stuart Mill, a prominent political philosopher, argued that the only legitimate reason for individuals or society to limit someone's liberty is for self-protection. Liberty of action is self-protection. 1. Individual rights. Mill's statement emphasizes the importance of individual rights and freedoms. It suggests that individuals should be allowed to act freely as long as their actions do not harm others. Tai's perspective aligns with the liberal tradition that prioritizes individual autonomy and limited government intervention. 2. Harm principle. Mill's argument is based on the harm principle, which states that actions should only be restricted if they cause harm to others. Tai's principle sets a clear boundary for interference, ensuring that personal liberties are not unnecessarily curtailed. 3. Social contract theory. Mill's perspective can be linked to social contract theory, which posits that individuals voluntarily surrender some freedoms to the state in exchange for protection and order. According to this theory, self-protection becomes a legitimate reason for collective interference, as it fulfills the obligations of the social contract. 4. Government's role. Mill's statement implies that the primary role of government is to protect individuals from harm. Governments should establish laws and regulations that prevent individuals from infringing upon the rights and safety of others. This perspective supports the idea of a limited government that intervenes only when necessary to ensure self-protection. 5. Balancing individual and collective interests. Mill's argument acknowledges the tension between individual liberties and collective interests. While individuals have the right to act freely, society may need to intervene when someone's actions pose a threat to the well-being of others. Tai's perspective highlights the need for a delicate balance between individual autonomy and collective security. 6. Potential for abuse. Critics argue that Mill's perspective leaves room for abuse, as the definition of self-protection can be manipulated by those in power. Governments may use the pretext of self-protection to suppress dissent or infringe upon individual rights. Political scientists analyze the potential risks and safeguards necessary to prevent such abuses. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962020604018. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. Conclusion. John Stuart Mill's assertion that the only legitimate reason for interfering with individual liberty is self-protection offers a valuable perspective from a political science standpoint. Criticism 1. Individualism. Critics argue that Mill's theory places excessive emphasis on individual liberty, neglecting the importance of collective interests and social cohesion. They argue that a purely individualistic approach can lead to social fragmentation and inequality. 2. Limited role of state. Critics argue that Mill's theory advocates for a minimal role of the state, which may hinder its ability to address social and economic inequalities. They argue that a more interventionist state is necessary to ensure social justice and equal opportunities for all. 3. Lack of concrete solutions. Critics argue that Mill's theory lacks specific policy prescriptions and practical solutions to address societal issues. They argue that a more comprehensive and detailed approach is needed to effectively govern a society. 4. Neglect of cultural and historical context. Critics argue that Mill's theory fails to consider the cultural and historical context of different societies. They argue that a one-size-fits-all approach may not be suitable for diverse societies with varying needs and values. 5. Inadequate protection of minority rights. Critics argue that Mill's theory does not provide sufficient safeguards for the rights of minority groups. They argue that a more inclusive approach is needed to protect the rights and interests of marginalized communities. 6. Overemphasis on rationality. Critics argue that Mill's theory assumes individuals always act rationally and in their best interest. They argue that this assumption overlooks the influence of emotions, biases, and irrational behavior in decision-making processes. 7. Lack of accountability. Critics argue that Mill's theory does not adequately address the issue of accountability of those in power. They argue that a more robust system of checks and balances is necessary to prevent abuse of power and ensure transparency. 8. Neglect of economic factors. Critics argue that Mill's theory does not sufficiently consider the role of economic factors in shaping society. They argue that economic inequalities can significantly impact individuals' ability to exercise their liberties, necessitating a more comprehensive approach. Conclusion. J.S. Mill's theory of the state highlights the importance of individual liberty, limited government intervention, and democratic governance. The state should protect individual rights, provide necessary public goods, and promote the well-being of its citizens. Mill's ideas continue to influence political science and the understanding of the role of the state in modern societies. +91 962 020 6040. 19. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. John Locke's theory of state introduction. John Locke was a prominent political philosopher of the 17th century, known for Lee's influential works on political theory. His theory of the state is a key component of his broader philosophy, which emphasizes individual rights and limited government. Locke's ideas have had a significant impact on political science and continue to shape modern political thought. Origin. Social contract theory. Locke's theory of the state is rooted in the concept of social contract, which suggests that individuals voluntarily enter into a contract with the government to protect their natural rights. The concept, social contract. Locke's theory is based on the idea of a social contract between the government and the governed, where individuals willingly give up some of their rights in exchange for protection and the promotion of their well-being. Limited government. Locke advocated for a limited government that respects the natural rights of individuals and does not infringe upon their life, liberty, and property. Popular sovereignty. According to Locke, the ultimate source of political power lies with the people, who have the right to overthrow a government that fails to protect their rights. Separation of powers. Locke proposed the separation of powers within the government, dividing it into legislative, executive, and judicial branches to prevent the concentration of power. Consent of the governed. Locke emphasized that legitimate political authority is derived from the consent of the governed, and government should be accountable to the people. Right to revolution. Locke argued that if a government becomes tyrannical and violates the social contract, the people have the right to rebel and establish a new government. Individual rights. Locke believed in the protection of individual rights, including life, liberty, and property, which he considered fundamental to a just society. Locke's social contract. Locke's social contract, 2210, Introduction. John Locke's social contract theory is a foundational concept in political science. It outlines the relationship between the government and its citizens, emphasizing the consent of the governed and the protection of individual rights. Locke's social contract theory 1. Consent of the governed. Locke argues that legitimate political authority derives from the consent of the governed. Citizens willingly enter into a social contract with the government, agreeing to be governed in exchange for protection of their natural rights. 2. Protection of natural rights. Locke asserts that the primary purpose of government is to protect the natural rights of individuals, including life, liberty, and property. The social contract obligates the government to safeguard these rights, and citizens have the right to revolt if government fails to fulfill its duty. 3. Limited government. Locke advocates for a limited government that is bound by the rule of law. The government's powers are restricted to those necessary for protecting citizens' rights, and it should not infringe upon individual liberties. 4. Right to property. Locke places great importance on the right to property, considering it a fundamental natural right. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9. +91 962 020 6040. 20. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. The social contract ensures that the government respects and protects individuals' property rights. 5. Right to revolution. Locke argues that citizens have the right to revolt against a government that violates the social contract and fails to protect their rights. 10's right serves as a check on the government's power and encourages accountability. 6. Popular sovereignty. Locke's social contract theory establishes the principle of popular sovereignty, where the ultimate source of political power lies with the people. The government is accountable to the citizens and should act in their best interests. 7. Individualism. Locke's theory emphasizes the importance of individual rights and freedoms. The social contract recognizes the autonomy and agency of individuals, allowing them to pursue their own interests within the bounds of the law. 8. Equality. Locke's social contract theory promotes the idea of equality among citizens. While individuals may have different talents and abilities, they are all equal in terms of their natural rights and the consent they provide to the government. Thinker's perspective. Thomas Hobbes. Hobbes believed in a social contract theory similar to Locke's, but he argued that individuals enter into a contract to escape the state of nature, which he described as a war of all against all. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau's social contract theory focuses on the idea of the general will, where individuals come together to form a collective decision-making process that represents the common good. John Rawls. Rawls' social contract theory, known as justice as fairness, emphasizes the importance of fairness and equality in society. He argues that individuals would agree to a social contract that ensures the maximum benefit for the least advantaged members of society. Robert Nozick. Nozick's critique of social contract theory argues for a minimal state, where individuals freely choose to enter into contracts. Robert Nozick. Nozick's critique of social contract theory argues for a minimal state, where individuals freely choose to enter into contracts with others and the government's role is limited to enforcing these contracts. Case studies. Indian Constitution. The adoption of the Indian Constitution in 1950 can be seen as a manifestation of Locke's social contract theory. The Constitution establishes a democratic system that protects individual rights and guarantees the consent of the governed through regular elections. South Africa's transition to democracy. The negotiated transition from apartheid to democracy in South Africa can be seen as an application of social contract theory. The process involved various stakeholders coming together to establish a new constitutional order that protects individual rights and promotes reconciliation. Conclusion. Locke's social contract theory has had a profound impact on political science, shaping our understanding of the relationship between citizens and the government. It highlights the importance of consent, the protection of individual rights, and the limitations on government power. Locke's state of nature. Locke's state of nature refers to the hypothetical scenario in which individuals exist without any form of government or authority. Equality and freedom. In this state, all individuals are equal and possess natural rights, including the right to life, liberty, and property. Natural law. Locke argues that in the state of nature, individuals are governed by natural law, which is based on reason and morality. Tai's law guides individuals to respect each other's rights and avoid harming others. Limited conflict. While conflicts may arise in the state of nature, Locke suggests that individuals have a natural inclination to preserve peace and cooperate with one another. Synopsis is. Delhi, 9+91, 962020604021. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. Lack of enforcement. However, without a central authority to enforce the natural law, disputes may escalate, leading to a state of war. In a state of war, individuals have the right to protect themselves and their property. Purpose of government. Locke's theory of the state of nature serves as a justification for the establishment of government. The primary purpose of government is to protect individuals' natural rights and maintain social order. Consent and social contract. According to Locke, individuals voluntarily enter into a social contract to form a government. This contract is based on the consent of the governed, who delegate their power to the government to protect their rights. Limited government. Locke emphasizes the importance of limited government, which should only have the authority to protect individuals' rights. If a government fails to fulfill its obligations or violates the natural rights of its citizens, individuals have the right to rebel and establish a new government. Laws of nature. Natural law. According to Locke, there is a set of moral principles that are inherent in human nature and can be discovered through reason. These principles, known as natural law, provide a foundation for human rights and serve as a guide for just governance. Universal applicability. Locke argues that natural law applies to all individuals, regardless of their social or political status. It is not dependent on any particular culture or society, but is universally applicable. Objective standards. Natural law is based on objective standards that can be discerned through reason. It is not subject to personal or subjective interpretations, but is grounded in rationality and logic. Protection of rights. The primary purpose of natural law is to protect the natural rights of individuals, such as life, liberty, and property. These rights are considered fundamental and cannot be violated by any legitimate government. Limitations on government power. Locke's theory of natural law places limitations on the power of the state. Governments are only legitimate if they uphold and protect the natural rights of individuals. If a government fails to do so, individuals have the right to resist and even overthrow it. Consent of the governed. Locke emphasizes the importance of consent in political governance. According to his theory, governments derive their authority from the consent of the governed. Individuals have the right to choose their nihilers and can withdraw their consent if the government becomes tyrannical or fails to protect their rights. Social contract. Locke's theory of natural law is closely tied to the concept of a social contract. Individuals enter into a social contract with each other to establish a government that will protect their rights and promote the common good. Tin's contract forms the basis of political legitimacy. Rule of law. Natural law provides a framework for the Nile of law. It establishes a set of principles that govern the behavior of both individuals and governments. The Nile of law ensures that all individuals are subject to the same laws and that no one is above the law. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, the Indian Constitution, influenced by Locke's ideas, guarantees fundamental rights to its citizens and establishes a limited government. The case of Kesavananda Bharti v. State of Kerala, 1973, showcased the Indian Supreme Court's commitment to protecting individual rights and upholding the Constitution. The Right to Information Act, 2005, in India reflects Locke's emphasis on transparency and accountability in governance. This act allows citizens to access information held by public authorities, promoting a more participatory democracy. The American Revolution, 1775 to 1783, can be seen as a case study of Locke's theory in action. The revolution was driven by the colonists' belief in their natural rights and their right to revolt against British tyranny. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the subsequent reunification of Germany can be seen as a case study of Locke's theory. The event symbolized higher triumph of individual rights and the rejection of an oppressive government. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604022. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma, The Arab Spring, 2010 to 2012, demonstrated tire power of people's consent and their demand for political change. The uprisings in various Arab countries reflected the desire for individual rights, limited government, and the right to self-determination. The pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong since 2019 exemplify Locke's theory in a contemporary context. The protesters are demanding greater protection of individual rights and resisting encroachment on their freedoms by the Chinese government. Ends of political society and government, comment. The end of law is not to abolish or restrain, but to preserve and enlarge freedom. Locke, 94/20. Conrent. Whoever therefore out of a state of nature united into a commonwealth must be understood to give up all the power necessary to the ends for which they united into society, to the majority of the community. Locke, 97/20. Introduction. John Locke, a prominent political philosopher, argued that individuals who enter into a social contract and form a commonwealth relinquish certain powers to the majority of the community. Power surrendered to the majority in a commonwealth. Social contract theory. Locke's statement aligns with the concept of social contract theory, which suggests that individuals voluntarily surrender some of their natural rights to a governing authority in exchange for protection and the promotion of their collective interests. Majority rule. The transfer of power to the majority reflects the principle of majority rule, a fundamental aspect of democratic governance. In a democratic society, decisions are made based on the will of the majority, ensuring that the interests of the majority are prioritized. Representation. The majority represents the collective will of the people, as they are elected or chosen to represent the interests and concerns of the broader community. By giving up power to the majority, individuals indirectly participate in decision-making processes through their elected representatives. Legitimacy. The transfer of power to the majority provides legitimacy to the governing authority. When decisions are made by the majority, it is seen as a reflection of the will of the people, enhancing the legitimacy and acceptance of the government's actions. Protection of minority rights. While power is transferred to the majority, it is crucial to ensure the protection of minority rights. Political systems must have checks and balances to prevent the majority from infringing upon the rights of minority groups, ensuring a fair and just society. Consensus building. The transfer of power to the majority encourages consensus building and The transfer of power to the majority encourages consensus building and compromise. As decisions are made based on the will of the majority, it becomes essential to engage in dialogue and negotiation to reach agreements that accommodate diverse perspectives and interests. Thinkers' perspectives. Thomas Hobbes. The transfer of power to the majority ensures the establishment of a strong central authority, preventing the chaos and conflict inherent in a state of nature. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The transfer of power to the majority is an expression of the general will, which represents the common interests and aspirations of the community. John Stuart Mill. The transfer of power to the majority is essential for the protection of individual liberties, as it prevents the tyranny of a minority or an autocratic miler. Robert Dahl. The transfer of power to the majority is a fundamental principle of democracy, ensuring that decisions are made through a process of popular sovereignty and majority nihil. Conclusion. Locke's statement highlights the importance of transferring power to the majority in a commonwealth. This transfer aligns with principles of democracy, representation, and accountability. Dissolution of government. Introduction. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604023. Synopsis process simplified. Riddhi Sharma. Locke's ideas on the dissolution of government offer valuable insights into the relationship between milers and the nihiled, the legitimacy of power, and the mechanisms of social change. The social contract. Central to Locke's political philosophy is the concept of the social contract. He posits that individuals in a state of nature voluntarily come together to form societies and governments for the protection of their natural rights, life, liberty, and property. According to Locke, governments derive their legitimacy from the consent of the governed, and their primary purpose is to safeguard these natural rights. Right to revolution. Locke argues that when governments fail to fulfill their obligations to protect the rights of citizens, individuals retain the right to resist and even overthrow the government. This right to revolution serves as a crucial mechanism for holding rulers accountable and ensuring that political power remains in the hands of the people. However, Locke emphasizes that such resistance should only be exercised in extreme circumstances when the government becomes tyrannical and oppressive. Conditions for dissolution. For Locke, the dissolution of government is justified when milers violate entire social contract by infringing upon the natural rights of citizens or abusing their power. He outlines several conditions under which governments may be dissolved. A. Violation of natural rights. If milers consistently violate the natural rights of citizens through arbitrary laws, unjust taxation, or excessive use of force, they forfeit their legitimacy. B. Tyranny and oppression. When milers become tyrannical and oppressive, imposing their will upon the people without regard for their consent or well-being, the social contract is effectively broken. C. Failure to protect. If a government fails to fulfill its primary obligation of protecting the life, liberty, and property of its citizens, it loses its justification for existence. Consent and consent withdrawal. According to Locke, consent is the foundation of political authority. Governments derive their legitimacy from the ongoing consent of the governed. Therefore, individuals have the right to withdraw their consent and dissolve the government if it no longer serves their interests or upholds their rights. This withdrawal of consent can take various forms, including protests, civil disobedience, and, ultimately, revolution. Implications for modern politics. Locke's ideas on the dissolution of government have profound implications for modern political science and practice. They highlight the importance of accountability, the role of law, and the protection of individual rights in maintaining legitimate governance. Furthermore, they underscore the role of citizens as active participants in the political process, capable of shaping the course of their societies through collective action. Locke's theory of property, comment, the great and chief aim of men's uniting into a commonwealth and putting themselves under government is the preservation of property. Locke, 0820, comment, the great and chief end, therefore, of men uniting into commonwealths and putting themselves under government is the preservation of property, to which in the state of nature there are many tilings waiting. John Locke, 9920, comment, the reason why men enter into civil society is the preservation of entire property. Locke, March 20th, introduction. John Locke, a prominent political philosopher, argued that the primary purpose of individuals forming a commonwealth and subjecting themselves to government is to protect their property. Synopsis is, Delhi, 9+91, 962020604024. Synopsis process simplified. Ardhi Sharma. The importance of preservation property as a fundamental right. Locke's assertion lies. Economic stability. Property preservation is crucial for economic stability within a society. When individuals have confidence that their property rights will be respected and protected, they are more likely to invest, innovate, and engage in economic activities that contribute to overall prosperity. Rule of law. The preservation of property necessitates the establishment of a MLE of law, ensuring that property rights are recognized and enforced. TIN's principle promotes stability, predictability, and fairness in society. Individual autonomy. Property preservation empowers individuals by allowing them to exercise control over their possessions, enabling autonomy and self-determination. Ply's autonomy is essential for the development of a free and democratic society. Incentives for productivity. When individuals are assured that their property will be safeguarded, they are motivated to work hard, accumulate wealth, and contribute to the overall growth and development of society. Wealth distribution. Property preservation can also have implications for wealth distribution. While it protects individual property rights, it is important to ensure that the benefits of property ownership are not concentrated in the hands of a few, but rather distributed equitably to promote social justice. Conflict resolution. The preservation of property helps prevent conflicts and disputes among individuals. By establishing clear rules and mechanisms for resolving property-related conflicts, governments can maintain social order and harmony. Thinkers' perspectives. John Locke. Locke believed that the primary purpose of government is to protect the natural rights of individuals, including the right to property. He argued that individuals enter into a social contract and establish a government to safeguard their property and ensure its preservation. Karl Marx. Marx viewed property as a source of inequality and exploitation. He argued that the capitalist system perpetuates class divisions and that the state serves the interests of the ruling class by protecting their property rights. Marx advocated for the abolition of private property and the establishment of a classless society. Robert Nozick. Nozick emphasized the importance of individual property rights and rejected any form of redistribution. He argued that individuals have a right to acquire and transfer property freely, as long as it is acquired through just means. Nozick's theory of entitlement focuses on the voluntary exchange of property and minimal state intervention. Case studies. Land Acquisition Act. The Indian government's efforts to acquire land for development projects have often led to conflicts with local communities. The act has been criticized for not adequately protecting the property rights of marginalized groups and fanners. Demonetization. In 2016, the Indian government invalidated high-value currency notes to combat corruption and black money. This move had significant implications for property ownership and transactions, causing disruptions in the real estate sector. Property rights in China. China's economic reforms have led to significant changes in property rights. The government has gradually recognized private property rights, leading to increased economic growth and investment. However, property rights in China are still subject to state control and can be vulnerable to political interference. Intellectual property rights. The protection of intellectual property rights has become an initial issue globally. The enforcement of patents, copyrights, and trademarks affects innovation, economic growth, and access to essential goods such as medicines. Balancing property rights with public interests remains a challenge. Conclusion: Locke's assertion that the preservation of property is the primary aim of individuals forming a commonwealth and subjecting themselves to government highlights the significance of property rights in governance. Property preservation not only ensures economic stability and individual autonomy, but also contributes to the establishment of the rule of law, incentivizes productivity, and facilitates conflict resolution. Rights to life, liberty, and property of ourselves and others can unite. Reason teaches all mankind who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, and possessions. Locke, 9220. Introduction. John Locke, a prominent political philosopher, argued that reason dictates that all individuals are equal and independent, and therefore, no one should harm another in their life, health, liberty, and possessions. Life. Right to life. Locke emphasizes that reason dictates that individuals have an inherent right to life. Protection from harm. Governments should ensure the safety and security of their citizens, preventing any harm to their lives. Capital punishment. Reason suggests that the state should not arbitrarily take away an individual's life, except in cases where it is necessary to protect the lives of others. Right to self-defense. Individuals have the right to defend their lives against any immediate threat or harm. Health. Access to healthcare. Reason dictates that individuals should have access to affordable and quality healthcare services. Public health measures. Governments should implement policies and regulations to protect public health, such as vaccination programs and disease control measures. Prevention of harm. Reason dictates that governments should take measures to prevent harm to individuals' health, such as regulating harmful substances or ensuring workplace safety. Liberty. Individual rights. Reason dictates that individuals should have certain fundamental rights, such as freedom of speech, religion, and assembly. Rule of law. Governments should uphold the rule of law, ensuring that individuals' liberties are protected and not infringed upon. Protection from arbitrary detention. Reason suggests that individuals should not be detained or imprisoned without just cause or due process. Freedom of movement. Reason dictates that individuals should have the freedom to travel and reside within their own country and abroad. Privacy rights. Governments should respect individuals' privacy rights, protecting them from unwarranted surveillance or intrusion. Freedom of expression. Reason suggests that individuals should have the freedom to express their opinions and ideas without fear of retribution. Possessions. Property rights. Reason suggests that individuals have the right to own and possess property, which should be protected by the government. Intellectual property rights. Reason dictates that individuals should have the right to protect their intellectual creations, such as inventions or artistic works. Protection from theft. Governments should enact laws and regulations to prevent theft and ensure the security of individuals' possessions. Economic rights. Reason suggests that individuals should have the freedom to engage in economic activities and pursue their economic interests. Contract enforcement. Governments should enforce contracts and agreements, ensuring that individuals' possessions are protected. Protection from confiscation. Reason dictates that government should not arbitrarily confiscate individuals' possessions without just cause or due process. Inheritance rights. Reason suggests that individuals should have the right to pass on their possessions to their heirs. Conclusion. Locke's statement, emphasizing the equality and independence of individuals and the prohibition of harm in life, health, liberty, and possessions, aligns with the principles of political science. Private possessions can unite the condition of human life, which requires labor and materials to work on, necessarily introduces private possessions. John Locke, 91/20. Introduction. John Locke, a prominent political philosopher, argued that the condition of human life necessitates the introduction of private possessions. The necessity of private possessions in human life. Natural rights. Locke believed in the existence of natural rights, including the right to life, liberty, and property. Private possessions are essential for individuals to exercise their right to property. Incentive for labor. Private property provides individuals with the motivation to work and invest their labor in productive activities. The prospect of owning and benefiting from the fruits of their labor encourages economic productivity. Economic development. Private property rights create a foundation for economic growth and development. Individuals are more likely to invest in improving and expanding their property when they have exclusive ownership rights. Resource allocation. Private property allows for efficient allocation of resources. When individuals have ownership over resources, they have the incentive to use them wisely and allocate them to their most productive uses. Individual autonomy. Private property empowers individuals by giving them control over their possessions. This autonomy allows individuals to make decisions about their property without interference from others, enhancing personal freedom. Social order. Private property rights contribute to social stability and order. Clear ownership rights reduce conflicts and disputes over resources, as individuals have legal protection for their possessions. Thinkers' perspectives. Karl Marx. Marx argued that private property is a product of capitalism, where the means of production are owned by a few, leading to social inequality and exploitation. Thomas Hobbes. Hobbes believed that private property is necessary for individuals to secure their own interests and protect themselves from the state of nature, where life is solitary, poor, nasty, nightish. In short, case studies. Land reforms in India. The implementation of land reforms aimed to redistribute land from large landowners to landless peasants, promoting more equitable access to private property. Privatization of public sector enterprises. The privatization of state-owned enterprises in India led to the transfer of public assets into private hands, raising concerns about the concentration of wealth and potential exploitation. Conclusion. John Locke's assertion that the condition of human life necessitates private possessions holds significant relevance from a political science perspective. Private property rights play a crucial role in promoting economic development, individual autonomy, and social order. Right to property. Comment. No man can be deprived of his property without his consent. Locke, 96/20. Introduction. John Locke, a prominent political philosopher, argued that individuals have a natural right to property and that it cannot be taken away without their consent. No man can be deprived of his property without his consent. Individual rights. Locke's statement emphasizes the importance of protecting individual rights, including the right to property. This aligns with the liberal tradition in political science, which emphasizes the protection of individual liberties. Social contract theory. Locke's assertion reflects the idea of a social contract between individuals and the state. According to this theory, individuals consent to be governed in exchange for the protection of their rights, including property rights. Limited government. Locke's statement implies that the power of the government should be limited, particularly in relation to property rights. This perspective resonates with the concept of limited government, which is a fundamental principle in political science. Rule of law. Locke's assertion highlights the importance of the rule of law in protecting property rights. It suggests that any deprivation of property must be done through legal means and with the consent of the individual, ensuring fairness and justice. Property as a fundamental right. Locke's statement underscores the significance of property as a fundamental right. Ply's perspective aligns with the natural rights tradition in political science, which argues that individuals possess inherent rights that should be protected by the state. Economic implications. Locke's emphasis on property rights has economic implications. By protecting property rights, individuals are incentivized to invest, innovate, and engage in economic activities, leading to economic growth and development. Democratic governance. Locke's statement implies that consent is a crucial element in governance. This perspective aligns with democratic principles, where individuals have the right to participate in decision-making processes, including those related to property rights. Balancing individual and collective interests. Locke's assertion raises questions about the balance between individual property rights and the collective interests of society. Political science explores how societies navigate this tension, often through legal frameworks and public policies that aim to protect both individual rights and the common good. Conclusion. Locke's statement on property rights and consent highlights the importance of protecting individual rights, limiting government power, and upholding the rule of law. Alternative theories. McPherson's theory on Locke. It is hard indeed to turn the Lockean doctrine into any kind of unqualified democratic theory. McPherson, discuss. 96/60. Introduction. The Lockean doctrine, as articulated by political philosopher John Locke, emphasizes the protection of individual rights and limited government. Difficulty of turning the Lockean doctrine into an unqualified democratic theory. Limited government. Locke's doctrine advocates for a limited government that primarily focuses on protecting individual rights. This limited role of government may not align with the broader scope of democratic theory, which often includes a more active government involvement in addressing social and economic issues. Majority rule. While democracy emphasizes majority MLE, Locke's doctrine prioritizes the protection of individual rights over tire will of the majority. This tension between individual rights and majority MLE makes it challenging to reconcile the Lockean doctrine with democratic principles. Property rights. Locke's doctrine places significant emphasis on property rights as a fundamental aspect of individual liberty. However, democratic theory often involves redistributive policies aimed at reducing economic inequalities, which may conflict with the Lockean emphasis on property rights. Social contract. Locke's doctrine is based on the idea of a social contract between individuals and the government, where the government's legitimacy is derived from the consent of the governed. However, democratic theory also recognizes the importance of collective decision-making and participation beyond the initial consent, which may not be fully captured by the Lockean framework. Representation. Democratic theory often emphasizes the importance of representative institutions that reflect the diversity of society. In contrast, Locke's doctrine focuses more on the protection of individual rights rather than ensuring equal representation for all citizens. Civil society. Democratic theory recognizes the importance of a vibrant civil society and active citizen participation. However, the Lockean doctrine primarily focuses on the relationship between individuals and the government, neglecting the broader societal interactions necessary for a thriving democracy. Power dynamics. Democratic theory acknowledges the existence of power imbalances and seeks to address them through mechanisms such as checks and balances. The Lockean doctrine, while advocating for limited government power, does not provide a comprehensive framework for addressing power imbalances within society. Conclusion. While the Lockean doctrine provides valuable insights into the protection of individual rights and limited government, it falls short of serving as an unqualified democratic theory. The tension between individual rights and majority rule, the emphasis on property rights, entire limited scope of government involvement are some of the factors that make it challenging to reconcile the Lockean doctrine with democratic principles. Criticism, lack of equality. Critics argue that Locke's theory does not adequately address issues of inequality 7 and social justice. They argue that his emphasis on property rights and individualism can lead to the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few. Limited role of government. Some critics argue that Locke's theory places too much emphasis on limited government and fails to recognize the importance of government intervention in addressing social and economic issues. Lack of accountability. Critics argue that Locke's theory does not provide a clear mechanism for holding the government accountable. They argue that the consent of the governed may not always be sufficient to ensure good governance. Inadequate protection of minority rights. Critics argue that Locke's theory does not adequately protect the rights of minority groups. They argue that the majority may still oppress and discriminate against minority groups, and the government should have a stronger role in preventing plies. Overemphasis on property rights. Some critics argue that Locke's theory 7 places too much emphasis on property rights and fails to recognize other important rights, such as the right to health care, education, and a clean environment. Lack of cultural sensitivity. Critics argue that Locke's theory does not adequately address cultural diversity and the rights of indigenous peoples. They argue that his theory is based on a Eurocentric perspective and may not be applicable to all societies. Conclusion: John Locke's theory of the state has had a significant impact on political science and has shaped many modern democratic societies. While his emphasis on individual rights, limited government, and the consent of the governed has been praised, his theory has also faced criticism for its lack of attention to issues of inequality, minority rights, and global perspectives. Despite these criticisms, Locke's ideas continue to be influential in shaping political thought and the understanding of the relationship between individuals and the state. Rousseau's theory of state. Introduction. Rousseau's theory of the state is a key concept in political science that explores the nature and purpose of the state. It is based on the idea that the state is a social contract between individuals, where they willingly give up some of their freedoms in exchange for protection and a common good. Origin. Social contract. Rousseau's theory is rooted in the concept of the social contract, which suggests that individuals voluntarily come together to form a society and establish a government. Natural state. In the natural state, humans are free and equal, but also vulnerable and in constant conflict. The concept, general will. Rousseau argues that the state should be based on the general will, which represents the common interests and welfare of entire society. Popular sovereignty. According to Rousseau, the state should be governed by the people, who are the ultimate source of political power. Direct democracy. Rousseau advocates for direct democracy, where citizens actively participate in decision-making through regular assemblies and voting. Equality. Rousseau emphasizes the importance of equality among citizens, both politically and socially, to ensure a just and fair society. Individual freedom. While individuals give up some freedoms in the social contract, Rousseau believes that they should still have certain fundamental rights and liberties. Social contract. Rousseau argues that the state is formed through a voluntary agreement among individuals who come together to establish a legitimate government. Education. Rousseau emphasizes the role of education in shaping citizens who are virtuous, informed, and capable of participating in the political process. Critique of inequality. Rousseau criticizes the existing social and economic inequalities, arguing that they lead to the exploitation and oppression of the less privileged members of society. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, Rousseau on democracy. Conrad. As soon as a nation appoints representatives, it is no longer free, it no longer exists. Rousseau, 94/20. FWFT hashtag. /T/T/SW chef /5WTT, 3W CBR FT, 3 Woo happy face FTI 94/20. Introduction. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a prominent political philosopher of the 18th century, believed in the concept of direct democracy and was critical of representative government. Loss of freedom in representative government. Loss of direct participation. Rousseau argued that appointing representatives leads to a loss of direct participation by citizens in decision-making processes. In a direct democracy, citizens have the opportunity to directly influence policies, but representative systems limit this participation. Potential for corruption. Representatives may be susceptible to corruption due to their increased power and influence. Rousseau believed that this corruption could undermine the interests and well-being of the people, as representatives may prioritize their own interests or those of special interest groups. Alienation of the people. By delegating decision-making power to representatives, citizens may feel disconnected from the political process. Plies can lead to a sense of alienation and a lack of trust in the government, potentially eroding the legitimacy of the state. Inequality in representation. Rousseau argued that representative systems often result in unequal representation. Certain groups, such as the wealthy or influential, may have more access to and influence over representatives, while marginalized or underrepresented groups may struggle to have their voices heard. Delayed decision-making. Representative systems often involve lengthy processes of debate, negotiation, and compromise. This can lead to delays in decision-making, hindering the ability of the government to respond quickly to pressing issues or crises. Limited accountability. Representatives may not always be held fully accountable for their actions. Rousseau believed that the distance between representatives and the people they represent can make it difficult for citizens to effectively monitor and hold their representatives accountable for their decisions. Potential for tyranny of the majority. Rousseau was concerned that representative systems could lead to the tyranny of the majority, where the interests and rights of minority groups are disregarded or oppressed. In a direct democracy, decisions are made collectively, potentially providing more protection for minority rights. Thinkers' perspectives. Direct democracy, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a system of government where citizens directly participate in decision-making processes without the need for representatives. Representative democracy, John Stuart Mill, a system of government where citizens elect representatives to make decisions on their behalf. Liberal democracy, Robert Dahl, a form of representative democracy that emphasizes individual rights, nihil of law, and protection of minority interests. Deliberative democracy, Jürgen Habermas, a democratic model that emphasizes inclusive and rational deliberation among citizens to reach collective decisions. Conclusion. Rousseau's statement reflects his skepticism towards representative government and his preference for direct democracy. While representative systems have their advantages, Rousseau's concerns about the loss of freedom, direct participation, and potential for corruption and inequality in representation are valid points to consider. Alternative theory, social contract theory, Conrad. I give the name to every state that is governed by laws, no matter what the form of its administration. Rousseau, 00/20. M. Hashtag WR caret. 3I caret. TETTTTHA hashtag T. Caret IWT 4TTI 00/20. Introduction. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a prominent political philosopher of the 18th century, believed that any state, regardless of its form of government, can be considered a legitimate state as long as it is governed by laws. Any state, regardless of form of government, is a legitimate state as long as it is governed by laws. 1. Rule of law. Rousseau's comment emphasizes the importance of the rule of law in a state. The nihil of law ensures that all individuals, including those in power, are subject to and governed by the same set of laws. It promotes fairness, equality, and accountability within a state. 2. Legitimacy. According to Rousseau, entire legitimacy of a state is not solely determined by its form of government but by its adherence to laws. A state that upholds the rule of law gains legitimacy in the eyes of its citizens in the international community. Legitimacy is crucial for maintaining social order and stability within a state. 3. Different forms of government. Rousseau's comment suggests that any form of government, be it a monarchy, democracy, or dictatorship, can be considered a legitimate state if it operates under the nihil of law. Flies challenges the notion that only certain forms of government, such as democracies, are legitimate. 4. Constitutionalism. Rousseau's perspective aligns with the concept of constitutionalism, which emphasizes the importance of a constitution as the supreme law of the land. A constitution provides a framework for governance and ensures that the state is governed by laws rather than arbitrary decisions. 5. Separation of powers. Rousseau's comment indirectly supports the idea of the separation of powers. By subjecting all branches of government to the same laws, it prevents any one branch from becoming too powerful or acting above the law. 6. Checks and balances. The notion of a state governed by laws implies the existence of checks and balances within the government. Checks and balances ensure that no single entity or individual can abuse their power, as they are held accountable by the law. Challenges and criticisms. Critics argue that Rousseau's perspective overlooks the potential for oppressive or unjust laws within a state. They argue that the mere existence of laws does not guarantee a just or fair society. Additionally, the interpretation and enforcement of laws can be influenced by those in power, potentially leading to abuses. Conclusion. Rousseau's comment highlights the significance of the MLE of law in determining the legitimacy of a state, regardless of its form of government. Rousseau's social contract and Hobbes' Leviathan. Rousseau's theory of social contract and Hobbes' Leviathan with its head chopped off. Discuss. 98/60ths. FNSRR caret caret TI caret caret ni caret F FLU caret T caret theta WRF BRWL caret F caret I. 98/60ths. Introduction. The theory of the social contract, proposed by Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Thomas Hobbes' Leviathan, are two influential works in political science. Rousseau's theory of social contract. State of nature. Rousseau argues that in the state of nature, humans are inherently good and equal, living in harmony with nature. Social contract. According to Rousseau, individuals voluntarily enter into a social contract to form a society, surrendering their individual rights to the general will of the community. General will. The general will represents the collective interests and common good of the society, and it should guide the decision-making process. Direct democracy. Rousseau advocates for direct democracy, where citizens actively participate in decision-making through regular assemblies. Equality. Rousseau emphasizes the importance of equality among citizens, as it ensures fairness and prevents the concentration of power in the hands of a few. Freedom. Rousseau believes that true freedom can only be achieved through the social contract, as individuals are bound by the general will, which represents their own interests. Hobbes' Leviathan with its head chopped off. State of nature. Hobbes' state of nature is characterized by a constant state of war, where individuals are driven by self-interest and the pursuit of power. Social contract. Hobbes proposes a social contract to escape the state of nature, where individuals surrender their rights to a sovereign authority in exchange for protection and order. Sovereign authority. The sovereign authority, represented by the Leviathan, has absolute power and is responsible for maintaining peace and security. Absence of democracy. Unlike Rousseau, Hobbes does not advocate for democracy. Instead, he argues for a strong central authority to prevent chaos and ensure obedience. Inequality. Hobbes acknowledges the existence of inequality among individuals, which he believes is a natural consequence of human nature. Freedom. Hobbes defines freedom as the absence of external constraints, which can only be achieved through the social contract and the establishment of a sovereign authority. Focus on self-interest. Hobbes argues that individuals are primarily motivated by self-interest, and the sovereign's role is to prevent conflicts arising from these. Focus on self-interest. Hobbes argues that individuals are primarily motivated by self-interest, and the sovereign's role is to prevent conflicts arising from these competing interests. Thinkers' perspectives. Thomas Hobbes. The social contract is the agreement by which individuals give up their natural state of freedom to establish a government that ensures security and order. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The social contract is the collective agreement through which individuals surrender their individual wills to the general will of the community, creating a society based on the common good. Conclusion. Rousseau's theory of the social contract with Hobbes' Leviathan with its head chopped off, we can observe several key differences. Rousseau emphasizes the inherent goodness of individuals, the importance of direct democracy, and the pursuit of the common good. On the other hand, Hobbes focuses on the need for a strong central authority, the inevitability of inequality, and the role of self-interest in human behavior. General will, collective sovereignty. The general will represents the collective sovereignty of the people. It is the common interest or the general welfare of the entire community rather than the will of the majority or individual preferences. Common good. Rousseau argued that the general will always aims at the common good, which is the highest and most important objective of the state. It transcends individual interests and promotes the well-being of the entire society. Unanimity. According to Rousseau, the general will can only be determined through unanimous agreement among citizens. It requires individuals to set aside their personal desires and act in the best interest of the community as a whole. Infallibility. Rousseau believed the general will is infallible and always leads to the right decisions. He argued when individuals act in accordance with the general will, they are acting in harmony with the natural order of society. Non-coercive. The general will is not imposed upon individuals through force or coercion. It is a voluntary agreement among citizens who recognize the importance of collective decision-making for the benefit of all. Legitimacy. Rousseau considered the general will as the only legitimate basis for political authority. Laws and policies that align with the general will are just and binding, while those that deviate from it are illegitimate. Deliberative process. Rousseau believed that the determination of the general will requires a deliberative process where citizens engage in open and rational discussions. This process allows for the refinement and clarification of ideas. Popular sovereignty theory by Rousseau, source of political power. Rousseau's theory of popular sovereignty posits that political power resides in the people. The legitimacy of the government is derived from the consent and will of the governed. Authority of the people. According to Rousseau, the people have the ultimate authority to make decisions and determine the laws that govern them. Tins challenges the traditional notion of divine right or absolute monarchy. Representation. Rousseau argued that the people should be directly involved in decision-making processes, rather than relying on representatives. He believed that true popular sovereignty can only be achieved through direct participation and engagement of citizens. Active citizenship. Rousseau emphasized the importance of active citizenship, where individuals are engaged in the political process and take responsibility for shaping their society. Taitais requires informed and educated citizens who actively participate in public affairs. Protection of individual rights. While popular sovereignty emphasizes the authority of the people, Rousseau also recognized the need to protect individual rights. He argued that the government should act as a guardian of individual liberties, ensuring that the majority does not infringe upon the rights of minorities. Deliberative democracy. Rousseau's theory of popular sovereignty promotes deliberative democracy, where citizens engage in rational and informed discussions to reach collective decisions. Taitais process allows for the exchange of ideas and the formation of a consensus that reflects the general will. Checks and balances. Rousseau acknowledged the importance of checks and balances to prevent the abuse of power. He proposed mechanisms to ensure that the government remains accountable to the people and that the general will is not manipulated or distorted. Revolution as a last resort. Rousseau believed that popular sovereignty provides a mechanism for peaceful change and reform. However, he also recognized that in extreme cases, when the government fails to uphold the general will, revolution may be necessary to restore the sovereignty of the people. Theory of law, a rule of law. The theory of law emphasizes the importance of the rule of law in governing a state. It suggests that laws should be applied equally to all individuals, including those in power, and that no one is above the law. Legal positivism. Legal positivism argues that laws are created by human authorities and are not necessarily based on moral or natural principles. It emphasizes the importance of legal rules and procedures in maintaining order and resolving conflicts. Legal realism. Legal realism challenges the idea that laws are objective and neutral. It suggests that laws are influenced by social, economic, and political factors, and Torah judges play an active role in interpreting and applying the law. Natural law. The theory of natural law suggests that there are inherent moral principles that should guide the creation and enforcement of laws. It argues that laws should be based on universal moral values and principles, and that unjust laws should be challenged. Legal pluralism. Legal pluralism recognizes Torah different communities and cultures may have their own legal systems and norms. It emphasizes the coexistence of multiple legal orders and the need for legal systems to be flexible and adaptable to diverse societies. Thinker's perspective. McIlver. Comment: the general will is not so much the will of the state as the will for the state. McIlver, June 20th. Introduction. In political science, the concept of the general will refers to the collective will or desire of the people in a society. Torah's comment by McIlver suggests that the general will is not simply the will of the state, but rather the will for the state. The general will of the state. Sovereignty. The will of the state represents the authority and power vested in the government to make decisions and enforce laws on behalf of the people. Public policy. The state's will is reflected in the formulation and implementation of public policies that address societal issues and promote the common good. Legitimacy. The will of the state is derived from the consent and support of the people, ensuring that the government's actions are seen as legitimate and representative of the population. Social contract. The state's will is based on the implicit or explicit agreement between the government and the governed, where individuals surrender some freedoms in exchange for protection and governance. Rule of law. The state's will is manifested through the establishment and enforcement of laws that apply equally to all citizens, ensuring order and justice. National interest. The will of the state is often driven by considerations of national security, economic prosperity, and the overall well-being of the nation. Political parties. The will of the state is influenced by political parties that represent different ideologies and compete for power, shaping the direction of government policies. Elections. The will of the state is expressed through democratic elections, where citizens have the opportunity to choose their representatives and influence the decision-making process. The general will for the state. Social contract. The will for the state arises from the desire of individuals to live in a society that provides security, stability, and opportunities for personal and collective growth. Common good. The will for the state is driven by the aspiration to promote the welfare and interests of the entire community, rather than just individual or sectional interests. Social cohesion. The will for the state is rooted in the need for social cohesion and cooperation. Recognizing Torah collective action is often necessary to address societal challenges. Public goods. The will for the state is motivated by the expectation that the government will provide essential public goods and services, such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Representation. The will for the state involves the desire for fair and inclusive representation in the decision-making process, ensuring that diverse voices and perspectives are heard. Accountability. The will for the state includes the expectation that the government will be accountable to the people, with mechanisms in place to hold officials responsible for their actions. Social justice. The will for the state is driven by the pursuit of social justice, aiming to reduce inequalities and ensure equal opportunities for all members of society. Thinkers' perspectives. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau, a prominent political philosopher, argued that the general will represents the common good and the essence of democracy. He believed that individuals should subordinate their personal interests to the general will for the sake of the collective well-being. John Locke. Locke, another influential thinker, emphasized the importance of consent and individual rights. He believed that the general will should be based on the consent of the governed, and throughout the government's role is to protect individual rights. He believed that the general will should be based on the consent of the governed, and throughout the government's role is to protect individual rights and liberties. Alexis de Tocqueville. Tocqueville, a French political thinker, examined the concept of the general will in the context of democracy. He argued that the general will is not always infallible and can be influenced by the majority's tyranny over minority interests. Tocqueville emphasized the need for institutions and checks and balances to protect individual rights. Case studies. The Indian Constitution, adopted in 1950, reflects the general will of the people by providing a framework for a democratic and inclusive society. It guarantees fundamental rights, promotes social justice, and establishes a system of government that is accountable to the people. The anti-corruption movement led by social activist Anna Hudray in 2011 demonstrated the general will of the Indian people to combat corruption and demand greater transparency in governance. The movement resulted in the passage of the Lokpal and Lokayuktas Act, 2013, which established an ombudsman to investigate corruption cases. The reservation policy in India, aimed at promoting social justice and equality, reflects the general will to address historical injustices and uplift marginalized communities. The policy reserves a certain percentage of seats in educational institutions and government jobs for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. The civil rights movement in the United States during the 1950s and 1960s exemplified the general will of African Americans to end racial segregation and discrimination. Through nonviolent protests and civil disobedience, activists fought for equal rights and successfully influenced legislative changes, such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Conclusion. The concept of the general will encompasses both the will of the state and the will for the state. While the will of the state represents the authority and decision-making power of the government, the will for the state reflects the desires and aspirations of the people for a just and inclusive society. Criticism 1. Lack of individual freedom. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory places too much emphasis on the collective will of the people, neglecting individual freedoms and rights. They argue that his concept of the general will can lead to the suppression of minority rights. 2. Impracticality of direct democracy. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory assumes a small, homogeneous society where direct democracy is feasible. In larger, diverse societies, direct democracy becomes impractical and inefficient. 3. Inadequate representation. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory does not adequately address the need for representation in government. They argue that his emphasis on the general will overlooks the importance of diverse perspectives and interests. 4. Lack of checks and balances. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory does not provide for checks and balances in government. They argue that this can lead to the concentration of power and potential abuse by the ruling majority. 5. Ignoring the role of institutions. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory overlooks the importance of institutions in governing a state. They argue that institutions are necessary to ensure stability, continuity, and effective governance. 6. Unrealistic assumptions about human nature. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory assumes a positive view of human nature, which may not be accurate. They argue that his theory does not account for the potential for corruption, self-interest, and power-seeking behavior. 7. Lack of economic considerations. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory does not adequately address economic considerations in governing a state. 8. Limited scope of sovereignty. Critics argue that Rousseau's theory limits the scope of sovereignty to the nation-state level. They argue that in today's globalized world, sovereignty is influenced by international institutions and interdependencies. Conclusion. Rousseau's theory of the state and his views on democracy provide valuable insights into the principles and functioning of democratic societies. His emphasis on direct democracy, popular sovereignty, equality, and the general will has influenced political thought and continues to shape discussions on democracy and governance. Rousseau's ideas highlight the importance of active citizenship, education, and the protection of minority rights in democratic systems. T.H. Green. Introduction. T.H. Green was a prominent British philosopher and political theorist of the 19th century. He is known for Lee's contributions to the field of political science, particularly in the area of liberal political philosophy. Green's ideas have had a significant impact on the development of political thought and continue to be influential today. Origin. Green was influenced by the philosophical traditions of idealism and German thinkers like Immanuel Kant and Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Green's ideas were shaped by the social and political changes of the time, including the rise of industrialization and the challenges it posed to traditional social structures. The concept positive freedom. Green emphasized the importance of positive freedom, which refers to the ability of individuals to develop their full potential and lead fulfilling lives. He argued that TME freedom is not merely the absence of external constraints but also the presence of opportunities and resources for self-realization. Common good. Green believed that the state has a crucial role in promoting the common good and ensuring social justice. He argued that the government should actively intervene to address social and economic inequalities and create a fairer society. Social liberalism. Green's political philosophy can be categorized as social liberalism, which combines liberal principles with a concern for social justice. He advocated for a balance between individual rights and collective responsibilities. Ethical socialism. Green's ideas also align with the principles of ethical socialism, which emphasizes the importance of social cooperation and the welfare of all members of society. He believed that the state should play a central role in ensuring social and economic well-being. Limited state intervention. While Green supported state intervention to address social inequalities, he also emphasized the importance of limiting state power and protecting individual liberties. He argued for a democratic system that safeguards individual rights and prevents the concentration of power. Critique of laissez-faire capitalism. Green criticized the laissez-faire capitalist system, arguing that it leads to economic exploitation and social injustice. He advocated for a more regulated and socially responsible economic system that prioritizes the well-being of all citizens. Alternative theories. Comment. Will, not force, is the basis of tire state. T.H. Green, 02/20, FWF caret, WR, caret WWR caret or WWFJ0. Ing. T. Finn, February 20th. Introduction. T.H. Green, a prominent political philosopher, argued that the basis of the state lies in the will of its citizens rather than the use of force. Will as the basis of the state. Social contract theory. Green's statement aligns with the social contract theory, which suggests that individuals willingly give up some of their freedoms to form a state that protects their rights and interests. The state's legitimacy is derived from the consent of its citizens. Democratic governance. Will, in the form of popular sovereignty, is the foundation of democratic governance. In a democratic state, the will of the people is expressed through elections and decision-making processes, shaping the policies and actions of the state. Legitimacy and authority. The state's authority and legitimacy are derived from the will of the people. When citizens willingly participate in the political process and accept the state's decisions, it enhances the state's authority and legitimacy. Rule of law. Green's statement emphasizes the importance of the rule of law. The state's power is not arbitrary but is based on laws Torah are created through the will of Tyre people. PSIR ensures that the state's actions are predictable, accountable, and fair. Consent and obligation. The state's ability to enforce laws and policies relies on the consent of its citizens. When individuals willingly comply with the state's rules, it creates a sense of obligation and social cohesion, contributing to the stability of the state. Public opinion and policy making. The will of the people, expressed through public opinion, plays a crucial role in shaping policy decisions. Governments often consider public sentiment and preferences when formulating policies, reflecting the influence of the citizens' will on the state's actions. Political participation. Green's statement highlights the importance of citizen engagement and political participation. When individuals actively participate in the political process, such as voting, joining political parties, or engaging in activism, they contribute to the formation and functioning of the state. Criticism. Overemphasis on the role of the state. Critics argue that Green's ideas place too much faith in entire state and its ability to solve social and economic problems, potentially leading to an overbearing and intrusive government. Lack of emphasis on individual rights. Some critics argue that Green's focus on positive freedom and social justice neglects the importance of protecting individual rights and liberties. Unrealistic expectations of social reform. Critics argue that Green's vision of social reform may be overly idealistic and difficult to implement in practice, particularly in complex and diverse societies. Neglect of market mechanisms. Critics argue that Green's emphasis on state intervention overlooks the role of market mechanisms in promoting economic growth and individual prosperity. Potential for authoritarianism. Critics argue that Green's ideas, if taken to the extreme, could lead to an authoritarian state that restricts individual freedoms in the name of social justice. Lack of consideration for cultural diversity. Critics argue that Green's ideas may not adequately address the challenges posed by cultural diversity and the need to accommodate different values and beliefs within a society. Incomplete theory of power. Some critics argue that Green's theory does not fully address the complexities of power dynamics and the potential for abuse of power by the state. Conclusion. T.H. Green's theory had a significant impact on the development of liberal socialism and modern political thought. While his emphasis on positive freedom, social justice, and state intervention has been influential, his ideas have also faced criticism for their potential to undempen individual rights, neglect market mechanisms, and lead to an overbearing state. Thomas Hobbes' introduction. Thomas Hobbes was an English philosopher and political theorist who lived from 1588 to 1679. He is best known for his work, Leviathan, in which he presents his political philosophy. Hobbes' perspective on political science is characterized by his belief in the necessity of a strong central authority to maintain order and prevent chaos. Origin. Hobbes was influenced by the political and social turmoil of his time, including the English Civil War and the rise of absolutist monarchies. Hobbes' perspective emerged during a period of intense debate about the nature of political authority and the role of the state. Hobbes' perspective was slighted by his belief that strong central authority was necessary to prevent the chaos and violence he witnessed during the Civil War. The concept end of obedience. Comment. The end of obedience is protection. Thomas Hobbes. 93/20, MT Raftar T W NTL, RMMPI, 93/20. Introduction. Thomas Hobbes, a prominent political philosopher, argued that the primary purpose of obedience is to ensure protection. The ultimate goal, protection through obedience, social contract theory. Hobbes believed in the social contract theory, which suggests that individuals willingly surrender some of their freedoms to a governing authority in exchange for protection. Obedience to Tin's authority is essential for maintaining social order and security. State of nature. Hobbes argued that without a governing authority, society would descend into a state of nature characterized by chaos and violence. Obedience to his central power is necessary to prevent this state and ensure protection for individuals. Rule of law. Obedience to laws and regulations established by the governing authority ensures that individuals are protected from harm and that their rights are upheld. The Denial of law provides a framework for maintaining order and security within a society. National security. Obedience to the state is crucial for national security. Citizens must comply with defense policies, military service, and intelligence gathering to protect the nation from external threats. Without obedience, a country's security could be compromised. Economic stability. Obedience to economic policies and regulations helps maintain economic stability. By following taxation laws, business regulations, and trade agreements, individuals contribute to the protection of the economy, ensuring stability and prosperity for society as a whole. Protection of minority rights. Obedience to laws and policies that protect minority rights ensures their safety and well-being. By respecting and upholding these rights, individuals contribute to a society that values diversity and protects the vulnerable. Thinkers' perspectives. Social contract theory. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The idea that individuals voluntarily give up some of their freedoms to a government in exchange for protection and the promotion of their common interests. Legitimacy. Max Weber. The belief and acceptance by entire population that the government has the right to deny and make decisions on their behalf. Conclusion. Thomas Hobbes' statement that the end of obedience is protection highlights the crucial role obedience plays in ensuring the safety and well-being of individuals and society as a whole. Obedience to governing authorities, laws, and societal norms is essential for maintaining social order, protecting individuals' rights, and safeguarding against external threats. State of nature. The state of nature refers to a hypothetical scenario in which individuals live without any form of government or authority, characterized by a lack of social order and a constant state of conflict. Human nature. Hobbes believed that humans are inherently self-interested and driven by their own desires and fears. In the state of nature, individuals are in a constant struggle for power and resources, leading to a war of all against all. Equality. In the state of nature, Hobbes argued that all individuals are equal in terms of their physical and mental capabilities. This equality, however, contributes to the conflict as everyone has the potential to harm others. Fear and insecurity. Hobbes emphasized the role of fear and insecurity in the state of nature. Without a central authority to enforce laws and protect individuals, people live in constant fear of violence and death. Natural rights. According to Hobbes, individuals in the state of nature have the right to do whatever they believe is necessary to preserve their own lives. Plies includes the right to use force to defend oneself against others. Lack of trust. In the absence of a governing authority, individuals lack trust in one another. Plies' lack of trust further exacerbates the state of conflict and makes cooperation difficult. Need for government. Hobbes argued that the state of nature is unsustainable and chaotic. To escape the state, individuals must voluntarily give up some of their rights and form a social contract to establish a government that can maintain order and protect their lives and property. Leviathan. Hobbes used the metaphor of a leviathan, a powerful and all-encompassing sovereign, to represent the government. The Leviathan's role is to maintain peace and stability by enforcing laws and resolving conflicts. Applicability/contemporary relevance, in context of India and world. 1. Naxalite movement. The movement's underlying causes, such as socio-economic inequality and lack of governance in certain regions, reflect the consequences of a weak central authority. Hobbes' perspective helps analyze the need for a strong state presence to address grievances and prevent violent uprisings. 2. Kashmir conflict. The ongoing conflict in Kashmir highlights the challenges of maintaining order and stability in a region with competing claims of sovereignty. Hobbes' perspective emphasizes the importance of a central authority to resolve conflicts and establish a social contract that ensures security for all parties involved. 3. Syrian Civil War. The Syrian Civil War, which began in 2011, exemplifies the breakdown of social order and the consequences of a weak central authority. Hobbes' perspective helps understand the need for a strong governing authority to prevent such conflicts and protect the well-being of citizens. 4. Rise of populist movements. The rise of populist movements in various countries, such as the United States, Hungary, and Brazil, reflects a growing dissatisfaction with established political institutions. Hobbes' perspective helps analyze the consequences of weakened central authorities and the potential for social unrest and conflict in the absence of effective governance. Alternative theories. Conrad. The end of every man is continued success in obtaining those things which he, from time to time, desires. Hobbes, 95/20ths, M caret, WRW? Caret or caret, or 4W caret, or W caret hashtag FWUERT caret caret, WTV caret Igardi, GW, 95/20ths. Introduction. Thomas Hobbes, a prominent political philosopher, believed that the ultimate goal of every individual is to achieve success in obtaining their desires. Desire-driven success, the ultimate goal. 1. Individualism and self-interest. Hobbes emphasizes the individual's pursuit of desires, reflecting a self-interested perspective. Plies aligns with the concept of individualism, where individuals prioritize their own needs and goals over collective interests. 2. Competition and conflict. The pursuit of desires can lead to competition and conflict among individuals. Hobbes argues that Plies competition arises due to the scarcity of resources, creating a constant struggle for power and dominance. 3. Role of power. Hobbes recognizes power as a crucial element in obtaining desires. Power can be acquired through various means, such as wealth, social status, or political influence, enabling individuals to secure their desires. 4. Social contract theory. Hobbes' statement relates to his social contract theory, where individuals willingly surrender some of their freedoms to a governing authority in exchange for security and order. The government's role is to ensure that individuals can pursue their desires without fear of violence or chaos. 5. Role of government. Governments play a vital role in facilitating the fulfillment of desires by establishing laws, regulations, and institutions. They create a framework that protects individual rights and provides opportunities for success. 6. Economic systems. Economic systems, such as capitalism, can influence the ability to obtain desires. Hobbes' statement implies that success in obtaining desires is often linked to economic prosperity and the availability of resources. 7. Social hierarchies. Hobbes' statement acknowledges the existence of social hierarchies, where individuals with more power and resources have a higher chance of achieving their desires. 10. Highlights the unequal distribution of power and opportunities within societies. Thinkers' perspectives. Niccolò Machiavelli. Machiavelli argued that the ultimate goal of a nihiler is to maintain power and stability, regardless of moral considerations. John Locke. Locke believed that individuals have natural rights to life, liberty, and property, and that the purpose of government is to protect these rights. Conclusion. Hobbes' statement emphasizes the individual's pursuit of desires and the role of power, governance, and societal structures in achieving success. Criticism. Lack of empirical evidence. Critics argue that Hobbes' theories are based on assumptions about human nature that lack empirical evidence. They argue that humans are capable of cooperation and social order without the need for a strong central authority. Overemphasis on fear and self-interest. Critics argue that Hobbes' focus on fear and self-interest as the primary motivations for human behavior overlooks other important factors such as empathy, altruism, and social bonds. Authoritarianism. Critics argue that Hobbes' advocacy for absolute monarchy and concentration of power in the hands of the sovereign can lead to authoritarianism and the abuse of power. Limited rights and freedoms. Critics argue that Hobbes' emphasis on limited rights and freedoms undermines individual autonomy and can lead to the suppression of dissent and the violation of human rights. Lack of consideration for diversity. Critics argue that Hobbes' theories do not adequately consider the diversity of human experiences and cultures. They argue that different societies may require different forms of governance. Conclusion. Thomas Hobbes' political science perspective provides a unique and influential analysis of human nature, social contract, and the role of government. While his theories have been subject to criticism, they have also contributed to the development of political thought and continue to be sure-eyed and debated by scholars. Neoliberal theory of state introduction. Neoliberal theory of the state is a Neoliberal theory of state introduction. Neoliberal theory of the state is a political ideology that emphasizes the importance of free markets, limited government intervention, and individual liberty. It emerged in the late 20th century as a response to the perceived failures of Keynesian economics in the welfare state. Origin. The neoliberal theory of state emerged as a response to the perceived failures of classical liberalism and the rise of Keynesian economics in the early 20th century. The ideas of Friedrich Hayek, an Austrian economist, played a significant role in shaping the neoliberal theory of state. Hayek argued for limited government intervention in the economy and emphasized the importance of individual freedom and free markets. The neoliberal theory of state was further developed and popularized by economists from the Chicago School, such as Milton Friedman. They advocated for free market policies, deregulation, and privatization. The concept the state in a neoliberal lens, limited government intervention. Neoliberals argue that the state should have a minimal role in the economy, allowing market forces to determine resource allocation and economic growth. Free trade and globalization. Neoliberals advocate for the removal of trade barriers and the promotion of free trade agreements, believing this leads to increased economic efficiency and global prosperity. Privatization. Neoliberals support the transfer of state-owned enterprises and CDs to the private sector, arguing that private ownership and competition lead to greater efficiency and innovation. Deregulation. Neoliberals advocate for reducing government regulations on businesses, arguing that excessive regulations stifle economic growth and hinder entrepreneurship. Fiscal conservatism. Neoliberals emphasize the importance of balanced budgets, low government debt, and reduced public spending to maintain economic stability and avoid inflation. Individual freedom and choice. Neoliberals prioritize individual liberty and believe that individuals should have the freedom to make their own economic decisions without excessive government interference. Market-based solutions to social problems. Neoliberals argue that market mechanisms, such as competition and price signals, can effectively address social issues, including healthcare, education, and poverty. Emphasis on economic growth. Neoliberals prioritize economic growth as a means to improve living standards and overall societal well-being, believing that a strong economy benefits all members of society. Thinkers' perspectives. Milton Friedman, an influential neoliberal economist, defined the state as a necessary evil that should focus on maintaining the denial of law and providing public goods. He emphasized the importance of free markets in promoting economic prosperity and individual freedom. Robert Nozick, a political philosopher, argued that the state should be limited to its minimal functions of protecting individual rights and enforcing contracts. He advocated for a minimal state that respects individual autonomy and rejects redistributive policies. Conclusion. The neoliberal perspective of the state, characterized by limited government intervention, free trade, privatization, deregulation, fiscal conservatism, individual freedom, market-based solutions, and emphasis on economic growth, has been influential in shaping economic policies in many countries. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world economic liberalization in the early 1990s, India implemented a series of neoliberal reforms, including deregulation, privatization, and liberalization of foreign trade. These policies led to increased foreign investment, economic growth, and integration into the global economy. However, they also resulted in rising income inequality and the marginalization of certain sectors of society. Reaganomics. The economic policies implemented by President Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, known as Reaganomics, were based on neoliberal principles. These policies included tax cuts, deregulation, and reduced government spending. While they led to economic growth, they also contributed to income inequality and the erosion of social safety nets. Thatcherism. The policies pursued by Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s, known as Thatcherism, were strongly influenced by neoliberal ideas. These policies included privatization, deregulation, and reduced trade union power. They led to economic growth but also resulted in deindustrialization and social unrest. Neoliberalism as political ideology of globalization. The political ideology of globalization is neoliberalism. Comment. 16/20ths. Eta caret utata ta w dash caret srw. Ti ta 16/20ths. Introduction. Globalization is a complex phenomenon that encompasses economic, political, and social aspects. It refers to the increasing interconnectedness and interdependence of countries through the exchange of goods, services, information, and ideas. Political ideology plays a crucial role in shaping the approach towards globalization. Arguments in favor: emphasis on free markets. Neoliberalism advocates for minimal government intervention in the economy and promotes free trade. Globalization, with its focus on reducing trade barriers and promoting market liberalization, aligns with this ideology. Privatization and deregulation. Neoliberalism supports privatization of state-owned enterprises and deregulation of industries. Globalization often leads to privatization and deregulation as countries open up their markets to foreign investment and competition. Economic efficiency. Neoliberalism prioritizes economic efficiency and believes that market forces should determine resource allocation. Globalization, by promoting competition and specialization, aims to enhance economic efficiency on a global scale. Individualism and personal freedom. Neoliberalism emphasizes individual rights and freedoms. Globalization, by facilitating the movement of people, goods, and ideas, enhances personal freedom and individual choice. Reduction of government spending. Neoliberalism advocates for limited government spending and a smaller public sector. Globalization, by promoting economic growth and efficiency, can lead to reduced government spending in certain areas. Global governance. Neoliberalism supports the establishment of global institutions and governance mechanisms to regulate international trade and investment. Globalization, by necessitating cooperation and coordination among nations, aligns with this perspective. Arguments against state sovereignty. Globalization can challenge the sovereignty of nation-states, as decisions regarding trade, investment, and regulations are increasingly influenced by global forces. Neoliberalism, while advocating for limited government intervention, still recognizes the importance of the state in protecting national interests. Inequality. Globalization has been criticized for exacerbating income inequality within and between countries. Neoliberalism's focus on market forces and limited government intervention may contribute to this inequality by favoring the interests of the wealthy and powerful. Labor rights and social protections. Neoliberalism's emphasis on market forces and deregulation can undermine labor rights and social protections. Globalization, by promoting competition and cost-cutting, may lead to the exploitation of workers and the erosion of social safety nets. Financial instability. Neoliberalism's emphasis on free markets and limited government intervention can contribute to financial instability. Globalization, with its increased financial integration, can amplify the impact of financial crises and economic downturns. Democratic deficit. Globalization's influence on decision-making processes can lead to a democratic deficit, as decisions are made by global institutions and corporations rather than elected representatives. Neoliberalism, while valuing individual freedom, may not adequately address this democratic deficit. National security concerns. Globalization can pose challenges to national security as the movement of goods, people, and ideas across borders becomes more fluid. Neoliberalism's focus on economic efficiency may not adequately address these security concerns. Thinkers' perspectives. 1. Friedrich Hayek. Hayek, a prominent neoliberal thinker, argued that free markets are essential for individual freedom and economic prosperity. He believed that government intervention in the economy leads to inefficiencies and undermines personal liberty. 2. Milton Friedman. Friedman, another influential neoliberal economist, advocated for free markets and limited government intervention. He argued that market forces should determine economic outcomes, rather than government planning. 3. Joseph Stiglitz. Stiglitz, a critic of neoliberalism, argued that globalization has often led to increased inequality and social unrest. He emphasized the need for government intervention to address market failures and ensure equitable outcomes. Case studies. 1. India. Economic liberalization in the 1990s opened up India's markets to foreign investment and reduced trade barriers. Thai ties led to increased economic growth but also contributed to rising inequality and social tensions. 2. China. China's integration into the global economy through trade and foreign investment has fueled its rapid economic growth. However, it has also faced criticism for its limited political freedoms and human rights abuses. 3. United States. The United States has been a strong advocate for neoliberal policies and has played a significant role in shaping globalization. However, the negative consequences of globalization, such as job losses and income inequality, have led to a backlash against neoliberalism. 4. European Union. The European Union has promoted economic integration among its member states, facilitating the free movement of goods, services, and people. However, the Eurozone crisis and the rise of nationalist movements have challenged the neoliberal foundations of the EU. Conclusion. While there are several points that support the claim that the political ideology of globalization is neoliberalism, there are also valid arguments against this perspective. It is important to recognize that globalization is a multifaceted phenomenon influenced by various political ideologies, including neoliberalism. Alternative theories factors influencing hegemony of neoliberalism, factors like community, culture, and nation weaken the hegemony of Alternative theories factors influencing hegemony of neoliberalism, factors like community, culture, and nation weaken the hegemony of neoliberalism today. Discuss. 22/20. W4 RLFL 3 RFW? RRWRR. TWFTMWRRRRR. RWRRRFL5 #H. I-22/20ths. Introduction. Neoliberalism, as an economic and political ideology, has dominated global discourse for several decades. Factors weakening neoliberalism. 1. Community. Rise of localism. Communities are increasingly asserting their autonomy and prioritizing local interests over global economic integration. Social movements. Grassroots movements advocating for social justice and environmental sustainability challenge the individualistic ethos of neoliberalism. Cooperative economies. The growth of cooperative businesses and alternative economic models promotes community-based decision-making and resource distribution. Solidarity networks. Networks of mutual support and resource sharing within communities undermine the competitive nature of neoliberalism. Community-based governance. Participatory decision-making processes at the local level challenge the top-down approach of neoliberal policies. Emphasis on social capital. Recognition of the value of social connections and trust within communities undermines the focus on individual self-interest promoted by neoliberalism. Local resistance to globalization. Communities often resist the homogenizing effects of globalization, seeking to preserve their unique cultural and economic identities. Community-led initiatives. Grassroots initiatives addressing social and economic issues demonstrate the capacity of communities to address their own needs, reducing reliance on neoliberal policies. 2. Culture. Cultural diversity. The recognition and celebration of diverse cultural identities challenge the universalizing tendencies of neoliberalism. Cultural resistance. Cultural movements and expressions that challenge dominant neoliberal narratives provide alternative perspectives and values. Cultural preservation. Efforts to preserve traditional practices and knowledge challenge the commodification and homogenization of culture under neoliberalism. Cultural sovereignty. The demand for cultural autonomy and self-determination challenges the dominance of global market forces. Cultural resistance to consumerism. Movements promoting minimalism, anti-consumerism, and sustainable lifestyles challenge the consumer-driven nature of neoliberalism. 3. Nation. State intervention. Governments intervening in the economy to protect national industries and promote social welfare challenge the laissez-faire approach of neoliberalism. National economic planning. The adoption of strategic economic planning by governments challenges the market-driven approach of neoliberal policies. National sovereignty. The demand for national autonomy and self-determination challenges the influence of global economic institutions on domestic policies. National identity politics. The assertion of national identities as a basis for political mobilization challenges the globalizing tendencies of neoliberalism. Conclusion. Community, culture, and nation play crucial roles in weakening the hegemony of neoliberalism. These factors provide alternative perspectives, values, and economic models that promote community well-being, cultural preservation, and national autonomy. Criticism. Critically examine the neoliberal theory of state. 18/20ths. RR/W GW/LFW/RATS-HWR. Tidernj 18/20. 1. Limited role of the state. Neoliberal theory advocates for a minimal role of the state in the economy, arguing that market forces should be the primary driver of economic growth and development. Critics argue that this approach neglects the state's responsibility to address social inequalities, provide public goods, and regulate markets to prevent exploitation and abuse. 2. Emphasis on individualism. Neoliberal theory prioritizes individual freedom and choice, assuming that individuals are rational actors who can make optimal decisions in the market. Critics argue that this perspective overlooks the structural constraints and power imbalances that limit individuals' choices, particularly for marginalized groups. 3. Deregulation and privatization. Neoliberal theory promotes deregulation and privatization as means to enhance efficiency and economic growth. Critics argue that this approach can lead to the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few, exacerbating inequality and undermining democratic governance. 4. Market fundamentalism. Neoliberal theory assumes that markets are self-regulating and can efficiently allocate resources. Critics argue that unregulated markets can lead to market failures, such as monopolies, externalities, and information asymmetry, which require state intervention to correct. 5. Neglect of social welfare. Neoliberal theory prioritizes economic growth over social welfare, assuming that a rising tide will lift all boats. Critics argue that this approach can lead to the neglect of social safety nets, exacerbating poverty, inequality, and social unrest. 6. Lack of democratic accountability. Neoliberal theory often promotes technocratic decision-making and reduces the role of democratic institutions in economic governance. Critics argue that this undermines democratic accountability and limits citizens' ability to shape economic policies that affect their lives. Thinkers' perspectives. Karl Polanyi argued that the neoliberal theory of the state neglects the social and environmental consequences of unregulated markets. David Harvey critiqued neoliberalism for its role in promoting urbanization, gentrification, and spatial inequality. Conclusion. The neoliberal theory of the state has been influential in shaping economic policies worldwide. However, it has faced significant criticism from various political science perspectives. Critics argue that the limited role of the state, emphasis on individualism, deregulation, and market fundamentalism can lead to social inequalities, market failures, and environmental degradation. Conclusion. The neoliberal theory of state had a significant impact on global politics and economics. It has shaped policies and institutions such as the World Trade Organization and International Monetary Fund. However, it has also faced significant criticism for its impact on inequality, social welfare, and democratic decision-making. The debate between neoliberalism and alternative theories continues to shape political discourse and policy making around the world. Marxist theory of state introduction. The Marxist theory of the state is a key component of Marxist political thought, which seeks to analyze the relationship between the state and the ruling class in capitalist societies. It provides a critical perspective on the nature and function of the state, arguing that it primarily serves the interests of the ruling class and perpetuates class inequality. Origin: Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The Marxist theory of tier state originated from the works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, particularly in their seminal work, The Communist Manifesto and Capital. They analyzed the role of the state in capitalist societies and its relationship with the ruling class. Historical materialism. The Marxist theory of the state is rooted in historical materialism, which asserts that social clienage is driven by material conditions and class struggle. Marxists argue that the state emerges as a result of the contradictions and conflicts inherent in the capitalist mode of production. The concept, state as an instrument of class domination. According to Marxists, the state is not a neutral entity but rather an instrument of class domination, serving the interests of tier ruling class and maintaining the existing social order. Reflection of the economic base. The Marxist theory of state posits that the state is a reflection of the economic base of society, meaning that the structure and functions of the state are determined by the dominant mode of production and the class relations within it. Class struggle and revolution. Marxists argue that the state arises from class struggle and is maintained through the use of force and coercion. They believe that the ultimate goal is to overthrow the capitalist state through revolution and establish a classless society. Dictatorship of the proletariat. The Marxist theory of state envisions a transitional phase after the revolution, known as the dictatorship of the proletariat, where the working class holds political power and uses the state apparatus to suppress the bourgeoisie. Withering away of the state. Marxists believe that in the long run, as class distinctions disappear and a communist society is achieved, the state will gradually wither away as it becomes unnecessary for the functioning of society. Economic determinism. The theory emphasizes the primacy of economic factors in shaping political and social structures, arguing that the state is ultimately a product of the economic relations and contradictions within a given society. Critique of bourgeois democracy. Marxists criticize bourgeois democracy as a form of political nihil that masks the underlying class inequalities and perpetuates the dominance of the bourgeoisie. Thinker's perspective. Karl Marx. Marx argued that the state is a product of class antagonisms and serves the interests of the middle class. He believed that the state is an instrument of coercion used by the bourgeoisie to maintain their dominance over the proletariat. Friedrich Engels. Engels expanded on Marx's ideas, emphasizing the state's role in protecting private property and enforcing the capitalist system. He viewed the state as a tool of oppression that would eventually be abolished in a communist society. Vladimir Lenin. Lenin developed the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat, which suggests that the working class must seize state power to overthrow the bourgeoisie. He believed that the state would wither away once class distinctions were eliminated. Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci introduced the concept of hegemony, which refers to the middle class's ability to maintain control through ideological and cultural means. He argued that the state plays a crucial role in shaping and maintaining hegemony. Nikos Poulantzas. Poulantzas focused on the state's relative autonomy, suggesting that it has a degree of independence from the ruling class. He argued that the state can act as a mediator between different class interests and can even be influenced by popular movements. Ralph Miliband. Miliband emphasized the role of tier state in reproducing capitalist relations of production. He argued that the state is not neutral but actively works to maintain the interests of the capitalist class. Lenin's views. Comment. State is the result of the irreconcilability of class antagonism. Lenin, July 20th, MT, WMM/Wi-Fi TT WHT, I.M. July 20th. Introduction. Lenin's statement. State is the result of the irreconcilability of class antagonism, reflects his Marxist perspective on the nature and origin of the state. According to Lenin, the state emerges as a product of the inherent conflicts between different social classes within a society. The state as a product of class antagonism. 1. Class antagonism as a driving force. Lenin argues that class antagonism, the conflict between the ruling class, bourgeoisie, and the working class, proletariat, is the primary driving force behind the formation of the state. This perspective aligns with the Marxist belief that society is divided into opposing classes with conflicting interests. 2. State as a mediator. The state, according to Lenin, arises as a mediator between the ruling class and the working class, attempting to maintain social order and prevent the overthrow of the ruling class by the proletariat. It acts as a neutral entity that manages and regulates class conflicts. 3. State as a tool of the ruling class. From a critical perspective, some argue that the state primarily serves the interests of the ruling class, protecting their economic and political power. The state's policies and actions may be influenced by the dominant class, leading to the perpetuation of inequality and exploitation. 4. State's role in class reproduction. The state plays a crucial role in reproducing and perpetuating class divisions and inequalities. Through its laws, policies, and institutions, the state can reinforce the existing social and economic structures that benefit the ruling class. 5. State's role in maintaining order. The state, as a result of class antagonism, seeks to maintain social order and prevent the eruption of widespread social unrest, It employs various mechanisms such as law enforcement, judiciary, and surveillance to control and manage potential conflicts. 6. State's vulnerability to class struggles. The state is not immune to the influence of class struggles and conflicts. It can be subject to pressure and demands from both the ruling class and the working class, which may shape its policies and actions. Conclusion. Lenin's statement highlights the significance of class antagonism in shaping the state. However, it is essential to critically examine the role of the state and its potential biases in favor of the ruling class. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, what is the contemporary relevance of Marxism? 19/15. WWWTMUQET? 1915. Introduction. Marxism, a political and economic theory developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, continues to be relevant in contemporary society. The contemporary relevance of Marxism. 1. Economic inequality. Marxism legalizes the growing wealth gap between the rich and the poor, which remains a significant issue in contemporary society. It emphasizes the exploitation of the working class by the capitalist class, leading to economic disparities. 2. Class struggle. Marxism recognizes the ongoing struggle between the bourgeoisie, capitalist class, and the proletariat, working class. 10's perspective sheds light on the power dynamics and conflicts that arise from this struggle, such as labor strikes and protests. 3. Capitalism critique. Marxism provides a critical analysis of capitalism, questioning its sustainability and its impact on society. It highlights the inherent contradictions and crises within the capitalist system, such as economic recessions and financial inequalities. 4. Globalization. Marxism offers insights into the effects of globalization on labor markets, as multinational corporations exploit cheap labor in developing countries. It examines the unequal distribution of wealth and resources resulting from global economic integration. 5. Social movements. Marxism has influenced various social movements, such as labor unions and socialist parties, advocating for workers' rights and social justice. It provides a framework for understanding and organizing collective action against oppressive systems. 6. Environmental concerns. Marxism addresses the environmental consequences of capitalist production, emphasizing the exploitation of natural resources for profit. It highlights the need for sustainable development and the redistribution of resources to address ecological challenges. 7. State and power. Marxism analyzes the role of the state in maintaining the capitalist system and protecting the interests of the ruling class. It explores the relationship between political power and economic power, exposing the influence of corporations on government policies. Thinkers' perspectives. 1. Karl Marx. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Marx. 1848. Marx's definition legalizes the central role of class struggle in shaping societal development. 2. Antonio Gramsci. The old is dying and the new cannot be bomb. In this enigma, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. Gramsci. 1930s. Gramsci's definition refers to the transitional period between old and new social orders, where social tensions and conflicts intensify. Case studies. Naxalite movement. The Naxalite movement in India, inspired by Marxist ideology, seeks to address issues of landlessness, exploitation, and social inequality. It highlights the continued relevance of Marxism in addressing socio-economic grievances. Kerala model of development. The state of Kerala in India has implemented policies inspired by Marxist principles, focusing on social welfare, land reforms, and public education. Communist Party of India, Marxist, it has been a significant political force in India, advocating for workers' rights, land reforms, and social justice. Cuban Revolution. The Cuban Revolution led by Fidel Castro and Che Guevara was influenced by Marxist ideology, aiming to overthrow capitalism and establish a socialist society. Zapatista movement in Mexico. The movement draws inspiration from Marxist principles and demonstrates their relevance in addressing contemporary issues. Conclusion. Marxism continues to provide valuable insights into contemporary society. Its relevance lies in its ability to analyze power dynamics, critique capitalism, and inspire social movements. Types of Marxist theories. There are several types of Marxist theories that have emerged over time. One of the most prominent is classical Marxism, which was developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in the 19th century. This theory focuses on the class struggle between the bourgeoisie, the ruling capitalist class, and the proletariat, the working class, and argues that capitalism inevitably leads to exploitation and inequality. Another type of Marxist theory is Leninism, which was developed by Vladimir Lenin in the early 20th century. Leninism emphasizes the need for a vanguard party to lead the proletariat in a revolution against the bourgeoisie. Other types of Marxist theories include Maoism, which was developed by Mao Zedong in China, and focuses on the role of peasants in revolution, and Gramscian Marxism, which emphasizes the importance of cultural and ideological hegemony in maintaining capitalist power structures. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Critically examine Marxist theory of the state with reference to the dictatorship of the proletariat. 01/60, where #IW #WTN into the power of RFW? WRF to #FITSR WRQ FIM TF I 01/60. Introduction. The Marxist theory of the state, developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, is a key component of Marxist political thought. It posits that the state is an instrument of class rule, serving the interests of the ruling class. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as envisioned by Marxists, is a transitional phase where the working class holds political power and establishes a new social order. Marxist theory of the state, class character. According to Marxists, the state is inherently class-based, representing the interests of the miling class. It functions to maintain the existing social order and protect the dominant class's privileges. Instrument of oppression. The state is seen as a tool of oppression, enforcing the ruling class's control over the working class through laws, institutions, and coercion. Reflection of economic base. The state structure and policies are shaped by the underlying economic system. In capitalist societies, the state serves the interests of the bourgeoisie, while in a socialist society, it would serve the proletariat. Bourgeois state. Marxists argue that in capitalist societies, the state is a bourgeois state, serving the interests of the capitalist class. It protects private property, enforces contracts, and maintains the conditions for capitalist accumulation. State apparatus. The state apparatus, including the government, judiciary, police, and military, is controlled by the miling class and used to maintain their dominance. Ideological control. The state exercises ideological control through education, media, and cultural institutions, shaping public opinion to support the ruling class's interests. State as a repressive force. Marxists view the state as a repressive force, using violence and coercion to suppress dissent and maintain the existing social order. Historical materialism. The Marxist theory of the state is grounded in historical materialism, which argues that the state's form and function are determined by entire material conditions of society. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Transitionary phase. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a transitional phase between capitalism and communism, where the working class holds political power. Suppression of bourgeoisie. During this phase, the proletariat uses state power to suppress the bourgeoisie and dismantle capitalist institutions. Workers' control. The dictatorship of the proletariat aims to establish workers' control over the means of production, ensuring collective ownership and democratic decision-making. Abolition of class distinctions. The ultimate goal is to eliminate class distinctions and create a classless society, where the state withers away. Temporary nature. Marxists argue that the dictatorship of entire proletariat is a temporary phase, necessary to overcome capitalist resistance and establish the conditions for communism. Revolutionary transformation. The dictatorship of the proletariat involves a revolutionary transformation of society, challenging existing power structures and redistributing wealth and resources. Mass participation. It emphasizes the active participation of the working class in decision-making processes, ensuring their interests are prioritized. Conclusion. It argues that the state serves the interests of the ruling class and perpetuates inequality. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as a concept within Marxism, envisions a transitional phase where the working class holds political power and aims to establish a classless society. Marxist theory of materialism. Discuss in what sense Marx's understanding of state can be considered as materialistic. 13/15. W-I-T-I-W-T-I 10 or W-tit F-T-R R-E-T-I Tiffy-til T W-Raf-T-T 13/15. Introduction. Karl Marx, a prominent figure in political science and philosophy, developed a materialistic understanding of the state. The materialistic nature of Marx's understanding of the state, economic determinism. Marx's materialistic perspective asserts that the economic base of society, particularly the mode of production, determines the political and social superstructure. The state, therefore, is seen as a reflection of the dominant economic interests and class relations within a society. Class struggle. Marx argues that the state emerges as a result of class struggle between the bourgeoisie, capitalist class, and the proletariat, working class. The state serves to protect the interests of the ruling class and maintain the existing social order, which is inherently materialistic in nature. Instrument of capitalist exploitation. According to Marx, the state functions as an instrument of capitalist exploitation. It enforces laws and regulations that protect private property rights and ensure the accumulation of capital, thereby perpetuating the materialistic interests of the nihiling class. Repressive apparatus. Marx views the state as a repressive apparatus that maintains social control and suppresses any potential threats to the existing capitalist system. Ties includes the use of force, such as the police and military, to protect the interests of the ruling class and maintain social order. Historical materialism. Marx's understanding of the state is rooted in historical materialism, which posits that social change is driven by material conditions and class struggle. The state, as a product of these material conditions, evolves and transforms in response to changes in the economic base of society. Conclusion. Marx's materialistic understanding of the state emphasizes the influence of economic factors, class struggle, and the pursuit of material interests in shaping the state structure and functions. Conflict between the church and the state. Examine the main issues involved in the church-state controversy. What were its consequences? 93/60 WFW? If RRM WID WW TI Mr. W if tit T? 93/60. Introduction. The church-state controversy refers to the ongoing debate and conflict surrounding the relationship between religious institutions and the government. Main issues involved in the church-state controversy. Separation of church and state. One of the central issues is the extent to which religious institutions should be separate from the government. This debate revolves around the interpretation of the entire principle of secularism and the potential influence of religious beliefs on public policy. Religious freedom. The controversy also involves the protection of religious freedom for individuals and religious organizations. Questions arise regarding the extent to which religious practices should be accommodated and whether certain religious beliefs should be exempt from certain laws. State funding of religious institutions. The issue of state funding for religious institutions is another point of contention. Ties includes debates over government financial support for religious schools, places of worship, and religiously affiliated organizations. Religious symbols in public spaces. The presence of religious symbols in public spaces, such as government buildings or schools, is a contentious issue. Ties debate often centers on the balance between religious expression and the potential exclusion or discomfort of individuals from different religious backgrounds. Political influence of religious groups. The involvement of religious groups in politics and their potential influence on policymaking is a significant concern. Ties raises questions about the fairness of representation and the potential for religious bias in decision-making processes. Moral and ethical dilemmas. The church-state controversy also involves moral and ethical dilemmas, particularly when religious beliefs clash with certain laws or policies. Ties includes issues such as abortion, LGBTQ+ rights, and end-of-life decisions. Education and curriculum. The role of religion in education and the inclusion of religious teachings in the curriculum is a contentious issue. This debate often revolves around the balance between religious instruction and the promotion of critical thinking and diversity of beliefs. Consequences of the church-state controversy. Legal battles. The church-state controversy has resulted in numerous legal battles, with cases reaching the highest courts in many countries. These legal disputes have shaped the interpretation of constitutional rights, religious freedom, and the limits of government intervention in religious affairs. Social polarization. The controversy has often led to social polarization, with individuals and groups taking strong positions on either side of the debate. Ties polarization can create divisions within societies and hinder constructive dialogue on related issues. Political mobilization. Religious groups often mobilize politically to protect their interests and influence policy outcomes. This can lead to increased political activism and the formation of religiously oriented political parties or interest groups. Secularization and religious decline. In some cases, the church-state controversy has contributed to the decline of religious influence and the rise of secularism. As societies become more diverse and secular, the role of religion in public life may diminish. Thinkers' perspectives. John Locke. The state has no business in the affairs of the church, and the church has no business in the affairs of the state. Alexis de Tocqueville. The separation of church and state is necessary to preserve both religious freedom and political liberty. Case studies. Uniform Civil Code. The debate over implementing a uniform civil code in India, which would replace personal laws based on religious traditions with a common set of laws for all citizens, has been a contentious issue. It raises questions about the role of religious institutions in shaping personal laws and the potential impact on religious freedom. France. France has a long history of secularism, and the country has faced controversies over the banning of religious symbols, such as the hijab, in public spaces. The issue raises questions about the balance between religious freedom and the preservation of a secular state. Israel. The church-state controversy in Israel revolves around the relationship between the state and religious institutions, particularly the Orthodox Jewish establishment. The issue has implications for issues such as marriage and divorce laws, military service exemptions, and the allocation of public funds to religious institutions. Conclusion. The church-state controversy encompasses a range of complex issues that have significant implications for political science and society as a whole. Examining these issues and their consequences provides valuable insights into the challenges of balancing religious freedom, secularism, and democratic governance. Finding a middle ground that respects individual rights while maintaining social cohesion remains a crucial task for policymakers and scholars alike. Ideological conception of state as a tool of the ruling class. According to Marxist theory, the state is an instrument of class nihil, serving the interests of the ruling class and maintaining the existing social order. Repressive apparatus. Marxist theorists argue that the state, through its institutions such as the police, military, and legal system, functions to repress dissent and maintain the dominance of the ruling class. False consciousness. The state, through its ideological apparatuses such as education, media, and cultural institutions, promotes ideologies that justify social inequality and perpetuate the status quo. This creates a false consciousness among the working class, preventing them from recognizing their own exploitation. Class struggle within the state. Marxist theory recognizes that there are internal conflicts within the state, as different factions of the miling class compete for power and influence. These conflicts can shape state policies and actions. State as a reflection of the economic base. The structure and functions of the state are determined by the economic base of society. In capitalist societies, the state serves the interests of the bourgeoisie, while in socialist societies, it is meant to serve the interests of the proletariat. Transitionary role. Marxist theory sees the state as a necessary institution during the transition from capitalism to communism. The state is used to suppress counter-revolutionary forces and to facilitate the establishment of a classless society. Criticisms. Critics argue that Marxist theory overlooks the potential for the state to act independently of class interests and to serve the broader interests of society. They also argue that the state can play a positive role in promoting social welfare and protecting individual rights. Contemporary relevance. Marxist analysis of the state continues to be influential in understanding power dynamics and the role of the state in capitalist societies. particularly in analyzing issues such as state intervention in the economy and the influence of corporate interests on government policies. The instrumentalist model, state as a tool. The instrumentalist model views the state as a tool or instrument used by the ruling class to maintain their power and control over society. The state is seen as a means to achieve the interests and goals of the ruling class. Economic determinism. According to this model, the state's actions and policies are determined by economic factors. The ruling class uses the state to protect and promote their economic interests, such as ensuring a favorable business environment and protecting private property. Class struggle. The instrumentalist model emphasizes the role of class struggle in shaping the state. The state is seen as a battleground where different classes compete for power and influence. The ruling class uses the state to suppress the working class and maintain its dominance. State autonomy. While the instrumentalist model recognizes the state as a tool of the ruling class, it also acknowledges that the state lies a certain degree of autonomy. The state can act independently and make decisions that may not always align with the immediate interests of the ruling class. State's role in crisis. The instrumentalist model argues that the state plays a state's role in crisis. The instrumentalist model argues that the state plays a crucial role during times of crisis or instability. In such situations, the state may intervene in the economy, regulate markets, and implement policies to stabilize the system and protect the interests of the ruling class. State's role in maintaining legitimacy. The state also plays a role in maintaining its own legitimacy and the stability of the ruling class. It uses various mechanisms such as propaganda, ideology, and repression to ensure that the working class accepts the existing social order and does not challenge the ruling class. Relative autonomy model. Relative autonomy of the state. The relative autonomy model argues that the state has a certain degree of autonomy from the ruling class. While the state serves the interests of the ruling class, it also has its own interests and goals that may not always align with those of the ruling class. Bureaucratic interests. The relative autonomy model suggests that the state bureaucracy has its own interests and goals. Bureaucrats may seek to expand their power, influence, and resources, which may not always be in line with the immediate interests of the ruling class. State as a mediator. The state is seen as a mediator between different social classes and interest groups. It balances competing interests and tries to maintain social stability and order. The state may make compromises and concessions to different groups to prevent social unrest. State's role in economic planning. The relative autonomy model recognizes tier state's role in economic planning and intervention. The state may implement economic policies to regulate markets, promote industrial development, and address economic crises. State's role in welfare provision. The relative autonomy model acknowledges the state's role in providing welfare and social services. The state may implement social policies to address poverty, inequality, and social exclusion, which may not always align with the immediate interests of the ruling class. State's role in political stability. The relative autonomy model argues that the state plays a crucial role in maintaining political stability and order. The state may use various mechanisms such as repression, co-optation, and negotiation to manage conflicts and prevent social unrest. Examine the conception of the state and the ideologies of fascism and Marxism. 14/15 WTR? Hashtag or carrot or tiremnu if YTRWWI carrot WW Timney 14/15. Introduction. Fascism and Marxism are two distinct ideologies that have significantly influenced political thought in the 20th century. While they differ in many aspects, both ideologies have distinct conceptions of the state. Conception of the state in fascism. Totalitarianism. Fascism views the state as the embodiment of the nation and emphasizes its absolute authority over individuals and society. Strong leadership. Fascism advocates for a strong and charismatic leader who represents the will of the state and guides the nation towards its goals. Nationalism. The state fascism is deeply rooted in nationalism, promoting the interests and unity of the nation above all else. Corporatism. Fascism supports a corporatist model where different interest groups, such as labor unions and business associations, are integrated into the state to ensure social harmony and economic stability. Militarism. Fascism glorifies the military and often seeks expansion through conquest, considering war as a means to achieve national greatness. Suppression of individual rights. Individual rights are subordinated to the interests of the state, as fascism emphasizes the collective over the individual. Hierarchical structure. Fascism promotes a hierarchical structure within the state, with power concentrated at the top and a strict chain of command. Anti-democratic. Fascism rejects liberal democracy and instead favors an authoritarian regime. It suppresses political opposition and dissent. Conception of the state in Marxism. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Marxism envisions the state as a transitional phase towards a classless society, where the working class holds political power to dismantle capitalism. Instrument of class oppression. According to Marxism, the state serves as a tool for the ruling class to maintain their dominance and exploit the working class. Abolition of private property. Marxism seeks to eliminate private ownership of the means of production, with the state playing a role in the redistribution of wealth and resources. Social equality. The Marxist state aims to create a society where wealth and resources are distributed equitably, eradicating social class distinctions. Planned economy. Marxism advocates for a centrally planned economy, where the state controls and directs economic production to meet the needs of the people. Internationalism. Marxism promotes international solidarity among the working class, seeking to transcend national boundaries and establish a global communist society. Withering away of the state. Marxists believe that as class divisions disappear, the state will gradually lose its significance and eventually become obsolete. Democratic centralism. While Marxism criticizes liberal democracy, it emphasizes the importance of democratic decision-making within the working class, with a centralized leadership guiding the movement. Thinkers' perspectives. Max Weber. The state is a human community that, successfully, claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force witly in a given territory. Niccolò Machiavelli. The state is an artificial creation, designed to protect the interests of the ruling class and maintain stability. Karl Marx. The state is a product and a manifestation of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms within capitalist society. Case studies. Fascist Italy under Mussolini. Benito Mussolini's fascist regime in Italy centralized power, suppressed opposition, and promoted nationalism, showcasing the fascist conception of the state. Soviet Union under Stalin. Joseph Stalin's Nihil in the Soviet Union exemplified the Marxist conception of the state, with a strong central government, suppression of dissent, and the establishment of a planned economy. Nazi Germany under Hitler. Adolf Hitler's Nazi regime in Germany emphasized the supremacy of the state, extreme nationalism, and the leadership cult, reflecting fascist ideology. Conclusion. Fascism emphasizes the supremacy of the state, nationalism, and authoritarianism, while Marxism sees the state as a transitional phase towards a classless society, advocating for social equality and the abolition of private property. Social stratification theory critically examined the Marxian theory of social stratification. 94/60ths. 94/60ths. Introduction. The Marxian theory of social stratification, developed by Karl Marx, is a key concept in political science. It focuses on the division of society into different social classes based on their relationship to the means of production. Marxian social stratification. Class structure. Marxian theory emphasizes the existence of distinct social classes within society. These classes are defined by their relationship to the means of production, such as capitalists who own the means of production and workers who sell their labor. Economic determinism. According to Marx, social stratification is primarily determined by economic factors. The ownership or lack of ownership of productive resources shapes individuals' social positions and opportunities. Class conflict. Marxian theory highlights the inherent conflict between different social classes. The capitalist class seeks to maximize profits and exploit the working class, while the working class struggles for better wages and working conditions. Exploitation. Marx argues that the capitalist class exploits the working class by extracting surplus value from their labor. This exploitation is seen as the primary source of social inequality and stratification. Historical materialism. Marxian theory views social stratification as a product of historical development. Different modes of production, such as feudalism or capitalism, give rise to specific class structures and social relations. Alienation. Marxian theory also emphasizes the alienation experienced by the working class under capitalism. The separation of workers from the products of their labor and the loss of control over their work contribute to their subordinate position in society. Revolution and social change. Marxian theory predicts that class conflict will eventually lead to a revolution by the working class, resulting in the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a classless society. Critiques and relevance. Critics argue that Marxian theory oversimplifies social stratification by focusing solely on economic factors and neglecting other dimensions such as race, gender, and culture. However, the theory remains relevant in analyzing power dynamics and social inequality in capitalist societies. Thinkers' perspectives. Max Weber. Weber's definition of social stratification focuses on the multidimensional nature of inequality, including economic, social, and political factors. He introduced the concept of social class, status, and power as three distinct dimensions of stratification. Anthony Giddens. Giddens defines social stratification as the unequal distribution of resources, opportunities, and rewards in society, which leads to the formation of distinct social classes. Eric Olin Wright. Wright's definition of social stratification incorporates the concept of social closure, where certain groups monopolize access to resources and opportunities, leading to the reproduction of inequality. Case studies. Caste system. The caste system in India is a prime example of social stratification, where individuals are born into specific castes that determine their social status and opportunities. Capitalist societies. The capitalist mode of production prevalent in many countries has led to social stratification, with the bourgeoisie accumulating wealth and power at the expense of the working class. Gender inequality. Gender-based social stratification is observed worldwide, where women face discrimination and limited access to resources and opportunities compared to men. Apartheid in South Africa. The apartheid system enforced racial segregation and social stratification in South Africa, with the entire white minority dominating and oppressing the black majority. Conclusion. The Marxian theory of social stratification provides a political science perspective on the division of society into social classes based on their relationship to the means of production. While the theory has faced critiques, it continues to offer valuable insights into power dynamics and social change within capitalist societies. Base and superstructure. Discuss the relationship between base and superstructure in Marxist theory. 15/15. W. High Terran 15/15. W. High Terran H. Aute Arfner% Ter Uta Karadai. 15/15. Introduction. Marxist theory posits that society is divided into two main components, the base and the superstructure. The base refers to the economic system, including the means of production and the relations of production, while the superstructure encompasses the political, legal, cultural, and ideological aspects of society. This relationship between the base and superstructure is crucial in understanding how social change occurs and how power is maintained in society. Base. Economic system. The base of society consists of the economic system, which includes the mode of production, such as capitalism or socialism. Means of production. This refers to the physical and non-physical resources necessary for production, such as factories, machinery, and technology. Relations of production. These are the social relationships and hierarchies that exist within the economic system, such as the relationship between workers and capitalists. Class struggle. The base is characterized by class struggle, as different social classes have conflicting interests and compete for control over the means of production. Material conditions. The base determines the material conditions of society, including the distribution of wealth, resources, and power. Economic determinism. According to Marxist theory, the base is the primary determinant of social relations and the superstructure, meaning that changes in the economic system will ultimately lead to changes in other aspects of society. Historical materialism. The base is also central to the concept of historical materialism, which argues that the development of society is driven by changes in the means of production. Superstructure. Political system. The superstructure includes entire political system, including the state apparatus, laws, and institutions that govern society. Legal system. TINS refers to the laws and legal institutions that regulate social behavior and maintain social order. Ideology. The superstructure encompasses the dominant ideas, beliefs, and values that shape the worldview of individuals and justify the existing social order. Culture. This includes the arts, literature, media, and other cultural expressions that reflect and reinforce the values and norms of society. Education. The superstructure also includes the education system, which plays a crucial role in transmitting ideology and socializing individuals into the existing social order. Religion. TIN's aspect of the superstructure encompasses religious beliefs and institutions, which can serve to legitimize and maintain the existing social hierarchy. Hegemony. The superstructure is instrumental in maintaining the dominance of the Nihiling class by creating a consensus among different social groups and suppressing dissent. Reflexive relationship. While the base shapes the superstructure also has a reflexive relationship with the base, as it can influence and shape the economic system through political and ideological means. Thinkers' perspectives. 1. Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci expanded on Marx's concept of base and superstructure by introducing the idea of cultural hegemony. He argued that the ruling class maintains its dominance not only through economic control, but also by shaping the dominant culture and ideology of society. 2. Louis Althusser. Althusser emphasized the role of the state apparatus in maintaining the capitalist base. He argued that the state functions as a repressive apparatus to suppress dissent and maintain the existing social order. Conclusion. The relationship between the base and superstructure in Marxist theory is one of interdependence and mutual influence. The base, consisting of the economic system and its relations of production, provides the material conditions and infrastructure upon which the superstructure is built. The superstructure, in turn, helps maintain and legitimize the existing social order through political, legal, cultural, and ideological means. Contribution to the critique of political economy. Comment that the anatomy of this civil society, however, has to be sought in political economy. Marx, 06/20, MFTT. Swift, 5 yen HFTTA MFL. Rutf T wife surfsra FT J TL, Y. 06/20. Conrad. The anatomy of civil society is to be sought in its political economy. Marx, 92/20. FAMTFT. MWFT rho WIFT RM WFR WAFA AR WSN FT RA WTI W. 92/20. Introduction. Alexis de Tocqueville defined civil society as the space where citizens voluntarily associate to pursue common interests, separate from the state. Robert Putnam defined civil society as the network of social connections and civic engagement that fosters trust and cooperation among individuals. The connection between civil society and political economy. Economic inequality. The level of economic inequality within a society influences the formation and activities of civil society organizations. In highly unequal societies, civil society may focus on advocating for economic justice and redistribution. Class struggle. Marx emphasized the role of class struggle in shaping civil society. The economic interests and conflicts between different social classes can lead to the mobilization of civil society actors, such as labor unions or social movements. Influence of economic elites. Political economy highlights the influence of economic elites on civil society. Wealthy individuals or corporations may have the resources to sway public opinion, fund certain civil society organizations, or exert pressure on political decision-making. A resource dependency. Civil society organizations often rely on financial resources to operate effectively. The availability and distribution of economic resources within a society can impact the capacity of civil society to engage in political activities and advocate for specific causes. Market forces and civil society. The functioning of markets and economic systems can affect civil society. For example, a highly competitive market may lead to the privatization of public goods, reducing the role of civil society in providing essential services. Economic policies and civil society. Political economy examines how economic policies shape civil society. For instance, policies promoting deregulation or austerity measures may lead to social unrest and the mobilization of civil society actors in response. Conclusion: the connection between civil society and political economy is a complex and multifaceted one. By considering the influence of economic factors on civil society, political scientists can gain a deeper understanding of the power dynamics and social movements within a society. Criticism: lack of individual freedom. Critics argue that the Marxist theory of state places too much emphasis on collective interests and neglects the importance of individual freedom and rights. Economic determinism. Critics argue that the Marxist theory of state reduces all political actions to economic factors, ignoring other important factors such as culture, ideology, and religion. Centralization of power. Critics argue that the Marxist theory of state leads to the concentration of power in the hands of a few individuals or a single party, which can result in authoritarianism and lack of accountability. Inefficiency and economic stagnation. Critics argue that the Marxist theory of state, with its focus on state ownership and central planning, often leads to inefficiency, lack of innovation, and economic stagnation. Lack of incentives. Critics argue that the Marxist theory of state, with its emphasis on collective ownership and distribution, removes individual incentives for hard work and innovation, leading to a decline in productivity. Class struggle as the driving force. Critics argue that the Marxist theory of state overemphasizes the role of class struggle in shaping society and neglects other important factors such as gender, race, and ethnicity. A lack of political pluralism. Critics argue that the Marxist theory of state does not allow for political pluralism and alternative viewpoints, leading to a lack of diversity and stifling of dissent. Historical failures. Critics point to the historical failures of Marxist states, such as the Soviet Union and Maoist China, as evidence that the Marxist theory of state is flawed and impractical. Conclusion: the Marxist theory of state has been subject to various criticisms, including its neglect of individual freedom, economic determinism, centralization of power, inefficiency, lack of incentives, and lack of political pluralism. Critics argue that the theory's focus on class struggle overlooks other important factors and that historical failures of Marxist states demonstrate its flaws. However, proponents of the Marxist theory of state argue that it provides a critical analysis of capitalist societies and offers a vision for a more equitable and just society. Pluralist theory introduction. Pluralist theory is a perspective in political science that emphasizes the distribution of power among various groups in society. It suggests that power is not concentrated in the hands of a single elite group, but rather dispersed among multiple competing interest groups. Origin. The pluralist theory emerged as a response to the elitist theory, which argued that power was concentrated in the hands of a small elite. Pluralists challenged this view by highlighting the existence of multiple interest groups and the role they play in shaping public policy. The theory gained popularity in the entire United States during the mid-20th century, as scholars sought to understand the complexities of democratic governance. Political scientists such as Robert Dahl, David Truman, and E. Schatznader contributed to the development of the pluralist theory through their research on interest groups, political parties, and the dynamics of power in democratic societies. The concept introduction. The pluralist theory of the state is a perspective in political science that emphasizes the existence of multiple centers of power and influence within a society. It suggests that power is dispersed among various interest groups, and no single group or entity dominates the state. Pluralist theory of the state, power distribution. Pluralists argue that power is not concentrated in the hands of a few elites, but is distributed among different interest groups. These groups compete for influence and have the ability to shape public policy. Interest group politics. Pluralists emphasize the role of interest groups in the political process. These groups represent various societal interests and engage in lobbying, advocacy, and other forms of political participation to influence decision-making. Democratic participation. Pluralists view interest group politics as a means to enhance democratic participation. They argue that by allowing diverse groups to participate in the political process, the state becomes more responsive to the needs and preferences of the citizens. Checks and balances. Pluralists believe that the existence of multiple interest groups acts as a check on the power of any single group or entity. This prevents the concentration of power and ensures a more balanced decision-making process. Policy outcomes. According to pluralists, policy outcomes are the result of negotiations and compromises among competing interest groups. The state acts as a mediator, balancing the demands and interests of different groups to reach a consensus. Pluralist democracy. Pluralists argue that their theory promotes a form of democracy that is inclusive and representative. By allowing various interest groups to participate, the state becomes a platform for diverse voices and perspectives. Criticisms. Critics of the pluralist theory argue that it underestimates the influence of economic elites and corporate interests. They argue that power is not evenly distributed and that certain groups have more resources and influence to shape policy outcomes. Thinkers' perspectives. Robert Dahl. The pluralist theory of the state suggests that power is dispersed among various interest groups in society, and no single group dominates the decision-making process. David Truman. Pluralism emphasizes the competition and bargaining among interest groups as the primary mechanism for policymaking in democratic societies. Harold Lasswell. Pluralism recognizes the existence of diverse and conflicting interests in society, and the state acts as a neutral arbiter to mediate these conflicts. Conclusion. The pluralist theory of the state provides a valuable perspective on power distribution and decision-making processes within a society. It highlights the importance of interest groups and democratic participation in shaping policy outcomes. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, the reservation policy in India, which aims to provide affirmative action for historically disadvantaged groups, exemplifies the pluralist theory's relevance in protecting minority rights and ensuring social justice. The formation and influence of various interest groups, such as farmers' unions and environmental organizations, in shaping agricultural and environmental policies demonstrate the applicability of pluralism in understanding policymaking processes. The decentralization of power through the Panchayati Raj system, which empowers local self-governance institutions, reflects the pluralist theory's relevance in distributing power and promoting grassroots democracy. The influence of interest groups, such as the National Rifle Association, NRA, in shaping gun control policies showcases the pluralist theory's applicability in understanding the role of interest groups in policymaking. The civil rights movement, which fought for equal rights for African Americans, exemplifies the pluralist theory's relevance in advocating for minority rights and challenging systemic discrimination. The decision-making process within the European Union, involving negotiations and compromises among member states, demonstrates the pluralist theory's applicability in understanding the complex power dynamics in supranational organizations. Alternative theories. Berlin's notion of value pluralism. Explain Berlin's notion of value pluralism. 13/20. I hashtag I caret caret W caret I caret T caret caret L 13/20. Introduction. Berlin's notion of value pluralism is a concept within political science that emphasizes the existence of multiple and conflicting values in society. Berlin's notion of value pluralism. 1. Multiple and incompatible values. Berlin argues that there is no single set of universal values that can guide human behavior. Instead, individuals hold a variety of values that may conflict with one another. 2. Incommensurability of values. Berlin suggests that different values cannot be measured or compared against each other. Each value is unique and cannot be reduced to a common standard. 3. Moral and cultural relativism. Value pluralism challenges the idea of moral and cultural relativism. It recognizes that different cultures and individuals may have valid but conflicting values. 4. Individual autonomy. Value pluralism emphasizes the importance of individual autonomy in choosing and prioritizing values. It rejects the imposition of a single value system on society. 5. Tolerance and open-mindedness. Value pluralism promotes tolerance and open-mindedness towards different values and perspectives. It encourages dialogue and understanding rather than imposing one's own values on others. Conclusion. Berlin's notion of value pluralism recognizes the existence of multiple and conflicting values in society. By acknowledging and respecting the plurality of values, societies can strive for a more inclusive and democratic political system. Pluralist theory of sovereignty. Examine critically the pluralist arguments against the theory of sovereignty. 93/60. W caret ter caret FW caret NRH RF caret UNRWARS WM hashtag WJ 93/60. Introduction. The theory of sovereignty asserts that the state holds ultimate authority and power within its territory. However, pluralist arguments challenge this notion by emphasizing the influence of various interest groups and the diffusion of power. Critiques of theory of sovereignty from a pluralist perspective. Power diffusion. Pluralists argue that power is not concentrated solely within the state, but is dispersed among multiple actors, such as interest groups, corporations, and international organizations. Influence of interest groups. Pluralists argue that interest groups, representing diverse societal interests, can effectively lobby for their preferences, potentially overriding the state's sovereignty. Globalization and supranational organizations. Pluralists emphasize the increasing importance of supranational organizations, often require states to cede some sovereignty in order to participate, challenging the traditional notion of state sovereignty. Subnational entities. Pluralists argue that subnational entities, such as regional governments or local authorities, can exert significant influence and challenge state sovereignty. These entities may demand greater autonomy or engage in policy-making processes, potentially undermining the state's exclusive authority. Non-state actors. These actors can shape policies, challenge state authority, and influence decision-making processes, further eroding the concept of state sovereignty. Democratization. Pluralists argue that the democratization of societies has led to increased citizen participation and demands for more inclusive decision-making processes. Legal constraints. States are expected to adhere to international legal obligations, limiting their ability to exercise absolute authority within their territories. Conclusion. The theory of sovereignty faces significant challenges. The diffusion of power among various actors, the influence of interest groups, the rise of supranational organizations, and the interdependence among states all contribute to the erosion of exclusive state sovereignty. Lasky's views. Comment, because the society is federal, the authority must also be federal. Lasky, 07/20, FSMT caret, YCHAR number UTIHT, YWM TITIC, BR caret TBL, L, caret TT, 07/20. Comment, society is federal, authority must be federal. Lasky, 04/20, FTMT caret T, WNUTIRT, Sintire UTNF SM XNF caret I, WB, 04/20. Introduction. In political science, the concept of federalism refers to a system of government where power is divided between a central authority and regional or state governments. Tai's quote by Harold Lasky suggests that in a federal society, the authority should also be federal. The necessity of federal authority in a federal society, power distribution. Federalism aims to distribute power between the central government and regional governments. If the authority is not federal, it may lead to a concentration of power in one entity, undermining the principles of federalism. Protection of regional interests. A federal system allows for the protection of regional interests and diversity. Regional governments can address specific needs and concerns of their respective areas, which may not be adequately addressed by a centralized authority. Checks and balances. Federalism provides a system of checks and balances, where different levels of government can monitor and limit each other's powers. If the authority is not federal, this system may be weakened, potentially leading to abuses of power. Flexibility and adaptability. A federal authority allows for flexibility and adaptability to regional differences. Different regions may have unique cultural, economic, or social characteristics that require tailored policies and governance approaches. Democratic representation. Federalism promotes democratic representation by allowing citizens to participate in decision-making processes at both the central and regional levels. A federal authority ensures that citizens have a voice in matters that directly affect their lives. Conflict resolution. In a federal society, conflicts between different regions or states can be resolved through negotiation and compromise. A federal authority can act as a mediator and facilitate peaceful resolutions, preventing the escalation of tensions. Protection against tyranny. By dispersing power, federalism acts as a safeguard against tyranny. If the authority is not federal, there is a higher risk of authoritarianism or the abuse of power by a centralized authority. Thinkers' perspectives. James Madison. Madison defined federalism as a system where power is divided between a central government and regional governments, with each having their own sphere of influence. John Stuart Mill. Mill viewed federalism as a means to protect individual liberties and prevent the concentration of power in a single authority. Case studies. Indian federalism. India follows a federal system where power is divided between the central government and states. The Constitution grants certain powers exclusively to the central government, while others are reserved for the states. United States. The United States is often seen as a prime example of federalism, with power divided between the federal government and individual states. Ply's division of authority allows for local governance and representation. European Union. The EU operates on a system of shared sovereignty, where member states retain their authority while delegating certain powers to the supranational institution. Ply showcases the complexities of federalism in a multinational context. Conclusion. It ensures power distribution, protects regional interests, maintains checks and balances, allows for flexibility, promotes democratic representation, facilitates conflict resolution, encourages experimentation, and protects against tyranny. These factors contribute to a more balanced and inclusive governance system, fostering stability and democratic values within a federal society. Legal sovereignty. Comment. The discovery of sovereign in a federal state is an impossible adventure. Lasky, May 20th, F/MF lit. A. If W to the power of 1 W caret 3 WH Fleta RITI, FT, May 20th. Introduction. In political science, the concept of sovereignty refers to the ultimate authority and power of a state to govern itself without interference from external forces. This comment by Lasky suggests that the concept of sovereignty is incompatible with federalism. The impossible quest. Uncovering sovereignty in a federal state. Power sharing. Federal states distribute power between the central government and regional governments, limiting the absolute authority of any single entity. This power-sharing arrangement challenges the notion of sovereignty, as no single entity possesses complete control. Supremacy of the Constitution. In federal states, the Constitution often serves as the supreme law of the land, limiting the exercise of sovereignty by any level of government. The Constitution establishes the framework for power distribution and sets boundaries for each level of government. Interdependence. Federal states rely on cooperation and coordination between different levels of government. This interdependence undermines the idea of absolute sovereignty, as decisions made by one level of government can impact others. Shared decision-making. In federal systems, decision-making often involves negotiation and compromise between different levels of government. This collaborative approach challenges the notion of sovereignty, as decisions are not made unilaterally by a single authority. Limited autonomy. Regional or state governments and federal systems have limited autonomy, as they must adhere to the laws and policies set by the central government. This limitation on autonomy undermines the idea of complete sovereignty. Shared citizenship. In federal states, citizens hold dual citizenship, being both citizens of the central state and their respective regions. This shared citizenship blurs the lines of sovereignty, as individuals owe allegiance to multiple levels of government. Conclusion. The comment by Lasky that the discovery of sovereignty in a federal state is an impossible adventure holds merit. The distribution of power, limited autonomy, interdependence, shared decision-making, and other factors in federal systems challenge the traditional understanding of sovereignty. Polyarchy. Conrent. Polyarchy, January 20th. M to the power of T. Ty perfar, 01/20. Introduction. Polyarchy is a political concept introduced by Robert Dahl, which refers to a form of government where power is vested in multiple individuals or groups. It emphasizes the importance of political participation, competition, and inclusiveness in decision-making processes. The polyarchy. 1. Political participation. Polyarchy encourages active citizen participation in political processes. It promotes the idea that citizens should have the right to vote, express their opinions, and engage in political activities. Ties enhances democratic legitimacy and ensures that the government is accountable to the people. 2. Competitive elections. Polyarchy emphasizes the significance of competitive elections as a means to select political leaders. It promotes fair and free elections, where multiple candidates or parties can compete for power. Ties fosters political competition, prevents the concentration of power, and allows for peaceful transfers of power. 3. Pluralism. Polyarchy recognizes the importance of diverse interest groups and their representation in decision-making. It encourages the existence of multiple interest groups, ensuring that different perspectives and voices are heard. This prevents the dominance of a single group and promotes a more inclusive and balanced decision-making process. 4. Civil liberties. Polyarchy emphasizes the protection of civil liberties and individual rights. It ensures that citizens have the freedom of speech, assembly, and association. TINS guarantees that individuals can express their opinions, criticize the government, and participate in public debates without fear of repression. 5. Checks and balances. Polyarchy promotes the idea of checks and balances within the government. It advocates for the separation of powers among different branches of government, such as the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. This prevents the concentration of power in one institution and ensures accountability and transparency. 6. Decentralization. Polyarchy supports decentralization of power, allowing for local and regional governments to have decision-making authority. It recognizes the importance of local autonomy and the ability of communities to govern themselves. This fosters a sense of ownership and participation at the local level, enhancing democratic governance. 7. Minority rights. Polyarchy emphasizes the protection of minority rights and the prevention of discrimination. It ensures that minority groups have equal opportunities for political participation and representation. This promotes social cohesion, inclusivity, and prevents the marginalization of certain groups within society. Thinkers' perspectives. Robert Dahl, a prominent political scientist, defined polyarchy as a system where political power is widely dispersed among various groups and individuals, and where citizens have the opportunity to participate in decision-making processes. Giovanni Sartori described polyarchy as a system that combines both competitive elections and civil liberties, allowing for political pluralism and the protection of individual rights. Conclusion. Polyarchy, as a political concept, highlights the importance of political participation, competitive elections, pluralism, civil liberties, checks and balances, decentralization, minority rights, and transparency. These elements contribute to a more inclusive, accountable, and democratic form of governance. Robert Dahl's deformed polyarchy. Conrad. Robert Dahl's concept of deformed polyarchy. 10/20 F. MT_F. WWTT WWTR 10/20. MT_F. WWTT WWTR 10/20. Introduction. Robert Dahl, a prominent political scientist, introduced the concept of deformed polyarchy to describe political systems that possess some democratic elements but fall short of being fully democratic. Robert Dahl's concept of deformed polyarchy. 1. Limited political competition. Deformed polyarchies often have restricted political competition, with dominant parties or individuals controlling the political landscape. Opposition parties may face obstacles such as limited access to media, restricted funding, or legal barriers that hinder their ability to compete effectively. 2. Inequality in political participation. Deformed polyarchies may exhibit significant disparities in political participation, with certain groups or individuals having more influence and access to decision-making processes. Marginalized communities, ethnic minorities, or socioeconomically disadvantaged groups may face barriers to political participation, leading to an unequal distribution of power. 3. Lack of civil liberties and human rights. In deformed polyarchies, civil liberties and human rights may be curtailed or selectively enforced. Freedom of speech, assembly, and association may be restricted, limiting the ability of citizens to express dissenting opinions or engage in political activism. 4. Limited transparency and accountability. Deformed polyarchies often lack transparency in decision-making processes, making it difficult for citizens to hold their leaders accountable. Corruption, nepotism, and lack of independent oversight mechanisms contribute to a lack of accountability within the political system. 5. Manipulation of electoral processes. Deformed polyarchies may manipulate electoral processes to maintain the ruling party's grip on power. Gerrymandering, voter suppression, or biased electoral laws can undermine the fairness and integrity of elections, limiting genuine democratic representation. 6. Weak rule of law. Deformed polyarchies may exhibit weak rule of law, with selective enforcement and manipulation of legal institutions. Political elites may enjoy impunity for their actions, while ordinary citizens face arbitrary arrests, unfair trials, or harassment. Conclusion. Robert Dahl's concept of deformed polyarchy sheds light on the shortcomings of political systems that claim to be democratic but fail to meet democratic standards. Criticism, oversimplification. Critics argue that the pluralist theory oversimplifies the complexities of power dynamics in society by reducing it to a competition between interest groups. They argue that power is not evenly distributed and that certain groups have more influence than others. Elitist bias. Critics argue that the pluralist theory fails to acknowledge the existence of an elite class that holds significant power and influence over decision-making processes. They argue that this elite class can manipulate the system to SCR/C their own interests. Inadequate representation. Critics argue that the pluralist theory assumes that interest groups adequately represent the diverse interests of society. However, they argue that certain marginalized groups may not have the resources or organization to effectively participate in the political process. Lack of accountability. Critics argue that the pluralist theory does not adequately address the issue of accountability. They argue that interest groups may not be accountable to the general public and can pursue their own narrow interests without considering the broader societal implications. Influence of money. Critics argue that the pluralist theory fails to adequately address the influence of money in politics. They argue that wealthy interest groups can have disproportionate influence due to their financial resources. Limited scope. Critics argue that the pluralist theory focuses primarily on interest group politics and neglects other important factors such as ideology, culture, and historical context that shape political outcomes. Lack of social change. Critics argue that the pluralist theory does not adequately address the potential for social change. They argue that the theory assumes a stable and static society, ignoring the possibility of transformative movements that challenge existing power structures. Ignoring structural inequalities. Critics argue that the pluralist theory fails to address structural inequalities such as race, gender, and class. They argue that these inequalities can significantly impact the ability of certain groups to effectively participate in the political process. Conclusion. The pluralist theory in political science provides a valuable framework for understanding power dynamics in society. Despite the criticisms, the pluralist theory still offers valuable insights into the role of interest groups in shaping political outcomes. Postcolonial theory of state introduction. Postcolonial theory of state is a perspective in political science that examines the impact of colonialism on the formation and functioning of states. Origins/background. Emergence. In the mid-20th century, the postcolonial theory of state emerged as a response to the decolonization process that took place after World War II. Influenced by anti-colonial movements. It was influenced by the anti-colonial movements in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, which sought to challenge the dominance of Western powers. The concept. Postcolonial theory of the state. 2020. RR/F/. Tedderf-Tatel, 2020. Make all assessment of the postcolonial understanding of state. 11/30. RR/FT-MR plus T Rada I. 11/30. 1. Legacy of colonialism. Postcolonial analysis emphasizes the enduring impact of colonial rule on the state's structure and functioning. Colonial powers often imposed centralized and authoritarian governance systems, which continue to influence postcolonial states. The state's bureaucratic apparatus, legal frameworks, and administrative structures often reflect colonial legacies. 2. Neocolonialism and dependency. Postcolonial theorists argue that former colonies remain economically dependent on former colonial powers, perpetuating a neo-colonial relationship. The state's ability to exercise sovereignty and make independent decisions is constrained by economic dependencies and global power dynamics. 3. Ethnic and cultural fragmentation. Many postcolonial states are characterized by diverse ethnic, linguistic, and cultural groups, which can lead to internal tensions and conflicts. The state's ability to maintain social cohesion and address the needs of different groups becomes a significant challenge. 4. Nation-building and identity politics. Postcolonial states often face the task of nation-building, constructing a collective identity that transcends ethnic and cultural divisions. The state's role in shaping national narratives and fostering inclusive citizenship becomes crucial in managing identity politics. 5. Authoritarianism and democracy. Postcolonial states have experienced a range of governance systems, including authoritarian regimes and democratic transitions. The state's ability to establish and sustain democratic institutions is influenced by historical factors, power dynamics, and the legacy of colonial Nile. 6. Development and economic policies. Post-colonial states grapple with economic development challenges, including poverty, inequality, and limited access to resources. The state's role in formulating and implementing effective economic policies to address these challenges is crucial for sustainable development. Different perspectives. Liberal perspective, emphasis on individual rights. The liberal perspective of the post-colonial theory of the state focuses on the protection of individual rights and freedoms. It argues that the state should ensure the equal treatment and opportunities for all citizens, regardless of their colonial past. Rule of law. Liberals believe in the importance of the Nile of law, which means that the state should be governed by a set of laws that apply equally to all individuals. Plus perspective aims to prevent any discrimination or favoritism based on colonial legacies. Democracy and political participation. The liberal perspective advocates for democratic governance and active political participation. It argues that post-colonial states should establish inclusive political systems that allow citizens to freely express their opinions and participate in decision-making processes. Market-oriented economic policies. Liberals often support market-oriented economic policies, such as free trade and privatization, as a means to promote economic growth and development in post-colonial states. They believe that these policies can help overcome the economic disparities inherited from the colonial era. Emphasis on human development. The liberal perspective emphasizes the importance of human development, including education, healthcare, and social welfare. It argues that post-colonial states should prioritize investments in these areas to improve the well-being of their citizens. International cooperation and human rights. Liberals advocate for international cooperation and the promotion of human rights in post-colonial states. They believe that collaboration with other nations and adherence to international human rights standards can help overcome the legacies of colonialism. Multiculturalism and diversity. The liberal perspective recognizes and celebrates the multicultural and diverse nature of post-colonial states. Marxist perspective, class struggle and exploitation. The Marxist perspective of the post-colonial theory of the state focuses on class struggle and exploitation. It argues that colonialism created a system of economic exploitation, and post-colonial states should aim to address and rectify these inequalities. Redistribution of wealth. Marxists advocate for the redistribution of wealth and resources in post-colonial states. They argue that the state should play an active role in ensuring a fair distribution of resources and reducing economic disparities inherited from prior colonial era. A nationalization and state control. The Marxist perspective often supports the nationalization of key industries and resources, as well as state control over the economy. It argues that this approach can help overcome the economic dominance of former colonial powers. Anti-imperialism and anti-capitalism. Marxists are critical of imperialism and capitalism, which they see as perpetuating exploitation and inequality. They advocate for post-colonial states to resist external influences and pursue alternative economic models. Emphasis on collective rights. The Marxist perspective emphasizes collective rights and the interests of the working class. It argues that post-colonial states should prioritize the needs of the majority and address the historical injustices faced by marginalized groups. International solidarity. Marxists advocate for international solidarity among post-colonial states and other oppressed nations. They believe that collective action and cooperation can challenge the global power structures inherited from colonialism. Revolutionary change. Marxists often advocate for revolutionary change in post-colonial states. They argue that fundamental transformations in political, economic, and social structures are necessary to overcome the legacies of colonialism and achieve true independence. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, the Indian independence movement led by Mahatma Gandhi and other nationalist leaders against British colonial rule exemplifies the post-colonial struggle for self-determination and the establishment of a democratic state. The dismantling of apartheid and the subsequent transition to democracy under Nelson Mandela's leadership showcases the challenges faced by a post-colonial state in addressing historical injustices and building a multi-racial society. The Nigerian Civil War and subsequent efforts to establish a stable democratic system demonstrate the complexities of post-colonial state building, including ethnic tensions, resource management, and governance challenges. The Algerian War of Independence against French colonial rule and the subsequent nation-building process highlight the struggles faced by a post-colonial state in establishing its own political and cultural identity. The Mau Mau uprising against British colonial rule and the subsequent independence movement illustrate the resistance and struggles faced by post-colonial states in reclaiming their land and resources. The ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict showcases the challenges faced by a post-colonial state in asserting its sovereignty and addressing the legacies of colonialism and occupation. Alternative theories. Hamza Alavi's overdeveloped state. Critically examine Hamza Alavi's formulation of the overdeveloped state. 09/60 WFT_SFRT50 WR%FTW NWN FW WW I 09/60. Introduction. Hamza Alavi. A prominent political scientist developed the concept of the overdeveloped state to analyze the nature of state power in developing countries. The overdeveloped state, Hamza Alavi's perspective, concentration of power. Alavi argues that the overdeveloped state concentrates power in the hands of a few elites, leading to authoritarianism and limited political participation. Economic control. The overdeveloped state exercises significant control over the economy, often through state-owned enterprises and extensive regulations, which can hinder economic growth and innovation. Rent-seeking behavior. The state's excessive power and control create opportunities for rent-seeking behavior, where individuals or groups seek to gain economic benefits through political connections rather than productive activities. Lack of accountability. The overdeveloped state often lacks transparency and accountability mechanisms, allowing corruption and misuse of public resources to thrive. Inefficient bureaucracy. The state's excessive size and control can lead to bureaucratic inefficiencies, red tape, and delays in decision-making processes. Limited civil society. The overdeveloped state tends to suppress civil society organizations and restrict freedom of expression, undermining democratic values and citizen participation. Dependency on external aid. Developing countries with overdeveloped states often become dependent on foreign aid, as the state's control over the economy hampers self-sustained growth. Conclusion. Hamza Alavi's formulation of the overdeveloped state provides valuable insights into the challenges faced by developing countries. The concentration of power, economic control, lack of accountability, and limited civil society are some of the key issues associated with this concept. Criticism. Essentialism. Critics argue that post-colonial theory often essentializes the experiences and identities of colonized peoples, reducing them to a singular narrative and overlooking the diversity within these communities. Lack of agency. Some critics argue that post-colonial theory tends to portray colonized peoples as passive victims of colonization, neglecting their agency and resistance in shaping their own destinies. Eurocentrism. Critics argue that post-colonial theory often reproduces Eurocentric frameworks and perspectives, failing to adequately challenge the dominance of Western knowledge and theories in the field of political science. Overemphasis on cultural factors. Some critics argue that post-colonial theory places excessive emphasis on cultural factors in understanding post-colonial states, neglecting other important factors such as economic structures and power dynamics. Lack of empirical evidence. Critics argue that post-colonial theory often lacks empirical evidence to support its claims, relying heavily on theoretical frameworks and abstract concepts. Neglect of internal dynamics. Some critics argue that post-colonial theory tends to focus more on the external factors of colonization and overlooks the internal dynamics and complexities within post-colonial states. Neglect of non-Western perspectives. Critics argue that post-colonial theory often fails to incorporate non-Western perspectives and voices, reinforcing the dominance of Western knowledge and theories in the field. Conclusion. Despite its criticisms, post-colonial theory has played a crucial role in challenging Eurocentric perspectives and highlighting the legacies of colonialism. The theory provides valuable insights into the power dynamics between colonizers and colonized, shedding light on the exploitation and marginalization experienced by post-colonial states. Feminist theory of state introduction. As per the feminist critique of the state, the political theories are fundamentally male-biased, normative, and androcentric. The relation between politics and gender is contentious, which is further implied in the feminist critique of the state. Feminist view looks at the traditional theories of political philosophy with doubt and distrust. As per the feminist critique of the state, the hegemonic nature of power in a state disempowers and subjugates women in the state, society, culture, and politics. In particular, the power centers in a state are institutionally gendered. As a result, the state leads to perpetuate gender inequality and powerlessness of women. I propose that the state is male in the feminist sense. The law sees and treats women the way men see and treat women. Catherine MacKinnon in her book, Toward a Feminist Theory of the State, 1989. However, the feminists recognize state as a legitimate entity. Feminists have ambivalent attitude towards the state. On one hand, they believe state as an institution of patriarchy. On the other hand, they believe that only state can improve the status of women. There are three main waves of feminism, which are explained in the figure below. Although earlier writers, including Maddie Wollstonecraft, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, and Simone de Beauvoir, had offered a rich description of the variables and locales of sexism, they had not produced a general theory of state based on sex-based hierarchy. MacKinnon proposes Toward a Feminist Theory of the State as an answer to this perceived problem. MacKinnon takes Marxism as her theory's central point. She argued that unlike liberal theories, Marxism confronts organized social and gender dominance in a state. Perceptions of the state in the feminist discourse have undergone increasing attention since the 1970s along with different waves of feminist movements. The ideological critiques as a discourse and changing gender relations and feminist issues have also exerted a greater influence on it. The concept, according to feminist perspective, women constitute a deprived section in all parts of the world. Besides, women often become victims of state violence in many parts of the world. Feminist perspective is concerned with the two crucial aspects of the nature of the state. 1. State as an instrument of regulation of the public sphere. State should interfere and check male domination in the private life. The oppression and deprivation begins at home. This continues at the political level. The state has generally been dominated by men. In order to secure justice to women, the sphere of purely personal relations between man and woman will also have to be regulated by the state. The phrase, the personal is political, or the private is political, arose in the second wave feminism from the late 1960s. It underscored the connections between personal experience and larger social and political structures. The idea that women being unhappy in their roles as housewives and mothers in homes was seen as a private issue. However, the personal is political emphasizes that women's personal issues, e.g. sex, childcare, care providers at home, are all political issues that need political intervention to generate change. 2. State. 2. State as an instrument of power. The philosophy of state is power-centric, and the power is often operationalized by the male or his representative structures. With the exclusion of women from power, the state tends to build its strength on military power. It results in mounting tension among nations. Feminists criticize the militarization of nations. They have cited women are peace-loving and would have promoted increased cooperation among nations. Thinkers' perspectives. Simone de Beauvoir. Beauvoir argued that the state, as a patriarchal institution, perpetuates gender inequality by reinforcing traditional gender roles and norms. She emphasized the need for women's liberation from these oppressive structures. According to Catherine McKinnon, feminism lies no theory of the state. It has a theory of power. Sexuality is gendered as gender is sexualized. Feminists study power. They study patriarchy and how patriarchy results into the subordination of woman as well as exploitation. When I look at the state appears male to me. For feminists, personal is political, which shows that state is an instrument of patriarchy. Kate Millett in Sexual Politics, 1971. She attempts to redefine politics as power-structured relationships, arrangements whereby one group of persons is controlled by another. Personal is political. Carol Hanisch. Iris Merriam Young has given the concept of differentiated citizenship. It justifies affirmative action by the state in favor of women. Iris Merriam Young. Young's theory of the politics of difference highlights the importance of recognizing and valuing diverse experiences and perspectives within the state. She argues that feminist movements should aim for inclusivity and challenge the dominant power structures. Carol Pateman. Pateman's perspective focuses on the concept of sexual contract within the state. She argues that the state's patriarchal nature is reinforced through the regulation of sexuality and the control of women's bodies. J. S. Mill's ideas on women's suffrage. 2021. Felty WUWTT-JU. FFT-I-RE, 2021. Introduction. John Stuart Mill, a prominent political philosopher and economist of the 19th century, was a strong advocate for women's suffrage. His ideas on this topic were groundbreaking at the time and continue to be influential in the fight for gender equality. J.S. Mill's views on women's right to vote, equality, and individual liberty. Mill argued that women, like men, possess the same capacity for reason and should therefore have equal rights, including the right to vote. Representation. Mill believed that women's interests and perspectives should be represented in the political decision-making process. Without women's suffrage, their voices would be excluded from shaping policies that affect them. Strengthening democracy. Granting women the right to vote would enhance the democratic process by ensuring a more diverse and inclusive electorate, leading to better representation and more informed decision-making. Education and empowerment. Mill believed that political participation would contribute to women's education and empowerment, enabling them to actively engage in public affairs and challenge traditional gender roles. Social progress. Mill argued that women's suffrage would contribute to social progress by challenging patriarchal norms and promoting gender equality in all spheres of life. Economic benefits. Mill contended that women's suffrage would lead to economic benefits, as women's perspectives and needs would be taken into account in policymaking, resulting in more equitable and effective economic policies. Family and community interests. Mill emphasized that women, as mothers and caregivers, have unique insights into family and community issues. Their inclusion in the political process would ensure that these concerns are adequately addressed. International influence. Mill believed that granting women the right to vote would set an example for other nations, encouraging them to adopt more democratic and egalitarian practices. Thinkers' perspectives. Democracy. Democracy is a system of government in which power is vested in the people, who rule either directly or through elected representatives. Abraham Lincoln. Feminism. Feminism is a social and political movement that seeks to achieve gender equality by challenging and dismantling patriarchal systems and structures. Simone de Beauvoir. Suffrage. Suffrage refers to the right to vote in public elections, typically granted to citizens of a particular country or region. J. Stewart. Mill. Gender equality. Gender equality refers to the equal rights, opportunities, and treatment of individuals regardless of their gender, ensuring that both men and women have the same access to resources and opportunities. Amartya Sen. Case studies. The Indian women's suffrage movement. The movement for women's suffrage in India gained momentum during the early 20th century, with prominent leaders like Sarojini Naidu advocating for women's political rights. The Representation of the People Act, 1950. This act granted women the right to vote and stand for elections in India, marking a significant milestone in the country's journey towards gender equality. The Women's Reservation Bill. The Women's Reservation Bill, introduced in 1996, aimed to reserve 1/3 of seats in the Indian Parliament and state legislatures for women, but it is yet to be passed. The suffragette movement in the UK. The suffragette movement in the UK, led by figures like Emmeline Pankhurst, fought for women's right to vote, and played a crucial role in securing suffrage in 1918. The Women's March in the USA. The Women's March in 2017 saw millions of women across the United States protesting for women's rights, including reproductive rights and gender equality. New Zealand's women's suffrage petition. In 1893, New Zealand became the first country to grant women the right to vote, following a successful petition signed by nearly a quarter of the country's female population. Conclusion: J.S. Mill's ideas on women's suffrage were revolutionary for his time and continue to be relevant today. His arguments for equality, representation, and the strengthening of democracy provide a strong foundation for advocating women's political rights. Different form of feminism and their view towards state. The patriarchal nature of the state is the central theme of feminist critique. It was epical largely in the second wave feminism, i.e., during the 1970s, and continues to come. There are three basic forms of feminist theories: liberal feminist theory, social feminist theory, radical feminist theory. Liberal feminist theory, it is embedded in classic liberal theory of the state. It emphasizes the value of freedom for individuals. Liberal feminists look at the state for this role. They focus mostly to protect equal opportunities for women through rough legislation. Socialist feminist theory, it focuses on the economic empowerment of women in a state. It advanced the philosophies of Karl Marx. It became popular in the women's movement during the 1960s and 1970s. As per socialist feminists, the liberal feminists basically address entire situation of women of the upper and upper middle classes only. As per them, women are oppressed in all known societies, but the nature of this repression is different because of the different economic realities. Akin to Marxists, socialist feminists viewed capitalism as a major factor in women as oppression. However, socialist feminists believe that capitalism is only one of the many tangled factors that contribute to women's oppression. Other factors include male dominance, racism, and imperialism. Socialist feminists accepted the ideologies of radical feminists that gender roles need to be abolished. While they recognize that biology does play a role in determining personality, anatomy does not limit our capabilities as human beings on an emotional or a physical level. While the concept of gender and sex is different, feminists feel gender differentiation is natural but sexual differentiation is artificial and man-made. Socialist feminists recommend that patriarchy and capitalism are combined into one system. They consider that we must understand the continuing effects colonization, imperialism, and racism have on the women of the world. Emotional labor in the second shift. Arlie Hochschild investigates and portrays the double burden experienced by late 20th century employed women. Within the workplace, women face challenges of segregation, lower wages, and sexual harassment. At the same time, women provide the emotional labor at home that is ignored and denigrated. Arlie Hochschild calls it as the second shift. She argues that in the second shift, women give birth, socialize children, and care for the sick. They create the area of the home as a retreat for men from the realities of entire workplace. Radical feminist theory. Radical feminists view the state and society as fundamentally patriarchal, in which men dominate and oppress women. Radical feminism calls for a radical reorganization of society in which male dominance is eliminated in all social and economic contexts. They seek to abolish patriarchy by challenging existing social norms, rather than through a political process. It includes challenging the traditional gender roles, opposing the sexual objectification of women, and raising public mindfulness about such issues as rape and violence against women. State feminism. It occurs when the state adopts policies that are beneficial to women's rights and the improvement of women's lives. McBride and Mazur 2010. State feminism is a state-supported liberal feminism. The term was coined by Helga Hearns with particular reference to the situation in Norway, which had a tradition of government-supported gender equality policies. Helga Hearns, 1987. Welfare State and Woman Power. Essays in State Feminism, Applicability/Contemporary Relevance, in Context of India and World. The Maternity Benefit Amendment, Act, 2017. This case study analyzes the amendment to India's maternity benefit laws, which extended the duration of paid maternity leave. It demonstrates how feminist theory influenced policy changes to address gender disparities in the workplace. The Women's Reservation Bill. This case study explores the ongoing debate surrounding the Women's Reservation Bill in India, which seeks to reserve seats for women in legislative bodies. It illustrates the challenges faced in implementing gender quotas and the resistance from patriarchal power structures. Gender Equal Cabinet. This case study examines Sweden's achievement of gender parity in its cabinet. It showcases how feminist theory influenced political practices and led to the appointment of an equal number of men and women in ministerial positions. Gender quotas in parliament. This case study analyzes Rwanda's successful implementation of gender quotas, resulting in the highest percentage of women in parliament globally. It demonstrates how feminist theory influenced policy changes to enhance women's political representation. #MeToo movement. This case study explores the impact of the #MeToo movement on American politics. It highlights how feminist theory and activism led to a significant shift in public discourse and policy responses to sexual harassment and assault. Alternative theories. Ecofeminism. Comment on ecofeminism. 150 words. 17 tenths. For CY dash. TISMT I. 150 17 tenths. Introduction. Ecofeminism is a theoretical framework that combines feminist and ecological perspectives to analyze the interconnectedness of gender oppression and environmental degradation. It argues that the domination and exploitation of women and nature are interconnected and rooted in patriarchal structures. Ecofeminism. Intersectionality of oppressions. Ecofeminism highlights the intersectionality of oppressions by emphasizing the interconnectedness of gender, race, class, and environmental issues. It recognizes that women from marginalized communities often bear the burden of both gender-based violence and environmental degradation. Critique of capitalism. Ecofeminism critiques the capitalist system for its exploitation of both women and nature. It argues that the logic of capitalism, driven by profit and resource extraction, perpetuates the subordination of women and the destruction of the environment. Environmental policy. Ecofeminism sheds light on the gender dimensions of environmental policies. It argues that women's perspectives and experiences should be included in decision-making processes to ensure more equitable and sustainable outcomes. Care ethics. Ecofeminism emphasizes care ethics, which challenges the dominant political and economic systems that prioritize competition and individualism. It argues for a shift towards more caring and nurturing relationships with both humans and the environment. Ecoactivism. Ecofeminism encourages women's participation in environmental activism and social movements. It recognizes the potential of women's collective action to challenge patriarchal power structures and advocate for more sustainable and just policies. Thinkers' perspectives. Maria Mies, a German sociologist, defines ecofeminism as a critique of the capitalist patriarchal system that exploits both women and nature, emphasizing the need for a radical transformation of society. Ariel Sala, an Australian ecofeminist, defines ecofeminism as a political movement that challenges the dominant economic and social structures, aiming to create a more equitable and sustainable world. Case studies. Chipko movement. The Chipko movement in India, led by women in the 1970s, involved hugging trees to prevent deforestation. It highlighted the connection between women's rights and environmental conservation. Sustainable agriculture initiatives. Various grassroots initiatives in India, such as the Swayam Shikshan Prayak, promote sustainable agriculture practices led by women. These initiatives empower women economically while promoting ecological sustainability. Standing Rock protests. The Standing Rock protest in the United States against the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline involved Indigenous women at the forefront, highlighting the intersection of Indigenous rights, environmental justice, and gender. Agoni movement in Nigeria. The Agoni movement, led by environmental activist Kin Saro-Wiwa, fought against the exploitation of the Agoni people and their environment by multinational oil companies. It exemplifies the connection between environmental degradation, Indigenous rights, and gender. Conclusion. Ecofeminism provides a valuable framework for understanding the interconnectedness of gender oppression and environmental degradation. It offers insights into the power dynamics and structural inequalities that shape both gender relations and environmental policies. Criticism. Feminist Critique of the State, 2021. W to the Power of THLFLUWMHI, 2021. Introduction. Feminist critique of the state refers to the examination and analysis of how the state, as a political institution, perpetuates and reinforces gender inequalities and discrimination against women. Feminist critique of the state. Gendered power structures. Feminist scholars argue that the state is inherently structured in a way that reinforces patriarchal power dynamics, where men hold positions of authority and decision-making power, while women are marginalized and excluded. Male-dominated political institutions. The underrepresentation of women in political institutions is a significant concern for feminists. They argue that TLI's lack of female representation leads to policies that do not adequately address women's needs and concerns. Gendered policymaking. Feminists critique the state's policymaking processes, highlighting how they often fail to consider the diverse experiences and perspectives of women. TINS results in policies that perpetuate gender inequalities and discrimination. Violence against women. Feminists argue that the state's response to violence against women is often inadequate. They highlight the need for stronger legislation, better enforcement, and support services to address the systemic nature of gender-based violence. Reproductive rights. The state's regulation of reproductive rights is a key area of feminist critique. They argue that restrictive laws and policies limit women's autonomy and control over their bodies, perpetuating gender inequalities. Economic inequality. Feminists highlight how the state's economic policies often contribute to gendered economic inequalities. This includes the gender pay gap, limited access to economic resources, and the undervaluation of women's labor. Intersectionality. Feminist scholars emphasize the importance of intersectionality in understanding the state's impact on women. They argue that the state's policies and practices must consider the intersecting identities and experiences of women, including race, class, sexuality, and disability. Thinkers' perspectives. Carol Pateman. Pateman argues that the state is a patriarchal contract between men, where women are excluded from the social contract and their interests are subordinated to those of men. Nancy Fraser. Fraser's concept of gender justice critiques the state for its failure to address the structural inequalities that perpetuate gender-based oppression and calls for transformative changes in political and economic systems. Sylvia Walby. Walby's concept of patriarchal capitalism highlights the interconnections between patriarchy and capitalism, arguing that the state plays a crucial role in maintaining and reproducing gender inequalities within capitalist societies. Iris Marion Young. Young's concept of structural injustice emphasizes the systemic nature of gender inequalities and critiques the state for its failure to address the structural barriers that limit women's opportunities and freedoms. Conclusion. The feminist critique of the state provides a valuable perspective in understanding how political institutions perpetuate gender inequalities and discrimination against women. By examining the gendered power structures, feminists highlight the need for transformative changes within the state to achieve gender equality and justice. Conclusion. Although the feminists do not propose a concrete theory of state, they have presented important components of a modern democratic state. Having foundation upon Marxism, they argue for an egalitarian state for women. Feminist theory is an extension of the general movement to empower women. Feminism can be elaborated as a recognition and critique of male supremacy, which puts efforts to change it. At the same time, the feminists recognize state as a legitimate entity. They believe that only state can improve the status of women. State sovereignty. Introduction. State sovereignty is a fundamental concept in political science that refers to the authority and independence of a state to govern itself without interference from external actors. Origin/background. Westphalian system. The concept of state sovereignty emerged during the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, which marked the end of the 30 Years' War in Europe. This treaty established the principle of state sovereignty, recognizing each state as a sovereign entity with exclusive control over its territory and internal affairs. Rise of nation-states. The development of nation-states in the 18th and 19th centuries further solidified the idea of state sovereignty. As centralized political entities, nation-states sought to assert their independence and autonomy from external interference. Enlightenment and liberalism. The Enlightenment period, with its emphasis on individual rights and limited government, contributed to the notion of state sovereignty. Liberal thinkers argued that states should have the authority to govern their own affairs without external interference. Rejection of feudalism. State sovereignty emerged as a rejection of feudalism, where power was concentrated in the hands of monarchs and nobles. The concept aimed to establish a system where states were the ultimate authority within their territories. Emergence of international law. The development of international law in the 19th and 20th centuries further solidified the concept of state sovereignty. International legal frameworks recognized the rights and obligations of states, emphasizing their independence and equality. Decolonization. The decolonization process in the 20th century led to the establishment of numerous newly independent states. This reinforced the idea of state sovereignty, as these states sought to assert their autonomy and self-determination. Cold War era. The Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union heightened the importance of state sovereignty. Both superpowers sought to protect their spheres of influence and prevent external interference in the affairs of their allies. The concept, exclusive authority. State sovereignty implies that states have the ultimate authority to make decisions within their territories, including political, economic, and social matters. Non-interference. States have the right to be free from external interference in their internal affairs, such as interventions or interventions by other states. Equality. All states, regardless of their size or power, are considered equal in terms of sovereignty. This principle is enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Territorial integrity. State sovereignty includes the protection of a state's territorial integrity, meaning that its borders are inviolable and should not be subject to external aggression or annexation. Recognition. State sovereignty is often contingent upon recognition by other states. The international community plays a role in acknowledging and respecting the sovereignty of states. Responsibility. Along with sovereignty comes the responsibility of states to protect the rights and well-being of their citizens, as well as to fulfill their international obligations. Limitations. State sovereignty is not absolute and can be limited by international law, treaties, or agreements that states voluntarily enter into. Challenges. In an increasingly interconnected world, state sovereignty faces challenges from globalization, international organizations, and transnational issues such as climate change and terrorism. Doctrine of popular sovereignty. The doctrine of popular sovereignty asserts that the ultimate source of political power resides in the people. It holds that the legitimacy of a government is derived from the consent and will of the governed. A democratic governance. The doctrine of popular sovereignty is closely associated with democratic governance, where the people have the right to participate in decision-making processes and elect their representatives. It emphasizes the idea that political power should be exercised by and for the people. Consent of the governed. According to the doctrine of popular sovereignty, governments derive their authority from the consent of the governed. Applies means that the people have the right to choose their leaders and hold them accountable for their actions. Protection of individual rights. The doctrine of popular sovereignty recognizes the importance of protecting individual rights and liberties. It asserts that governments should respect and uphold the rights of individuals, as they are the ultimate. Limitations on government power. Popular sovereignty places limitations on the power of government. It asserts that governments should be limited in their authority and should not infringe upon the rights and freedoms of individuals without just cause. Rule of law. The doctrine of popular sovereignty emphasizes the importance of the rule of law. It holds that laws should be made by representatives elected by the people and should apply equally to all individuals, including those in positions of power. Participation and accountability. Popular sovereignty encourages citizen participation in the political process and holds governments accountable to the people. It promotes transparency, accountability, and responsiveness in governance. Evolution and challenges. the doctrine of popular sovereignty has evolved over time and faces challenges in practice. Issues such as voter apathy, political polarization, and the influence of money in politics can undermine the principles of popular sovereignty. However, it remains a fundamental concept in democratic theory and practice. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Kashmir conflict. The dispute over the region of Kashmir between India and Pakistan highlights the challenges to state sovereignty. Both countries claim sovereignty over the entire region, leading to ongoing tensions and conflicts. Naxalite movement. The Naxalite insurgency in India, particularly in states like Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, poses a challenge to state sovereignty. The movement seeks to establish a communist state and challenges the authority of the Indian government. Kaveri River water dispute. The dispute between the states of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu over the sharing of Kaveri River water showcases the complexities of state sovereignty within a federal system. Both states assert their sovereignty over the water resources, leading to conflicts and legal battles. Russian annexation of Crimea. Russia's annexation of Crimea from Ukraine in 2014 violated Ukraine's sovereignty and sparked international condemnation. This case highlights the tension between state sovereignty and the principle of non-interference in the affairs of other states. United States war on terror. The U.S. military interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq following the 9/11 attacks raised debates about state sovereignty and the use of force. Critics argue that these interventions violated the sovereignty of these countries and undermined international norms. Challenges to state sovereignty. Examine the challenges to sovereignty of the state entire contemporary world. 15/20ths. Enough B FW for M T na FW. M THSM I. 15/20ths. Introduction. Sovereignty refers to the supreme authority of a state to govern itself without interference from external actors. However, in the contemporary world, there are several challenges to state sovereignty that have emerged due to globalization, technological advancements, and the rise of non-state actors. Challenges to sovereignty. 1. Globalization and economic interdependence. Increased economic interdependence has led to the erosion of state sovereignty as states become more reliant on international trade and investment. A globalization has also facilitated the flow of capital, goods, and services across borders, making it difficult for states to control their economies. 2. Transnational terrorism. The rise of transnational terrorist organizations, such as ISIS, poses a significant challenge to state sovereignty. These groups operate across borders, challenging entire states' monopoly on the use of force and undermining its ability to maintain security. 3. Regional integration. The formation of regional organizations, such as the European Union, has led to the pooling of sovereignty among member states. TIL's integration process limits the autonomy of individual states and requires them to adhere to supranational laws and regulations. 4. Human rights and international law. The promotion of human rights and the establishment of international legal frameworks have placed constraints on state sovereignty. States are expected to adhere to international human rights standards, limiting their ability to govern as they see fit. 5. Non-state actors. The rise of non-state actors, such as multinational corporations and non-governmental organizations, has challenged state sovereignty. These actors often have significant influence and power, which can undermine the authority of the state. 6. Migration and refugee crisis. The movement of people across borders. 6. Migration and refugee crisis. The movement of people across borders, driven by factors such as conflict and economic disparities, poses challenges to state sovereignty. States stumble to control their borders and manage the influx of migrants and refugees, impacting their ability to govern effectively. Thinkers' perspectives. Max Weber. Sovereignty is the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. Jean Bowden. Sovereignty is the absolute and perpetual power vested in a commonwealth. Thomas Hobbes. Sovereignty is the artificial soul, giving life and motion to the whole body politic. Carl Schmitt. Sovereign is he who decides on the exception. Case studies. Kashmir conflict. The dispute over the region of Kashmir challenges India's sovereignty as Pakistan claims it as its own territory. Naxalite movement. The Naxalite insurgency in several Indian states poses a challenge to the state's authority and control over its territory. European Union. The EU's supranational nature challenges the sovereignty of its member states, as decisions are made collectively and can override national interests. Transnational corporations. Multinational corporations often have significant economic power and can influence state policies, challenging state sovereignty in the economic realm. Conclusion. The challenges to state sovereignty in the contemporary world are multifaceted and complex. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, states must navigate these challenges while balancing their domestic interests with international obligations. Decline of hypothesis/alternative hypothesis/neo-hypothesis. Discuss the phylosophological basis of doctrine of popular sovereignty and its significance for mankind. 97/60ths. WWPR ta if FC 3TTSJK HPT. WU if fan FA WFPT FTL. 97/60ths. Introduction. The doctrine of popular sovereignty is a fundamental concept in political science that asserts that the ultimate source of political power resides in the people. Philosophical basis of doctrine of popular sovereignty. Social contract theory. The doctrine of popular sovereignty is rooted in the social contract theory, which posits that individuals willingly surrender some of their natural rights to a governing authority in exchange for protection and the promotion of the common good. Natural rights. The doctrine of popular sovereignty is based on the belief in the existence of natural rights, which are inherent to all individuals. These rights include life, liberty, and property, and the people have the authority to determine how these rights are protected and upheld. Consent of the governed. Popular sovereignty emphasizes the importance of consent from the governed. It asserts that political power should be derived from the consent of the people, either directly or through elected representatives. Equality. The doctrine of popular sovereignty is grounded in the principle of equality. It holds that all individuals possess equal political rights and should have an equal say in the decision-making processes that affect their lives. Individual autonomy. Popular sovereignty recognizes the autonomy of individuals to participate in the political process and make decisions that impact their own lives. It rejects the notion of absolute authority and promotes individual agency in shaping the governance of society. Democratic legitimacy. The doctrine of popular sovereignty provides a philosophical basis for democratic governance. It argues that government's legitimacy is derived from the consent and will of the people, ensuring that political power is exercised in a manner that reflects the interests and values of the majority. Self-determination. The doctrine of popular sovereignty empowers individuals and communities to determine their own political destiny. It recognizes the right of people to govern themselves and make decisions that shape their collective future. Significance of doctrine of popular sovereignty for mankind. Protection of individual rights. Popular sovereignty ensures that political power is not concentrated in the hands of a few, but rather distributed among the people. This helps safeguard individual rights and prevents the abuse of power. Promotion of democracy. The doctrine of popular sovereignty is essential for the functioning of democratic systems. It allows for the peaceful transfer of power, encourages political participation, and fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility among citizens. Social stability. By providing a mechanism for peaceful resolution of conflicts and grievances, popular sovereignty contributes to social stability. It allows for the expression of diverse opinions and interests, reducing the likelihood of violent upheavals. Legitimacy of government. Popular sovereignty provides a foundation for the legitimacy of government. When political power is derived from the consent of the governed, it enhances the trust and confidence of the people in their leaders and institutions. Empowerment of individuals. The doctrine of popular sovereignty empowers individuals to actively engage in the political process, fostering a sense of civic duty and responsibility. It encourages citizens to participate in decision-making and contribute to the betterment of society. Promotion of equality. The doctrine of popular sovereignty promotes the principle of equality by giving all individuals an equal voice in the political process. It helps counteract social inequalities and ensures that marginalized groups have a platform to advocate for their rights. Thinkers' perspectives. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Popular sovereignty is the absolute and indivisible power of a nation, which is nothing but the sum total of the individuals who compose it. John Locke. The people alone can appoint the form of the commonwealth, which is by constituting the legislative and appointing in whose hands that shall be. Hannah Arendt. The right to have rights, or the right of every individual to belong to humanity, should be guaranteed by humanity itself. Case studies. The Indian Constitution. The adoption of the Indian Constitution in 1950 established popular sovereignty as a guiding principle, providing citizens with the right to vote and participate in the democratic process. The Emergency, 1975 to 1977. During this period, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi declared a state of emergency, suspending civil liberties and suppressing political opposition. The subsequent public outcry and the defeat of her party in the 1977 elections demonstrated the resilience of popular sovereignty. The Right to Information Act, 2005. This legislation empowered citizens to access government information, promoting transparency and accountability and strengthening popular sovereignty. The American Revolution. The American colonies' fight for independence from British Nile was driven by the desire for popular sovereignty, leading to the establishment of the United States as a democratic republic. The Arab Spring. The wave of protests and uprisings across the Middle East and North Africa in 2010 to 2011 sought to overthrow authoritarian regimes and establish governments based on popular sovereignty. Conclusion. The doctrine of popular sovereignty, with its philosophical basis in social contract theory, natural rights, and consent of the governed, holds immense significance for mankind. It promotes democracy, protects individual rights, empowers individuals, and ensures accountability and stability in governance. Conclusion. State sovereignty remains a fundamental principle in political science, providing the basis for the modern state system and the conduct of international relations. The concept of state sovereignty requires a delicate balance between respecting the autonomy of states and addressing global challenges that transcend national borders. Applicability. Globalization and the state. Globalization refers to the increasing interconnectedness and interdependence of countries through the exchange of goods, services, information, and ideas. It has had a significant impact on the role and power of the state. Introduction. State sovereignty refers to the authority and power of a state to govern itself and make decisions within its own territory. It is a fundamental principle in political science that has been challenged by the process of globalization. Political ideology of globalization. A liberal perspective. Liberals view globalization as a positive force that promotes economic growth, democracy, and human rights. They argue that increased interdependence and global governance institutions can help address global challenges and promote cooperation among states. Marxist perspective. Marxists see globalization as a manifestation of capitalist exploitation, where multinational corporations and global financial institutions dominate the world economy. They argue that globalization exacerbates inequality and undermines the sovereignty of states, as economic decisions are driven by profit motives rather than social welfare. Nationalist perspective. Nationalists are critical of globalization, as they believe it threatens national identity, cultural values, and economic interests. They advocate for protectionist measures and the preservation of state sovereignty to safeguard national interests. Cosmopolitan perspective. Cosmopolitans embrace globalization and advocate for a global community that transcends national boundaries. They argue for the establishment of global governance institutions and the recognition of global citizenship, challenging the primacy of state sovereignty. Realist perspective. Realists view globalization as a power struggle among states, where the erosion of state sovereignty is a consequence of power shifts in the international system. They emphasize the importance of state sovereignty in protecting national interests and maintaining a balance of power. Feminist perspective. Feminists analyze globalization through a gender lens, highlighting how it affects women's rights, labor conditions, and social inequalities. They argue for a more inclusive and gender-sensitive approach to globalization that respects state sovereignty while addressing gender disparities. Environmental perspective. Environmentalists focus on the ecological consequences of globalization, such as climate change and resource depletion. They advocate for global cooperation and the recognition of environmental concerns as a priority, challenging traditional notions of state sovereignty. Postcolonial perspective. Postcolonial scholars critique globalization for perpetuating neo-colonial relations, where powerful states and multinational corporations exploit weaker states. They argue for the decolonization of global governance institutions and the recognition of the sovereignty of marginalized states. Impact of globalization on state sovereignty. Conrad. Impact of globalization on state sovereignty. 06/20 m to the power of t, wr caret t wpt caret r caret w to the power of I 06/20. Introduction. Globalization refers to the increasing interconnectedness and interdependence of countries through the exchange of goods, services, information, and ideas. This phenomenon has had a profound impact on state sovereignty, which refers to the ability of a state to govern itself without interference from external actors. Globalization's influence on state sovereignty. 1. Economic interdependence. Globalization has led to increased economic interdependence among states, as trade and investment flows have expanded. States are now more reliant on international markets, making it difficult for them to fully control their economies and protect domestic industries. 2. Supranational organizations. The rise of supranational organizations, such as the European Union and entire World Trade Organization, has limited the sovereignty of individual states. These organizations have the power to make decisions that affect member states, often overriding national laws and policies. 3. Loss of control over borders. Globalization has made it easier for people, goods, and ideas to cross borders, challenging states' ability to control their territories. The flow of migrants, for example, has raised concerns about national security and cultural identity. 4. Technological advancements. Advances in technology, particularly in communication and transportation, have facilitated global interactions and reduced the significance of physical borders. States now face challenges in regulating cyberspace and protecting their citizens from cyber threats. 5. Global governance. Globalization has led to the emergence of global governance mechanisms, where states cooperate to address transnational issues such as climate change and terrorism. This cooperation often requires states to cede some sovereignty in order to achieve collective action. 6. Shift in power dynamics. Globalization has reshaped power dynamics among states, with the rise of non-state actors such as multinational corporations and non-governmental organizations. These actors can influence state policies and challenge state sovereignty through their economic and social power. 7. Cultural homogenization. The spread of global media and popular culture has led to the homogenization of cultures, eroding traditional cultural identities and challenging state sovereignty in cultural matters. States may struggle to maintain their cultural distinctiveness in the face of global influences. 8. Legal harmonization. Globalization has led to the harmonization of legal frameworks through international treaties and agreements. States may be required to align their domestic laws with international standards, limiting their ability to enact policies that deviate from global norms. Thinkers' perspectives. Susan Strange. Globalization challenges state sovereignty by eroding the traditional power of the state and transferring authority to non-state actors, such as multinational corporations and international organizations. John Eikenberry. State sovereignty is not necessarily diminished by globalization, but rather transformed as states adapt to new global realities and seek to maintain their autonomy and influence. Case studies. 1. Impact of globalization on Indian economy. The liberalization of India's economy in the 1990s opened up the country to global markets and foreign investment. TINs led to increased economic growth but also exposed the Indian economy to global economic fluctuations, limiting the state's control over its own economic policies. 2. Environmental challenges. India faces environmental challenges such as air pollution and water scarcity, which require international cooperation and limit the state's sovereignty in addressing these issues. 3. Influence of multinational corporations. The presence of multinational corporations in India, particularly in sectors such as technology and manufacturing, has influenced domestic policies and regulations, challenging state sovereignty. 5. United Nations. The United Nations plays a significant role in global governance, addressing issues such as peacekeeping, human rights, and development. Member states must adhere to UN resolutions and decisions, which can constrain their sovereignty in certain areas. 6. Global financial crisis. The 2008 global financial crisis highlighted the interconnectedness of national economies and the need for coordinated responses. States had to work together to stabilize financial markets, demonstrating the limitations of state sovereignty in the face of global economic challenges. Conclusion. Globalization has undoubtedly impacted state sovereignty in various ways. While it has provided opportunities for economic growth and cooperation, it has also posed challenges to the traditional notion of state sovereignty. As the world becomes increasingly interconnected, states must navigate the complexities of globalization while balancing their domestic interests and international obligations. Decline of modern nation, state in globalization era. Do you think that the modern nation state has been declining in the wake of globalization? Justify your answer. 10/30. W3 Rututfi carat fqywe hashtag firks dash carat I. T3T. M carat W carat AF. WN carat I, October 30th. Introduction. The concept of the modern nation-state, characterized by a sovereign government and defined territorial boundaries, has been a dominant political structure for centuries. Arguments for the decline of the modern nation-state, erosion of sovereignty, globalization has led to the emergence of supranational organizations such as the European Union, which require member states to cede some sovereignty. This undermines the traditional notion of the nation-state as the ultimate authority. Transnational challenges. Global issues like climate change, terrorism, and economic interdependence transcend national borders, making it difficult for nation-states to address them effectively. This diminishes the power and relevance of individual states. Economic integration. Globalization has facilitated the growth of multinational corporations and global supply chains, reducing the significance of national economies. States now have less control over their economic policies and are subject to global market forces. Cultural homogenization. The spread of global media and communication technologies has led to the diffusion of cultural norms and values, eroding the distinct identities of nation-states. This undermines the basis of national unity and sovereignty. Migration and mobility. Increased global mobility has resulted in large-scale migration, leading to multicultural societies within nation-states. This challenges the traditional notion of a homogeneous national identity and weakens the state's ability to maintain social cohesion. Rise of non-state actors. Globalization has empowered non-state actors such as NGOs, multinational corporations, and terrorist organizations. These actors can exert influence and challenge the authority of nation-states, further eroding their power. Arguments against the decline of the modern nation-state. State sovereignty remains crucial. Despite globalization, nation-states continue to be the primary actors in international relations, possessing the power to make independent decisions and represent their citizens' interests. National security concerns. The rise of global threats, such as terrorism and cyber warfare, has reinforced the importance of nation-states in protecting their citizens and maintaining territorial integrity. Political autonomy. Nation-states still have the ability to shape their domestic policies and political systems according to their unique circumstances, ensuring the preservation of their distinct identities. Nationalism and populism. Globalization has also fueled a resurgence of nationalism and populism in many countries, emphasizing the importance of the nation-state and its role in protecting national interests. International law and diplomacy. Nation-states remain key players in international law and diplomacy, participating in treaties, negotiations, and international organizations to advance their interests. Economic nationalism. While globalization has increased economic interdependence, it has also led to a rise in economic nationalism, with states prioritizing domestic industries and protecting national economies. Territorial disputes. The persistence of territorial disputes and conflicts around the world highlights the continued importance of nation-states in asserting and defending their territorial claims. Thinkers' perspectives. Benedict Anderson. Nation is an imagined political community. Max Weber. State is a human community that successfully claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. Ernest Gellner. Nation is a political project aimed at creating a sense of shared identity among a group of people. Charles Tilly. State is a centralized and coercive organization that maintains a monopoly of legitimate violence over a territory. Case studies. Impact of globalization on Indian agriculture and Nirokanites. Rise of regional political parties challenging the dominance of national parties. Brexit and the reassertion of national identity in the United Kingdom. Rise of global governance institutions like the United Nations and their impact on state sovereignty. Rise of global governance institutions like the United Nations and their impact on state sovereignty. Conclusion. While globalization has undoubtedly brought about significant changes in the world order, the decline of the modem nation-state is a complex and nuanced issue. While some aspects of globalization challenge the traditional notion of the nation-state, others reinforce its importance. Unit 3 Justice. Conceptions of justice with special reference to Rawls' theory of justice and its communitarian critique, A3 percent N FCN AOT TUTF O FUI WR4 if L. Table of contents. Unit 3 Justice. Conceptions of justice with special reference to Rawls' theory of justice and ITS communitarian critique, 3 WT. W percent FT F to the power of W3TR FT and W, LF 3 WWTT percent F to the power of TWJ hashtag FT T 3 WH.1. Table of contents 2. 3.1 Theory of justice meaning and concept of justice origin / background thinkers perspectives the concept of justice types of justice dimensions of justice. 224567778. 9. 99911. Applicability / contemporary relevance. In context of India and war relationship between justice, liberty, and equality, Amartya Sen's capability approach to justice criticism conclusion. 3.2 Rawls theory of justice introduction origin / background the concept key perspectives of the Rawls theory. 3.3 Applicability / contemporary relevance of Rawls theory of justice. In context of India and world. 14 Rawls theory of justice as contractual and distributive. 14 Comparative analysis between Greek and Rawlsian concept of justice. 15 Political liberalism and theory of justice. 16. 3.4 Critique of Rawls theory of justice. 18 General criticisms. 18 Communitarian critique of justice. 18 Libertarian critique. 19 Marxist critique. 19 Feminist critique of Rawls. 20 Conclusion. 20. 3.1 Theory of justice. There are three main types of justice: distributive justice, fair distribution of resources; retributive justice, punishment for wrongdoing; and corrective justice, compensation for harm caused. Meaning and concept of justice. Definition of justice. Justice refers to the fair and impartial treatment of individuals and the distribution of resources and opportunities in society. Fairness. Justice involves ensuring that individuals receive what they deserve based on their actions and contributions to society. Rule of law. Justice is closely linked to the rule of law, which means that laws should be applied equally to all individuals without any bias or discrimination. Social justice. Plies concept emphasizes the need for justice to be extended to all members of society, particularly the marginalized and disadvantaged groups. Procedural justice. It focuses on the fairness of the processes and procedures used to determine outcomes, such as in legal proceedings or decision-making processes. Origin / background. Ancient Greek philosophy. The concept of justice has its roots in ancient Greek philosophy, particularly in the works of Plato and Aristotle. Plato's Republic. Plato's famous work, The Republic, explores the idea of justice as the harmony of the soul and the ideal organization of a just society. Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. Aristotle's ethical theory emphasizes the importance of justice as a virtue and the need for fairness in human interactions. Social contract theory. The theory of justice gained prominence during the Enlightenment period, with thinkers like Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau proposing social contract theories that emphasize the importance of justice in establishing a just and stable society. John Rawls, A Theory of Justice. In the 20th century, John Rawls' influential work, A Theory of Justice, revitalized the study of justice in political science. Rawls proposed a theory of justice based on the principles of fairness and equality. Thinkers' Perspectives 1. John Rawls, The Original Position. Rawls proposed the concept of the veil of ignorance, where individuals make decisions about justice without knowing their own social position. He argued that in this hypothetical scenario, individuals would choose principles of justice that ensure fairness and equality for all members of society. 2. Robert Nozick, Entitlement Theory. Nozick emphasized the importance of individual rights and property rights. According to his theory, justice is achieved when individuals acquire and transfer property through voluntary exchanges, without any force or coercion. 3. Amartya Sen, Capability Approach. Sen focused on the idea of capabilities, which are the freedoms and opportunities that individuals have to lead a fulfilling life. He argued that justice should be measured by the extent to which individuals have the capabilities to achieve their goals and live a life they value. 4. Martha Nussbaum, Human Development Approach. Nussbaum expanded on Sen's capability approach by proposing a list of essential capabilities that every individual should have access to. She argued that justice should be based on the promotion of human development and the fulfillment of these essential capabilities. 5. Michael Walzer, Complex Equality. Walzer emphasized the importance of social and economic equality within specific spheres of life. He argued that justice is achieved when individuals have equal access to goods and resources within these spheres, even if overall inequalities exist in society. 6. John Stuart Mill, Utilitarianism. Mill's theory of justice is based on the principle of maximizing overall happiness or utility for the greatest number of people. He argued that justice is achieved when actions or policies produce the greatest amount of happiness and minimize suffering for the majority. The concept of justice meaning. The idea of justice in philosophy pertains to the proper proportion between a person's merits and the good or bad things that happen to them. Deserving treatment. Justice involves giving people what they deserve based on various principles such as ethics, rationality, and fairness. Treating like cases alike. Aristotle emphasized that justice involves treating similar cases in a similar manner. This concept challenges later thinkers to determine relevant similarities such as need, merit, or talent. Justice in political philosophy. The concept of a just state is central to political philosophy, where the entire notion of justice is fundamental. Connection to law. The idea of justice is closely linked to the concept of law, serving as a foundational principle in legal systems. Types of justice, PYOSQ. Comment in 150 words, distributive justice. Comment in 150 words, distributive justice, 18/10, discussed below. Q. Examine the entitlement theory of justice. 22/15, discussed below. Robert Nozick's entitlement theory. Introduction. There are three main types of justice: distributive justice, fair distribution of resources; retributive justice, punishment for wrongdoing; and corrective justice, compensation for harm caused. Procedural justice 1. Definition of procedural justice. Procedural justice refers to the fame's impartiality of the processes and procedures used to make decisions and allocate resources in a society. It focuses on the fairness of the procedures followed rather than the outcomes or results of those procedures. 2. Importance of procedural justice. Procedural justice is crucial for maintaining social order and stability in a political system. It ensures that individuals and groups feel that their rights are respected and that decisions are made in a fair and transparent manner. It promotes trust in institutions and enhances the legitimacy of political authorities. 3. Equality and impartiality. Procedural justice requires that all individuals are treated equally and impartially, without any discrimination or bias. It emphasizes the importance of equal access to decision-making processes and resources, regardless of one's social status, wealth, or power. 4. Transparency and openness. Procedural justice demands that decision-making processes and procedures are transparent and open to scrutiny. It requires that information is readily available to all stakeholders, ensuring that decisions are made based on accurate and complete information. 5. Consistency and predictability. Procedural justice requires that decision-making processes are consistent and predictable. It means that similar cases or situations should be treated similarly, avoiding arbitrary or inconsistent decision-making. Substantive justice definition. Substantive justice refers to the fairness and equity in the outcomes or results of a society's distribution of resources, opportunities, and benefits. It focuses on the actual content or substance of justice rather than just the procedures or processes involved. Equality. Substantive justice emphasizes the principle of equality, aiming to ensure that all individuals have equal access to resources, opportunities, and benefits. It seeks to eliminate disparities and promote a more egalitarian society. Redistribution. Substantive justice recognizes the need for redistribution of resources to address existing inequalities. It advocates for policies and measures that aim to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, ensuring a more equitable distribution of wealth and opportunities. Social welfare. Substantive justice places importance on the well-being and welfare of all members of society. It seeks to ensure that basic needs are met, and individuals have access to essential services such as healthcare, education, and housing. Corrective justice. Substantive justice also focuses on correcting past injustices and addressing historical disadvantages faced by certain groups. It acknowledges the need for affirmative action or reparations to rectify systemic discrimination and promote equal opportunities. Distributive justice 1. Definition of distributive justice. Distributive justice refers to the fair distribution of resources, benefits, and burdens in a society. It focuses on how goods and opportunities are allocated among individuals and groups. 2. Principles of distributive justice. Equality. This principle advocates for an equal distribution of resources, benefits, and burdens among all members of society. Need. According to this principle, resources should be allocated based on individuals' needs, ensuring that those who require more receive a larger share. Merit. This principle suggests that resources should be distributed based on individuals' efforts, abilities, or contributions to society. Proportional. Tly's principle argues for a distribution that is proportional to individuals' contributions or investments. 3. Rawls' theory of justice. John Rawls proposed the theory of justice as fairness, which emphasizes the principles of equality and fairness in the distribution of resources. Rawls argues for a system where inequalities are only penitent if they benefit the least advantaged members of society. 4. Nozick's theory of justice. Robert Nozick's theory of justice focuses on the principles of entitlement and property rights. Nozick argues that individuals have the right to acquire and transfer resources freely, and any distribution resulting from voluntary transactions is just. 5. Utilitarian perspective on distributive justice. Utilitarianism suggests that the distribution of resources should maximize overall happiness or utility for the greatest number of people. This perspective prioritizes the overall welfare of society rather than individual rights or entitlements. 6. Criticisms of distributive justice theories. Critics argue that distributive justice theories often neglect individual freedom and autonomy. Some argue that these theories fail to account for the importance of personal responsibility and effort in determining resource distribution. Others claim that these theories can lead to excessive government intervention and infringement on individual property rights. Robert Nozick's entitlement theory. Robert Nozick's entitlement theory is a libertarian perspective on justice that emphasizes the importance of individual rights and voluntary transactions. According to Nozick, justice is achieved when individuals acquire and transfer resources through voluntary exchanges without violating the rights of others. He argues that individuals are entitled to the fruits of their labor and the property they acquire through legitimate means. Nozick opposes redistributive policies that aim to address inequalities, as he believes they infringe upon individual rights and interfere with voluntary exchanges. Dimensions of justice. Justice can be analyzed through three dimensions: procedural justice, fairness in the process; substantive justice, fairness in outcomes; and interactional justice, fairness in interpersonal interactions. Legal, rule of law. The legal dimension of justice emphasizes the importance of a society governed by laws that are fair, transparent, and applied equally to all individuals. Equality before the law. Justice requires that all individuals, regardless of their social status, wealth, or power, are treated equally under the law. This principle ensures that no one is above the law, and that everyone has the same rights and protections. Due process. Justice demands that individuals are entitled to fair and impartial legal proceedings, including the right to a fair trial, legal representation, and the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. Access to justice. A just society ensures that all individuals have equal access to legal resources and remedies, regardless of their economic or social background. This includes providing legal aid for those who cannot afford legal representation. Legal certainty. Justice requires that laws are clear, predictable, and consistently enforced. Legal certainty ensures that individuals can plan their actions and make informed decisions without fear of arbitrary or unpredictable legal consequences. Restorative justice. This approach focuses on repairing the harm caused by a crime or conflict, rather than solely punishing the offender. It emphasizes reconciliation, rehabilitation, and restoring the relationships between the parties involved. Political equality. Justice in the political dimension emphasizes the equal participation and representation of all individuals in the political process. It requires that every citizen has an equal voice and influence in decision-making, regardless of their social or economic status. Democratic governance. Justice demands that political power is exercised through democratic institutions and processes, where citizens have the right to vote, express their opinions, and hold their leaders accountable. Political rights. A just society ensures that individuals have the right to freedom of expression, association, and peaceful assembly. These rights enable citizens to engage in political activities, express their opinions, and participate in public debates. Political pluralism. Justice requires that diverse political opinions and ideologies are respected and accommodated within society. It promotes the inclusion of different perspectives and encourages dialogue and compromise to reach fair and just political outcomes. Social justice. The political dimension of justice also encompasses the concept of social justice, which focuses on addressing inequalities and ensuring fair distribution of resources and opportunities. It aims to reduce poverty, promote equal access to education, healthcare, and social services, and create a more equitable society. Economic redistribution of wealth. This dimension of economic justice focuses on the fair distribution of resources and wealth within a society, aiming to reduce inequalities and ensure that everyone has access to basic necessities. Fair taxation. Economic justice emphasizes the need for a progressive tax system, where individuals with higher incomes contribute a larger proportion of their earnings to support social welfare programs and public services. Equal opportunities. Economic justice advocates for equal opportunities for all individuals to access education, employment, and economic resources, regardless of their social or economic background. Minimum wage. Ensuring a fair minimum wage is an important aspect of economic justice, as it guarantees that workers receive a decent income to meet their basic needs and maintain a decent standard of living. Examples: labor rights. Economic justice involves protecting the rights of workers, including fair wages, safe working conditions, and the right to form labor unions to negotiate for better working conditions. Social safety nets. Economic justice supports the establishment of safety nets, such as unemployment or individuals facing economic benefits, healthcare, and social assistance programs, to provide a safety hardslops. Social justice, equality, and non-discrimination. Social justice focuses on promoting equality and non-discrimination, ensuring that all individuals are treated fairly and have equal opportunities regardless of their race, gender, religion, or other characteristics. Civil rights. Social justice advocates for the protection of civil rights, including freedom of speech, assembly, and religion, as well as equal protection under the law. Gender equality. Gender equality. Social justice aims to eliminate gender-based discrimination and promote gender equality in all aspects of society, including education, employment, and political representation. Examples: LGBTQ+ rights. Social justice supports the rights of the LGBTQ+ community, including equal marriage rights, protection against discrimination, and access to healthcare and social services. Racial justice. Social justice seeks to address systemic racism and promote racial equality, ensuring that individuals from all racial and ethnic backgrounds have equal opportunities and are not subjected to discrimination. Access to education. Social justice emphasizes the importance of providing equal access to quality education for all individuals, regardless of their socioeconomic background, to ensure equal opportunities for personal and professional development. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, reservation policy. The reservation policy in India, which aims to provide affirmative action for historically disadvantaged groups, can be analyzed through the lens of the theory of justice. The policy seeks to address historical injustices and create a more equitable society by providing opportunities for marginalized communities. Right to Education Act. The Right to Education Act in India, which guarantees free and compulsory education for all children, can be seen as an application of the theory of justice. It aims to ensure equal access to education, regardless of socioeconomic background, and promotes the principle of fairness and equality. Land acquisition and rehabilitation. The issue of land acquisition and rehabilitation in India, particularly in the context of development projects, raises questions of justice. The theory of justice can be used to evaluate whether the process of land acquisition and compensation is fair and equitable for affected communities. Global wealth inequality. The theory of justice can be applied to analyze global wealth inequality, where a small percentage of the world's population holds a significant portion of wealth. TLIS raises questions about the fairness of the global economic system and the distribution of resources among nations. Climate change and environmental justice. The theory of justice can be used to examine the issue of climate change and its impact on vulnerable communities. It raises questions about the responsibility of developed nations in addressing climate change and ensuring justice for those disproportionately affected by its consequences. Refugee crisis. The theory of justice can be applied to analyze the treatment of refugees and the responsibility of nations in providing asylum and protection. It raises questions about the fairness of immigration policies and the obligation to assist those fleeing persecution and conflict. Relationship between justice, liberty, and equality. PYOSQ. What is the concept of justice in modern political theory? How is it related to liberty and equality? 94/60ths. Relationship between justice, liberty, and equality. 1. Definition and core concepts. Justice. The principle of fairness where individuals receive what they are due, encompassing distributive, procedural, and retributive justice. Liberty. The state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. Equality. The state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. 2. Foundational principles. Mutual reinforcement. Justice, liberty, and equality are interdependent and reinforce each other. Just societies aim to balance these principles to ensure fair treatment for all citizens. Balancing act. The challenge lies in balancing liberty and equality to achieve justice, as excessive focus on one can undermine the other. 3. Justice and liberty. Freedom of action. Justice ensures that individuals have the freedom to pursue their goals and interests without undue interference. Protection of rights. Just systems protect individual liberties, such as freedom of speech, assembly, and religion, ensuring that all citizens can enjoy these rights equally. 4. Justice and equality. Equal opportunities. Justice promotes equality by ensuring that all individuals have equal opportunities to succeed, regardless of their background. Fair distribution. A just society strives to distribute resources and opportunities fairly, addressing inequalities and preventing exploitation or discrimination. 5. Liberty and equality. Equal liberties. True liberty can only exist where there is equality. All individuals must have the same basic freedoms for liberty to be meaningful. Avoiding oppression. Equality prevents the concentration of power, which can lead to the oppression of the less privileged and undermine liberty. 6. Justice as a mediator. Ensuring fairness. Justice acts as a mediator between liberty and equality, ensuring that neither is compromised at dire expense of the other. Legal frameworks. Just legal frameworks balance individual freedoms with the need for social equality, creating a harmonious society. 7. Philosophical perspectives. John Rawls' theory of justice. Rawls argues for a system where justice ensures both liberty and equality through the veil of ignorance and difference principle, promoting fairness. Libertarian views. Libertarians emphasize liberty over equality, advocating minimal state intervention to ensure justice. Egalitarian views. Egalitarians stress the importance of equality in achieving justice, supporting redistributive policies to ensure fair outcomes for all. Conclusion. Justice, liberty, and equality are deeply intertwined principles in political science. A just society must strive to balance these concepts, ensuring that individuals can freely exercise their rights while maintaining fair and equal opportunities for all. Amartya Sen's capability approach to justice. Focus on individual capabilities. Sen's theory of justice emphasizes the importance of enhancing individuals' capabilities to lead the lives they value. It argues that justice should not solely be measured by income or resources, but by the opportunities and freedoms individuals have to achieve their goals. Emphasis on agency and freedom. Sen's approach highlights the significance of agency and freedom in achieving justice. It argues that individuals should have the freedom to choose and pursue their own goals, rather than being limited by external factors or societal constraints. Multidimensional view of well-being. Sen's theory recognizes that well-being is not solely determined by material possessions, but also by various other factors such as health, education, social relationships, and political participation. It emphasizes the need to consider these multiple dimensions when assessing justice. Importance of social arrangements. Syn's approach emphasizes the role of social arrangements and institutions in promoting justice. It argues that societal structures should be designed in a way that enhances individuals' capabilities and provides equal opportunities for all. Focus on equality of capabilities. Syn's theory of justice emphasizes the importance of equalizing capabilities among individuals. It argues that justice requires addressing inequalities in capabilities, rather than just focusing on income or resource redistribution. Recognition of diversity. Syn's approach recognizes the diversity among individuals and the need to account for different cultural, social, and personal circumstances when assessing justice. It argues against a one-size-fits-all approach and emphasizes the importance of context-specific evaluations. Criticism, lack of consensus. One major criticism of the theory of justice is the lack of consensus on what constitutes justice. Different political ideologies and cultures have varying interpretations of justice, making it difficult to establish a universally accepted theory. Subjectivity. Critics argue that justice is subjective and influenced by personal biases and societal norms. The theory of justice fails to account for these subjective factors, leading to potential injustices in its application. Ignoring individual rights. Some critics argue that the theory of justice places too much emphasis on distributive justice and neglects the importance of individual rights. They argue that justice should prioritize protecting individual liberties and freedoms. Unrealistic assumptions. Critics argue that the theory of justice often relies on unrealistic assumptions, such as perfect information and rational decision-making. These assumptions do not accurately reflect the complexities of real-world politics and can lead to flawed policy recommendations. Lack of practicality. Critics argue that the theory of justice often fails to provide practical solutions to real-world problems. The focus on abstract principles and ideals can make it challenging to implement policies that effectively address societal inequalities. Inequality perpetuation. Some critics argue that the theory of justice, particularly in its focus on redistributive justice, can inadvertently perpetuate inequality. They argue that excessive redistribution can disincentivize productivity and innovation, leading to overall economic decline. Conclusion. The theory of justice in political science is a subject of criticism due to its lack of consensus, subjectivity, and neglect of individual rights. Critics argue that the theory relies on unrealistic assumptions and lacks practicality in addressing real-world problems. Some critics also argue that the theory can perpetuate inequality, neglect cultural relativism, and fail to consider the interests of future generations. Despite these criticisms, the theory of justice remains an essential framework for understanding and analyzing political systems and policies. It provides a basis for discussions on fairness, equality, and the role of the state in promoting justice. 3.2 Rawls Theory 7 of Justice Introduction. John Rawls was an American political philosopher who developed the theory of justice as fairness. He published his influential work, A Theory of Justice, in 1971. Rawls' theory aims to address the distribution of social and economic goods, as well as the principles that govern the basic structure of society. Origin/background, reaction to utilitarianism. Rawls' theory emerged as a response to the dominant utilitarian approach to justice, which focused on maximizing overall happiness or utility. Rawls sought to provide an alternative framework that prioritized fairness and equality. Social contract tradition. Rawls drew inspiration from the social contract tradition, particularly the works of philosophers like John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He aimed to develop a theory of justice that individuals would agree upon if they were placed behind a veil of ignorance. The concept PYOSQ. Analyze John Rawls' justification of discrimination to achieve the goals of justice. 18/15. Discussed below. Justification of discrimination to achieve justice. Q. Comment in 150 words. Difference principle in Rawls' theory of justice. October 15th. Discussed below. Difference principle. Key aspects. 2 principles of justice. Rawls proposed 2 principles of justice that individuals in the original position would agree upon. The principle of equal basic liberties and the difference principle. The former ensures equal rights and freedoms for all, while the latter allows for inequalities as long as they benefit the least advantaged members of society. The original position. Rawls introduced the concept of the original position, which represents a hypothetical state where individuals are unaware of their own social position, talents, or personal preferences. From this position, they would make decisions about the principles of justice that would govern society. Veil of ignorance. The veil of ignorance ensures that individuals do not know their own advantages or disadvantages, leading to impartiality and fairness in decision-making. Fair equality of opportunity. Rawls also emphasized the importance of fair equality of opportunity 7, which means that individuals should have equal chances to succeed regardless of their social background or circumstances. This principle aims to address systemic inequalities and promote social mobility. Principles of justice. Rawls proposes 2 principles of justice that individuals in the original position would agree upon. First principle, equal basic liberties for all individuals, which can only be restricted if it benefits the least advantaged. Second principle, social and economic inequalities are permissible only if they benefit the least advantaged members of society. Difference principle. The second principle, known as the difference principle, focuses on reducing inequalities and ensuring that the most vulnerable members of society are prioritized. Fair equality of opportunity. Rawls also emphasizes the importance of fair equality of opportunity, where individuals have equal chances to succeed regardless of their social background. Principles of justice. Principle of equal basic liberties. Rawls proposes that each person should have an equal right to the most extensive basic liberties compatible with similar liberties for others. Difference principle. Fly's principle states that social and economic inequalities should be arranged to benefit the least advantaged members of society. Fair equality of opportunity. Rawls argues that individuals should have equal opportunities to compete for positions and social advantages, regardless of their social background or circumstances. Principle of reciprocity. Justice requires individuals to reciprocate the benefits they receive from society by contributing to its well-being through their talents and abilities. Principle of fairness. Rawls emphasizes the importance of fairness in the distribution of resources and opportunities, ensuring that no one is disadvantaged due to arbitrary factors such as birth or social status. Principle of impartiality. Justice requires decision-making processes to be impartial and free from bias, ensuring that all individuals are treated equally and fairly. Fair equality of opportunity. Principle of equal basic liberties. Rawls argues that each person should have an equal right to the most extensive basic liberties compatible with similar liberties for all. Equal access to education. Rawls emphasizes the importance of providing equal educational opportunities to all individuals, regardless of their socioeconomic background. Meritocracy. Rawls supports a system where individuals are rewarded based on their abilities and efforts, rather than their social status or privileges. Elimination of discrimination. Rawls advocates for the elimination of discriminatory practices that hinder individuals from accessing equal opportunities, such as gender, race, or religion-based discrimination. Social mobility. Rawls believes in creating a society where individuals have the ability to move up the social ladder through their own efforts and talents. Justification of discrimination to achieve justice. Affirmative action. Rawls supports affirmative action policies that aim to rectify historical injustices and provide opportunities for marginalized groups. Temporary measures. Rawls argues client discrimination may be justified as a temporary measure to address systemic inequalities, but it should not become a permanent practice. Equal opportunity for all. Rawls emphasizes client any discrimination should be aimed at creating equal opportunities for all individuals, rather than perpetuating further injustices. Proportional representation. Rawls supports the idea of proportional representation in political institutions to ensure that marginalized groups have a voice in decision-making processes. Intersectionality. Rawls acknowledges the importance of considering intersectionality, where individuals may face multiple forms of discrimination, and advocates for policies that address these intersecting inequalities. Balancing individual rights and collective justice. Rawls argues while discrimination may be justified in certain circumstances, it should not infringe upon the fundamental rights and liberties of individuals. Difference principle. Redistribution of wealth. Rawls proposes that inequalities in wealth and income are acceptable as long as they benefit the least advantaged members of society. Tai-Tai's principle justifies the redistribution of resources to reduce socioeconomic disparities. Maximizing the well-being of the least advantaged. Rawls argues that society should prioritize improving the conditions of the least advantaged individuals, even if it means sacrificing some benefits for the more advantaged members. Progressive taxation. Rawls supports a progressive tax system where the wealthy contribute a higher percentage of their income to support social programs and initiatives aimed at reducing inequality. Social safety nets. Rawls advocates for the establishment of social safety nets, such as welfare programs and healthcare, to ensure that the least advantaged members of society have access to basic necessities. Fair opportunity for economic advancement. The difference principle aims to create a society where individuals have a fair chance to improve their economic situation, regardless of their starting point. Balancing inequalities. Rawls argues that inequalities are only justified if they benefit everyone, particularly the least advantaged members of society. Fly's principle seeks to strike a balance between promoting economic growth and ensuring social justice. Role of justice. Fair distribution. Rawls argues that the primary role of justice is to ensure a fair distribution of social and economic goods among individuals in society. Correcting inequalities. Justice should also address and correct existing inequalities that arise from factors beyond an individual's control, such as their social background or natural talents. Protecting the least advantaged. Justice should prioritize the well-being of the least advantaged members of society, ensuring they have access to basic needs and opportunities for social and economic advancement. Balancing individual and collective interests. Justice should strike a balance between protecting individual rights and promoting the collective good, ensuring that individual liberties are not compromised for the sake of societal progress. Promoting social cooperation. Justice plays a crucial role in fostering social cooperation and stability by establishing a framework of rules and institutions that enable individuals to live together harmoniously. Key perspectives of the Rawls theory. PYOSQ. To what extent does the Rawlsian goal of achieving social justice depend on an overarching consensus among cultural, religious, and ideological groups? 00/60 Q. Critically examine John Rawls' argument for democratic equality. 1615 Q. Consider. We believe that as a matter of principle each number of societies has an inviolability founded on justice. 99/I/4 C/30 Q. Comment in 150 words. Original position 13/10 Q. Comment. Veil of ignorance. 10/20 Rawls' idea of social justice. Original position. Rawls argues that in order to determine principles of social justice, individuals must imagine themselves in an original position of equality, where they are unaware of their own social position, talents, or abilities. Veil of ignorance. Rawls proposes the concept of the veil of ignorance, where individuals in the original position are unaware of their own personal circumstances. Ties ensures impartiality and prevents individuals from favoring principles that would benefit them personally. Equal basic liberties. Rawls emphasizes the importance of equal basic liberties for all individuals. These liberties include freedom of speech, assembly, religion, and the right to vote. Rawls argues that these liberties should be guaranteed to all members of society. Fair equality of opportunity. Rawls advocates for fair equality of opportunity, where individuals have equal chances to succeed regardless of their social background. This requires eliminating social and economic inequalities that hinder equal opportunities. Difference principle. Rawls introduces the difference principle, which allows for inequalities in society as long as they benefit the least advantaged members. This principle aims to reduce social and economic disparities while ensuring the well-being of the most vulnerable. Redistribution of wealth. Rawls supports the redistribution of wealth through progressive taxation and social welfare programs. Ties helps to address inequalities and provide a safety net for those in need. Rawls on democratic equality, political equality. Rawls emphasizes the importance of political equality, where all individuals have an equal say in the decision-making process. This includes equal voting rights and equal opportunities to participate in political activities. Fair representation. Rawls argues for fair representation, where all individuals have the opportunity to be represented in the political system. This ensures that diverse perspectives and interests are taken into account. Public reason. Rawls promotes the idea of public reason, where political decisions should be based on principles that can be accepted by all reasonable citizens. Tins encourages inclusive and rational deliberation in the democratic process. Deliberative democracy. Rawls supports a deliberative democracy, where citizens engage in reasoned and respectful discussions to reach collective decisions. This allows for the inclusion of diverse viewpoints and promotes democratic equality. Protection of minority rights. Protection of minority rights. Rawls emphasizes the protection of minority rights in a democratic society. He argues that democratic equality should not lead to the tyranny of the majority, and minority rights should be safeguarded. Rule of law. Rawls highlights the importance of the rule of law in ensuring democratic equality. He argues that laws should be fair, impartial, and applied equally to all individuals, regardless of their social status or background. Societal inviolability doctrine, protecting individual rights. Rawls emphasizes the importance of protecting individual rights and liberties as a fundamental aspect of social justice. He argues that these rights should be inviolable and not subject to infringement by the state or other individuals. Fair distribution of resources. Rawls advocates for a fair distribution of resources in society, where everyone has access to basic goods and services necessary for a decent life. This includes ensuring equal opportunities for education, healthcare, and employment. Reducing inequality. Rawls' theory aims to reduce social and economic inequalities by prioritizing the needs of the least advantaged members of society. He argues that any inequalities should be structured in a way that benefits those who are the most disadvantaged. Social cooperation. Rawls emphasizes the importance of social cooperation in achieving justice. He argues that individuals should work together to create a just society, where everyone has a fair chance to succeed and where the well-being of all members is prioritized. Fairness and impartiality. Rawls' theory promotes fairness and impartiality in decision-making processes. By using the original position and the veil of ignorance, he seeks to eliminate biases and ensure that principles of justice are determined without knowledge of one's own position in society. Balancing individual and collective interests. Rawls' theory seeks to strike a balance between individual rights and the collective interests of society. While protecting individual liberties, it also recognizes the importance of social cooperation and the need for certain social and economic arrangements to benefit all members of society. Conditions for the contract. Original position. The original position is a hypothetical scenario where individuals are behind a veil of ignorance, unaware of their own social position, wealth, talents, or personal characteristics. This ensures impartiality and fairness in decision-making. Equal basic liberties. Rawls argues that individuals in the original position would agree to a principle of equal basic liberties, which includes political freedoms, freedom of speech, assembly, and conscience. These liberties are to be distributed equally among all members of society. Fair equality of opportunity. Rawls emphasizes the importance of fair equality of opportunity, where individuals have equal chances to succeed regardless of their social background. This principle aims to eliminate social and economic inequalities that arise from factors beyond an individual's control. Difference principle. The difference principle states that inequalities in wealth and income are permissible only if they benefit the least advantaged members of society. Rawls argues that such inequalities should be arranged to maximize the welfare of the least well-off. Veil of ignorance. The veil of ignorance ensures that individuals in the original position do not know their own position in society, preventing biased decision-making. Tin's concept promotes fairness and impartiality in the distribution of resources and opportunities. Rationality and self-interest. Rawls assumes that individuals in the original position are rational and self-interested. They would seek to maximize their own well-being while considering the well-being of others, as they are uncertain about their own position in society. 3.3 Applicability/contemporary relevance of Rawls' theory of justice in context of India and world. Reservation policy. India's reservation policy aims to provide affirmative action for historically disadvantaged groups, such as scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. PSIR's policy aligns with RAL's difference principle by seeking to uplift the least advantaged members of society. Right to Education Act. The Right to Education Act in India guarantees free and compulsory education for all children aged 6 to 14. PSIR's policy reflects RAL's principle of equal basic liberties by ensuring that every child has an equal opportunity to access education. Land redistribution. Various land redistribution programs in India, such as the Land Ceiling Act, aim to address land inequalities and provide land to landless farmers. These policies align with RAL's theory by promoting the well-being of the least advantaged members of society. Universal Basic Income, UBI. The concept of UBI, which proposes providing a guaranteed income to all citizens, has gained traction globally. UBI aligns with RAL's theory by ensuring a minimum level of economic security for all individuals, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Climate justice. The issue of climate change and its disproportionate impact on vulnerable communities has brought attention to the concept of climate justice. RAL's theory can be applied to advocate for policies that address climate change while ensuring that the burdens and benefits are distributed fairly among all members of society. Healthcare access. The ongoing debates on healthcare access and the need for universal healthcare systems in various countries reflect the relevance of RAL's theory. The principle of equal basic liberties can be used to argue for policies that ensure equal access to healthcare services for all individuals, regardless of their socio-economic background. RAL's theory of justice as contractual and distributive PYOs. Q. RAL's theory of justice is both contractual and distributive. Examine. 1720s. Introduction. John Rawls, a prominent political philosopher, developed a theory of justice that is both contractual and distributive. Contractual aspect. Original position. Rawls' theory begins with the concept of the original position, where individuals are placed behind a veil of ignorance. This hypothetical scenario ensures fairness as individuals do not know their social position, talents, or personal preferences. Rational choice. Entire original position. Individuals are rational and self-interested, aiming to maximize their own well-being. They engage in a social contract by agreeing on principles of justice that would govern society. Fair equality of opportunity. Rawls emphasizes the importance of fair equality of opportunity, where individuals have equal chances to succeed regardless of their social background. This principle ensures that everyone has a fair shot at achieving their goals. Difference principle. Rawls' theory incorporates the difference principle, which allows for inequalities in society as long as they benefit the least advantaged. This principle aims to address social and economic disparities while ensuring a just distribution of resources. Two principles of justice. Rawls' contractual aspect includes two principles of justice, the principle of equal basic liberties and the difference principle. These principles guide the distribution of rights, liberties, and resources in society. Reflective equilibrium. Rawls' theory seeks to achieve a reflective equilibrium by balancing individual rights and societal interests. This process involves continuous reflection and adjustment to ensure justice is maintained. Overlapping consensus. Rawls argues that his theory of justice can achieve an overlapping consensus among individuals with diverse religious, philosophical, and moral beliefs. This consensus allows for a stable and just society. Distributive aspect. Fair distribution. Rawls' theory of justice focuses on the fair distribution of resources, wealth, and opportunities in society. It aims to address inequalities and ensure a just distribution that benefits all members of society. Primary goods. Rawls identifies primary goods, such as basic rights, liberties, income, and wealth, as essential for individuals to pursue their life plans. These goods should be distributed in a way that benefits the least advantaged. Maximin rule. Rawls introduces the Maximin rule, which prioritizes the well-being of the least advantaged members of society. Since MLE ensures that any inequalities benefit those who are in the most disadvantaged positions. Veil of ignorance. The veil of ignorance, a key component of Rawls' theory, ensures that individuals do not know their position in society when determining the distribution of resources. This ignorance promotes fairness and impartiality. Fairness and equality. Rawls' distributive aspect emphasizes fairness and equality in the distribution of resources. It seeks to minimize social and economic disparities to create a more just society. Social justice as fairness. Rawls argues that social justice should be based on fairness, where individuals have equal opportunities and access to resources. This approach aims to rectify historical injustices and promote a more equitable society. Redistributive measures. Rawls' theory supports redistributive measures to address inequalities and ensure a just distribution of resources. These measures may involve progressive taxation, social welfare programs, and affirmative action policies. Conclusion. Rawls' theory of justice combines both contractual and distributive aspects to provide a comprehensive framework for a just society. By incorporating principles of fairness, equality, and the well-being of the least advantaged, Rawls aims to create a stable and legitimate political order that addresses social and economic disparities. Comparative analysis between Greek and Rawlsian concept of justice PYOs. Q. Make a comparative assessment of Greek perspective of justice with the Rawlsian concept of justice. 21/20. Introduction. The Greek perspective of justice, as exemplified by philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle, differs in several aspects from the Rawlsian concept of justice. Greek perspective of justice. Virtue-based. Greek justice is rooted in the concept of virtue, emphasizing the development of moral character and the pursuit of excellence. Teleological, justice is seen as a means to achieve the ultimate goal of human flourishing and the common good. Hierarchical, Greek justice acknowledges social hierarchies and assigns different roles and responsibilities to individuals based on their abilities and virtues. Communal, justice is viewed as a collective responsibility, with the well-being of the community taking precedence over individual rights. Retributive, Greek justice focuses on punishment and retribution for wrongdoing, aiming to restore balance and harmony in society. Emphasis on law, Greek justice relies on the establishment and enforcement of laws to maintain order and ensure fairness. Limited scope, justice is primarily concerned with the interactions between citizens. Limited scope, justice is primarily concerned with the interactions between citizens and the state, rather than addressing broader social and economic inequalities. Lack of impartiality, Greek justice is often influenced by personal biases and prejudices, as it is administered by individuals with their own interests and perspectives. Rawlsian concept of justice. Egalitarian, Rawlsian justice promotes equality and fairness, aiming to minimize social and economic disparities. Veil of ignorance. Justice is determined by imagining a society where individuals do not know their own social position, ensuring impartiality and fairness in decision-making. Distributive justice. Rawls emphasizes the fair distribution of resources and opportunities, prioritizing the needs of the least advantaged members of society. Social contract. Justice is based on a hypothetical agreement among rational individuals, establishing principles that would govern a just society. Focus on individual rights. Rawlsian justice places a strong emphasis on protecting individual liberties and ensuring equal opportunities for all. Reflective equilibrium. Justice is achieved through a balance between moral intuitions and rational principles, aiming to reconcile conflicting values and beliefs. Comprehensive concept. Rawlsian justice addresses a wide range of social, economic, and political issues, aiming to create a just and stable society. Universal applicability. The principles of Rawlsian justice are intended to be universally applicable, transcending cultural and historical contexts. Conclusion. While the Greek perspective of justice emphasizes virtue, hierarchy, and retribution, the Rawlsian concept focuses on equality, fairness, and individual rights. Both perspectives offer valuable insights into the nature of justice, but they differ in their underlying principles and approaches. Political liberalism and theory of justice. PYOs. Q. How has Rawls enriched the idea of justice and liberalism? 2021. Introduction. John Rawls, a prominent political philosopher, has made significant contributions to the idea of justice in liberalism. His work, particularly his book, A Theory of Justice, has had a profound impact on political science and has enriched the understanding of justice within liberal frameworks. How Rawls enhanced the concept of justice in liberalism. 1. Original position and veil of ignorance. Rawls introduced the original position, a hypothetical scenario where individuals make decisions about justice without knowing their own social position. The veil of ignorance ensures impartiality, as individuals are unaware of their own advantages or disadvantages. Tin's approach promotes fairness and equality, as decisions are made without bias towards any particular group. 2. Principles of justice as fairness. Rawls proposed two principles of justice: the principle of equal basic liberties and the difference principle. The principle of equal basic liberties guarantees fundamental rights and freedoms for all individuals. The difference principle allows for inequalities in society, but only if they benefit the least advantaged members. 3. Focus on distributive justice. Rawls emphasized the importance of distributive justice, which involves the fair distribution of resources and opportunities in society. His theory prioritizes the well-being of the least advantaged, ensuring that they receive a fair share of resources and opportunities. 4. Social contract theory. Rawls' theory of justice can be seen as a modem interpretation of social contract theory. He argues that individuals would agree to a set of principles behind the veil of ignorance, creating a just society based on mutual agreement. 5. Overcoming the critique of utilitarianism. Rawls' theory of justice provides an alternative to utilitarianism, which focuses on maximizing overall happiness. By prioritizing the well-being of the least advantaged, Rawls addresses the critique that utilitarianism neglects the interests of marginalized groups. 6. Emphasis on fairness and equality. Rawls' theory places a strong emphasis on fairness and equality, ensuring that individuals have equal opportunities and access to resources. This approach aligns with liberal values of equal rights and opportunities for all members of society. 7. Reconciliation of individualism and collectivism. Rawls' theory reconciles the tension between individualism and collectivism by recognizing the importance of both individual rights and social cooperation. His principles of justice provide a framework that balances individual freedoms with the need for a just and equitable society. Conclusion. John Rawls' work has provided a comprehensive framework for understanding and promoting justice within liberal. 3.4 Critique of Rawls' theory of justice. General criticisms. Ignoring cultural and communal values. Critics argue that Rawls' theory neglects the importance of cultural and communal values in shaping justice. It fails to account for the significance of shared values and traditions in determining what is just within a particular community. Overemphasis on individualism. Rawls' theory places a strong emphasis on individual rights and freedoms, potentially neglecting the importance of collective well-being and community cohesion. Critics argue that this individualistic approach may undermine social solidarity and the common good. Unrealistic assumptions. Some critics argue that Rawls' theory relies on unrealistic assumptions, such as the veil of ignorance, which may not accurately reflect how individuals make decisions in the real world. This raises questions about the practicality and applicability of his theory. Lack of incentives for excellence. Critics argue that Rawls' theory does not provide sufficient incentives for individuals to excel or achieve their full potential. The focus on equalizing outcomes may discourage hard work and innovation, potentially hindering societal progress. Inadequate consideration of deservingness. Rawls' theory does not adequately address the issue of deservingness. Critics argue that individuals who contribute more to society or possess exceptional talents may deserve greater rewards, which Rawls' theory fails to account for. Limited scope of justice. Some critics argue that Rawls' theory has a narrow focus on distributive justice, neglecting other important dimensions of justice, such as procedural justice or justice in interpersonal relationships. Ronald Dworkin's equality of resources. Dworkin, an American philosopher and legal scholar, offered an alternative theory of justice that focused on equality of resources rather than Rawls' primary goods. He argued that justice requires equal distribution of resources, including income and wealth, to ensure equal opportunity and fairness. Communitarian critique of justice. P. Wiles, Q. Examine communitarian perspective on justice. 1915s. Q. Explicate the conception of justice in the critiques of communitarian theorists. 1420s. Communitarian perspective on justice. Michael Sandel's communitarianism. Sandel, an American political philosopher, criticized Rawls' theory for its focus on individual rights and argued for a more communitarian approach to justice. He believed that justice should be based on shared values and the common good, rather than solely on individual preferences and rights. Charles Taylor's communitarian critique. Taylor, a Canadian philosopher, criticized Rawls' theory for its individualistic approach and argued for a more communitarian perspective on justice. He emphasized the importance of cultural and social context in shaping individuals' identities and argued that justice should take into account the values and traditions of different communities. Emphasis on community. Communitarian critics argue that Rawls' theory neglects the importance of community and communal values in determining justice. They argue that justice should be based on shared values and traditions within a particular community. Individualism versus community. Communitarians criticize Rawls' individualistic approach, arguing that justice should prioritize the well-being of the community over individual rights and freedoms. They emphasize the importance of social cohesion and the common good. Importance of social roles. Communitarians argue that justice should consider the social roles and responsibilities individuals have within a community. They believe that justice should be based on fulfilling these roles and promoting social harmony. Critique of the difference principle. Communitarians criticize Rawls' difference principle, arguing that it may lead to excessive redistribution and undermine individual incentives and personal responsibility. Cultural pluralism. Communitarians emphasize the importance of cultural pluralism and argue that justice should respect and accommodate diverse cultural values and practices within a society. Critique of the veil of ignorance. Communitarians question the practicality and relevance of the veil of ignorance, arguing that individuals are inherently shaped by their social positions and cannot be completely detached from their personal circumstances. Libertarian critique. P. Wiles, Q. Rawls' idea of the liberal self is too individualistic. Explain, in this context, the communitarian critique of Rawls' theory of justice. 2023/15 marks. Libertarian critique. Robert Nozick's libertarianism. Nozick, a libertarian philosopher, criticized Rawls' theory for its focus on distributive justice and argued for a minimal state that respects individual rights and allows for voluntary exchanges. He believed that individuals have the right to acquire and transfer property freely, which contradicts Rawls' emphasis on redistributive justice. Infringement on individual liberty. Critics argue that Rawls' theory places too many restrictions on individual liberty by advocating for extensive redistribution of resources and limiting the freedom to accumulate wealth. Disregard for property rights. Critics argue that Rawls' theory does not adequately recognize the importance of property rights and the role they play in promoting individual freedom and economic growth. Inefficiency of redistribution. Critics argue that the redistributive measures proposed by Rawls' theory are inefficient and can lead to economic stagnation, as they discourage individual effort and innovation. Lack of incentives. Critics argue that Rawls' theory fails to provide sufficient incentives for individuals to work hard and contribute to society, as it places a heavy burden on the wealthy to support the less fortunate. Ignoring the role of markets. Critics argue that Rawls' theory does not adequately consider the positive role that free markets can play in promoting justice and economic prosperity. Overemphasis on equality. Critics say that Rawls' theory places too much emphasis on equality of outcome, neglecting the importance, dual opportunity, and meritocracy. Rawls' idea of the liberal self is too individualistic. Individual rights and freedoms. Rawls' theory emphasizes the importance of individual rights and freedoms as the foundation of a just society. Focus on personal autonomy. Rawls argues that individuals should have the freedom to pursue their own conception of the good life, as long as it does not harm others. Protection of individual interests. The liberal self in Rawls' theory prioritizes the protection of individual interests and the avoidance of undue interference from the state or other individuals. Emphasis on fairness and equality. Rawls' theory seeks to ensure fairness and equality of opportunity for all individuals, regardless of their social or economic background. Importance of individual responsibility. Rawls' theory recognizes the higher importance of individual responsibility and the idea that individuals should be held accountable for their actions. Recognition of diverse perspectives. Rawls' theory acknowledges the diversity of individuals' values and beliefs, allowing for a pluralistic society where different conceptions of the good life can coexist. Marxist critique. Capitalist bias. Marxist critics argue that Rawls' theory of justice is inherently biased towards capitalism. It fails to challenge the fundamental inequalities and exploitation inherent in capitalist systems, instead focusing on redistributive measures within the existing framework. Neglects class struggle. Rawls' theory overlooks the central role of class struggle in shaping social and economic inequalities. Marxist critics argue that justice cannot be achieved without addressing the underlying class dynamics and power imbalances in society. Inadequate critique of private property. Rawls' theory does not provide a comprehensive critique of private property and its role in perpetuating inequality. Marxist critics argue that private property rights are inherently unjust and contribute to the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few. Insufficient focus on collective ownership. Rawls' theory does not sufficiently address the potential benefits of collective ownership and democratic control over resources. Marxist critics argue that denied justice requires a more radical transformation of the economic system, including the establishment of collective ownership and control. Lack of emphasis on social relations. Marxist critics argue that Rawls' theory neglects the importance of social relations and the impact of social hierarchies on individuals' well-being. It fails to recognize the ways in which social relations and power dynamics shape individuals' opportunities and outcomes. Limited transformative potential. Rawls' theory is criticized for its limited transformative potential. Marxist critics argue that justice requires not only the redistribution of resources but also the transformation of social structures and institutions to address systemic injustices. Feminist critique of Rawls' gender blindness. Feminist critics argue that Rawls' theory fails to adequately consider the specific experiences and challenges faced by women, thereby neglecting gender-based inequalities. Essentialist assumptions. Critics contend that Rawls' theory relies on essentialist assumptions about gender, assuming a binary understanding of male and female roles and disregarding the complexities of gender identity. Care work. Feminists argue that Rawls' theory does not sufficiently recognize and value the importance of care work, which is predominantly performed by women and often goes uncompensated. Intersectionality. Critics claim that Rawls' theory does not adequately account for the intersectionality of oppressions, such as the ways in which gender intersects with race, class, and other social categories. Lack of agency. Feminist critics argue that Rawls' theory does not adequately address the agency and autonomy of women, often portraying them as passive recipients of justice rather than active participants in shaping their own lives. Reproductive rights. Critics contend that Rawls' theory does not sufficiently address reproductive rights and the control over one's own body, which are crucial aspects of gender justice. Conclusion. Rawls' theory of justice has been influential in political science, providing a framework for analyzing and evaluating social and political institutions. However, feminist critiques highlight its gender blindness, universal rationality assumptions, neglect of care ethics, and failure to account for intersectionality. These critiques emphasize the need for a more inclusive and comprehensive understanding of justice that considers the specific challenges faced by women and other marginalized groups. PSIR Optional Unit 4. Equality Unit 4 Syllabus. Equality. Social. Political and economic. The relationship between equality and freedom. Affirmative action. Table of contents. PSIR Optional Unit 4. Equality. 1. Table of contents. 2. For point 1 equality. Social, political, and economic. 1. 7. Conclusion. 5. For point 2 relationship between equality and freedom. 6. 1. Relationship between equality and freedom. 6. 2. Relationship between liberty and equality. 6 PYQ 6. 3. Relationship between equality, power, and liberty. 6 PYQ 7. 4. Relationship between freedom and liberty. 7. Marx's notion of freedom. 8 PYQs 8. 4. 3. Affirmative action. 9 PYQs 9. Introduction 9. Importance of affirmative action and equal opportunity. Criticism of affirmative actions 10. For point 1 equality, social, political, and economic. 1. Introduction. Equality is a fundamental concept in political science that focuses on the fair distribution of resources, opportunities, and rights among individuals and groups within a society. It is a key principle in democratic societies and is often seen as a measure of social justice and fairness. Political scientists study equality to understand its impact on political systems, policies, and social dynamics. 2. Origin/background. The concept of equality has been a central theme in political thought since ancient times. Ancient Greek philosophers like Plato and Aristotle debated the merits of equality and its relationship to justice. The concept gained further prominence during the Enlightenment period in the 17th and 18th centuries, with thinkers like John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau advocating for equal rights and opportunities for all individuals. The French Revolution in the late 18th century also emphasized the principle of equality, as reflected in the famous slogan Liberty. Equality 7. Fraternity. The struggle for equality has been a key aspect of various social and political movements throughout history, including the civil rights movement, women's suffrage movement, and LGBTQ+ rights movement. 3. The concept of equality can be understood in different dimensions, including political, social, economic, and legal equality. Equality can be achieved through various means, such as affirmative action policies, anti-discrimination laws, wealth redistribution, and political reforms. Key aspects: equal rights. All individuals should have the same rights and freedoms, regardless of their race, gender, sexual orientation, or any other characteristic. Equal opportunities. Everyone should have access to the same opportunities for education, employment, and advancement, without discrimination or barriers. Equal treatment. All individuals should be treated fairly and without bias in all aspects of life, including in the justice system, healthcare, and social services. Equal representation. It is important for all groups to be represented in decision-making processes and leadership positions to ensure that diverse perspectives are considered and valued. Equal access to resources. All individuals should have access to the same resources, such as healthcare, housing, and social services, to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to thrive and succeed. 3.1 Equal treatment versus fair treatment. Political science is a field that examines the theory and practice of politics, including the study of power, governance, and decision-making processes. Equal treatment. Equal treatment refers to the principle of treating all individuals or groups in the same manner, without any discrimination or favoritism based on their characteristics or circumstances. Non-discrimination. Equal treatment implies that individuals should not be treated differently based on their race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, or any other protected characteristic. Legal framework. Many countries have laws and regulations in place to ensure equal treatment, such as anti-discrimination laws, affirmative action policies, and equal opportunity legislation. Meritocracy. Equal treatment is often associated with the concept of meritocracy, where individuals are rewarded based on their abilities, qualifications, and meritocracy. Equal treatment is often associated with the concept of meritocracy, where individuals are rewarded based on their abilities, qualifications, and achievements, rather than their background or social status. Universal human rights. The principle of equal treatment is closely linked to the idea of universal human rights, which asserts that all individuals are entitled to the same fundamental rights and freedoms, regardless of their differences. Fair treatment. Fair treatment refers to the principle of treating individuals or groups in a just and equitable manner, taking into account their unique circumstances and needs. Contextual approach. Fair treatment recognizes that different individuals may require different treatment to achieve equality, as they may face varying levels of disadvantage or barriers. Affirmative action. Fair treatment may involve affirmative action policies, which aim to address historical inequalities and provide additional support or opportunities to marginalized groups. Proportional representation. Fair treatment may also involve ensuring proportional representation of different groups in decision-making processes, such as in politics, employment, or education. Distributive justice. Fair treatment is often associated with the concept of distributive justice, which seeks to distribute resources, opportunities, and benefits in a fair and equitable manner, considering the needs and circumstances of individuals. PYOS-Q. Equality means fair treatment rather than equal treatment. Comment, 1815s, 4. Types of equality. 4.1 Social equality. It focuses on promoting equal treatment and opportunities for all individuals within society, regardless of factors such as race, gender, or sexual orientation. TINs can involve challenging discrimination and promoting diversity and inclusion. Key aspects. Economic equality. TIN's aspect of social equality focuses on ensuring that individuals have equal access to economic resources, such as income, wealth, and employment opportunities. Educational equality. It emphasizes providing equal access to quality education for all individuals, regardless of their socioeconomic background, race, or gender. Healthcare equality. This dimension aims to ensure that all individuals have equal access to healthcare services and facilities, regardless of their income or social status. Social justice. Social equality also encompasses the concept of social justice, which seeks to address and rectify social inequalities and injustices in society. Affirmative action. This policy approach aims to promote social equality by providing preferential treatment or opportunities to historically disadvantaged groups, such as racial or ethnic minorities, women, or individuals with disabilities. Equality of opportunity. Equal opportunity is a state of fairness where individuals are treated similarly without artificial barriers, prejudices, or preferences. The concept aims to ensure that important jobs or roles go to the most qualified individuals, rather than being based on arbitrary factors like birth, upbringing, or connections. Equal opportunity advocates for chances for advancement to be open to everyone, regardless of wealth, status, or membership in a privileged group. Equal opportunity is opposed to nepotism and plays a role in determining entire legitimacy of a social structure. Equal opportunity is central to the concept of meritocracy, where individuals succeed based on their abilities and efforts. Key aspects. Meritocracy. The concept of equality of opportunity is often associated with meritocracy, where individuals are rewarded based on their abilities, skills, and efforts rather than their social background or inherited privileges. Access to education. Equality of opportunity requires providing equal access to quality education for all individuals, regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, gender, or other characteristics. This ensures that everyone has the same starting point to pursue their goals and aspirations. Affirmative action. In order to address historical disadvantages and promote social equality, some societies implement affirmative action policies. These policies aim to provide preferential treatment or additional support to individuals from marginalized groups, such as racial or ethnic minorities, women, or individuals with disabilities. Anti-discrimination laws. Equality of opportunity is reinforced through anti-discrimination laws that prohibit unfair treatment based on characteristics such as race, gender, religion, or sexual orientation. These laws aim to create a level playing field and prevent systemic biases from hindering individuals' chances of success. Social mobility. Equality of opportunity is closely linked to social mobility, which refers to the ability of individuals to move up or down the social ladder based on their own efforts and abilities. A society with high social mobility provides equal opportunities for individuals to improve their socioeconomic status, regardless of their background. PYOS-Q. Comment. Equality of opportunity. 2020. 4.2 Political equality. Political equality is achieved when all individuals are given equal consideration in the norms, roles, and procedures that govern the community. Robert Dahl believes that democracy assumes political equality is desirable. Dahl argues that political equality and democracy are supported by the intrinsic equal worth of every person and the tendency of concentrated power to corrupt. Intrinsic equality refers to the belief that every individual has equal worth and should be treated as such in political decision-making processes. Concentrated power can lead to corruption and abuse of power, highlighting the importance of political equality in preventing such abuses. Key aspects. Universal suffrage. This aspect of political equality advocates for the right of all adult citizens to vote in elections, regardless of their race, gender, or socioeconomic status. Equal representation. It emphasizes the need for diverse and inclusive political representation, ensuring that different social groups have a fair and proportionate voice in decision-making bodies, such as legislatures or councils. Freedom of expression. Political equality also encompasses the right to freedom of expression, allowing individuals to voice their opinions, criticize the government, and engage in political discourse without fear of repression or persecution. Access to information. It highlights the importance of providing equal access to information and transparency in the political process, enabling citizens to make informed decisions and hold their elected representatives accountable. Non-discrimination. Political equality also involves the principle of non-discrimination, ensuring that individuals are not excluded or disadvantaged in the political sphere based on their race, gender, religion, or other protected characteristics. Equality of outcome. Equality of outcome is a political concept that focuses on ensuring that all individuals or groups achieve the same level of success or outcome, regardless of their starting point or circumstances. Key aspects. Redistribution of resources. Advocates of equality of outcome argue for higher redistribution of resources and wealth in society to ensure that everyone has equal access to opportunities and outcomes. Social justice. The idea behind equality of outcome is rooted in the principles of social justice, aiming to address systemic inequalities and create a more equitable society. Criticisms. Critics argue that equality of outcome can lead to a lack of incentive and motivation, as individuals may not strive for success if they know that the outcome will be the same regardless of their efforts. Economic implications. Implementing equality of outcome policies often requires significant government intervention and redistribution of resources, which can have economic consequences and impact market dynamics. Balancing individual rights and collective well-being. Equality of outcome raises questions about the balance between individual rights and the collective well-being of society, as it may require limiting individual freedoms to achieve equal outcomes. PYOS-Q. Equality of outcome as a political idea. 2021. Q. Difference between equality of opportunity and equality of outcome. Q. Comment on the difference between equality of opportunity and equality of outcome. 150 words. 2012. 4.3 Economic equality. Economic equality refers to the fair distribution of wealth, resources, and opportunities among individuals and groups within a society. It aims to ensure that everyone has access to basic needs such as food, shelter, education, and healthcare, regardless of their socioeconomic status. Equity is often measured by indicators such as income inequality, poverty rates, and social mobility. Taxation policies play a crucial role in promoting equity by redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor through progressive taxation systems. Key aspects. Income redistribution. Economic equality often involves policies and measures aimed at redistributing wealth and income from the rich to the poor, through progressive taxation or social welfare programs. Access to basic needs. It emphasizes the importance of ensuring that all individuals have access to basic necessities such as food, shelter, healthcare, education, regardless of their socioeconomic background. Social safety nets. Economic equality also advocates for the establishment of social safety nets, such as unemployment benefits or welfare programs, to protect vulnerable individuals and families from economic hardships. Equal opportunity. It promotes equal access to education and employment opportunities, aiming to eliminate systemic barriers that may prevent individuals from achieving economic success based on their merit and abilities. Wealth and power distribution. Economic equality seeks to address the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few, advocating for policies that promote a more equitable distribution of resources and economic decision-making. 5. Thinkers' perspectives. John Rawls. Rawls, a prominent political philosopher, proposed the concept of justice as fairness in his book, A Theory of Justice. He argued Torah equality should be the guiding principle in a just society. According to Rawls, inequalities are only acceptable if they benefit the least advantaged members of society. He advocated for a system that ensures equal opportunities for all individuals, regardless of their social or economic background. Karl Marx. Marx, a key figure in the development of socialist and communist theories, viewed equality from a class perspective. He argued that true equality can only be achieved by eliminating class distinctions in the capitalist system. Marx believed the working class should rise against the bourgeoisie and establish a classless society where resources are distributed equally among all members. John Stuart Mill, a utilitarian philosopher, emphasized the importance of individual freedom and equality in his work on liberty. He argued that society should strive for equal rights and opportunities for all individuals, as long as their actions do not harm others. Mill believed that a just society should protect the rights of minorities and promote equal treatment under the law. Hannah Arendt, a political theorist, focused on the concept of political equality. She argued that Tanai equality can only be achieved through active political participation and engagement. Arendt believed that individuals should have the opportunity to participate in public affairs and have their voices heard in decision-making processes. She emphasized the importance of a vibrant public sphere where citizens can engage in political dialogue and debate. Amartya Sen, an economist and philosopher, introduced the concept of capabilities approach to equality. He argued that equality should not be solely measured by income or wealth, but by the capabilities and opportunities individuals have to lead a fulfilling life. Sen emphasized the importance of providing individuals with access to education, healthcare, and other essential services to enhance their capabilities and enable them to pursue their own goals. Judith Butler, a feminist philosopher, examined the intersection of gender and equality. She argued that true equality can only be achieved by challenging and dismantling gender norms and hierarchies. Butler emphasized the importance of recognizing and valuing diverse gender identities and expressions and advocated for a society that embraces gender equality and inclusivity. 6. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. Reservation policy. India's reservation policy aims to address historical social and economic inequalities by providing quotas in education and government jobs for marginalized communities. Women's Reservation Bill. The proposed bill seeks to reserve seats for women in the Indian Parliament to enhance gender equality and political representation. LGBTQ+ rights. The decriminalization of homosexuality in India in 2018 marked a significant step towards equality for the LGBTQ+ community. Civil rights movement in USA. The movement fought against racial segregation and discrimination, leading to landmark legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Marriage equality. The global movement for marriage equality has resulted in the legalization of same-sex marriage in numerous countries, challenging traditional notions of marriage and promoting LGBTQ+ rights. Apartheid in South Africa. The anti-apartheid movement fought against racial segregation and discrimination, leading to the dismantling of the apartheid system and the election of Nelson Mandela as the first black president of South Africa. 7. Conclusion. Despite criticism, equality remains a fundamental concept in political science, as it promotes social justice and fairness. The concept of equality has evolved over time, taking into account various dimensions such as economic, social, and political equality. Political scientists recognize that achieving absolute equality may be unattainable, but they emphasize the importance of reducing unjustifiable inequalities and ensuring equal opportunities for all. The pursuit of equality requires a comprehensive approach, considering not only legal and political reforms, but also addressing structural inequalities and discrimination. 4.2 Relationship between equality and freedom. 1. Relationship between equality and freedom. Equality as a prerequisite for freedom. Some argue that true freedom can only be achieved when there is equality in society. They believe that without equal access to resources, opportunities, and rights, certain individuals or groups may be disadvantaged and unable to exercise their freedom fully. Equality as a limitation on freedom. Others argue that the pursuit of equality may restrict individual freedom. They believe that efforts to achieve equality often involve government intervention and regulation, which can limit individual choices and freedoms. Balancing equality and freedom. Many political scientists argue that a balance between equality and freedom is necessary for a just society. They believe that while some restrictions on freedom may be necessary to ensure equality, excessive limitations can undermine individual liberties. Equality as a means to enhance freedom. Some argue that promoting equality can actually enhance individual freedom. They believe that by reducing social and economic disparities, individuals have more opportunities and resources to exercise their freedom and pursue their goals. Equality and political participation. Equality in political participation is seen as essential for a functioning democracy. When all individuals have an equal voice and influence in decision-making processes, it enhances the freedom of expression and ensures that diverse perspectives are considered. Equality and social cohesion. Equality is often seen as a means to promote social cohesion and stability. When individuals perceive that they are treated fairly and have equal opportunities, it can reduce social tensions and conflicts, fostering a more harmonious society. 2. Relationship between liberty and equality. Liberty as a prerequisite for equality. Some argue that within individual liberty, achieving equality is impossible. They believe that individuals must have the freedom to pursue their own interests and make choices without interference in order to achieve equality. Equality as a limitation on liberty. Others argue that the pursuit of equality may infringe upon individual liberty. They believe that efforts to enforce equal outcomes may require government intervention and regulation, which can restrict individual choices and freedoms. Balancing liberty and equality. Many political scientists argue that a balance between liberty and equality is necessary for a just society. They believe that while some restrictions on liberty may be necessary to ensure equality, excessive limitations can undermine individual freedoms. A liberty as a means to enhance equality. Some argue that promoting individual liberty can actually enhance equality. They believe that by allowing individuals to freely pursue their interests and goals, it can lead to more equal opportunities and outcomes. Equality and equal rights. Equality is often seen as a fundamental principle for ensuring equal rights for all individuals. It aims to eliminate discrimination and ensure that everyone is treated fairly and has equal access to rights and opportunities. Equality and social justice. Equality is closely linked to the concept of social justice. It seeks to address historical and systemic inequalities and promote a more just society where everyone has an equal chance to succeed and live a dignified life. PYQs. How is liberty a precondition for equality? Explicate the relationship between equality and liberty. 14/15. Relationship between equality, power, and liberty. Aspects. Equality, power, liberty. Definition: the fair distribution of resources, opportunities, the ability or capacity to influence or control the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions. PYQs. And rights among individuals and groups within a society. Behavior of others and make decisions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views. Equal rights, ensuring all individuals have the same rights and freedoms. Concentration of power often leads to corruption and abuse. Negative liberty, freedom from interference by others or the state. Equal opportunities, providing access to the same opportunities without discrimination. Distribution of power, equitable distribution helps prevent concentration and promotes fairness. Positive liberty, the ability to fulfill one's own potential through collective action and social cooperation. Equal treatment, treating all individuals fairly in all aspects of life. Authority and legitimacy, power needs to be established through legitimate means and recognized authority. Balancing liberty and equality, necessary for a just society. Excessive limitations on liberty can undermine freedoms, while some restrictions may be necessary to ensure equality. Equal representation, including diverse groups in decision-making processes. Equal access to resources, ensuring everyone has access to essential resources like healthcare and education. Equality of estates caused equality of power, and equality of power is liberty. Comment. 22/15. Relationship between freedom and liberty. Freedom as a political concept. Freedom refers to the ability of individuals to act and think as they choose, without undue constraints or interference. It is a fundamental value in political science, emphasizing the importance of individual autonomy and self-determination. A liberty as a political concept. Liberty is often used interchangeably with freedom in political science. It refers to the state of being free from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority or society. Liberty encompasses both negative liberty, freedom from interference, and positive liberty, freedom to pursue one's goals and potential. Relationship between freedom and liberty. Freedom and liberty are closely related concepts, with liberty being seen as a broader concept that encompasses various aspects of freedom. While freedom focuses on the absence of constraints, liberty emphasizes the absence of oppressive restrictions that limit individual choices and actions. Freedom and individual rights. Political science explores the relationship between freedom and individual rights. Individual rights, such as freedom of speech, assembly, and religion, are seen as essential for protecting individual freedom and liberty. These rights provide individuals with the legal and institutional framework to exercise their freedom without undue interference. A freedom and the role of the state. Political scientists analyze the role of the state in safeguarding individual freedom and liberty. While the state has the authority to enforce laws and regulations, it should also ensure that these regulations do not unduly restrict individual freedom. Balancing the need for social order with the preservation of individual liberty is a key challenge for political systems. Freedom and social contract theory. Political science often examines the relationship between freedom and social contract theory. According to this theory, individuals voluntarily give up certain freedoms to the state in exchange for protection and the preservation of their remaining freedoms. The social contract establishes the boundaries within which individual freedom can be exercised while maintaining social order. Marx's notion of freedom 1. Historical materialism. Marx believed that society progresses through historical stages, driven by the conflict between social classes. He argued that the struggle for equality arises from the inherent contradictions within the capitalist system. 2. Class struggle. Marx emphasized the importance of class struggle in achieving equality. He believed that the working class, proletariat, would eventually overthrow the ruling class, bourgeoisie, and establish a classless society. 3. Economic determinism. Marx argued that economic factors play an initial role in shaping social relations and political structures. He believed that TME freedom can only be achieved when individuals are liberated from economic exploitation. 4. Critique of capitalism. Marx viewed capitalism as a system that perpetuates inequality and alienation. He criticized the private ownership of means of production, which he believed concentrated wealth and power in the hands of a few. 5. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx proposed that after the revolution, a transitional period known as the dictatorship of the proletariat would be necessary. During this phase, the working class would hold political power and gradually dismantle the remnants of capitalism. 6. Abolition of private property. Marx advocated for the abolition of private property, arguing that it perpetuates inequality and class divisions. He envisioned a society where the means of production are collectively owned and controlled by the workers. 4.3 Affirmative action. PYQs. Why is affirmative action important in provision of equal opportunity? 12/20. Q. Affirmative action policies draw as much strong criticism as strong support. Analyze this statement in the context of equality. 2023/15. Introduction 1. Definition and purpose. Affirmative action refers to policies and practices aimed at promoting equal opportunities for historically marginalized groups, such as racial and ethnic minorities, women, and individuals with disabilities. The purpose of affirmative action is to address past and present discrimination by providing preferential treatment or additional support to these groups in areas such as education, employment, and public contracting. 2. Historical context. Affirmative action emerged in the United States during the civil rights movement of the 1960s as a response to systemic racial discrimination and segregation. It was initially implemented through rough executive orders and later codified into law, such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Equal Employment Opportunity Act of 1972. 3. Legal framework. Affirmative action policies vary across countries and jurisdictions, depending on their legal frameworks and political contexts. Significant role in shaping affirmative action policies. In the United States, Tire Supreme Court has played. California v. Bakke, 1978, and Fisher v. University. Rough landmark cases, such as Regents of the University of Texas at Austin, 2016. 4. Controversies and criticisms. Affirmative action has faced criticism from various actives. Some argue that it perpetuates reverse discrimination by favoring certain groups over others based on race or gender. Critics also claim that affirmative action undermines meritocracy and can lead to the stigmatization of beneficiaries, suggesting that it may create a perception of unearned advantages. Importance of affirmative action and equal opportunity addressing historical disadvantages. Affirmative action is seen as an important tool to address historical disadvantages faced by marginalized groups. It acknowledges that certain groups have been historically discriminated against and aims to provide them with equal opportunities to overcome these disadvantages. Promoting diversity and inclusion. Affirmative action is viewed as a means to promote diversity and inclusion in various sectors, such as education and employment. By actively seeking to include individuals from underrepresented groups, it helps create a more diverse and representative society. Countering unconscious biases. Affirmative action recognizes that unconscious biases can influence decision-making processes, leading to unequal opportunities. By implementing policies that prioritize individuals from underrepresented groups, it helps counter these biases and ensures a fairer selection process. Enhancing social cohesion. Affirmative action is believed to enhance social cohesion by reducing social and economic disparities. By providing equal opportunities to individuals from marginalized groups, it helps bridge the gap between different segments of society and promotes a sense of fairness and solidarity. Fostering meritocracy. Contrary to the misconception that affirmative action undermines meritocracy, proponents argue that it actually fosters it. By providing equal opportunities to individuals who have historically been excluded, it allows them to showcase their talents and abilities, contributing to a more merit-based society. Reducing systemic inequalities. Affirmative action is seen as a means to reduce systemic inequalities by addressing the root causes of discrimination and exclusion. It aims to create a level playing field and dismantle barriers that prevent individuals from marginalized groups from accessing equal opportunities. Criticism of affirmative action's reverse discrimination. Affirmative action leads to reverse discrimination by favoring certain groups over others based on race or gender. Affirmative action can unjustly disadvantage majority groups and perpetuate resentment and division. Undermining meritocracy. Affirmative action is criticized for potentially undermining the principle of meritocracy, where opportunities are supposed to be based on individual merit and qualifications. Opponents claim that it can lead to the selection of less qualified candidates, which might affect overall performance and efficiency. Stigmatization of beneficiaries. Beneficiaries of affirmative action might face stigmatization, with a perception that their success is due to preferential treatment rather than their abilities. This can lead to a lack of self-esteem and external validation of their competencies. Perception of unfair advantages. There is a concern that affirmative action creates a perception of unearned advantages, leading to social and PSIR Optional Unit 5 Rights Syllabus. Rights, meaning, and theories. Different kinds of rights. Concept of human rights. Table of contents. PSIR Optional Unit 5 Rights. 1. 5.1 Concept of rights, meaning. Point 1. 1. What are rights? 1-2. Origin/background. 1. 3. The concept of rights. Point 1 Key aspects. 1. Nature of rights. 2. Forms of rights. 2. 4. Thinkers' perspectives on rights. 3. Locke's theory of rights. 3. Lasky's theory of rights. 3. Barker's views on rights. 4. Rousseau's theory of rights. Point 4. 5. Applicability of rights/contemporary relevance of rights in context of India and world. 5. Rights as trumps. 5. 6. Criticism. Point 5. 7. Conclusion. Point 6. 8. Multiculturalism. Point 6. PYUs. 6. Introduction. 6. Multicultural perspective on rights. Point 6. Bikaparek's views on multiculturalism. Point 6. Criticism. 6. Conclusion. 7. 5.2 Theories of rights. 8. Theory of natural rights. Point 8. PYQs. 8. Introduction. 8. Natural rights. 8. Human rights. 8. Relation between natural rights and human rights. Point 8. Negative and positive liberty. 9. Criticism of theory of natural rights. Point 10. Conclusion. 10. Theory of legal rights. 10. Note. Right to property. 11. Historical theory of rights. 11. The social welfare theory of rights. 11. The Marxist theory of rights. 12. 5.3 Different kinds of rights. 13. Natural rights. 13. PYQs. 13. Moral rights. Point 13. Bentham's theory of punishment. 13. PYQs. 14. Legal rights. 14. Civil rights. Point 14. Political rights. Point 14. The civil state. 15. PYQs. 15. All forms of government do not suit all countries. Point 15. PYQs. 15. Economic rights. 15. Contractual rights. Point 16. 5.4 Concept of human rights. 17. 1. Introduction. 17. 2. Evolution of theories of human rights. 17. PYQs. 17. 3. 3 generations of human rights. 17. PYQs. 17. 4. Universal conception of human rights. 18. PYQs. 18. 5. Implementation of human rights. 18. PYQs. 18. 6. Cultural relativism. 19. PYQs. 19. Introduction. 19. Key aspects. 19. Cultural relativist approach to human rights. Point 19. 7. Right of resistance and human rights. 19. PYQs. 20. 8. Applicability/contemporary relevance in context of India and world. 20. Relations between individuals, society, and the state. Point 20. PYQs. 20. Can and should human rights be universal? 20. 9. Criticism. Point 21. 10. Conclusion. Point 22. 5.1 Concept of rights, meaning. 1. What are rights? Rights are fundamental principles that individuals possess by virtue of being human. They are considered essential for the protection and well-being of individuals within a society. Rights refer to the legal and moral entitlements that individuals possess, which are protected and guaranteed by the government. These rights ensure that individuals have certain freedoms, privileges, and protections, allowing them to live a dignified and fulfilling life. 2. Origin/background. 1. Natural law theory originates from ancient Greek and Roman philosophy. Based on the belief that certain rights are inherent to human beings and are not dependent on any government or authority. Developed further by philosophers like Thomas Aquinas and John Locke. 2. Social contract theory emerged during the Enlightenment period in the 17th and 18th centuries. Proposed by philosophers like Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. suggests that individuals voluntarily give up some of their rights to a government in exchange for protection and the maintenance of order. 3. Utilitarianism, developed by Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill in the 19th century, focuses on the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people. Rights are seen as a means to achieve overall societal well-being. 4. Legal positivism, developed in the 19th century by legal scholars like John Austin and Hans Kaysen, emphasizes that rights are created and defined by laws and legal systems, rejects the idea of inherent or natural rights. 5. Marxism, developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in the 19th century, views rights as a product of class struggle and a tool used by the ruling class to maintain their power and control over the working class. Advocates for the abolition of private property and the establishment of a classless society. 6. Feminism, emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, critiques traditional theories of rights for their male-centric perspectives. Advocates for gender equality and the recognition of women's rights as fundamental human rights. 3. The concept of rights. Rights are legal, social, or ethical principles that define freedom or entitlement. Rights are fundamental normative rules that determine what is allowed or owed to individuals within a legal system, social convention, or ethical theory. Rights play an initial role in disciplines such as law and ethics, particularly in theories of justice and deontology. Throughout history, social conflicts have often revolved around the definition and redefinition of rights. Rights shape the form of governments, the content of laws, and the current perception of morality. Key aspects. 1. Legal recognition. Rights are typically enshrined in legal documents, such as constitutions, international treaties, and national laws. Legal recognition provides a framework for individuals to exercise their rights and seek legal remedies if they are violated. The legal recognition of rights varies across countries, and some rights may be more protected than others. 2. State responsibility. The state has a crucial role in protecting and promoting the rights of its citizens. Governments are responsible for creating and enforcing laws that safeguard individual rights. States are also expected to provide necessary resources and services to ensure the realization of economic, social, and cultural rights. 3. Limitations and conflicts. Rights can sometimes conflict with each other, leading to difficult choices and trade-offs. The exercise of rights may be limited to prevent harm to others, or to protect public order and security. Balancing individual rights with collective interests is a complex task for policymakers and courts. Nature of rights. Rights are inherent to all individuals and are not granted by any authority or government. Rights are universal and apply to all individuals regardless of their race, gender, religion, or nationality. Rights are inalienable and cannot be taken away or revoked by any entity. Rights are indivisible and interconnected, meaning that the violation of one right can lead to the violation of others. Rights are interdependent, meaning that the enjoyment of one right often depends on the realization of other rights. Rights are dynamic and can evolve over time as societal norms and values change. Forms of rights. Civil rights. Civil rights are fundamental rights that protect individuals from discrimination and ensure their equal treatment under the law. They include rights such as freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and the right to a fair trial. Political rights. Political rights pertain to the participation of individuals in the political process. They include the right to vote, the right to run for office, and the right to join political parties or organizations. Legal rights. Legal rights are those client are recognized and protected by a specific legal system or government. They are derived from laws and regulations and can vary across different jurisdictions. Examples include the right to a fair trial, freedom of speech, and the right to vote. Economic rights. Economic rights focus on the protection of individuals' economic well-being and their ability to participate in economic activities. They include the right to work, the right to fair wages, and the right to own property. Social rights. Social rights are concerned with the well-being and welfare of individuals within society. They include the right to education, healthcare, social security, and access to basic necessities. Human rights. Human rights are universal rights that are inherent to all individuals, regardless of their nationality, race, gender, or any other characteristic. They encompass a wide range of rights, including civil, political, economic, and social rights. Positive rights. Positive rights are those that require active intervention or provision by the government or other entities to ensure their fulfillment. They often involve the provision of goods or services, such as the right to education, healthcare, or social security. Negative rights. Negative rights, also known as liberty rights, are rights that impose a duty on others to refrain from interfering with an individual's actions or choices. They do not require any positive action from others. Examples include the right to privacy, freedom of religion, and freedom of expression. Individual rights. Individual rights focus on the rights of individual persons and their protection from interference by others or the government. They emphasize personal autonomy, freedom, and self-determination. Collective rights. Collective rights refer to the rights of groups or communities rather than individuals. They recognize the higher importance of group identity and cultural diversity. Examples include the rights of indigenous peoples, minority rights, and the right to self-determination. 4. Thinkers' perspectives on rights. John Locke. Locke's theory of natural rights argues that individuals possess inherent rights to life, liberty, and property. These rights are not granted by the state but are derived from the natural law. Locke's ideas heavily influenced the American Declaration of Independence. Immanuel Kant. Kant's theory of rights emphasizes the importance of individual autonomy and dignity. He believed that individuals have inherent moral worth and should be treated as ends in themselves, rather than means to an end. Kant's theory forms the basis for modern human rights discourse. John Stuart Mill's theory of rights focuses on the principle of utility and the promotion of individual happiness. He argued that individuals should have the freedom to pursue their own interests as long as they do not harm others. Mill's ideas shape the concept of negative rights, which protect individuals from interference. Karl Marx's theory of rights is rooted in his critique of capitalism. He believed that rights under capitalism are illusory and serve to perpetuate class inequality. Marx argued for the abolition of private property and the establishment of a classless society where rights are based on collective ownership. Hannah Arendt's theory of rights emphasizes the importance of political participation and public action. She argued that rights are not merely legal entitlements but are realized through active engagement in the public sphere. Arendt's ideas highlight the role of citizenship and collective responsibility. Locke's theory of rights, natural rights. Locke believed that individuals possess certain inherent rights, such as life, liberty, and property, which are not granted by the government but are derived from their nature as human beings. Social contract. According to Locke, individuals enter into a social contract with the government to protect their natural rights. The government's role is to secure these rights, and if it fails to do so, individuals have the right to rebel and establish a new government. Limited government. Locke advocated for a limited government that respects and protects the rights of individuals. He argued that the government should have limited powers and should not interfere with the natural rights of individuals. Consent of the governed. Locke emphasized the importance of consent in the establishment of government. He believed that individuals should have a say in the formation and functioning of the government, and that the government should be accountable to the people. Right to property. Locke considered the right to property as fundamental. He believed that individuals have the right to acquire, possess, and dispose of property as they see fit, as long as it does not infringe upon the rights of others. Individualism. Locke's theory of rights is rooted in individualism, emphasizing the importance of individual rights and freedoms. He argued that individuals have the right to pursue their own interests and happiness, as long as they do not harm others. Lasky's theory of rights, positive rights. Lasky argued for the recognition of positive rights, which go beyond the traditional negative rights of non-interference. He believed that individuals have the right to certain social and economic benefits, such as education, healthcare, and employment. State intervention. Lasky advocated for an active role of the state in ensuring the fulfillment of these positive rights. He believed that the government should intervene in the economy and society to provide equal opportunities and social justice. Redistribution of wealth. Lasky emphasized the need for wealth redistribution to address social and economic inequalities. He argued that the state should play a role in redistributing wealth and resources to ensure a more equitable society. Collective rights. Lasky also highlighted the importance of collective rights, such as the right to self-determination and the right to participate in decision-making processes. He believed that individuals have the right to be part of a community and have a say in shaping their collective destiny. Social solidarity. Lasky's theory of rights is based on the idea of social solidarity. He believed that individuals have a responsibility towards each other and that society should work towards the common good and the well-being of all its members. PSIR. The existence of liberty depends upon our willingness to build the foundations of society upon the basis of rational justice and to adjust them to changing conditions in terms of reasoned discussion and not violence. Harold J. Lasky. Discuss. 9160. Barker's views on rights, legal rights. Barker focused on legal rights, which are rights recognized and protected by the law. He argued that legal rights are essential for the functioning of a just and orderly society. Rule of law. Barker emphasized the importance of the MLE of law in protecting rights. He believed that the government should be bound by the law and that individuals should have access to legal remedies to enforce their rights. Individual autonomy. Barker highlighted the significance of individual autonomy in the theory of rights. He argued that individuals have the right to make choices and decisions about their own lives, as long as they do not harm others. Equality before the law. Barker advocated for equality before the law, stating that all individuals should be treated equally and have equal access to justice. He opposed any form of discrimination or privilege based on factors such as race, gender, or social status. Legal protection. Barker believed that rights should be legally protected and that individuals should have the right to seek legal redress if their rights are violated. He emphasized the importance of an independent judiciary in upholding and enforcing rights. Balancing of rights. Barker recognized that rights can sometimes conflict with each other. He argued that in such cases, it is the role of the legal system to balance these rights and find a fair and just resolution. PSIR. Comment. Mill was the prophet of an empty liberty and an abstract individual. Marker. 04/20. Rousseau's theory of rights, general will. Rousseau's theory of rights is based on the concept of the general will, which represents the collective interests and desires of the community as a whole. He believed that individuals should subordinate their individual wills to the general will for the common good. Social contract. Rousseau argued that individuals enter into a social contract with each other to form a society. This contract establishes the general will as the guiding principle and gives rise to the government, which is responsible for implementing and enforcing the general will. Popular sovereignty. Rousseau emphasized the idea of popular sovereignty, stating that ultimate political authority resides in the people. He believed that individuals should have the right to participate in the decision-making process and have a say in shaping the laws and policies that affect them. Freedom and equality. Rousseau considered freedom and equality as fundamental rights. He believed that individuals should be free to pursue their own interests and that all individuals should be treated as equals in the eyes of the law. Direct democracy. Rousseau advocated for direct democracy, where individuals directly participate in the decision-making process. He believed that this form of governance allows for the expression of the general will and ensures the protection of individual rights. General interest. Rousseau argued that the government should act in the general interest, which represents the common good of the community. He believed that the government should prioritize the well-being of the entire society over the interests of specific individuals or groups. 5. Applicability of rights/contemporary relevance of rights in context of India and world. India, right to education. With the increasing focus on education and literacy in India, the right to education is highly relevant as it ensures that every child has access to quality education. Right to information. In a digital age where information is power, the right to information is crucial for promoting transparency and accountability in governance. Right to privacy. With the rise of technology and data collection, the right to privacy is becoming increasingly important to protect individuals from surveillance and data breaches. World. Right to health. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of the right to health as countries strive to provide healthcare services to all their citizens. Right to equality. In a world where discrimination and inequality still exist, the right to equality is essential for promoting social justice and inclusivity. Right to freedom of speech. With the rise of censorship and suppression of dissenting voices, the right to freedom of speech is essential for promoting democracy and human rights. Rights as trumps. Discuss the doctrine of rights as trumps. 1915s. In this theory, rights are considered as absolute and inviolable, meaning they cannot be overridden or compromised by any other considerations. Rights as trumps theory emphasizes that individual rights should take precedence over collective interests or societal goals. It argues that individuals possess certain fundamental rights that cannot be violated, even if doing so would lead to greater overall happiness or societal benefits. This perspective is often associated with liberal political thought, which places a strong emphasis on individual autonomy and freedom. Rights as trumps theory provides a strong protection for individual rights, ensuring that they are not easily disregarded or sacrificed for greater good. However, critics argue that this theory can lead to a rigid and inflexible approach, potentially hindering the ability to address complex societal issues that require balancing competing rights and interests. 6. Criticism. Critics of the theories of rights argue that the concept of rights is subjective and culturally constructed, making it difficult to establish a universal framework for rights. Some argue that rights can be used as a tool for power and domination, as those in positions of authority may define and interpret rights in a way that serves their interests. Critics also question the effectiveness of rights in achieving social justice, arguing that rights alone may not be sufficient to address systemic inequalities and structural injustices. Others argue that the focus on individual rights can neglect the importance of collective rights and responsibilities, which are necessary for a functioning society. Some critics argue that rights discourse can be overly legalistic and detached from the lived experiences of individuals, failing to address the complexities and nuances of real-world situations. There are challenges of balancing conflicting rights and interests, as well as the potential for rights to come into conflict with each other. 7. Conclusion. Balancing conflicting rights and interests, as well as addressing systemic inequalities, remain ongoing challenges in the field of rights and political science. Theories of rights provide a framework for analyzing and understanding the complexities of rights and political science, but they should be continuously examined and adapted to address the evolving. Theories of rights provide a framework for analyzing and understanding the complexities of rights and political science, but they should be continuously examined and adapted to address the evolving needs and challenges of society. 8. Multiculturalism PYQs. Multicultural perspective on rights. 2023-10 Examine the multicultural perspectives on rights. 1225 What do you understand by multiculturalism? Discuss Bikaparek's views on multiculturalism. 1720 Introduction. Multiculturalism, as a theory of rights, emphasizes the recognition and accommodation of diverse cultural groups within a society. This perspective acknowledges the importance of cultural diversity and seeks to ensure equal rights and opportunities for all individuals, regardless of their cultural background. Multicultural perspective on rights. Cultural relativism. Multiculturalism recognizes that different cultural groups may have distinct values, norms, and practices, and therefore, rights should be understood within the context of these diverse cultures. Group rights. Multiculturalism emphasizes the importance of group rights, as opposed to solely focusing on individual rights. It argues that cultural communities should have the right to maintain and practice their distinct cultural traditions. Recognition and respect. Multiculturalism highlights the significance of recognizing and respecting cultural diversity, as it contributes to a more inclusive and harmonious society. Accommodation of differences. This perspective advocates for policies and practices that accommodate the differences and needs of various cultural groups, ensuring equal opportunities and access to resources. Cultural citizenship. Multiculturalism promotes the idea of cultural citizenship, where individuals can maintain their cultural identities while also participating fully in the broader society. Dialogue and understanding. It emphasizes the need for dialogue and understanding between different cultural groups to foster mutual respect and cooperation. Bika Parekh's views on multiculturalism, cultural hybridity. Parekh emphasizes the concept of cultural hybridity, where individuals and communities can draw from multiple cultural traditions, creating a dynamic and evolving society. Intercultural dialogue. He advocates for intercultural dialogue as a means to bridge cultural differences and foster understanding and cooperation between diverse groups. Cultural rights. Parekh argues for the recognition of cultural rights, which include the right to cultural expression, preservation of cultural heritage, and the right to participate in decision-making processes that affect cultural communities. Democratic multiculturalism. He proposes the idea of democratic multiculturalism, where cultural diversity is integrated into democratic processes, ensuring equal representation and participation for all cultural groups. Ethical framework. Parekh suggests that multiculturalism should be guided by an ethical framework that promotes justice, equality, and respect for human rights. Power imbalances. He acknowledges the power imbalances that exist between dominant and minority cultures and emphasizes the need to address these imbalances to achieve a highly inclusive multicultural society. Criticism, cultural relativism. Critics argue that multiculturalism promotes cultural relativism, which suggests that all cultural practices and beliefs are equally valid. Ties can lead to the acceptance of practices that violate human rights, such as female genital mutilation or child marriage. Fragmentation of society. Critics argue that multiculturalism can lead to the fragmentation of society, as individuals may identify more strongly with their cultural or ethnic group rather than with the larger society. This can hinder social cohesion and create divisions within a nation. Lack of integration. Critics argue that multiculturalism can hinder the integration of immigrants into the host society. By promoting the preservation of cultural differences, multicultural policies may discourage immigrants from fully participating in the social, economic, and political life of their new country. Inequality and discrimination. Critics argue that multiculturalism can perpetuate inequality and discrimination. By emphasizing group rights and cultural differences, there is a risk of neglecting individual rights and promoting a system where certain groups are privileged over others. Threat to national identity. Critics argue that multiculturalism can pose a threat to national identity. By promoting the recognition and celebration of diverse cultures, some argue that it undermines a shared sense of national identity and unity. Political manipulation. Critics argue that multiculturalism can be politically manipulated to gain electoral support. Some politicians may use multicultural policies as a way to appeal to specific ethnic or cultural groups for political gain, rather than genuinely promoting equality and diversity. Conclusion: multiculturalism is a complex and controversial concept in political science. While it aims to promote diversity, equality, and respect for cultural differences, it lies face significant criticism. It is important to carefully consider and address these criticisms in order to develop effective policies that promote inclusivity and social cohesion. 5.2 Theories of Rights. Theories of rights provide a theoretical foundation for understanding the nature, scope, and limitations of rights in a democratic society like India. Theory of natural rights. PYQs. Comment in 150 words. Idea of natural rights. 15 Q. Analyze the relation between natural rights and human rights. 13/20. Introduction. The theory of natural rights posits that individuals possess certain inherent rights that are not dependent on any government or society. These rights are considered to be universal and inalienable, meaning they cannot be taken away or violated. Natural rights. Natural rights theory posits that individuals possess certain inherent rights by virtue of their humanity. These rights are considered to be universal, inalienable, and independent of any government or legal system. Natural rights are often associated with the concept of individual autonomy and freedom. They are seen as fundamental to human existence and are not granted or created by any external authority. Examples of natural rights include the right to life, liberty, and property. Natural rights theory has its roots in the works of philosophers like John Locke and Thomas Hobbes. Human rights. Human rights are a set of rights that are recognized and protected by legal systems and international agreements. They are based on the idea that all individuals, regardless of their nationality, race, or social status, are entitled to certain fundamental rights. Human rights are often codified in national constitutions and international treaties, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. They encompass a wide range of rights, including civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. Human rights are typically seen as a product of social and political consensus, rather than being inherent or natural. The protection and promotion of human rights are central to the field of international relations and global governance. Relation between natural rights and human rights aspects. Natural rights. Human rights definition and origin. Originated from natural law theories, especially those proposed by philosophers like John Locke. Based on the belief that certain rights are inherent to human beings by virtue of their human nature, not dependent on any government or legal system, considered pre-existing and inalienable. Emerged as a universal concept, particularly after World War II with the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, in 1948. Encompasses a broader range of rights including civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. Recognized and protected by international laws and conventions. Inherent and inalienable. Considered inherent to all individuals by virtue of being human. Considered inherent to all individuals by virtue of being human. Negative and positive liberty. These rights cannot be surrendered, transferred, or revoked. These rights cannot be surrendered, transferred, or revoked. Universal applicability. Universal, applying to all humans regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or social status. Claim universality, asserting that every person is entitled to these rights without discrimination. Philosophical foundations. Rooted in Enlightenment thought, particularly the works of Locke, who argued for life, liberty, and property as fundamental natural rights. The social contract theory suggests that individuals agree to farm societies and governments to protect these natural rights. Influenced by natural rights but expanded to rough international efforts to include a wider range of rights. The UDCHR and subsequent human rights treaties provide a comprehensive framework for the protection of various rights. Legal framework. Often considered the basis for modem constitutional rights. Serve as a moral standard against which laws and government actions can be judged. Codified in international treaties such as the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, ICESCR. Enforced through international bodies like the United Nations and regional organizations like the European Court of Human Rights. Practical implementation. Form the foundation for national constitutions and legal systems that aim to protect individual freedoms and justice. Often cited in legal arguments and judicial decisions as fundamental principles. Implemented to rough national laws, policies, and international agreements. Monitored and enforced by both governmental and non-governmental organizations to ensure compliance and address violations. PYOs. Q. Compare negative and positive concepts of liberty. 1915's negative liberty. Negative liberty refers to the absence of external constraints or interference on an individual's actions or choices. Key aspects. Individual autonomy. Negative liberty emphasizes higher importance of individual autonomy and the ability to act freely without coercion. Limited government. It argues for limited government intervention in order to protect individual rights and freedoms. Non-interference principle. Negative liberty is based on the non-interference principle, which states that individuals should be free from external interference as long as they do not harm others. Criticism. Critics argue that negative liberty can lead to a lack of social responsibility and neglect of societal inequalities. Libertarianism. Negative liberty is often associated with libertarianism. Negative liberty is often associated with libertarianism, which advocates for minimal government intervention and maximum individual freedom. Positive liberty. Positive liberty refers to the ability of individuals to fulfill their potential and achieve self-realization through collective action and social cooperation. Key aspects. Social justice. Positive liberty emphasizes the importance of social justice and equal opportunities for all individuals. State intervention. It argues for state intervention to ensure equal access to resources and opportunities, as well as to promote social welfare. Self-mastery. Positive liberty emphasizes self-mastery and self-determination, where individuals have the power to shape their own lives. Criticism. Critics argue that positive liberty can lead to an overbearing state and limit individual freedoms in the name of collective goals. Social democracy. Positive liberty is often associated with social democracy, which advocates for a balance between individual rights and social welfare. Criticism of theory of natural rights. Conflict between rights. Critics argue that there can be conflicts between different natural rights, making it challenging to prioritize and protect all rights simultaneously. Cultural relativism. Some critics argue that natural rights are culturally relative and vary across different societies, challenging the universality of rights. Individual versus collective. Critics question whether natural rights should prioritize individual freedoms or collective well-being, as these two perspectives can sometimes be in tension. Power dynamics. Critics argue that natural rights can be manipulated by those in power to maintain their dominance and suppress marginalized groups. Lack of enforcement. Critics highlight the challenge of enforcing natural rights, especially in countries with weak rule of law or authoritarian regimes. Evolving nature. Critics argue that natural rights are not fixed and can evolve over time, requiring constant reevaluation and adaptation to changing societal norms and values. Conclusion. The theory of natural rights continues to be a foundational concept in political philosophy and serves as a basis for discussions on individual freedoms and government authority. While there are criticisms of the concept, it remains a powerful idea that shapes our understanding of human rights and governance. Theory of legal rights. PYQs. It is said, where there is no law, there is no liberty. Give your view on this statement. November 30th. Key aspects. Rights granted by law. Unlike natural rights, legal rights are granted and protected by the legal system of a particular country or jurisdiction. They are based on laws, statutes, and constitutions, and can vary from one society to another. Subject to change, legal rights are not considered to be inherent or universal, but rather they are subject to change and modification through legislative processes. They can be expanded, restricted, or abolished by the government. Government is the source. In the theory of legal rights, the government is seen as the source of rights. It has the authority to grant and enforce these rights, as well as to impose limitations on them in the interest of public welfare or security. Protection of societal interests. Legal rights are often seen as a means to protect the interests of society as a whole. They can include rights such as the right to a fair trial, the right to education, or the right to health care, which are considered essential for the well-being of the community. Balancing individual and collective rights. The theory of legal rights recognizes the need to balance individual rights with the collective interests of society. In some cases, individual rights may be limited or restricted in order to promote the greater good or to prevent harm to others. Enforcement through legal mechanisms. Legal rights are enforced through the legal system, which includes courts, law enforcement agencies, and other institutions. Individuals can seek legal remedies or redress if their rights are violated, and the government has the responsibility to ensure access to justice. Note: right to property PSIR. Assess the significance of right to property in political theory. 2015. Key aspects. The right to property is a fundamental legal right that allows individuals to own, use, and dispose of property. It includes both tangible property, land, buildings, personal belongings, and intangible property, intellectual property, patents, copyrights. The right to property is often seen as a cornerstone of capitalism and free market economies. It provides individuals with the incentive to work, invest, and innovate, as they can enjoy the fruits of their labor and protect their assets. Historical theory of rights. According to this theory, individuals possess inherent rights that are not granted by any authority or government. These rights are seen as universal and timeless, such as the right to life, liberty, and property. Key aspects. Social contract. Plies theory suggests that individuals willingly give up certain rights in exchange for protection and security provided by the government. The government's role is to safeguard these rights and ensure the well-being of its citizens. Legal positivism. This perspective argues client rights are not inherent or natural, but are instead created and defined by laws and legal systems. Rights exist only if they are recognized and enforced by the state. Evolutionary theory. This theory posits that rights have evolved over time through societal progress and development. As societies advance, they recognize and grant new rights to individuals based on changing norms and values. Cultural relativism. Tly's perspective emphasizes that rights are not universal but vary across different cultures and societies. Rights are shaped by cultural norms and traditions, and what may be considered a right in one society may not be recognized as such in another. The social welfare theory of rights. Tly's theory asserts that individuals have a right to certain social and economic benefits provided by the state, such as healthcare, education, and social security. The government's role is to ensure the well-being and welfare of its citizens. Key aspects. Redistribution of resources. According to this perspective, rights are not just about individual liberties but also about ensuring a fair distribution of resources and opportunities. The state should intervene to reduce inequalities and provide equal access to essential services. Positive rights. The social welfare theory emphasizes positive rights, which require the government to take action and provide resources or subsidies to individuals. These rights go beyond negative rights, which only require the government to refrain from interfering with individuals' actions. Universal access. This theory argues that certain services, such as healthcare and education, should be universally accessible to all individuals, regardless of their socioeconomic status. The state has a responsibility to ensure equal access to these subsidies. Social justice. The social welfare theory of rights is closely linked to the concept of social justice. It advocates for a fair and equitable society where everyone has equal opportunities and access to resources. Safety nets. This perspective emphasizes the importance of safety nets and social programs to protect individuals from poverty, unemployment, and other social risks. The government should provide a safety net to ensure a basic standard of living for all citizens. The Marxist theory of rights. Key aspects. Class struggle. According to this theory, rights are a product of the ongoing class struggle between the bourgeoisie, capitalist class, and the proletariat, working class. Rights are seen as a tool used by the ruling class to maintain their power and exploit the working class. Economic determinism. The Marxist theory argues client rights are ultimately determined by the economic structure of society. The ruling class shapes and controls rights to serve their economic interests. False consciousness. This perspective suggests that individuals may be unaware of their true rights and interests due to false consciousness, which is the result of ideological manipulation by the ruling class. The working class must develop class consciousness to recognize their rights and fight for their liberation. Emphasis on collective rights. The Marxist theory emphasizes collective rights rather than individual rights. It argues for the rights of the working class as a whole, such as the right to fair wages, safe working conditions, and collective bargaining. Critique of liberal rights. Marxists critique liberal rights, such as the right to private property, as serving the interests of the bourgeoisie and perpetuating inequality. They argue for the transformation of society to eliminate class distinctions and establish a classless society. Revolutionary change. The Marxist theory of rights advocates for revolutionary change to overthrow the capitalist system and establish a socialist or communist society. It sees entire realization of true rights as inseparable from the transformation of the economic and social order. 5.3 different kinds of rights. The recognition and protection of these different kinds of rights can vary across different political systems and societies. The extent to which these rights are upheld and guaranteed can depend on factors such as the legal framework, political culture, and level of development of a country. Natural rights. Natural rights are not dependent on any specific culture or government. They are considered universal, fundamental, and inalienable. Natural rights cannot be repealed by human laws. One can forfeit their enjoyment of natural rights through their actions, such as violating someone else's rights. Natural law is the law that governs natural rights and their protection. Key aspects. Derived from the belief that individuals possess certain inherent rights by virtue of their humanity. These rights are considered universal and inalienable, meaning they cannot be taken away or violated. And natural rights are often associated with the concept of individual liberty and include rights such as life, liberty, and property. Advocates of natural rights argue that these rights exist independently of any government or legal system. Examples of natural rights theories include John Locke's theory of natural rights and the concept of human rights in international law. PYQ's Q. Explain as to why Jeremy Bentham dismisses the theory of natural rights as nonsense upon stilts. September 20th. Moral rights are based on ethical principles and are often derived from religious or philosophical beliefs. Key aspects. These rights are not necessarily universal and can vary across different cultures and societies. Moral rights are concerned with what is considered morally right or wrong, and they often involve issues of justice, fairness, and equality. Examples of moral rights include the right to privacy, the right to a fair trial, and the right to freedom of speech. Moral rights can sometimes conflict with legal rights, as individuals may believe that certain laws or policies are morally wrong and should be challenged. Bentham's theory of punishment, utilitarianism. Bentham's theory of punishment is based on the principle of utilitarianism, which holds that the right action is the one that maximizes overall happiness or utility for the greatest number of people. In this perspective, punishment is justified if it serves to deter future crimes and protect society. Hedonic calculus. Bentham introduced the concept of the hedonic calculus, which is a method to measure the pleasure and pain resulting from an action. According to this theory, punishment should be proportionate to the harm caused by the crime, and the overall pleasure gained from the punishment should outweigh the pain inflicted. Prevention of future crimes. Bentham believed that the primary purpose of punishment is to prevent future crimes by deterring potential offenders. He argued that the fear of punishment acts as a deterrent and reduces the likelihood of individuals engaging in criminal behavior. Rehabilitation. While Bentham emphasized deterrence, he also recognized the importance of rehabilitation. He believed that punishment should aim to reform offenders and reintegrate them into society as law-abiding citizens. This perspective aligns with the idea that punishment should not only be retributive but also serve a rehabilitative purpose. Public interest. Bentham's theory of punishment emphasizes the importance of considering the overall public interest. Punishment should not be driven solely by revenge or personal vendettas but should be based on rational calculations of maximizing overall happiness and minimizing harm to society. Criticisms. Some argue that it focuses too much on the consequences of punishment and neglects the importance of individual rights and justice. Others argue that the hedonic calculus is subjective and difficult to apply in practice, as it requires quantifying pleasure and pain. Critics also argue that the theory does not adequately address the potential for punishment to be used as a tool of oppression or discrimination. PYQ's Q. Comment. Punishment should be preventive and corrective rather than retaliatory. Bentham, 9520. Legal rights. Legal rights are rights that are granted to individuals by a legal system. These rights can be modified, repealed, or restricted by human laws. Legal rights are enforceable by the government or tune up the legal system. Legal rights can include rights to property, freedom of speech, and the right to a fair trial. The concept of legal rights is related to the concept of positive law, which is the body of laws that are enacted by a government or other governing body. Key aspects. Protection. Legal rights provide individuals with the ability to seek legal remedies or recourse if their rights are violated. Examples. Right to life, liberty, property, freedom of speech, and equality before the law are some examples of legal rights. Source. Legal rights are derived from constitutional provisions, statutes, and judicial decisions. Limitations. Legal rights may be subject to certain limitations or restrictions in order to balance conflicting rights or protect public interests. Enforcement. Legal rights are typically enforced throughout the legal system, with courts and other legal institutions playing a crucial role in upholding and interpreting these rights. Civil rights. Civil rights ensure equal social opportunities and legal protection for all individuals, regardless of race, religion, or other attributes. These rights include the ability to vote, access to a fair trial, entitlement to government services, and the right to public education. They are fundamental to the functioning of a democracy. Key aspects. Freedom of expression. Tin's right protects an individual's ability to express their opinions, thoughts, and ideas without censorship or punishment. Right to privacy. Fly's right ensures that individuals have control over their personal information and activities, protecting them from unwarranted intrusion or surveillance. Right to equality. This right guarantees that all individuals are treated equally under the law, regardless of their race, gender, religion, or other characteristics. It aims to prevent discrimination and promote equal opportunities. Right to due process. This right ensures that individuals are provided with fair treatment and procedures in legal matters, including the right to a fair trial and legal representation. Political rights. Political rights are essential entitlements that enable individuals to participate in the governance of their society. These rights ensure that citizens can freely express their opinions, vote in elections, and engage in political activities. Key aspects. Right to vote. This right grants individuals the ability to participate in the political process by casting their vote in elections and influencing the selection of representatives. Right to political participation. This right allows individuals to engage in political activities, such as joining political parties, running for office, or participating in peaceful protests. Right to freedom of assembly. This right protects an individual's ability to gather with others for peaceful purposes, such as protests, demonstrations, or public meetings. Right to freedom of association. This right guarantees individuals the freedom to form and join associations, organizations, or political parties of their choice. Right to access information. This right ensures that individuals have access to information held by public authorities, promoting transparency and accountability in governance. Right to freedom of movement. This right grants individuals the freedom to travel within their country or abroad, without arbitrary restrictions or limitations. The civil state. The concept of the civil state refers to a political system in which the government is based on the denial of law and the protection of individual rights. It is a system that aims to ensure equality, justice, and freedom for all citizens. Key aspects. Social contract. The civil state theory suggests that individuals enter into a social contract with the government, surrendering some of their natural rights in exchange for protection and the establishment of a civil society. Rule of law. The civil state theory emphasizes the higher importance of the rule of law, where the government's actions are constrained by legal principles and procedures, ensuring fairness and predictability. Limited government. The civil state theory advocates for a limited government that respects individual rights and does not interfere excessively in the lives of its citizens. Social welfare. The civil state theory recognizes the government's responsibility to provide social welfare programs and services to ensure the well-being of its citizens. Citizenship rights. The civil state theory emphasizes the importance of citizenship rights, which include both civil and political rights, as well as social and economic rights. Balancing individual and collective interests. The civil state theory seeks to strike a balance between protecting individual rights and promoting the collective interests of society, recognizing that both are essential for a functioning civil state. PYQ's comment. Obedience to mere impulsive appetite is slavery. Rousseau, 93/20. All forms of government do not suit all countries. This theory suggests that different countries may require different forms of government based on their unique historical, cultural, and socio-economic contexts. It rejects the notion of a one-size-fits-all approach to governance and argues for the need to adapt political systems to specific national circumstances. It recognizes that what works in one country may not necessarily work in another, and that government should be tailored to meet the specific needs and aspirations of their citizens. This theory promotes the idea of political pluralism, allowing for a diversity of political ideologies and systems to coexist. PYQ's comment. Since liberty is a fruit that does not grow in all climates, it cannot be enjoyed by all people alike. Rousseau, 92/20. Economic Rights 1. Property rights theory emphasizes the importance of private property rights for economic development. Protects individuals' rights to own, use, and dispose of property. Encourages investment, innovation, and economic growth. 2. Welfare rights theory advocates for the recognition of social and economic rights as essential for human well-being. Includes rights to education, healthcare, housing, and social security. The government has a responsibility to ensure the provision of these rights. 3. Market rights theory emphasizes the importance of free markets and economic liberties. Protects individuals' rights to engage in voluntary economic transactions. Opposes excessive government intervention in the economy. 4. Labor rights theory focuses on the rights of workers in the economic sphere. Advocates for fair wages, safe working conditions, and the right to organize and bargain collectively. Seeks to address power imbalances between employers and employees. 5. Distributive justice theory examines how resources and benefits are distributed in society. Advocates for a fair and equitable distribution of wealth and opportunities. Considers the impact of economic rights on reducing inequality and promoting social justice. 6. Environmental rights theory recognizes the rights of future generations in the environment. Advocates for sustainable development and the protection of natural resources. Balances economic rights with the need to preserve the environment for future generations. Contractual rights. Contractual rights are rights that arise from a legally binding agreement or contract between two or more parties. Voluntary agreement. Contractual rights are based on the principle of voluntary agreement, where parties willingly enter into a contract and agree to certain rights and obligations. Specificity. Contractual rights are often more specific and tailored. Specificity. Contractual rights are often more specific and tailored to the particular agreement, as they are negotiated and agreed upon by the parties involved. Examples. Examples of contractual rights include the right to receive payment for services rendered, the right to specific performance of a contract, and the right to terminate a contract under certain conditions. Enforcement. Contractual rights are typically enforced through civil litigation, where parties can seek damages or specific performance if the other party fails to fulfill their contractual obligations. Limitations. Contractual rights may be limited by public policy considerations or by laws that protect vulnerable parties from unfair or unconscionable contracts. 5.4 Concept of human rights. 1. Introduction. Human rights are a set of fundamental rights and freedoms that are inherent to all individuals, regardless of their nationality, race, gender, or any other characteristic. 2. Evolution of theories of human rights. 1. Natural law theory, based on the belief that human rights are inherent and universal, argues that these rights are derived from a higher power or natural law. emphasizes the importance of individual freedoms and equality. 2. Legal positivism suggests that human rights are not inherent but are created and enforced by legal systems. Focuses on the role of legislation and legal institutions in defining and protecting human rights. Recognizes the importance of state sovereignty in determining the scope of human rights. 3. Utilitarianism views human rights as a means to maximize overall happiness and well-being. Emphasizes the importance of balancing individual rights with the greater good of society. Prioritizes the promotion of human rights that lead to the greatest overall utility. 4. Marxism argues that human rights are a product of the socio-economic structure of society. Views human rights as a tool used by the ruling class to maintain their power and control. Advocates for the elimination of class divisions and the establishment of a classless society to achieve true human rights. 5. Feminism critiques traditional theories of human rights for their male-centric perspective. Highlights the need to address gender inequalities and discrimination in the concept of human rights. Advocates for the inclusion of women's rights as an integral part of human rights. PYQs discuss the evolution of the theories of human rights from natural rights to collective and environmental rights. 02/60. 3. Three generations of human rights. 1. First-generation human rights, also known as civil and political rights, include rights such as freedom of speech, religion, and assembly. Aim to protect individual liberties and ensure political participation. 2. Second-generation human rights, also known as economic, social, and cultural rights, include rights such as the right to education, healthcare, and social security. Aim to ensure basic standards of living and equal opportunities. 3. Third-generation human rights, also known as collective or solidarity rights, include rights such as the right to peace, a clean environment, and self-determination. Aim to address global challenges and promote the well-being of communities and future generations. PYQs. What do you understand by three generations of human rights? 18/20. 4. Universal conception of human rights, inherent and equal rights. Human rights are considered inherent to all individuals by virtue of their humanity, regardless of their nationality, race, gender, religion, or any other characteristic. They are seen as universal and apply to every person equally. Fundamental freedoms. Human rights encompass a range of fundamental freedoms, including civil and political rights, such as freedom of speech, assembly, and religion, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights, such as the right to education, healthcare, and a decent standard of living. Non-discrimination. Human rights emphasize the principle of non-discrimination, ensuring that individuals are protected from any form of unjust treatment or prejudice based on their characteristics or circumstances. Inalienable and indivisible. Human rights are considered inalienable, meaning they cannot be taken away or surrendered. They are also seen as indivisible, meaning that all rights are interconnected and equally important, and the violation of one right can impact the enjoyment of others. International legal framework. The concept of human rights is supported by various international legal instruments, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, international conventions, and treaties. These documents provide a framework for states to recognize and protect human rights within their jurisdictions. Moral and ethical foundation. Human rights are grounded in moral and ethical principles, emphasizing the inherent dignity and worth of every individual. They reflect the belief that all human beings deserve to be treated with respect, fairness, and equality. PYQs. Can there be universal conception of human rights? Give your arguments. 21/15. 5. Implementation of human rights. National legislation and constitutions. States play a crucial role in implementing human rights by enacting national legislation and incorporating human rights provisions into their constitutions. This ensures that human rights are legally recognized and protected within a country's legal framework. International human rights mechanisms. International organizations, such as the United Nations and regional bodies like the European Court of Human Rights, establish mechanisms to monitor and enforce human rights standards. These mechanisms include reporting systems, investigations, and legal proceedings to hold states accountable for human rights violations. Human rights education and awareness. Promoting human rights education and awareness is essential for their effective implementation. TENS involves educating individuals about their rights, raising awareness about human rights issues, and fostering a culture of respect for human rights within societies. Civil society and advocacy. Civil society organizations, including human rights groups, play a crucial role in advocating for the protection and promotion of human rights. They monitor human rights situations, provide support to victims, and engage in advocacy campaigns to raise awareness and pressure governments to uphold human rights standards. International cooperation and diplomacy. States collaborate through international cooperation and diplomacy to address human rights challenges. TENS can involve diplomatic negotiations, economic sanctions, or humanitarian interventions to protect human rights in situations of conflict or crisis. Judicial systems and rule of law. An independent and impartial judiciary is vital for the implementation of human rights. Courts interpret and apply human rights laws, ensuring that individuals have access to justice and remedies for human rights violations. The MLE of law provides a framework for the protection of human rights by ensuring that laws are enforced and applied equally to all individuals. PYQs. The implementation of human rights is regarded as a matter of changing the conduct of states. Comment. 16/15. 6. Cultural relativism. PYQs. Cultural relativism, 22 tenths Q. Critically examine the cultural relativist approach to human rights. 10/30. Introduction. Cultural relativism is the belief that human rights are not universal and should be understood within the context of each culture's values, norms, and traditions. Key aspects. Cultural diversity. Cultural relativism recognizes and respects the diversity of cultures around the world, acknowledging that different societies may have different understandings of what constitutes human rights. Non-interference. Cultural relativism argues against imposing one culture's values and norms on another, emphasizing the importance of non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations. Ethical framework. Cultural relativism provides an ethical framework for understanding human rights, suggesting the judgments about human rights should be based on the cultural context in which they are applied. Criticisms. Cultural relativism has been criticized for potentially justifying human rights abuses in the name of cultural traditions, as it may prioritize cultural practices over individual rights and freedoms. Balancing act. Cultural relativism requires a delicate balance between respecting cultural diversity and upholding universal human rights, as some cultural practices may violate fundamental human rights principles. Cultural relativist approach to human rights. Contextual understanding. The cultural relativist approach emphasizes the importance of understanding human rights within the specific cultural, historical, and social context of a society. Cultural autonomy. TLI's approach recognizes the autonomy of cultures to define and interpret human rights according to their own values and traditions, without external interference. Dialogue and negotiation. Cultural relativism promotes dialogue and negotiation between different cultures to find common ground and develop a layered understanding of human rights that respects cultural diversity. Human rights as evolving. The cultural relativist approach acknowledges that human rights are not fixed or universal but can evolve over time as societies progress and change. Limitations. Critics argue that the cultural relativist approach may undermine the universality and indivisibility of human rights, potentially allowing cultural practices that violate fundamental rights. 7. Right of resistance in human rights. Historical context. The right of resistance refers to the right of individuals or groups to resist oppressive or unjust governance. It has its roots in historical struggles for freedom, such as revolutions, civil rights movements, and anti-colonial movements. Protection of human rights. The right of resistance is often invoked when governments violate or suppress human rights. It serves as a mechanism for individuals or groups to challenge and oppose such violations, aiming to restore or establish high human rights protections. Nonviolent resistance. The concept of the right of resistance encompasses both violent and nonviolent means of opposition. Nonviolent resistance methods, such as civil disobedience, protests, and boycotts, are often preferred as they align with the principles of human rights and peaceful change. Legal and moral dimensions. The right of resistance can have both legal and moral dimensions. Legally, it may be recognized in constitutions or international human rights instruments. Morally, it is often seen as a fundamental right derived from the inherent dignity and autonomy of individuals. Controversies and limitations. The right of resistance can be controversial, as it raises questions about the legitimacy of using force or engaging in acts that may harm others. There are debates about the conditions under which resistance is justified and the extent to which it can be exercised. Role of international community. The international community plays a crucial role in supporting the right of resistance by condemning human rights abuses, providing assistance to those facing oppression, and promoting peaceful resolutions. However, interventions must be carefully balanced to respect the sovereignty of nations. PYQ's Q. Examine the nature and limits of the rights of resistance and revolution recognized in modern political theory. 97/60. 8. Applicability/contemporary relevance. In context of India and world, the Right to Information Act, TINS Act, passed in 2005, grants citizens the right to access information held by public authorities. It has been instrumental in promoting transparency, accountability, and combating corruption in India. Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code. This section criminalized consensual same-sex relationships until it was decriminalized by the Supreme Court in 2018. TLI's case study highlights the struggle for LGBTQ+ rights and the importance of human rights in ensuring equality and non-discrimination. The Right to Education Act, TINS Act, enacted in 2009, guarantees free and compulsory education for children aged 6 to 14. It aims to ensure equal opportunities for education and bridge the gap between privileged and marginalized sections of society. Apartheid in South Africa. The apartheid regime, which lasted from 1948 to 1994, systematically discriminated against the majority black population. The struggle against apartheid highlighted the importance of human rights in combating racial discrimination and promoting equality. Guantanamo Bay Detention Camp. The indefinite detention of individuals without trial at Guantanamo Bay has raised concerns about human rights violations and the erosion of civil liberties in the name of national security. Syrian civil war. The ongoing conflict in Syria has resulted in widespread human rights abuses, including mass killings, torture, and displacement of millions of people. TIN's case study underscores the importance of international human rights mechanisms in addressing and preventing such atrocities. Relations between individuals, society, and the state. Human rights exist within the context of the relationship between individuals, society, and the state. Individuals are the bearers of human rights, and they have the right to demand that their rights be respected and protected by the state. Society plays a crucial role in promoting and safeguarding human rights through collective action, awareness raising, and advocacy. The state, as the primary duty bearer, has higher responsibility to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. The state should create an enabling environment that allows individuals to exercise their rights freely and without discrimination. The state should also establish legal and institutional mechanisms to address human rights violations and provide remedies for those whose rights have been violated. PYQs. Human rights are complex and contested social practice that organizes relations between individuals, society, and the state. Comment. 22/15. Can and should human rights be universal? Universality of human rights. The concept of human rights is based on the belief that all individuals, regardless of their nationality, race, religion, or gender, possess certain inherent rights. Human rights are considered universal and apply to all individuals, irrespective of their cultural or social background. Cultural relativism. Some argue that human rights should be culturally relative, meaning that they should be interpreted and applied differently based on cultural norms and values. However, this perspective can lead to the justification of human rights abuses under the guise of cultural practices. Balancing universality and cultural diversity. While human rights should be universal, it is important to strike a balance between universality and cultural diversity. Flies can be achieved by recognizing and respecting cultural differences while ensuring that fundamental human rights are not violated. International human rights standards. The universality of human rights is reinforced by international human rights standards, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and various international treaties. These standards provide a common framework for the protection and promotion of human rights globally. Challenges to universality. The concept of universality faces challenges due to cultural relativism, political ideologies, and power dynamics. Some states may selectively interpret or apply human rights based on their own interests, leading to inconsistencies in the universality of human rights. PYOSQ. Human rights are basic moral guarantees that people in all countries and cultures possess, simply because they are people. Explain the statement. 08/60-9. Criticism 1. Cultural relativism. Critics argue that the concept of human rights is based on Western values and is not universally applicable across different cultures and societies. Different cultures have different norms and values, and imposing Western ideas of human rights may be seen as cultural imperialism. 2. Selective application. Critics claim that human rights are often selectively applied by powerful states to advance their own interests. Powerful countries may ignore human rights violations committed by their allies or themselves, while criticizing other nations for similar actions. This selective application undermines the credibility and universality of human rights. 3. Lack of enforcement mechanisms. Human rights lack effective enforcement mechanisms, making them merely aspirational rather than enforceable rights. This allows states to violate human rights without facing significant consequences. 4. Clash with sovereignty. The concept of human rights clashes with the principle of state sovereignty. Some argue that human rights should be a matter of domestic jurisdiction, and external interference in a state's affairs violates its sovereignty. This tension between human rights and sovereignty can lead to conflicts and hinder the implementation of human rights standards. 5. Western bias. The concept of human rights is rooted in Western political thought and may not adequately reflect the values and needs of non-Western societies. The emphasis on individual rights and liberties may not align with the values of collectivist cultures. This Western bias can lead to a lack of inclusivity and relevance in the application of human rights. 6. Lack of consensus. Critics argue that there is a lack of consensus on the definition and scope of human rights. Different political ideologies and cultural perspectives may have varying interpretations of what constitutes a human right. This lack of consensus can lead to disagreements and challenges in implementing and protecting human rights. 10. Conclusion. The concept of human rights is essential for promoting equality, dignity, and justice for all individuals. By upholding human rights, we can create a more just and inclusive society where every person is able to live a life of freedom and dignity. PSIR Unit 6 Democracy Syllabus. Democracy, Classical and Contemporary Theories. Different models of democracy: representative, participatory, and deliberative. Table of contents. PSIR Unit 6 Democracy. 1. Democracy. 1. Introduction. Point 1. Origin. 1. Definition. Point 1. Thinkers' perspectives on democracy. Point 2. Democracy and M.K. Gandhi. 2. Introduction. Point 2. Key aspects. 2. Conclusion. 3. Types of democracy. Point 3. Direct democracy. 3. Representative democracy. Point 3. Participatory democracy. 3. Deliberative democracy. Point 4. Social democracy. 4. Characteristics/features of democracy. Point 4. Role of people in democracy. 5. Merits of democracy. Point 6. Criticism. 6. Democracy in India. Point 7. Key aspects of Indian democracy. Point 7. Challenges to Indian democracy. 8. Classical democratic theory. Point 10. Introduction. Point 10. Philosophical foundations. Point 10. Socrates. Point 10. Views on democracy and critique. 10. Emphasis on the role of knowledge and virtue. Point 10. Plato. Point 10. Critique of democracy in the Republic. Point 10. The idea of philosopher kings. 10. Concept of the ideal state. Point 10. Aristotle. Point 10. Classification of governments in politics. Point 10. Mixed government and polity as a preferable form. Point 11. Critique of pure democracy. Point 11. Athenian democracy. Point 11. Historical background. Athens in the 5th century BCE. 11 Overview of Athenian political system. 11 Key figures. 11 Features. 12 Direct democracy. 12 Assembly, Ecclesia. 12 Council, Bull. 12 Courts, Dicasteria. 12 Mechanisms like ostracism and sortition. 13 Merits. 13 Criticisms. 13 Roman Republican democracy. 14 Historical background. 14 Structure of the Roman Republic. 14 Key figures. 15.1 Marcus Tullius Cicero. 15.2 Cato the Younger, Marcus Porcius Cato Udicensis. 15 Features. 15 Merits. 16 Criticisms. 17 Key characteristics of classical democracy. 18 Modern interpretations of classical democratic theories. 191 John Locke. 19.2 Montesquieu. 19.3 Jean-Jacques Rousseau. 19.4 Niccolò Machiavelli. 20 Comparison of classical and modern democracy. 20 Critiques of classical democracy. 20 Impact on modern democracy. 21 Contemporary relevance of classical theories. 22 Liberal democratic theory. 23 Introduction. 23 Key tenets of liberal democratic theory. 23 Thinkers' perspectives. 24 McPherson's perspective. 24 Application. 25 Liberal constitutionalism precedes liberal democracy. 25 Contemporary examples. 26 Critiques and challenges of liberal democratic theory. 26 Conclusion. 26 Contemporary democratic theory. 27 Introduction. 27 Classification. 27 Classification. 27 Key features of contemporary democratic theory. 27 Major theorists of contemporary democratic theory. 28.1 Robert Dahl, Polyarchy. 28.2 Jürgen Habermas, Deliberative Democracy. 28.3 John Rawls, Justice as Fairness and Public Reason. 28.4 Charles Taylor, Multiculturalism and Recognition. 29.5 Amartya Sen, Capability Approach. 29 Conclusion. 29 Different models of democracy. 30 Substantive democracy. 30 Introduction. 30 Thinkers' perspectives. 30 Criticism. 30 Conclusion. 30 Deliberative theory. 31 Introduction. 31 Features of deliberative democracy. 31 Thinkers' perspective. 32 Weakness of deliberative democracy. 32 Conclusion. 32 Participatory democracy. 33 Introduction. 33 Participatory model of democracy. 33 Deliberative and participatory democracy interdependence. 33 Thinkers' perspective. 34 Weakness of participatory model. 34 Representative democracy. 34 Introduction. 34 Features of representative democracy. 35 Thinkers' perspective. 35 Criticism. 36 Conclusion. 36 Pluralist theory. 37 Questions asked. 37 Introduction. 37 Application. 37 Interest group pluralism. 37 Criticism. 37 Conclusion. 38 Elitist theory. 38 Main features of elitist theories of democracy are 38 Thinkers' perspective. 38 Criticism. 39 Procedural theory. 39 Thinkers' perspective. 39 Conclusion. 39 Social democracy. 39 Thinkers' perspective. 39 Cosmopolitan democracy. 40 Thinkers' perspective. 40 Criticism. 40 Conclusion. 40 Multiculturalism/multicultural democracy. 41 Introduction. 41 Bikoparek, S. Views on multiculturalism. 41 Democracy. Introduction. Democracy, demos, people, and kratos, Nile, refers to two forms of government. The most common form in which the people have the authority to choose their governing legislators, and the original form in which the people have the authority to decide on legislation. Democracy is a political system in which power is vested in the people, who exercise it directly or through elected representatives. It is characterized by principles such as political equality, majority Nile, and protection of individual rights and freedoms. Democracy also means government by consent that is elicited through periodic competitive elections that register voters' decision in a free and fair manner. Election is the key mechanical process through which democracy functions, but what is more important is the condition under which a citizen gets the information, for the opinion of the governed is the real foundation of all government. Democracy is a condition where a community of people exercises collective self-determination. Through democracy, members of a given public demos take decisions that shape their destiny jointly, with equal rights and opportunities of participation and without arbitrarily imposed constraints on debate. Given the paucity of space, democracy is essentially participatory, consultative, transparent, and publicly accountable. By one McLeanism and another, democratic governance rests on the consent of the governed. Democracy is constructed in relation to context and should be reconstructed when that context changes. A political system in which people vote directly on policy issues or through elected officials that represent them. Origin. The word democracy itself is of Greek origin. The Greek word demokratia is a combination of the words demos, meaning the people, and kratos, meaning rule. Tins gives democracy its meaning as a form of government in which the people Nile, whether directly, through personal participation, or indirectly, through elected representatives. The main difference between ancient and modern democracies, of course, is in the way in which the people were defined. In the ancient Greek polity, the demos was rather restrictively defined, and notably exclude three main categories of persons: the slaves, women, and metics, the foreigners who lived and worked in the city-state. Tlies meant that barely a quarter of the total population were members of the citizen body. Definition: according to Schmitter and Karl, modern political democracy is defined as a system of governance in which nihilers are held accountable for their actions in the public realm by citizens, acting indirectly through the cooperation of their elected representatives. Varied meanings have been attached to the word democracy. Some of them are as follows: a form of government in which people rule directly, a society based on equal opportunity and individual merit, rather than hierarchy and privilege. A system of decision-making based on the principle of majority MLE, a system of nihil that secures the rights and interests of minorities by placing checks upon the power of the majority. A means of filling public offices through a competitive struggle for higher popular vote, a system of government that serves the interests of the people regardless of their participation in political life. A system of government based on the consent of the governed. Thinkers' perspectives on democracy. Schumpeter famously describes democracy in terms of a competitive stimuli for the popular vote. Schumpeter, 1967. While Bio defines a minimal democracy as characterized by a set of rules about who is eligible to vote, the rights of political parties in free and frequent elections, and a set of rules which establish who is authorized to lend which procedures should be applied. Ben and Peters suggest that democracy means that every claim should be given a hearing. Beetham, 1991, in another example, defines democracy in terms of political equality and popular control. As Sartori, 1995, puts it succinctly, liberalism stands for freeing the people, and democracy for empowering people. Demos protection meaning safeguarding people from tyranny and arbitrariness, and demos power meaning the implementation of popular MLE. Plato, in Lee's work The Republic, expressed skepticism towards democracy, arguing that it tends to degenerate into mob MLE and is susceptible to demagoguery. John Locke emphasized the importance of individual rights and limited government in a democratic society, advocating for the protection of life, liberty, and property. Alexis de Tocqueville highlighted the potential dangers of democratic individualism, warning against the tyranny of the majority and the erosion of social cohesion. Robert Dahl focused on the concept of polyarchy, emphasizing the significance of political participation, competition, and inclusiveness in a democratic system. Democracy and N.K. Gandhi introduction. Gandhi's name is globally associated with nonviolent civil disobedience, advocating peaceful resistance against injustice. His approach was rooted in the belief that nonviolence is the most powerful weapon for oppressed people in their struggle for justice. Key aspects: anarchist ideals, vision of stateless society. Gandhi envisioned a society where life is self-regulated without the need for a coercive state apparatus. Perfection of life. In his ideal stateless society, individuals would achieve moral and ethical perfection, living in harmony without external governance. Understanding of democracy, equality, and opportunity. Gandhi believed that tonight democracy offers equal chances to both the weak and the strong. Acceptance of democracy. While Gandhi acknowledged democracy as a great institution, he emphasized minimizing its potential for misuse. Concept of Swaraj, self-rule, for Gandhi. Swaraj meant self-governance by the consent of the people, involving both men and women who contribute to the state. Education and empowerment. He believed that TME self-nihil could only be achieved by educating the masses to control and regulate authority responsibly. Pillars of democracy. Freedom and justice. Gandhi's ideal democracy was built on the pillars of freedom and justice, ensuring welfare and equal treatment for all. Tniesteship theory. Tlies theory proposed that wealth and resources should be managed as a trust for the benefit of society, fostering social justice and healthy relations. Fundamental rights and duties. Preference to duties. Gandhi prioritized duties over rights, believing that a focus on duties would naturally lead to the fulfillment of rights. Ahimsa-based Swarajya. In a nonviolent society, Gandhi argued that understanding and performing one's duties was more crucial than claiming rights. Conclusion: anarchist beliefs within democratic framework. Although Gandhi had anarchist ideals, he recognized democracy as a suitable form of government to ensure welfare, justice, and empowerment. Balancing rights and duties. His vision included a balance where individuals enjoyed their rights by adhering to their duties, contributing to a just and equitable society. Types of democracy. Direct democracy. Direct democracy is a form of self-government in which all collective decisions are taken through participation of all adult citizens of the state in the spirit of equality and open deliberations. Deliberations or discussions are important because decisions arrived at through discussions are better informed, logical, and rational. This is because discussions allow a group to reconcile different interests, inform members about various issues, and draw on the group's expertise. According to the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, the important aspect of direct democracy is the mechanism that all command each and in his turn all. Its modern manifestation is the referendum. Gram Sabha, as envisaged in the 73rd Constitutional Amendment, is an instance of direct democracy in rural India. Principles governing direct democracy. People are sovereign. Sovereignty is inalienable and cannot be represented. People must express their general will and make decisions directly through referenda. Decisions are to be based on majority rule. Merits of direct democracy. It heightens the control that citizens can exercise over their own destinies, as it is the only pure form of democracy. It creates a better informed and more politically sophisticated citizenry, and thus it has educational benefits. It enables the public to express their own views and interests without having to rely on self-serving politicians. It ensures that MLE is legitimate in the sense that people are more likely to accept decisions that they have made themselves. Representative democracy. Representative democracy. Since direct democracy is not possible in large and complex societies, the mechanism there which people take part indirectly in government is through electing representatives to carry out their will. For early social contract theorists, such as Hobbes and Locke, representative government was a form of government authorized by the people to act on its behalf. For Rousseau, however, sovereign power over the state should rest in the hands of the citizenry and its general will, because the opinions and interests of representatives could never be identical to those of the electorate. Be that as it may, today representative government, based on the majority principle, is considered the best way of giving effect to the democratic impulse. It has, however, two types of critics: those who consider it unrealistic, Schumpeter and the elite theorists, and those who consider it inadequate, participatory Democrats, discussed in the next section. Participatory democracy. The classical theory of participatory democracy is found in the writings of Rousseau and John Stuart Mill. Rousseau's theory depends upon the participation of every individual citizen in political decision-making. The relationship between citizens is one of interdependence, such that each individual is equally dependent upon all the others viewed collectively as sovereign. Participation is important not only in decision-making, but also as a way of protecting private interests and ensuring good government. For Mill, as for Rousseau, participation has an educative function for citizens. Popular democratic government is Mill's ideal polity, in which participatory institutions foster active citizenship and a public-spirited character. This is the mechanism through which the individual is made to take public interest into account and to make decisions guided by the idea of the common good, rather than by his own selfish interests. Thus, democratic institutions, especially local ones, are a school of political capacity. Deliberative democracy values open and public deliberation on issues of common concern. It starts from the assumption of individuals as autonomous persons, but does not view the social relationships between these autonomous persons as relationships of conflict or interest. Rather, it sees people as relating to each other and seeking to influence each other through reasoned argument and persuasion. For advocates of deliberative democracy, persuasion is the best basis for political power because it alone respects the autonomy of individuals and values their capacity for self-government. It also gives individuals control over an important aspect of their lives and makes for greater and continuous accountability of political power. Unlike participatory democracy, which requires individuals to be constantly engaged in making decisions, deliberative democracy allows for a political division of labor between citizens and professional politicians. Those citizens are involved in deliberation about public issues. Social democracy is a form of democracy that is based on a strong commitment to equality. Social democrats, therefore, support the idea of the welfare state based on redistribution. They believe in the liberal institutions of representative democracy, but wish to combine these with the ideal of social justice. To the extent that liberalism frequently takes the form of right-wing libertarianism, a belief in the unfettered freedom of the individual and the free market, social democracy is more egalitarian than liberalism. However, it is less radical than Marxian socialism and may be said to stand at the intersection of these two ideologies. Characteristics/features of democracy. 1. Existence of the Constitution. 2. Popular participation in politics. 3. Legitimacy. 4. Periodic elections. 5. Separation of power. 6. Checks and balances. 7. Existence of political parties. 8. Equality before the law. 9. Fundamental human rights. 10. Press freedom. 1. Existence of the Constitution. A written or unwritten constitution serves as the supreme law of the land. Purpose. It outlines the framework for governance, protects citizens' rights, and limits government power. 2. Popular participation in politics. The active involvement of citizens in the political process. Forms. Includes voting, protesting, joining political parties, and civic engagement. Significance. Ensures that the government reflects the will of the people. 3. Legitimacy. The recognized right of a government to nile, based on the consent of the governed. Source. Achieved through free and fair elections and adherence to the nile of law. Importance. Ensures stability and acceptance of authority by the populace. 4. Periodic elections. Regularly scheduled elections allow citizens to choose their representatives. Characteristics. Elections must be free, fair, and competitive. Purpose. Provides a mechanism for accountability and change of leadership. 5. Separation of power. Division of government responsibilities into distinct branches: executive, legislative, and judiciary. Function. Prevents the concentration of power and enables each branch to function independently. Goal. Ensures that no single branch becomes too powerful. 6. Checks and balances. A system where each branch of government has powers to check the actions of the others. Purpose. Prevents abuse of power and ensures mutual accountability among branches. Examples: judicial review, executive veto, and legislative oversight. 7. Existence of political parties. Role: political parties aggregate and represent diverse interests and ideologies. Function: they provide choices to voters, formulate policies, and facilitate governance. Significance: essential for a healthy democratic process, offering a platform for political competition. 8. Equality before the law. Principle: all individuals, regardless of status, are subject to the same legal standards. Importance: ensures fairness in the application of laws and protects against discrimination. Legal framework: enforced through an independent judiciary and transparent legal processes. 9. Fundamental human rights. Rights include freedom of speech, assembly, religion, and the right to a fair trial. Protection: guaranteed by the Constitution and international human rights conventions. Role in democracy: these rights enable citizens to participate fully in the democratic process. 10. Press freedom. The right of the media to report news and express opinions without censorship. Importance: critical for informing the public, holding the government accountable, and fostering public debate. Challenges: includes threats from censorship, state control, and attacks on journalists. Role of people in democracy. A. Participation. The key role of citizens in a democracy is to participate in public life. The most commonly observed opportunity of participation is exercising the right to vote during elections. And in order to vote wisely, it is necessary that each citizen listens to and knows the views of different parties and candidates, and then makes his or her own decision on whom to vote for. It is also learned that in many cases the percentage of voting is still low. B. Making the system accountable. Citizens have to make the democratic system responsive and responsible. The Constitution makes the executive responsible to the legislature, but citizens are needed to ensure that the parliamentarians, members of state legislatures and their representatives in Panchayati Raj and municipal institutions, are accountable. C. Fulfilling obligations. Many people tend to regard democracy as a system where literally everything is allowed, and every person has the freedom to do whatever one desires. This often leads to a complete chaos that devastates the order of the society rather than improving it. In that way, it leads to the opposite effects of democracy. Merits of democracy. Democratic peace theory. This theory posits that democracies are hesitant to engage in armed conflict with other identified democracies. Numerous studies have found that liberal democracies have never made war with one another. Recent research finds that democracies have few militarized interstate disputes, and that democracies have few civil wars. Reduced political violence. In Power Kills, Rudolf Rummel asserts that democracy minimizes political violence and is a method of nonviolence. As per Rummel, democracy instills an attitude of tolerance of differences and an acceptance of losing and a positive outlook towards conciliation and compromise. Human development. Democracy correlates with a higher score on the Human Development Index and a lower score on the Human Poverty Index. Economic growth. Statistically, more democracy correlates with a higher gross domestic product, GDP, per capita. Except for East Asia, during the last 50 years, poor democracies have grown their economies 50% more rapidly than non-democracies. Also, of the 80 worst financial catastrophes during the last 4 decades, only 5 were in democracies. Transparent system. A democratic system may provide better information for policy decisions. Undesirable information may more easily be ignored in dictatorships, even if it provides early warning of problems. Anders Kydenius cites freedom of the press as a major factor for transparency, which is an important pillar of democracy. Replaces inefficient system. The democratic system provides a way to replace inefficient leaders and policies, which is difficult in autocracies. Corruption. World Bank suggests that political institutions are extremely important in determining the prevalence of corruption. Long-term democracy, parliamentary systems, political stability, and freedom of the press are associated with lower corruption. Criticism. Dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Marxists argue that liberal democracy under capitalist ideology is constitutively class-based. Hence, it can never be democratic or participatory. It is referred to as bourgeois democracy because ultimately politicians fight only for the rights of the bourgeoisie. Low voter turnout. It is due to disenchantment, indifference, or contentment with the status quo, or in extreme cases the legitimacy of the electoral system. Low turnout may prompt questions as to whether the results reflect the will of the people. The process of policy making is too complex and not as transparent or fair as classical liberals hoped or assumed it would be. Ethnic and religious conflicts. There exist sharp ethnic, linguistic, religious, and cultural divisions. A democracy allows mass participation in decision-making, hence it also allows the use of the political process against enemy groups. Plutocracy. The cost of political campaigning in representative democracies favors the rich, a form of plutocracy. Only a very small number of wealthy individuals can actually affect government policy in their favor and toward plutocracy. Authoritarianism. Authoritarianism is perceived as a direct threat to the liberalized democracy. According Larry Diamond, Mark Plattner, and Christopher Walker, liberal democracies introduce more authoritarian measures to counter authoritarianism itself, e.g. monitoring elections, more control on media, etc. Media. Concentration of media ownership leads to distortions of democratic processes. In manufacturing consent, Herman and Chomsky argue that via their propaganda model, the media limits the availability of contesting views and creates a narrow spectrum of opinion. Criticism of the classical liberal case for democracy is that it is based on political equality but economic inequality. Short-term focus. Modern democracies allow for regular changes of government, which led to their short-term focus. In 4 or 5 years, the government will face a new election. It encourages such policies that bring short-term benefits to the electorate before the next election, rather than unpopular policy with longer-term benefits. Exploitation of resources. As per Herman Hoppe, short-termism leads to overexploitation of temporarily accessible resources by the ruling group or to self-interested politicians. He contrasted this with hereditary monarchy, in which a monarch has an interest in preserving the long-term capital value of property of his state. Unstable political system and frequent change of laws. Monarchist critique claims that democracy encourages the elected representatives to change the law without necessity. Herbert Spencer in The Man versus the State. New laws restrict the scope of the previously private liberties. Rapidly changing laws make it difficult for a willing citizen to remain law-abiding. Vast bureaucracy. A multiplicity of laws may be an invitation for law enforcement agencies to misuse power. The bureaucracy in democracies is often criticized for slowness and complexity of their decision-making. The term red tape is a synonym of slow bureaucratic functioning that hinders quick results in a democracy. Majoritarianism. The tyranny of the majority is the fear that a direct democratic government, reflecting the majority view, can take action that oppresses a particular minority. An often quoted example of the tyranny of the majority is that Adolf Hitler came to power by legitimate, democratic procedures. Terrorism. Terrorism is most common in nations and countries transitioning from autocratic governance to democracy. Nations with strong autocratic governments and governments that allow for more political freedom experience less terrorism. Effective response in wartime. Democracy could be a disadvantage for a state in wartime, when a fast and unified response is necessary. The legislature usually must give consent to start an offensive military operation, although sometimes the executive can do tills on its own while keeping the legislature informed. Democracy in India. In India, the idea of democracy came with colonial rule but conferred subjecthood without citizenship on the Indian people. Colonial Nile kindled the aspiration of Indians to become a nation of free and equal citizens and led to the formation of a political party, the Indian National Congress. Key aspects of Indian democracy. 1. Sovereign. Socialist, secular, democratic republic. Sovereign. India is an independent entity not subject to any external control. Socialist. The state aims to reduce inequality in income, status, and standards of life. Secular. No state religion. Equal treatment of all religions. Democratic. Governance is by elected representatives of the people. Republic. The head of state is an elected or nominated president, not a hereditary monarch. 2. Parliamentary 7 system, bicameral legislature, comprises the Lok Sabha, House of the People, and the Rajya Sabha, Council of States. Executive accountability. The executive branch, headed by the Prime Minister, is accountable to the legislature. Prime Minister, the head of government, usually the leader of the majority party in the Lok Sabha. 3. Fundamental rights and duties. Fundamental rights include the right to equality, freedom, protection against discrimination, and cultural and educational rights. Fundamental duties, responsibilities of citizens, including respecting the Constitution and national symbols, promoting harmony, and protecting the environment. 4. Directive principles of state policy, guiding principles. These principles guide the state in making policies aimed at establishing a just society. Economic and social welfare include provisions for securing equitable distribution of wealth, improving public health, and promoting education. 5. Federal structure, division of powers. Powers are divided between the central government and state governments. Constitutional provisions. The Constitution provides for a strong central government with significant powers, but also ensures autonomy for states in their respective jurisdictions. 6. Independent judiciary. Judicial review. The power of the courts to interpret the Constitution and invalidate any law it contravenes constitutional provisions. Supreme Court. The apex court, which serves as the guardian of the Constitution. High courts and subordinate courts operate under the supervision of the Supreme Court. 7. Universal adult franchise, voting rights. All citizens above the age of 18 have the right to vote, regardless of caste, religion, or gender. Periodic elections. Regular elections ensure the renewal of the mandate of the representatives and accountability. 8. Role of Election Commission, independent body, ensures free and fair elections. Election administration, responsible for the conduct of elections to the parliament. State legislatures, and the offices of the president and vice president. 9. Role of political parties, multi-party system. India has a diverse and vibrant multi-party system. Coalition politics. Due to the diversity of political views, coalition governments are often formed. 10. Decentralization and local governance. Panchayati Raj, empowerment of local self-government in rural areas. Urban local bodies, municipalities and corporations that govern urban areas. Challenges to Indian democracy. Illiteracy. The level of education of citizens is a key to both the successful functioning of democracy and socio-economic development of the country. Literacy is necessary not simply for enabling citizens to participate in elections and exercise their right to vote effectively, it lies other important implications as well. Literacy enables citizens to be aware of various issues, problems, demands, and interests in the country. It also makes them conscious of the principles of liberty and equality of all and ensures that the representatives elected by them truly represent all the interests in the society. Poverty. It is generally said that for a hungry person, right to vote does not have any meaning. For him, or the first requirement is food. Therefore, poverty is considered as the greatest bane of democracy. It is, in fact, the root cause of all kinds of deprivations and inequalities. Gender discrimination. Discrimination against girls and women exists in every walk of life. You must have had such experiences of prevailing gender inequality in our society and polity. But we know that gender equality is one of the basic principles of democracy. Casteism. The caste system acts against the roots of democracy. The democratic facilities like fundamental rights relating to equality, freedom of speech, expression and association, participation in the electoral process, free media and press, and even legislative forums, are misused for maintaining casteist identity. Communalism. It is an affront to India's nationalist identity and a tragic setback to its evolving secular culture. It is subversive of our democratic political stability and destroyer of our glorious heritage of humanism and composite culture. Religious fundamentalism. It also reinforces communalists in exploiting both religion and politics. Religious fundamentalists vehemently oppose progressive reforms in order to establish their exclusive control over their respective communities. Regionalism. Indian democracy has also been struggling with regionalism, which is primarily an outcome of regional disparities and imbalances in development. It is not always correct to consider every attempt to support or defend regional or sub-regional interests as divisive, vociferous, and unpatriotic. The problem begins when these interests are politicized and regional movements are promoted for ulterior political motives. Such unhealthy regional or sub-regional patriotism is cancerous and disruptive. Corruption. Corruption is rampant in all walks of life, be it land and property, health, education, commerce and industry, agriculture, transport, police, armed forces, even religious institutions or so-called places of spiritual pursuits. Corruption continues to exist in covert and overt ways at all three levels: political, bureaucratic, and corporate sector. Criminalization of politics. Criminalization of politics. Criminalization of politics is the very negation of democratic values and has no place in a democratic setup. Democracy can be strengthened by adopting and promoting democratic values and shunning criminal activities. Political violence. In India, we have been witnessing various forms of violence. Communal violence, caste violence, and political violence in general have attained serious proportion. A serious conflict of interest has emerged between higher and middle castes, and this has led to aggressive competition for political power, which many a time leads to violence. Classical democratic theory introduction in the liberal tradition. The concepts of liberty, equality, rights, secularism, and justice are the most fundamental, and from the very beginning liberal thinkers have advocated democracy as the best way of realizing them. After freedom from the power of monarchs and feudal lords, democracy was seen as the natural way of governing the society. Thomas Hobbes in Leviathan, 1651, argued for the central democratic principle that the government is created by the people through a social contract. John Locke argued that government must be by the people and aim solely for their good. Liberal democracy consists of two interdependent ideas. Liberal components signify ing limits to political power and democratic component for people, nihil, participation and representative institutions. The American Constitution of 1789 is the first liberal constitution that created a republic based on representative institutions. The early liberal vision, in course of time, fused with democratic elements of participation and representation through the widening of franchise, establishment, and growth of political parties and interest groups paved the way for a liberal democratic state. Philosophical foundations. Socrates' views on democracy and critique. Socrates often criticized the Athenian democracy, expressing concerns about the competence of the general populace in making important political decisions. He questioned the idea that everyone is equally capable of ruling, emphasizing the importance of knowledge and wisdom in governance. Emphasis on the role of knowledge and virtue. Socrates argued that knowledge and virtue are essential for good leadership. He believed that only those who possessed high knowledge and understanding of justice should lead, as they would act in the best interest of the society. Plato critique of democracy in the Republic. In the Republic, Plato criticized democracy as a flawed system that allows the ignorant masses to make decisions. He described democracy as a stage in the decline of political order, leading eventually to tyranny. The idea of philosopher kings. Plato proposed the concept of philosopher kings, arguing that the ideal nihilers are philosophers who possess wisdom and a deep understanding of justice. According to him, philosopher kings would govern selflessly and wisely, ensuring a just and well-ordered society. Concept of the ideal state. Plato envisioned an ideal state structured around the principle of justice, with a rigid class system where each class performs its designated role. The ideal state consists of three classes: rulers, philosopher kings, warriors, and producers, each contributing to the harmony and stability of the society. Aristotle classification of governments and politics. Aristotle categorized governments into 6 types: 3 good forms, monarchy, aristocracy, and polity, and 3 corrupt forms, tyranny, oligarchy, and democracy. He believed that the best form of government is one that combines elements of both oligarchy and democracy. Mixed government and polity as a preferable form. Aristotle advocated for a mixed government, or polity, which blends the best aspects of oligarchy and democracy. He argued that a polity, which balances the interests of the rich and the poor, is the most stable and just form of government. Critique of pure democracy. Aristotle criticized pure democracy for its potential to devolve into mob rule and for prioritizing the interests of the poor majority over the common good. He believed that pure democracy can lead to instability and injustice if the majority acts without regard for law and order. Athenian democracy. Historical background. Athens in the 5th century BCE, Golden Age of Athens. This period, often called the Golden Age, was marked by significant developments in art, philosophy, and governance. Athens became a powerful city-state, known for its cultural and intellectual achievements. Persian Wars. Athens played a crucial role in the Greco-Persian Wars, notably in the battles of Marathon and Salamis. The victories boosted Athenian confidence and led to the establishment of the Delian League, a coalition of city-states under Athenian leadership. Economic and naval strength. The Athenian economy thrived due to trade and silver mining, which funded a strong navy. The navy not only protected Athens but also allowed it to exert influence over other city-states. Overview of Athenian political system. Direct democracy. Unlike modern representative democracies, Athenian democracy was direct. Citizens participated in decision-making directly rather than through elected representatives. Citizenship. Only free male Athenians over 18 were considered citizens with political rights, excluding women, slaves, and foreigners. Ecclesia, assembly. The central institution of Athenian democracy, the ecclesia, was open to all citizens. It met regularly to discuss and vote on laws, policies, and issues affecting the city-state. Bull, Council of 500. The bull was responsible for setting the agenda for the ecclesia. Members were chosen by lot and served for a limited term, ensuring broad participation from different regions of Athens. Dikasteria, courts. The Athenian judicial system was also a key component, with large juries drawn from the citizen body to decide legal disputes. This system aimed to reflect the will of the people and prevent the concentration of judicial power. Strategoi, generals. Military and executive responsibilities were handled by strategoi, who were elected annually. While most officials were chosen by lot, these positions required specific skills and were therefore elected. Key figures. 1. Solon, c. 638 to 558 BCE, early reforms. Solon, an Athenian statesman, introduced legal reforms that laid the foundation for Athenian democracy. Economic reforms. He addressed economic disparity by canceling debts and liberating those enslaved sine to debt. Political reforms. Solon reorganized the class structure based on wealth rather than birth, allowing broader participation in governance. Legal reforms. Established the Council of 400, which played a crucial role in governance and judicial proceedings. 2. Cleisthenes, c. 570 to 508 BCE, founder of Athenian democracy. Cleisthenes is often credited with establishing the foundation of Athenian democracy through extensive reforms. Reorganization of the tribes. He broke the power of traditional aristocratic families by reorganizing citizens into 10 new tribes based on residence rather than kinship. Council of 500. Introduced a new council that represented the 10 tribes, increasing citizen participation and reducing the influence of powerful families. Ostracism. Cleisthenes introduced the practice of ostracism, allowing the assembly to exile potentially dangerous citizens, which protected the democracy from internal threats. 3. Pericles, c. 495 to 429 BCE, Golden Age of Athens. Pericles was a prominent and influential statesman during Athens' Golden Age, advancing democratic principles. Strengthening democracy. Pericles expanded the democracy by increasing the participation of ordinary citizens in government, including paying public officials, which allowed even the poor to serve. Cultural flourishing. Under Pericles, Athens became a cultural and intellectual center, promoting arts, philosophy, and architecture. Military leadership. He led Athens during the early years of the Peloponnesian War and promoted the construction of the Parthenon, symbolizing Athenian power and culture. Features direct democracy. Meaning, in direct democracy, citizens directly participate in decision-making, rather than electing representatives to make decisions on their behalf. Practice in Athens. All eligible citizens, free male Athenians, had the right to participate in the assembly and vote on laws, policies, and decisions. Assembly, ecclesia, role. The ecclesia was the principal assembly of Athens, where citizens gathered to discuss and decide on public policy, war, foreign affairs, and other important issues. Participation. It was open to all male citizens over the age of 18, allowing for wide participation in the governance process. Meetings. Held regularly, typically 40 times a year, it provided a platform for debate and decision-making. Council, bull, function. The bull was a council of 500 citizens who were responsible for the administration of the state, including preparing the agenda for the ecclesia and overseeing government officials. Selection. Members were chosen by lot, a process called sortition, ensuring a broad representation of the citizenry. Courts, dikasteria, judicial function. The dikasteria were popular courts where large juries of citizens adjudicated legal disputes and criminal cases. Citizen participation. Jurors were selected by lot, and their large numbers, often hundreds, aimed to reduce the possibility of bribery and corruption. Mechanisms like ostracism and sortition. Ostracism, a mechanism used to exile a citizen perceived as a tyranny to the state or potential tyrant. Citizens would vote to ostracize a person, who would then be exiled for 10 years without losing their property. Sortition, the practice of selecting public officials or members of councils by lot, ensuring that all eligible citizens had an equal chance of being selected, promoting fairness and reducing elitism. Merits 1. Direct participation, engagement in decision-making. Athenian democracy allowed citizens to directly participate in the decision-making process, fostering a sense of ownership and responsibility among the populace. Equal opportunity for political involvement. All eligible citizens had the opportunity to engage in governance, contributing to a more inclusive political system. 2. Promotion of civic virtue and encouragement of public service. The system encouraged citizens to take part in public service, promoting 2. Promotion of civic virtue and encouragement of public service. The system encouraged citizens to take part in public service, promoting civic virtues such as duty, responsibility, and participation in the common good. Development of public speaking and debate skills. Active involvement in assemblies and councils helped citizens develop skills in public speaking and debate, essential for informed and effective participation. 3. Checks and balances, institutional framework. Athenian democracy featured a system of checks and balances through institutions like the Assembly, the Council of 500, and the popular courts, preventing the concentration of power and promoting accountability. Rotational leadership. Key positions were often filled by lot, and officials served limited terms, which reduced the likelihood of power consolidation and corruption. 4. Inclusivity and broad representation, inclusiveness of diverse voices, although limited by the standards of modern democracy. Athenian democracy was more inclusive than many contemporaneous systems, allowing a broad segment of the population to voice their opinions. Consideration of multiple perspectives. The system enabled a variety of perspectives to be considered in public discourse, enhancing the deliberative quality of decision-making. 5. Education and enlightenment, public access to knowledge. The democratic process necessitated that citizens be informed, thus encouraging public education and the dissemination of knowledge. Philosophical and political thought development. The participatory nature of Athenian democracy stimulated advancements in philosophy and political theory, influencing subsequent generations. 6. Social cohesion and stability, sense of community and belonging. Participation in democratic processes fostered a sense of community and belonging among citizens, contributing to social cohesion. Stabilization through consensus. The democratic process allowed for the peaceful resolution of disputes and the stabilization of society through consensus building. Criticisms 1. Exclusion of women, slaves, and foreigners, limited citizenship. Athenian democracy was limited to free male citizens. Women, slaves, and medics, foreigners living in Athens, were excluded from political participation. Inequality. This exclusion created a significant disparity between those with political rights and the majority who were denied them, leading to questions about the true democratic nature of the system. 2. Tyranny of the majority, majoritarian rule. Athenian democracy operated on majority MLE, which sometimes led to decisions that favored the majority at the expense of the minority. Potential for injustice. Critics argue that this system could lead to the suppression of minority rights and interests, as there were no safeguards against majoritarian tyranny. 3. Influence of wealth and class economic inequality. Although theoretically egalitarian, the political influence in Athens often correlated with wealth and social status. Wealthier citizens had more resources to engage in politics. Oligarchic tendencies. Some critics viewed Athenian democracy as a veiled oligarchy, where the elite exerted significant influence over public decisions, despite the appearance of broad participation. 4. Demagoguery and manipulation. Demagogues, charismatic leaders, known as demagogues, could manipulate public opinion and sway decisions, leading to concerns about the quality and stability of governance. Emotional decision-making. The reliance on public speaking and persuasion in the assembly could lead to decisions driven more by emotion and rhetoric than reasoned debate. 5. Short-term focus and inconsistency, inconsistent policies. The frequent turnover of officials and the direct involvement of citizens in decision-making often resulted in inconsistent and short-term policies. Lack of expertise. As most citizens were not professional politicians, decisions sometimes lacked the necessary expertise, leading to impractical or ineffective policies. 6. Excessive litigation and political instability, litigious society. The legal system in Athens allowed for extensive litigation, which could be used as a tool for political gain, creating instability and personal vendettas. Ostracism. The practice of ostracism, where citizens could be exiled, sometimes reflected political struggles and factionalism rather than genuine threats to the state. Roman Republican democracy historical background, foundation, and duration. The Roman Republic was established around 509 BCE after the overthrow of the Roman kingdom. It lasted until 27 BCE when it transitioned into the Roman Empire under Augustus. Influence of Greek ideas. Roman political thought was influenced by Greek democracy, particularly Athenian democracy. Romans adapted Greek ideas, emphasizing mixed government combining elements of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. Social and political context. Roman society was divided into patricians, aristocratic families, and plebeians, commoners. Conflicts between these groups led to political reforms, including the establishment of the tribune of the plebs to protect plebeian rights. Structure of the Roman Republic, consuls. Two consuls were elected annually to serve as the highest officials, similar to modern-day executive leaders. They had military, judicial, and administrative powers but were limited by the principle of collegiality, shared power, and term limits. Senate. The Senate was a powerful body composed of Rome, elite, initially only patricians, but later including wealthy plebeians. It advised consuls and other magistrates, controlled finances, and had significant influence over foreign and domestic policy. Popular assemblies. The Roman Republic had several assemblies, including the Centuriate Assembly and the Tribal Assembly, where citizens voted on laws and elected officials. These assemblies provided a democratic element, though voting power was often weighted in favor of the wealthy. Magistrates and offices. Besides consuls, other key magistrates included praetors, judicial officials, quaestors, financial officers, and aediles responsible for public works and games. The censor was a special office responsible for maintaining the census and public morals. Checks and balances. The Republic was characterized by a system of checks and balances, preventing any single individual or group from gaining too much power. The concept of imperium, command authority, was divided among various officials to ensure balanced governance. Dictatorship. In times of crisis, a dictator could be appointed with supreme authority but was expected to resign after 6 months or once the crisis was resolved. This role was intended as a temporary measure to protect the Republic. Key figures. 1. Marcus Tullius Cicero. Background. Roman statesman, orator, and philosopher, Cicero played a crucial role in the politics of the late Roman Republic. Contributions. Oratory. 7 skills, renowned for his eloquent speeches, which were influential in the Senate and the courts. Political philosophy. Advocated for the principles of justice, law, and the importance of the state. His works, like De Re Publica and De Legibus, emphasized the concept of natural law and the rights of individuals. Opposition to dictatorship. Opposed the rise of autocratic Nile, particularly the dictatorship of Julius Caesar. He believed in the preservation of the Roman Republic's constitutional structure. Legacy. His writings and ideas influenced later political thought, particularly in the development of republicanism in Western political theory. 2. Cato the Younger. Marcus Porcius Cato Udicensis. Background. Roman senator and Stoic philosopher, known for his moral integrity and staunch republicanism. Contributions. Republican ideals. Strong advocate for the preservation of the Roman Republic and its traditional values. He opposed the concentration of power and the erosion of senatorial authority. Stoic philosophy. Cato's adherence to Stoic principles influenced his political stance, emphasizing virtue, self-control, and duty to the state. Resistance to Julius Caesar. Actively resisted Caesar's rise to power, viewing it as a threat to the Republic's principles of shared governance and Nile of law. End of the Republic. Cato's suicide after the defeat of the Republican forces in the Civil War symbolized the end of the Roman Republic and the transition to imperial Nile. Features. 1. Mixed government. Consuls, Senate, and assemblies. Consuls, the highest elected officials, serving as both political and military leaders. They were the chief executives, elected annually, and held significant power, including the ability to veto decisions. Senate, a powerful body comprising mainly aristocrats. It played a crucial role in policy-making, advising the consuls, and controlling public finances. The Senate had a significant influence over foreign and domestic policies. Assemblies. Various assemblies represented different segments of the Roman population. The most important was the Centuriate Assembly, which elected magistrates and had legislative powers. The Tribal Assembly also played a role in legislation and election of officials. 2. Balance of power and checks and balances. The Roman Republic established a system to prevent any single branch from becoming too powerful. This included veto power. Consuls could veto each other, ensuring mutual oversight. Senate's influence. The Senate acted as a check on the consuls and assemblies, providing continuity and stability. Tribunes veto. Tribunes, elected by the plebeians, had the power to veto actions by the Senate or other magistrates, safeguarding the rights of the common people. 3. Role of citizenship and the concept of republicanism. Citizenship. Roman citizenship was a prized status, providing individuals with legal rights, including the right to vote, many legally, and own property. It also imposed duties, such as military service and tax obligations. Republicanism. The Roman concept of republicanism emphasized the common good, civic virtue, and active participation in public life. Citizens were expected to prioritize the interests of the community and engage in governance. 4. Role of the plebeians in the concept of tribunes. Plebeians, the common people of Rome, who initially had limited political power. Over time, they gained more influence through reforms in the establishment of the office of the tribune. Tribunes, elected representatives of the plebeians, with the power to protect their interests. Tribunes could veto actions by the Senate or other magistrates, making them a crucial check on the power of the patrician class. 5. Defense of the mixed constitution. Defense of the mixed constitution. The mixed constitution of the Roman Republic was seen as a balance between monarchy, consuls, aristocracy, Senate, and democracy, assemblies. 10. Snickshire aimed to combine the strengths of each system while mitigating their weaknesses. Philosophical defense. Thinkers like Polybius argued that this mixed constitution provided stability and prevented the concentration of power. The idea was that each element of government checked the others, maintaining a balance and protecting the state from tyranny. Merits. 1. System of checks and balances, separation of powers. The Roman Republic was structured to prevent any one branch of government from becoming too powerful. The Senate, consuls, and assemblies had distinct roles that checked and balanced each other. Magistrates and Senate. Magistrates, like consuls, were elected annually and had limited terms, ensuring a rotation of power. The Senate provided continuity and long-term stability. 2. Representation of citizens, assemblies, various assemblies, such as the Centuriate Assembly and the Tribal Assembly, allowed citizens to have a direct role in the legislative process. Plebeian tribunes, these officials represented the interests of the plebeians, common people, and had the power to veto actions by other government officials. 3. Promotion of civic virtue, public service. The Roman Republic encouraged citizens to engage in public service and prioritize the common good over individual interests. Education and participation. Citizens were educated in the values of duty, courage, and honor, fostering active participation in governance. 4. Legal framework and stability. Codification of laws. The Law of the 12 Tables was a significant step in creating a transparent and consistent legal system that applied to all citizens. Judicial system. The presence of a structured judicial system provided a mechanism for resolving disputes and maintaining order. 5. Adaptability and innovation. Constitutional flexibility. The Roman Constitution was not a single written document, but a set of practices and traditions that could adapt to changing circumstances. Incorporation of new ideas. The Republic was open to adopting new ideas and reforms, such as the integration of conquered peoples and territories into the Roman political system. 6. Military efficiency. Citizen soldiers. The Roman military was composed of citizen soldiers who had a stake in the success of the Republic, leading to a motivated and disciplined army. Expansion and defense. The Republican system allowed for effective mobilization of resources and manpower for defense and expansion, contributing to Rome's dominance in the Mediterranean. Criticisms. 1. Limited suffrage. Exclusion of large population segments. Only a fraction of the population, mainly freeborn male citizens, could participate in the political process. Women, slaves, and non-citizens were excluded. Impact on representation. This exclusion meant that the voices of a significant portion of the populace were not represented in governmental decisions, leading to policies that favored the elite. 2. Patrician dominance. Class-based hierarchy. The Roman Republic was characterized by a distinct class divide between the patricians, aristocratic families, and plebeians, corners. Control of political offices. Patricians often held the majority of political power and offices, creating an oligarchic rather than a truly democratic system. 3. Patron-client system. Dependency relationships. The patron-client system created a network of dependency, where clients, less powerful individuals, relied on patrons, wealthy and influential individuals, for protection and resources. Manipulation of votes. This system often led to manipulation and control of votes, as clients would support the political ambitions of their patrons rather than voting independently. 4. Corruption and bribery. Prevalence of corruption. Elections and political decisions were frequently influenced by bribery and corruption, undermining the democratic principles of fairness and equality. Impact on governance. Corruption eroded trust in the political system and often resulted in inefficient and unjust governance. 5. Inefficiency and gridlock. Complex bureaucracy. The Roman political system had a complex structure with multiple assemblies and magistrates, leading to inefficiencies. Legislative gridlock. Disagreements and conflicts among different branches of government often led to legislative gridlock, impeding effective decision-making. 6. Excessive militarism. Focus on military conquests. The Roman Republic's emphasis on military expansion often overshadowed domestic issues and civil governance. Military. 7. Influence in politics. Military leaders gained significant political power, sometimes undermining the civilian democratic processes and leading to instability. 7. Lack of true egalitarianism. Economic inequality. Despite some democratic features, the Roman Republic struggled with significant economic inequality, with vast wealth concentrated in the hands of a few. Social strife. Tly's economic disparity led to social tensions and conflicts, exemplified by events like the struggle of the orders. Key characteristics of classical democracy. 1. Direct participation, active citizen involvement. Citizens directly participate in decision-making processes, rather than through elected representatives. Public assemblies, common in ancient Greek city-states, especially Athens, where citizens gathered to debate and vote on issues. 2. Equality, political equality. All citizens have equal opportunity to participate in the democratic process, regardless of wealth or social status. Equal voting rights. Each citizen's vote has equal weight in decision-making. 3. Majority rule, decisions by majority vote. Policies and laws are determined by the majority of votes cast by citizens. Respect for majority decisions. The minority must accept the decisions of the majority, ensuring stability and coherence in governance. 4. Citizen competence, informed participation. Citizens are expected to be well-informed about public issues and possess the competence to make rational decisions. Education and public debate. A well-informed citizenry is supported by educational systems and a culture of public debate. 5. Public deliberation, open debate. Encouragement of open discussion and debate on public issues among citizens. Rational discourse. Decisions are ideally made based on reasoned argumentation and the common good rather than personal interests. 6. Accountability, direct accountability. Citizens directly hold their leaders and fellow citizens accountable for their actions and decisions. Transparency. Decisions and processes are transparent, allowing citizens to scrutinize and understand governmental actions. 7. Small size of the community, manageable population. Classical democracy is often seen in smaller communities where direct participation is feasible. Close-knit society. Smaller populations allow for a sense of community and mutual accountability among citizens. 8. Public spirit, common good. Citizens prioritize the common good over individual interests, fostering a sense of community responsibility. Civic virtue. High emphasis on the cultivation of civic virtues such as justice, fairness, and dedication to public service. 9. Limited bureaucracy. Minimal administrative apparatus. Classical democracy operates with minimal bureaucratic intervention, relying on citizen involvement in governance. Direct administration. Citizens themselves often take part in the administration and execution of laws and policies. 10. Rotation of office, frequent rotation. Public offices are often filled by rotation, ensuring that many citizens have the opportunity to participate in governance. Prevention of power concentration. Regular rotation prevents the concentration of power in the hands of a few individuals. Modern interpretations of classical democratic theories. 1. John Locke, Natural Rights in Government. Locke emphasized that individuals have natural rights to life, liberty, and property. Modern interpretation sees these rights as fundamental to democratic governance, influencing constitutional frameworks that protect individual freedoms. Social contract and consent of the governed. Locke's idea that government legitimacy comes from the consent of the governed is foundational in modern democracy. Contemporary views stress the importance of democratic participation and accountability. Separation of powers. Locke advocated for separating powers among legislative, executive, and judicial branches to prevent tyranny. 10's principle is a cornerstone of modern democratic constitutions, ensuring checks and balances. 2. Montesquieu, theory of separation of powers. Montesquieu expanded on Locke's ideas, proposing a more detailed structure of government with distinct branches. Modern democracies adopt this structure to balance power and protect individual liberties. Checks and balances. He introduced the concept of checks and balances, which ensures that no single branch becomes too powerful. Ties is a critical feature in modern constitutional democracies, fostering accountability and preventing abuse of power. Comparative analysis of governments. Montesquieu's comparative study of governments highlighted the effectiveness of different systems in preserving liberty. Contemporary political science uses comparative analysis to understand and improve democratic systems globally. 3. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, General Will and Direct Democracy. Rousseau introduced the idea of the general will, which represents the collective interest of the people. Modern interpretations often link this to the concept of direct democracy and public participation in decision-making. Social contract and collective sovereignty. Unlike Locke, Rousseau emphasized the collective nature of the social contract, where the community's interest overrides individual desires. Ties has influenced modern debates on the balance between individual rights and community welfare. Critique of inequality. Rousseau was critical of economic inequality, which he believed corrupted political systems. 10's critique resonates in contemporary discussions on social justice, economic disparities, and their impact on democracy. 4. Nicole Machiavelli, Realpolitik and Pragmatic Governance. Machiavelli is often associated with Realpolitik, the practice of pragmatic and strategic governance. Modern interpretations view Iris' work as a realistic assessment of power dynamics, relevant to understanding political leadership and statecraft. Virtue and Fortuna. He introduced the concepts of virtue, the skill and strength of a leader, and fortuna, luck or circumstances. These ideas influence modern political thought on leadership qualities, the role of chance in politics, and strategic decision-making. Republicanism and civic virtue. While often seen as a proponent of autocratic MLE, Machiavelli also discussed the importance of civic virtue and active citizenship in a republic. Ties duality contributes to contemporary debates on the balance between strong leadership and democratic participation. Comparison of classical and modern democracy. Critiques of classical democracy. Aspect classical democracy. Modern democracy definition. Direct participation of citizens in decision-making. Representative democracy with elected officials. Origin. Ancient Greece, especially Athens. Developed in the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe and America. Citizen participation. High. Citizens directly involved in legislative and judicial processes. Indirect. Citizens elect representatives who make decisions on their behalf. Inclusivity. Limited to free male citizens, excluded women, slaves, and non-citizens. Broader inclusivity typically includes all adult citizens regardless of gender, race, or socioeconomic status. Decision-making. Direct assembly of citizens, majority MLE often applied. Legislative bodies, parliaments, congresses, where elected representatives debate and decide. Scale. Small city-states, allowing direct citizen involvement. Large, diverse nations, practical for indirect participation through representatives. Role of representatives. Minimal to none, decisions made by the people themselves. Crucial, representatives are central to the functioning of the democratic system. Freedom and rights. Early concepts of freedom and civic rights, but limited in scope. Emphasis on individual rights and freedoms, often enshrined in constitutions. Accountability. Direct and immediate. Leaders could be held accountable by the citizen assembly. Periodic elections and judicial oversight, complex mechanisms of accountability. Economic and social context. Often agrarian economies with a significant focus on civic virtue and duty. Industrialized and post-industrial economies with a focus on individual rights and economic growth. Challenges. Exclusivity and limited scope, impractical for large populations. Issues of political representation, voter apathy, and influence of special interests. Limited participation. Issue: classical democracy, especially in ancient Greek city-states like Athens, was limited to a small segment of the population. Exclusion. Women, slaves, and non-citizens were excluded from participation, raising concerns about inclusivity and fairness. Inefficiency. Decision-making. The process of involving a large number of citizens in decision-making can be slow and cumbersome. Practicality. In modern states with large populations, direct democracy is often impractical, leading to inefficiency in governance. Potential for tyranny of the majority rule. In classical democracy, decisions were made by majority vote, which could lead to the oppression of minority groups. Risk. Tlies risk, known as the tyranny of the majority, highlights the potential for democratic systems to marginalize and ignore minority interests. Lack of expertise, complexity. Modern governance requires specialized knowledge, which average citizens may lack. Quality of decision-making. The reliance on general populace for decision-making can result in poorly informed or simplistic policies, as citizens may not possess the necessary expertise. Manipulation and populism. Influence of orators. In classical democracies, skilled orators could manipulate public opinion, leading to decisions based on rhetoric rather than rational debate. Populism. This phenomenon can lead to populism, where leaders exploit popular sentiments to gain power, often at the expense of long-term policy considerations. Scalability issues. Size and scale. The small scale of classical democratic states, like Athens, allowed for direct citizen participation, which is unfeasible in large, modern states. Representative democracy. Tin's critique leads to the argument for representative democracy, where elected officials represent the interests of citizens, instead of direct participation by all. Impact on modern democracy. 1. Foundation of representative government. Concept of popular sovereignty. Classical democratic theory emphasizes the idea that all political power originates from the people. Tin's has influenced modern democracies to adopt systems where representatives are elected by citizens. Legitimacy of authority. The principle that government authority is legitimate only if it reflects the will of the people remains central in contemporary democracies. 2. Rule of law and constitutionalism. Legal frameworks. Classical democratic thought advocates for governance through established laws, not arbitrary decisions. Modern democracies embody ties through constitutions and legal codes that guide governance. Protection of rights. The emphasis on individual rights and liberties in classical theory is evident in modern constitutions that protect freedoms such as speech, assembly, and religion. 3. Participation and civic engagement. Active citizenry. Classical democratic theory values active participation by citizens in political life. This has led to systems encouraging voting, civic education, and public debate in modern democracies. Public accountability. The idea that public officials are accountable to the people is a core element, leading to transparent governance practices and checks and balances. 4. Concept of equality. Political equality. Classical theory's insistence on equality has shaped the principle that all citizens should have equal access to political participation, regardless of status or wealth. Equal representation. Modern democracies strive for equal representation through mechanisms like proportional representation and efforts to reduce barriers to political participation. 5. Pluralism and tolerance. Diverse voices. Classical democratic theory supports the inclusion of diverse perspectives in the political process. TLIS is reflected in modern systems that protect minority rights and encourage pluralistic discourse. Tolerance and debate. The importance of debate and tolerance for differing opinions is a cornerstone of modern democratic societies, rooted in classical ideas of open dialogue and reasoned argument. 6. Challenges and adaptations addressing inequality. While classical theory emphasizes equality, modern democracies continue to grapple with social and economic inequalities that can hinder true democratic participation. Technological and social change. The rapid pace of change poses challenges to the classical ideals of informed citizenry and effective participation, requiring adaptations in democratic practices and institutions. Contemporary relevance of classical theories. 1. Foundation of democratic values, liberty and equality. The emphasis on individual freedom and equal participation remains central to modern democracies, ensuring citizens' rights and preventing tyranny. Rule of law. Classical theories underscore the importance of laws in governing societal behavior, which is a cornerstone of contemporary democratic governance. 2. Concept of popular sovereignty, people's power. The idea that the authority of government is derived from the will of the people is a crucial element in modern democracies, influencing concepts like electoral legitimacy and public accountability. 3. Participatory governance, active citizenship. Classical theories advocate for active citizen participation in governance, which is reflected in contemporary movements promoting civic engagement and direct democracy. 4. Balance of power, checks and balances. The separation of powers, a concept rooted in classical thought, is essential in modern democracies to prevent abuse of power and ensure efficient governance. 5. Ethical governance, moral responsibility. Classical theorists emphasize the ethical responsibilities of leaders, which continues to influence modern discussions on political ethics and corruption. 6. Education and enlightenment, informed electorate. The classical belief in the importance of education for democracy underscores current efforts to improve public understanding of political processes and critical thinking. 7. Public deliberation, deliberative democracy. The classical focus on dialogue and debate is mirrored in contemporary democratic practices that value public discourse and consultation in decision-making. 8. Critiques and adaptations. Criticism of elitism. Modern interpretations often critique classical theories for their elitist biases, leading to adaptations that emphasize inclusivity and diversity. Adaptation to complex societies. Contemporary democracies adapt classical concepts to address issues like mass communication, technology, and globalization, which classical theorists could not have anticipated. Liberal democratic theory. Introduction. Liberal democracy, also referred to as Western democracy, is a political ideology and a form of government in which representative democracy operates under the principles of liberalism. Liberal democratic theory is a political ideology that combines liberal principles with democratic governance. It emphasizes individual rights, limited government intervention, and the denial of law. Liberal democracy seeks to protect individual freedoms while ensuring that political power is exercised by the people through free and fair elections. Key tenets of liberal democratic theory. Individual rights. Emphasis on personal liberties. Liberal democratic theory places a strong emphasis on protecting individual rights and freedoms, such as freedom of speech, religion, and assembly. Inherent rights. It recognizes that individuals have inherent rights that should be safeguarded by the state, ensuring personal autonomy and liberty. Limited government intervention. Minimal state role. Liberal democratic theory advocates for a limited role of government in the lives of individuals and society. Personal choice and interests. It argues that government intervention should be minimal, allowing individuals to make their own choices and pursue their own interests without undue state interference. Rule of law. Legal equality. Liberal democratic theory emphasizes the importance of the denial of law, which means all individuals, including government officials, are subject to and must abide by the law. Fair and impartial processes. It ensures that no one is above the law and that legal processes are fair and impartial, maintaining justice and order. Free and fair elections. Democratic participation. Liberal democratic theory believes in the importance of free and fair elections as the means to choose representatives and leaders. Political equality. It emphasizes the principle of political equality, where every citizen Political equality. It emphasizes the principle of political equality, where every citizen has an equal opportunity to participate in the political process, ensuring a representative government. Pluralism and tolerance. Recognition of diversity. Liberal democratic theory promotes pluralism, recognizing and respecting diverse opinions, beliefs, and values within society. Encouragement of tolerance. It encourages tolerance and peaceful coexistence among different groups, fostering a society that values diversity and inclusivity. Protection of minority rights. Safeguarding marginalized groups. Liberal democratic theory emphasizes the protection of minority rights, ensuring that the rights of marginalized and disadvantaged groups are not violated. Preventing majority tyranny. It seeks to prevent the tyranny of the majority and promotes inclusivity and equal treatment for all individuals. Constitutional principles. Separation of powers. Liberal democratic theory is characterized by a separation of powers into different branches of government to prevent abuse of power. Market economy with private property. It supports a market economy with private property rights, fostering economic freedom and growth. Equal protection of rights. The theory upholds the equal protection of human rights, civil liberties, and political freedoms for all people, ensuring justice and fairness. Modern democracy and constitutionalism. Post-World War II balance. After World War II, a balance between democracy and liberal principles emerged, redefined by the totalitarian experiences of mid-20th century Europe. Combination of traditions. The combination of liberalism and democracy is seen in the defense of human rights and individual liberty, liberal tradition, alongside equality and popular sovereignty, democratic tradition. Liberal constitutionalism. Defense against coercion. Constitutional liberalism means the defense of individual autonomy and dignity against arbitrary coercion, whether social, public, or ecclesiastical. Value of individual freedom. It affirms the value of individual freedom and places the denial of law at the center of policy. Division of powers. Liberal constitutionalism includes the division of powers, equal justice under law, an independent judiciary, and the separation of state and church to protect fundamental freedoms. Limitation of true democracy. Inviolable individual rights. The principles of liberal democracy introduce inviolable rights of individuals and define constitutional principles that limit the freedom of the nation as a constituent power. Constitutional governance. It sets rules governing the political system's functioning, such as the rule of law and constitutional amendments, ensuring a balanced and fair governance structure. Thinkers' perspectives. John Locke. Locke argued that individuals have natural rights to life, liberty, and property. He believed that governance should be based on a social contract, where citizens willingly give up some of their rights in exchange for protection and the denial of law. John Stuart Mill. Mill advocated for the principle of utilitarianism, which promotes the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people. He emphasized the importance of individual liberty and freedom of expression, even if it goes against the majority opinion. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed entire concept of the general will, where decisions should be made in the best interest of the entire community. He argued for direct democracy and the active participation of citizens in decision-making processes. Immanuel Kant. Kant emphasized the importance of moral autonomy and the dignity of individuals. He believed that individuals should be treated as ends in themselves, rather than means to an end, and that governments should respect and protect their rights. McPherson, as Perspective CB. McPherson, 1911 to 87, was a contemporary exponent of the radical theory of democracy. McPherson has sought to broaden the scope of democracy and to redefine its essential conditions in contemporary context. In his monograph, The Real World of Democracy, 1966, McPherson argued that the liberal societies which grant universal suffrage, a choice between political parties and civil liberties, have no exclusive claim to the title of democracy. McPherson identifies three variants of democracy. The first variant is liberal democracy, which needs a more humane touch. Secondly, communist countries might qualify as democracies if they granted full intra-party democracy and opened up their closed bureaucratic systems. At last, the third world countries, which have no experience of Western individualism, could also conform to the ideals of some historical theories of democracy as far as their governments are legitimized by mass enthusiasm. McPherson has emphasized a new theory of democracy based on a humanist vision, which will emancipate human beings from the constraints of the prevailing competitive social order of the capitalist world and usher in a new society which will promote creative freedom. In his book Democratic Theory Essays and Retrieval, 1973, McPherson has attacked the elitist pluralist theory of democracy as well as utilitarian theory of democracy. He firmly believed that democracy as an ideal can neither be achieved only through political institutions nor only through a transformation of the mode of production. It has to be achieved in all spheres simultaneously, in the legal and political sphere through constitutional structures, in the economic sphere through socialist mode of material production, and in the cultural sphere through inculcation of new values of human equality, and so on. McPherson advocates to combine a system of socialist ownership with the institutions of liberal democracy in order to prevent the use of extractive power and to promote developmental powers of all human beings. He recommends the expansion of welfare state functions to facilitate allocation of goods and cedis to the people on grounds of need rather than desert to Timian by the rules of the capitalist economy. Thus, he seeks to evolve a system in which the advantages of capitalist and socialist society shall be combined. Application. Democratic institutions. Liberal democratic theory is applied in the establishment and functioning of democratic institutions, such as parliaments, courts, and electoral commissions, to ensure the principles of democracy are upheld. Constitutional framework. Liberal democratic principles guide the drafting and implementation of constitutions, which outline the structure of government, the protection of individual rights, and the division of powers. Human rights protection. Liberal democracies actively promote and protect human rights through legislation, policies, and international agreements. Civil society engagement. Liberal democracies encourage the participation of civil society organizations, such as NGOs and advocacy groups, in the decision-making process and policy formulation. Judicial independence. Liberal democratic principles support the independence of the judiciary, ensuring impartiality and fairness in the interpretation and application of the law. Media freedom. Liberal democracies prioritize media freedom, allowing journalists to report without censorship or intimidation, fostering transparency and accountability. Liberal constitutionalism precedes liberal democracy. Historical development. Liberal constitutionalism emerged before the establishment of liberal democracy. It originated in the late 17th and 18th centuries with the Enlightenment era and the rise of constitutional monarchies, such as in England with the Glorious Revolution of 1688. Protection of individual rights. Liberal constitutionalism focuses on safeguarding individual rights and limiting the power of the government through a written constitution. This emphasis on protecting individual liberties laid the foundation for the later development of liberal democracy. Rule of law. Liberal constitutionalism emphasizes the rule of law, where laws apply equally to all citizens, including those in power. This principle ensures that the government operates within the boundaries set by the Constitution, promoting accountability and fairness. Separation of powers. Liberal constitutionalism advocates for the separation of powers among different branches of government, such as the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. This separation prevents the concentration of power in one entity and promotes checks and balances, which are essential elements of liberal democracy. Limited government. Liberal constitutionalism promotes the idea of limited government, where the powers and authority of the government are restricted by the Constitution. Tin's limitation prevents the government from infringing upon individual rights and allows for tighter protection of civil liberties. Consent of the governed. Liberal constitutionalism recognizes the importance of the consent of the governed in the exercise of political power. Tin's principle implies that the government derives its legitimacy from the consent of the people, which is a fundamental aspect of liberal democracy. Protection of minority rights. Liberal constitutionalism emphasizes the protection of minority rights, ensuring that the rights of individuals or groups who may be in the minority are not disregarded or violated. This principle is crucial for the establishment of inclusive and pluralistic liberal democracies. Evolution towards liberal democracy. Liberal constitutionalism serves as a stepping stone towards the establishment of liberal democracy. It provides the necessary framework and principles that lay the groundwork for democratic governance, including free and fair elections, political participation, and respect for human rights. Contemporary examples. United States. The United States is often seen as a prime example of a liberal democracy, with its system of checks and balances, regular elections, and protection of individual rights. Germany. Germany is another example of a liberal democracy, with a strong emphasis on human rights, rule of law, and a multi-party system. Canada. Canada is known for its parliamentary democracy, where citizens elect representatives to the House of Commons, and the leader of the party with the most seats becomes the Prime Minister. India. India is the world's largest democracy, with a diverse population and a federal system of government. It has a multi-party system and regular elections. South Africa. After the end of apartheid, South Africa transitioned to a liberal democracy with a constitution that protects individual rights and a multi-party system. Australia. Australia has a parliamentary democracy, with a constitutional monarchy and a system of representative government. Brazil. Brazil is a federal republic with a multi-party system and regular elections. It has made significant progress in recent years in consolidating its democracy. Japan. Japan has a constitutional monarchy with a parliamentary system, where the emperor Japan has a constitutional monarchy with a parliamentary system, where the emperor serves as a ceremonial figurehead and the prime minister is the head of government. Critiques and challenges of liberal democratic theory, elite domination. Critics argue that liberal democracies are often dominated by a small elite who have disproportionate influence over political decisions and policies. Inequality. Liberal democracies may struggle to address economic and social inequalities, as the focus on individual rights and freedoms may not adequately address systemic issues. Tyranny of the majority. There is a concern that liberal democracies can lead to the tyranny of the majority, where the rights and interests of minority groups are disregarded or oppressed. Voter apathy. Many liberal democracies face challenges of voter apathy, with low voter turnout in elections, which can undermine the legitimacy and representativeness of the democratic process. Populism. The rise of populism in liberal democracies poses a challenge, as populist leaders often exploit divisions and promote policies that undermine democratic norms and institutions. Media influence. The concentration of media ownership and the spread of misinformation can undermine the democratic process by shaping public opinion and limiting access to diverse perspectives. Globalization. Globalization has created challenges for liberal democracies, as it has led to increased economic interdependence and the erosion of national sovereignty, making it difficult for governments to address domestic issues effectively. Rise of authoritarianism. The rise of authoritarian leaders and the erosion of democratic norms in some countries pose a significant challenge to the liberal democratic theory, as it undermines the principles of individual rights, rule of law, and free and fair elections. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that liberal constitutionalism is prerequisite of liberal democracy for the establishment of a liberal democracy or democracy in TME sense. The notion of liberal constitutionalism complements and completes the idea of liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is inseparable from free market and property rights. Contemporary democratic theory introduction. It is indeed a fashion in modern times to pretend to be democratic. Every state, whether it is liberal, socialist, or communist, or even a dictatorship ruled by a military general, calls itself democratic. It is very important to examine politically what democracy means or should mean. It is not possible to claim or to define democracy accurately and universally. The American President Lincoln had defined democracy as government of the people, for the people, and by the people. McPherson defined democracy as merely a mechanism for choosing and authorizing governments or in some other way getting laws and political decisions made. Schumpeter had opined, the democratic method is that institutional arrangement for arriving at political decisions which realizes the common good by making the people itself decide issues through the election of individuals who are to assemble in order to carry out its will. Present era has been described as the age of democracy by various political thinkers, because in today's contemporary era all the ills of the society are cured by democracy as well as the ills of democracy are cured by more democracy. Classification. Various political scientists from time to time have propounded various theories of democracy like elitist theory, pluralist theory, participatory theory, Marxist theory, radical theory, deliberative theory, etc. In the contemporary democratic theories, there has been debates like on procedural democracy versus substantive democracy, participatory theory of democracy versus representative theory of democracy, which focus on the issue of representation of citizens as well as political participation of citizens. And there has been various waves of democracy, and these democratic waves have been linked to sudden shifts in the distribution of power among the great powers, which creates openings and incentives to introduce sweeping domestic reforms. There has always been a debate on the issue of development versus democracy, and diverse perspectives to discuss, debate, and define democracy. Some social issues like secularism, positive and negative liberty, rights, states' intervention in privacy or right to privacy, sustainable development, environmental concerns, political instability, cultural and linguistic chauvinism, affirmative actions, party-less democracy, question of minorities, identity of ethnic groups, notion of absolute equality, role of pressure groups, free competition, sovereignty, monopoly of state on the use of force, role of ideology in the building of a state, politics of polarization, affirmative actions, free market, etc. Key features of contemporary democratic theory. 1. Deliberative democracy. Focus on deliberation. Emphasizes the importance of reasoned debate and discussion in the democratic process. Citizens and representatives engage in dialogue to reach decisions that are just and acceptable to all. Inclusive participation. Stresses the need for broad and equal participation from all segments of society, ensuring diverse viewpoints are considered. 2. Pluralism. Diverse interests. Recognizes the existence of various groups with different interests and values within society. It supports the idea that these groups can coexist and influence policy through lobbying and advocacy. Balance of power acknowledges that no single group should dominate the political landscape, promoting a balance of power and interests. 3. Participatory democracy, active citizen engagement, advocates for the direct involvement of citizens in decision-making processes, beyond just voting. This can include mechanisms like referenda, initiatives, and public consultations. Empowerment focuses on empowering individuals and communities to take part in governance, enhancing civic skills and political efficacy. 4. Cosmopolitan democracy, global governance, extends democratic principles beyond the nation-state, advocating for democratic structures at a global level to address international issues like climate change and human rights. Transnational citizenship promotes the idea of citizenship that transcends national boundaries, allowing individuals to participate in decision-making processes that affect them, regardless of their country of residence. 5. Agonistic democracy, acceptance of conflict, recognizes that conflict and disagreement are inherent to democratic politics. Rather than seeking consensus, it encourages the expression of diverse and conflicting views. Democratic contestation supports the idea that democratic engagement involves contestation and competition among different groups, leading to a dynamic and evolving political landscape. 6. Post-democracy, critique of modern democracies, suggests that contemporary democracies are increasingly dominated by elite groups and technocratic decision-making, with diminishing genuine citizen participation. Focus on representation and accountability raises concerns about the weakening of representative institutions and calls for reforms to ensure greater accountability and transparency in governance. Major theorists of contemporary democratic theory, Robert Dahl, polyarchy, Jürgen Habermas, deliberative democracy, John Rawls, justice as fairness and public reason, Charles Taylor, multiculturalism and recognition. Amartya Sen, capability approach 1. Robert Dahl, polyarchy, concept of polyarchy. Dahl introduced the concept of polyarchy to describe a form of government that is open and inclusive, characterized by a high level of citizen participation and a system of checks and balances. Criteria for a polyarchy. He identified several criteria, including free and fair elections, inclusive suffrage, the right to NM for office, freedom of expression, and access to alternative sources of information. Importance. Dahl's work emphasizes the practical aspects of democracy, focusing on how real-world democracies function and the challenges they face. 2. Jürgen Habermas, deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy. Habermas advocates for a form of democracy that emphasizes the role of rational discourse and communication in decision-making. Public sphere. He highlights the importance of the public sphere, where citizens can engage in open dialogue, free from coercion, to reach consensus on matters of public concern. Legitimacy and rationality. For Habermas, the legitimacy of democratic decisions arises from the quality of the deliberative processes that lead to them, ensuring that all voices are heard and considered. 3. John Rawls, justice as fairness and public reason. Justice as fairness. Rawls' theory proposes principles of justice that ensure fairness in the distribution of rights and resources, advocating for a society where inequalities are arranged to benefit the least advantaged. Original position and veil of ignorance. He introduces the concept of the original position and the veil of ignorance as thought experiments to determine fair principles of justice, where individuals do not know their place in society. Public reason. Rawls emphasizes the importance of public reason in democratic discourse, where citizens and officials justify their political decisions based on shared values and principles. 4. Charles Taylor, multiculturalism and recognition. Politics of recognition. Taylor explores how democratic societies should recognize and accommodate cultural diversity, arguing that recognition is a vital human need and a component of identity formation. Multiculturalism. He advocates for policies that protect and promote the rights of cultural groups within a democratic framework, ensuring that all groups can express their unique identities. Challenges to universalism. Taylor challenges the universalist notions of liberalism, suggesting that cultural contexts and traditions play a crucial role in shaping democratic norms and practices. 5. Amartya Sen, capability approach. Capability approach. Sen focuses on enhancing individuals' capabilities, or their ability to achieve the kind of life they value, as a measure of development and justice. Freedom and agency. He argues that true development involves expanding people's freedoms and agency, enabling them to make choices that lead to fulfilling lives. Democratic participation. Sen emphasizes the importance of democratic participation in enhancing capabilities, as democratic institutions provide mechanisms for individuals to express their preferences and hold authorities accountable. Conclusion. Description of the term democracy in itself is a bottomless and boundaryless sea, and there exist wide and multidimensional perspectives to discuss, debate, and define the term democracy. The various issues which bloom out in spring of democracy emerge from time to time and form a question to debate and come to a conclusion. Different models of democracy. Substantive democracy. Introduction. Substantive democracy can be defined as a form of government in which the outcome of elections is representative of the will of people. In other words, we can say that substantive democracy is a form of democracy that functions in the interest of the governed. Substantive democracy is a form of government where everyone has an equal share and where masses, i.e. the people, have the right to participate in the exercise of sovereign power. It can also be attributed to a mechanism for choosing the government and authorizing the government to carry out the will of the people at large and to arrive at political decisions. Substantive democracy is justified as having intrinsic as well as instrumental value. When substantive democracy is valued as being good in itself, it is held as having intrinsic value. It is valued as good because it is the fairest way of giving expression to equality among citizens. On the other hand, democracy may also be valued instrumentally. It is so because it fosters competition among political leaders and provide the people of the country with better choice of leadership. When democracy is more than a procedure and there is equal footing for all citizens irrespective of caste, creed, and any form of differences, it is called substantive democracy. In such a democracy, people are truly engaged in politics and are tolerant of different views. They have an equal voice in electing their nihilers and in making them accountable. Such a government is always pro-people and tries to upheld the interest of the common people. Thinkers' perspectives, the critique of procedural democracy is provided by the scholars who study the substantive democracy. In their opinion, it views democracy in a limited way. Electoral democracy is minimal democracy, free and fair elections, universal adult franchise, political parties, pressure groups, and availability of constitution, etc. are not sufficient conditions for democracy, though they are necessary. Democracy has to be located in the society and taken out of the institutional mode. Uris' alternative view of democracy can be termed as the substantive democracy. Bentham argued for a social agenda of democratization. The substantive aspect pertains to socially based value judgments such as equitable income distribution. Dahl, 1989, points out that the substantive aspect of democracy gets strengthened only if desirable results can be obtained through collective decision-making processes. Bentham argued for a social agenda of democratization. Democracy has to be grounded in the reality of society, apart from the participation and competition in the elections. Civil society is also an essential ingredient of substantive democracy. In India, there are two viewpoints on the civil society. 1. It considers all associations and collective actions as civil society, irrespective of the issues they take up. 2. Only those associations which take up two issues of universal significance, not sectarian, and whose foundation is secular/universal are considered civil society. Criticism. Fareed Zakaria, however, criticizes the substantive democracy in that it views democracy in the normative terminology as good governance, with a wide range of rights. It does not consider the descriptive democracy. Conclusion. In a substantive democracy, the general population plays a real role in carrying out its political affairs, i.e., the state is not merely set up as a democracy, but it functions as one as well. This type of democracy can also be referred to as a functional democracy. There is no good example of an objectively substantive democracy. The opposite of a substantive democracy is a formal democracy, which is where the relevant forms of democracy exist but are not actually managed democratically. The former Soviet Union can be characterized as such, since its constitution was essentially democratic, but in actuality the state was managed by a bureaucratic. Deliberative theory. Introduction. Deliberative democracy affirms the need to justify decisions taken by the citizens and their representatives where both are expected to justify the laws they would impose on one another. In a democracy, leaders should therefore give reasons for their decisions and respond to the reasons that citizens give in return. But not all issues, all the time, require deliberation. Deliberative democracy, school of thought in political theory that claims that political decisions should be the product of fair and reasonable discussion and debate among citizens. Deliberative democracy affirms the need to justify decisions taken by the citizens and their representatives, where both are expected to justify the laws they would impose on one another. In a democracy, leaders should therefore give reasons for their decisions and respond to the reasons that citizens give in return. But not all issues, all the time, require deliberation. Deliberative democracy makes room for many other forms of decision-making, including bargaining among groups and secret operations ordered by executives, as long as the use of these forms themselves is justified at some point in a deliberative process. Its first and most important characteristic, then, is its reason-giving requirement. The moral basis for TLI's reason-furnishing process is common to many conceptions of democracy. Persons should be treated not merely as objects of legislation, as passive subjects to be mild, but as autonomous agents who take part in the governance of their own society, directly or through their representatives. In deliberative democracy, an important way these agents take part is by presenting and responding to reasons, or by demanding that their representatives do so, with the aim of justifying the laws under which they must live together. The reasons are meant both to produce a justifiable decision and to express the value of mutual respect. A second characteristic of deliberative democracy is that the reasons given in this process should be accessible to all the citizens to whom they are addressed. To justify imposing their will on you, your fellow citizens must give reasons that are comprehensible to you. The third characteristic of deliberative democracy is that its process aims at producing a decision that is binding to all for a period of time. Features of deliberative democracy. Concept of deliberative democracy embodies an attempt to reconcile two different models of democratic thought: democracy as a popular MLE and democracy as the bulwark of personal freedom. Advocates of democracy as a popular rule argue that democratic decision-making should reflect popular will, as if people are miling themselves as free and equal citizens rather than being miled by the arbitrary will of public officials. On the other hand, advocates of personal freedom argue that democratic decision-making should be the outcome of people's exercise of personal freedom, which implies freedom of thought, speech, press, association, and religion, right to hold personal property, freedom to vote and hold public office, freedom from arbitrary arrest and seizure as defined by the concept of MLE of law. Exponents of deliberative democracy include Michael Walzer, Spheres of Justice, 1983, J. Cohen and J. Rogers, On Democracy, Toward a Transformation of American Society, 1983, Bernard Manin, On Legitimacy in Political Deliberation, Political Theory, 1987, S.L. Hurley, Natural Reasons, Personality and Polity, 1989, and J.S. Fishkin, Democracy and Deliberation, 1991. Deliberative democracy requires that democratic decision-making should embody an element of popular MLE. It should be used as a means of encouraging public deliberation on issues that are best understood through open, deliberative processes. Deliberative democracy does not subscribe to the model of politics where each individual is fighting to secure his self-interest. It rather promotes a model of politics where each individual is trying to persuade others to find a reasonable solution of public issues. People in a deliberative democracy try to influence each other through an accepted mode of reasoned argument, that is to win their heart through an appeal to the prevalent value system. At the same time, it pays due regard to personal freedom of every individual. To conclude, we can say that deliberative democracy does not nihil out division of labor between citizens and professional politicians. While it requires the citizens to participate in deliberation on public issues and thereby supplement the wisdom of politicians, it also demands constant public accountability of politicians. Thinker's Perspective. Joshua Cohen, a student of John Rawls, outlined conditions that he thinks constitute the root principles of the theory of deliberative democracy in the article Deliberation and Democratic Legitimacy. In the 1989 book The Good Polity, he outlines 5 main features of deliberative democracy, which include an ongoing independent association with expected continuation. The citizens and the democracy structure their institutions such that deliberation is the deciding factor in the creation of the institutions, and the institutions allow deliberation to continue. A commitment to the respect of a pluralism of values and aims within the polity. The citizens consider deliberative procedure as the source of legitimacy and prefer the causal history of legitimation for each law to be transparent and easily traceable to the deliberative process. Each member recognizes and respects other members' deliberative capacity. Amy Gutman and Dennis F. Thompson's definition captures the elements that are found in most conceptions of deliberative democracy. They define it as a form of government in which free and equal citizens and their representatives justify decisions in a process in which they give one another reasons that are mutually acceptable and generally accessible, with the aim of reaching decisions that are binding on all at present but open to challenge in the future. They mentioned deliberative democracy has 4 requirements, which refer to the kind of reasons that citizens and their representatives are expected to give to one another. Reciprocal. The reasons should be acceptable to free and equal persons seeking fair terms of cooperation. Accessible. The reasons must be given in public and the content must be understandable to tie a relevant audience. Binding. The reason-giving process leads to a decision or law that is enforced for some period of time. The participants do not deliberate just for the sake of deliberation or for individual enlightenment. Dynamic or provisional. The participants must keep open the possibility of changing their minds and continuing a reason-giving dialogue that can challenge previous decisions and laws. Weakness of deliberative democracy. A claimed failure of most theories of deliberative democracy is that they do not address the problems of voting. A criticism of deliberation is that potentially it allows those most skilled in rhetoric to sway the decision in their favor. Tai's criticism has been made since deliberative democracy first arose in ancient Athens. The political philosopher Charles Blackburg Lias criticized deliberative democracy on 4 grounds. The rules for deliberation that deliberative theorists affirm interfere with, rather than facilitate, good practical reasoning. 2. Deliberative democracy is ideologically biased in favor of liberalism as well as Republican over parliamentary democratic systems. 3. Deliberative Democrats assert a too sharp division between just and rational deliberation on the one line. The political philosopher Charles Blackburg Lias criticized deliberative democracy on 4 grounds. The rules for deliberation that deliberative theorists affirm interfere with, rather than facilitate, good practical reasoning. 2. Deliberative democracy is ideologically biased in favor of liberalism, as well as Republican over parliamentary democratic systems. 3. Deliberative Democrats assert a too sharp division between just and rational deliberation on the one line and self-interested and coercive bargaining or negotiation on the other. And 4. Deliberative Democrats encourage an adversarial relationship between state and society, one that undermines solidarity between citizens. Conclusion: deliberative democracy values open and public deliberation on issues of common concern. It starts from the assumption of individuals as autonomous persons, but does not view the social relationships between these autonomous persons as relational tips of conflict or interest. Rather, it sees people as relating to each other and seeking to influence each other through reason, argument, and persuasion. For advocates of deliberative democracy, persuasion is the best basis for political power because it alone respects the autonomy of individuals and values their capacity for self-government. Participatory democracy introduction. Participatory democracy is a process of collective decision-making that combines elements from both direct and representative democracy. Citizens have the power to decide on policy proposals, and politicians assume the role of policy implementation. The electorate can monitor politicians' performance simply by comparing citizens' proposals with the policies actually implemented. As a result, the discretion of politicians is severely constrained. In this system, the extent to which citizens can affect policy and determine social priorities is directly aligned with the degree to which they choose to involve themselves in the process. Participatory model of democracy. Traditional theories of democracy were chiefly concerned with democracy as a form of government, and they looked for ethical justification of democracy. Contemporary theories of democracy largely focus on entire nature of democracy in the light of recent sociological findings and its ethical critiques. Concept of democracy implies that ultimate authority of governance should rest with the people themselves. When Tly's idea is sought to be implemented through the mechanism of representative democracy, it is possible that the people may become inactive after choosing their representatives till the next general elections. Moreover, when the size of a democratic community expands geographically and it includes a large population with a variety of composition in terms of race, religion, language, and culture, the distance between the people and their representatives is likely to widen. O concept of participator democracy repudiates Tly's model of democracy as it regards people's political participation as the basic principle of democracy. In short, political participation denotes the active involvement of individuals and groups in the governmental processes affecting their lives. In other words, when citizens themselves play an active role in the process of formulation and implementation of public policies and decisions, their activity is called political participation. Deliberative and participatory democracy interdependence concept of participatory democracy regards people's political participation as the basic principle of democracy. In short, political participation denotes the active involvement of individuals and groups in the governmental processes affecting their lives. In other words, when citizens themselves play an active role in the process of formulation and implementation of public policies and decisions, their activity is called political participation. Concept of deliberative democracy embodies an attempt to reconcile two different models of democratic thought: democracy as a popular nihil and democracy as the bulwark of personal freedom. Advocates of democracy as a popular nihil argue that democratic decision-making should reflect popular will, as if people are nihiling themselves as free and equal citizens rather than being miled by the arbitrary will of public officials. On the other hand, advocates of personal freedom argue that democratic decision-making should be the outcome of people's exercise of personal freedom, which implies freedom of thought, speech, press, association, and religion, right to hold personal property, freedom to vote and hold public office, freedom from arbitrary arrest and seizure as defined by the concept of nihil of law. People in a deliberative democracy try to influence each other through an accepted mode of reason argument, that is to win their heart through an appeal to the prevalent value system. At the same time, it pays due regard to personal freedom of every individual. To conclude, we can say that deliberative democracy does not nihil out division of labor between citizens and professional politicians. While it requires the citizens to participate in deliberation on public issues and thereby supplement the wisdom of politicians, it also demands constant public accountability of politicians. While on the other hand, participatory democracy calls for aware and active political citizens with keen interest in activities of the state done by government, and for always ready to direct, applaud, and criticize the government. Thinker's perspective: the theory of participatory democracy was developed by Jean-Jacques Rousseau and later promoted by J.S. Mill and G.D.H. Cole, who argued that political participation is indispensable for the realization of a just society. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–78, the exponent of popular sovereignty, is regarded the pioneer of participatory democracy. In his classic work, The Social Contract, 1762, Rousseau asserted that sovereignty not only originates in the people, it is also retained by the people in spite of their transition from the state of nature to civil society. In modern large-scale states, the objectives of participatory democracy are sought to be achieved through a. Decentralization of administration in which many decisions are left to local communities, as in the case of expansion of Panchayati Raj in India. B. Extensive use of referendum, as in Switzerland. The present-day champions of participatory democracy argue that representative democracy gives little opportunity to its citizens for any significant participation in the decision-making process. Political participation involves an active interaction between citizens and government. It is a two-way process. One party initiates and the other responds. A conventional participation includes the recognized methods of democratic functioning. Unconventional participation is less ordinary one, and sometimes viewed as less accepted. Participatory democracy calls for aware and active political citizens with keen interest in activities of the state done by government, and for always ready to direct, applaud, and criticize the government. Weakness of participatory model. The negative criticisms of participatory democracy generally align with exclusive advocacy for minimal democracy. While some critics, such as David Plaka, call for a conciliatory medium between participatory and representative models, others are skeptical of the overly leftist democratic ideology. Michaels rejects the feasibility of participatory models and goes so far as to refute the educative benefits of participatory democracy by delineating the lack of motivations for extensive participation to begin development. First, the self-interested, rational member has little incentive to participate because he lacks the skills and knowledge to be effective, making it cost-effective to rely on officials' expertise. Other concerns largely rest on the feasibility of effectively managing massive political input into an equally meaningful, responsive output. Representative democracy introduction. Representative democracy, also known as indirect democracy or representative government, is a type of democracy founded on the principle of elected persons representing a group of people, as opposed to direct democracy. Nearly all modern Western-style democracies function as some type of representative democracy. For example, the United Kingdom, a unitary parliamentary constitutional monarchy; India, a federal parliamentary republic; France, a unitary semi-presidential republic; and the United States, a federal presidential republic. A representative democracy can function as an element of both the parliamentary and the presidential systems of government. It typically manifests in a lower chamber, such as the House of Commons of the United Kingdom and the Lok Sabha of India, but may be curtailed by constitutional constraints such as an upper chamber and judicial review of legislation. Features of representative democracy. Today, democracy largely works through various representative institutions. We are experiencing indirect democracy or representative democracy, where government is conducted by the representatives of the people, who are elected at regular intervals. In contemporary era, the term democracy is used as a synonym of representative democracy. In a representative democracy, elections are usually held on the basis of universal adult franchise. It means that each man or woman, after attaining the prescribed age, such as 18 years or 21 years, is entitled to vote in the general election, without any discrimination on grounds of gender, caste, creed, region, language, culture, etc. All voters of a community are collectively described as the electorate. In a representative democracy, therefore, the political power receives its legitimacy from the people, who are the exclusive holders of sovereignty, but it is subsequently and concretely transferred to a political class who will exercise it. There are two systems of representation. A. Territorial representation. Under territorial or geographic representation, the whole country is divided into geographical areas of nearly equal population, which are called constituencies. Voters of each constituency are entitled to elect their representative or representatives. This system is simple and convenient. It enables the electorate to know their representative more closely. However, sometimes it may lead to undue prominence of local issues, relegating national issues to the background. B. Functional representation. Functional representation implies that entire people belonging to different occupations or functions should be allowed to elect their representatives on this very basis. These representatives should vote on issues relating to their specific functions. For example, people belonging to industrial sector should vote on industrial policy, and those belonging to agriculture should vote on agricultural policy. Thinker's perspective. Mill regarded representative democracy as necessary for progress, as it permitted citizens to use and develop their faculties fully. It allowed the education of the citizens, providing an efficient forum for conducting the collective affairs of the community. It encouraged free discussion, which was necessary for the emergence of the truth. He judged representative democracy on the basis of how far it promotes the good management of the affairs of the society by means of the existing faculties, moral, intellectual, and active of its various members, and by improving those faculties. Mill presents his most sustained defense of representative democracy in Considerations on Representative Government. Here, Mill proposes two criteria for good government. The first is the tendency of the government to promote the common good, understood as promoting the virtue and intelligence of the people. Second is the ability of the government to make use of the capacities of the populace for the common good. He then considers what kind of government is best, comparing benevolent despotism, in which the people are niled by a wise and well-intentioned sovereign, with representative government. The people. Although Mill grants that there are benefits to nile by a benevolent and exceptionally capable individual, he argues that representative government excels benevolent despotism on both criteria. The best government, for Mill, is one in which a body of representatives is elected by universal suffrage. The most serious drawback of despotic government is that, even if it is well-intentioned and wise, it produces a passive populace. Intelligence, virtue, and energy are the fruits of activity, and it is only through the exercise of one's capacities that one can develop them. By doing everything for its citizens, the despotic government deprives them of the opportunity to act for themselves, and thus of the opportunity to develop their higher capacities. Representative government has the clear advantage in this regard. The process of selecting representatives, the open debate in parliament, and local participation all have improving effects on the populace. The very operation of representative government constantly increases the stock of intelligence and virtue upon which government may draw. The notion of man as a progressive being that underlies Mill's defense of representative government also implies that his defense is only a relative one. According to Mill, there is no form of government that is appropriate in all times and places. Rather, governments must be tailored to the people they are to govern. While representative democracy is best in the civilized world, there are many peoples who are unfit for liberty. Therefore, argues Mill, Despotism is a legitimate mode of government in dealing with barbarians provided that the end be their improvement and the means justified by actually effecting that end. Enlightened despotism can teach the crucial lesson of obedience, thus readying people for the next stage of civilizational development. Liberty only becomes valuable when the people are in a position to benefit from it. As a principle, liberty has no application to any state of things anterior to the time when mankind have become capable of being improved by free and equal discussion. Thus, Mill's support of liberty and representative government is tied to a theory of human progress. Criticism. In his book Political Parties, written in 1911, Robert Michaels argues that most representative systems deteriorate towards an oligarchy or partocracy. This is known as the iron law of oligarchy. Representative democracies which are stable have been analyzed by Adolf Gasser and compared to the unstable representative democracies in his book. A drawback to this type of government is that elected officials are not required to fulfill promises made before their election and are able to promote their own self-interests once elected, providing an incohesive system of governance. Proponents of direct democracy criticize representative democracy due to its inherent structure. As the fundamental basis of representative democracy is non-inclusive system, in which representatives turn into an elite class that works behind closed doors, as well as the criticizing the elector system as being driven by a capitalistic and authoritarian system. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that representative democracy is a form of indirect democracy in which citizens, by exercising their political rights, elect someone from the state as their collective representatives to act on behalf of them on the issues concerned with them. Political representation is at the heart of democracy. Whether democracy is understood as popular nihil or as effective fate control by the people, representation is the means to realize the democratic idea of giving people a voice in large states. Thus, from a normative point of view, there should be a causal relationship between citizens' interests and policy decisions of representatives. Pluralist theory. Questions asked. The modern pluralist democracies have posed a great threat to the fabric of nation-state. Discuss. 00/60. Introduction. Pluralism is an inclusive concept. It addresses the interests and rights and the representation of the minorities, thus forming the core content of liberal democracy. It affirms the separation of power from state and civil society, and also economy from the political power. It offers the scope of institutions for the democratic process in the case of legislature, known as bicameralism, and a form of governance, namely federalism, to govern the state through various set of representation. Application. Pluralism paves way for participatory democracy that enables diverse group participation to protect their rights. In this scheme, political power is distributed and shared to many groups in the society, representing diverse interests. Pluralism leads to defend their particular interests through government by creating competitive equilibrium that intends to benefit large sections of the society for the long run. Pluralism suggests that democracy in the system necessitates the conduct of regular elections that encourages political competition among parties, groups, and individuals. The thinkers of utilitarian school were the great advocates of pluralist democracy. James Madison, John Stuart Mill, and Tocqueville predicted that elections expresses the preferences of divergent competitive groups rather than the wishes of many in the majority group. This also provides the bargaining power to the minority groups to assert their rights and share in power. Pluralist democracy is also termed as polyarchy, which is a nihil by series of minorities within the political framework. Interest group pluralism. Advocates of interest group pluralism regard constitutional nouns as trivial to the working of a pluralist democracy compared to the social miles and practices that arise from the very character of modern, dynamic, pluralist societies. The initial determinant in their view is the distribution of power, interpreted as the capacity to control another's responses. Power so conceived rests on a variety of different kinds of resource and the relative share of them held by those involved. Their central claim is that liberal democracy depends upon and helps reinforce a distribution of different funds of power amongst a plurality of agents and agencies such that everyone enjoys a piece of the action. Democratic societies are in essence polyarchies, to employ Robert Dahl's term. Criticism. The principal objection to the pluralist interpretation is that it overstates the opportunities to use political resources. Certainly, all kinds of resources are potentially available, but some appear to be superior to others. Money, for instance, is a resource that can buy many others. The chief executive officer of a corporation like Rockwell International or DuPont can purchase information, free time, advisors, access, prestige, the very things, in short, that make one successful in politics and that many people have difficulty acquiring. Second criticism is the severe inequality in the distribution of resources. The top layers of society, according to pluralism's critics, have a distinct advantage. Popular participation is reduced to the manageable task of choices in elections. This kind of participation is, at best, a pale and rather pathetic version of the responsible and active participation which was the aspiration of classical democracy. Conclusion. Pluralism is not just a problem within liberal democracies, it challenges the very practices and ideals of liberal democracy. Liberal principles cannot be treated as a consensual framework within which democratic trading can take place. Nor can particular cultural differences be hived off into separate liberal democratic units. Rather, differences have to be continually and democratically negotiated with compromise, not consensus, as the goal. Instead of freedom from interference, the citizens of such a political system enjoy the civic liberty of non-domination, which makes the politics of mutual recognition possible. Many find the endless negotiation that accompanies pluralism tiresome. For good or ill, however, it is the price one pays for liberty and diversity. Elitist theory, the term elite, is used to refer to a minority among a group of people who are in advantageous position in that community due to some fact or whatever they may be. Elites are usually those minorities who stand out in a society for their preeminence in the distribution of authority. The political elite is composed of a minority of specialized leaders who enjoy a disproportionate amount of power in the community's affairs, according to Press thus. The elite theory has as its main premise the belief that society consists of two kinds of people: the special selected few, or the elite, and a vast mass of people. The special people always rise to the top because they are the best and have the qualities. The elite, particularly the political elite, performs all political functions, monopolizes power, and enjoys the advantages that power brings. The numerically vast and larger non-elite is mild by the elite and directed and controlled in a manner that is essentially arbitrary. It is always the organized minority that rules over the unorganized majority. Main features of elitist theories of democracy are: people are not equal in their abilities, and so the development of an elite and a non-elite is inevitable. The elite can control power and command influence because of their superior abilities. The group of elites is not constant, and there is constant entry of new people and exit of old people from the group. The majority 7 of the masses who constitute the non-elite are apathetic, lazy, and indifferent, and so there is a need for a capable minority to provide leadership, and ruling elite in the modern times are mainly either intellectuals, industrial managers, or bureaucrats. Thinker's perspective: the elite theory arose after the Second World War, and the main contributors have been Vilfredo Pareto, Gaetano Mosca, and Robert Michaels, and American authors like James Burnham and C. Wright Mills. Vilfredo Pareto. The circulation of elite is a theory of regime change described by Italian sociologist Vilfredo Pareto, 1848 to 1923. Changes of regime, revolutions, and so on occur not when milers are overthrown from below, but when one elite replaces another. The role of ordinary 7 people in such transformation is not that of initiators or principal actors, but as followers and supporters of one elite or another. 2 class of population in society: 1. Elite/upper class, and 2. Non-elite/lower class. Criticism: it is conservative theory. This theory gives undue importance. Lack of faith in common people. This theory gives no importance to ideology. What should be the basis of political elite? This theory is against the principle of social and economic equality. This theory gives no importance to man. Procedural theory. Procedural democracy is a term used to denote the particular procedures, such as regular elections based on universal suffrage, that produce an electorally legitimated government. Procedural democratic theory deals with the making and implement of those plans. Democracy should not be seen merely as a set of institution, e.g. free and fair elections, legislative assemblies, and constitutional governments arising out of these. This view of democracy is described as procedural democracy as it emphasizes only the procedures and institutions of democracy. It fails to see that notwithstanding formal political equality, some citizens may be more equal than others, and may enjoy a greater voice than others in the determining of decisions. It would be the poorer, less educated, and the socially disadvantaged group who would be unable to fully practice their democratic rights. The theory begins with the distinction between the 2 conflict resolution objectives of justice and truth. We contend that in most instances one or the other of these objectives is dictated by the subject matter of the dispute, or more specifically by the outcome relationship that exists between the individual parties to the conflict. Thinker's perspective. Procedural democratic theory is concerned with processes by which ordinary citizens exert a relatively high degree of control over leaders. Robert Dahl. Free competition for a free vote. Schumpeter. During the first 15 years following independence, scholars like Rajni Kothari, M. Franda, Paul Brass, Field, and Myron Weiner used the survey method to conduct election studies. All kinds of factors: crime, caste, religion, etc., become effective in elections. Conclusion. For procedural Democrats, the aim of democracy is to embody certain procedural virtue. Procedural Democrats are divided among themselves over what those virtues might be, as well as over which procedures best embody them. But all procedural Democrats agree on the one central point. For procedural Democrats, there is no independent truth of the matter, which outcomes ought track. Instead, the goodness or rightness of an outcome is wholly constituted by the fact of its having emerged in some procedurally correct manner. Social democracy, as opposed to liberal democracy, is a theory of democracy which overcomes the contradiction between the theoretical articulation of political and human rights and the means necessary to realize them in the world, whereas liberal theory provides a framework for civil and human rights. Its internal logic by no means makes demands on the state to provide the means necessary, material and otherwise, to make these rights concrete in the world. Thinker's perspective. Thomas Myers, The Theory of Social Democracy, written with Louis Hinchman, is an attempt to organize a theory of social democracy which will speak to the new concerns over globalization and the threats it poses to social democratic practice. It is a continuation of the notion, also espoused by Bernstein, that liberalism needs to be transcended while also being incorporated into a broader theory of democracy. For Meyer, social democracy differs from this theoretical paradigm by seeking to overcome two core philosophical contradictions existing within political liberalism: the linking of freedom with property and the distinction between negative and positive liberty. Cosmopolitan democracy seeks to understand the factors underlying conflicts over human rights so as to implement positive forms of pressure to resolve them. It is compiling a political and ethical plan. As an ethical plan, it seeks to establish, among other tilings, the extent of content of and justification for moral obligation. As a contemporary political project, it is intimately connected with debates about the appropriate form of political community and the practices of democracy and globalization. One basic element in the outlook of cosmopolitan democracy is peace and security, whereby individuals and communities will not be threatened by war, oppression, and other morbid situations, and there will be peaceful and mutually acceptable means for resolving differences. Thinkers' perspective writers advocating cosmopolitan democracy include Immanuel Kant, David Held, Daniele Archibugi, Richard Falk, and Mary Kaldor. Archibugi says cosmopolitan democracy is based on the assumption that important objectives, control of the use of force, respect for human rights, self-determination, will be obtained only through the extension and development of democracy. Cosmopolitan democracy continues to take upon itself the risks that attend to proposing the implementation of a democratic society within, among, and beyond states. Criticism. Criticisms of cosmopolitan democracy have come from realist, Marxist, communitarian, and multicultural perspectives. Democratic theorist Robert Dahl has expressed his doubts about the possibility of expanding democracy in international organizations to any significant degree, as he believes that democracy diminishes with size. Opponents of Dahl's approach point to the fact that bigger countries are not necessarily less democratic. For example, there is no correlation between voters' turnout and population size. In fact, it is smallest in countries with fewer than 100,000 citizens. Conclusion: the basic idea behind cosmopolitan democracy is to globalize democracy while, at the same time, democratizing globalization. It was never intended to provide a single recipe, but rather to serve as a unifying framework for a plethora of proposals and campaigns to it, in different ways, aim to develop global governance in a democratic direction. Multicultural democracy. Introduction. Multiculturalism is the coexistence of diverse cultures, where culture includes racial, religious, or cultural groups and is manifested in customary behaviors, cultural assumptions and values, patterns of thinking, and communicative styles. Bika Parek's views on multiculturalism. Bika Parek advances a theory of multiculturalism, which he prefers to term a perspective on human life, in his book, Rethinking Multiculturalism, and then deploys this in analyzing most of the issues which confront multicultural societies, from the appropriate structure of the polity, group representation, justice, and rights through to questions of national and cultural identity, intercultural interaction, education, and gender relations. Parek's multicultural perspective can be summarized in three central insights. First, human beings are deeply shaped by culture but not determined by it. Second, different cultures represent different systems of meaning and visions of the good life. Third, all cultures are internally plural, although not incoherent, which means that a culture cannot appreciate the value of others unless it appreciates the plurality within it. Bika Parek argues that multiculturalism occupies a middle position between two dominant strands of political theory: naturalism and culturalism. It is useful to see the current debates about multiculturalism as an extension of liberal/communitarian debate, because multiculturalists echo the communitarians' concern that we recognize that we are social beings that are embedded in particular cultures and different cultural practices. Multiculturalists, according to Parek, share the conviction that cultural plurality must figure prominently in our theorizing about how we ought to live together collectively as a society. Multiculturalists, according to Parek, share the conviction that cultural plurality must figure prominently in our theorizing about how we ought to live together collectively as a society. Parek's thesis on multiculturalism stems firstly out of a rejection of relativism and monism, and subsequently from the claim that liberal attempts to respond to the fact of multiculturalism do not take the concept of culture seriously enough. Multiculturalism is not about difference in identity, but about those that are embedded in and sustained by culture, that is, a body of beliefs and practices in terms of which a group of people understand themselves and the world and recognize their individual and collective lives. Unit 7: Concept of Power, Hegemony, Ideology, and Legitimacy. Syllabus: Concept of Power, Hegemony, Ideology, and Legitimacy. Table of Contents. Unit 7: Concept of Power, Hegemony, Ideology, and Legitimacy. 1. Syllabus. 1. 7.1 Concept of Power. 1. 7.1.1 Introduction. 1. 7.1.2 Thinker's Perspective on Power. 1. Robert Dahl. 1. Carl Deutsch. 1. D. Raphael. 1. Foucault's Concept of Power. 1. The Dynamics of Power. 1. Contemporary Examples. 2. Criticism. 2. Conclusion. 2. 7.1.3 Nature of Power. 2. 7.1.4 Forms of Power. 3. Political Power. 3. Conclusion. 3. 7.1.5 Advanced Reading, Realistic Perspective Regarding Power. 3. Conclusion. 4. 7.1.6 Difference between Power and Authority. For Power versus Authority. 4. Power. For Authority. 5. Historical background of authority. Point 5. Criticism on the Weberian model of authority. Point 5. Reliance on authority, affecting the nature of power. Point 6. Conclusion. 6. Weber's 3 types of authority. Point 6. 7.1.7 Theories of power. 6. Foucault on power. Point 6. Advanced reading. C. Wright Mills. Point 7. Advanced reading. Marx and Weber. Point 7. Advanced reading. Mussolini. Point 8. Key aspects of Mussolini's views. 8. Conclusion. 8. Hannah Arendt. Point 8. Hannah Arendt's concept of power. Point 9. Advanced reading. Political philosophy by Hannah Arendt. 9. Advanced reading. Role of ideology in modern totalitarian regimes. 10. Advanced reading. Concept of labor, work, and action. Point 10. 7.1.8 Theory of circulation of elites. Point 11 Introduction. Point 11 The concept. Point 11 Characteristics of elites. Point 12 Evaluation. 12. Criticism. Point 12 Conclusion. 12. 7.2 Concept of hegemony. 14. 7.2.1 Introduction. 14. 7.2.2 Gramsci's Theory of Hegemony. Point 14 Introduction. Point 14 Concept of hegemony. 14. Advanced reading. Difference between hegemony and domination. Point 15 Hegemony versus domination. 15. Advanced reading. Superstructure theory. Point 16 Advanced reading. Organic intellectuals. 17. 7.3 Concept of ideology. 18. 7.3.1 Introduction. 18. 7.3.2 Historical background. Point 18. 7.3.3 Thinker's perspective on ideology. Point 18. 7.3.4 Political ideology and power. 19. 7.4 Concept of legitimacy. 20. 7.4.1 Introduction. 20. 7.4.2 Different perspectives on legitimacy. Point 20. 7.4.3 Legitimacy in modern societies. 20. 7.4.4 Advanced reading. Tools of legitimation of state. 21. 7.4.5 Crisis of legitimacy. Point 21 Solution suggested by Habermas to overcome crisis. 22. 7.4.6 Difference between legitimacy and hegemony. 22. Legitimacy versus hegemony. Point 23. 7.1 Concept of power. 7.1.1 Introduction. What is power? Most people have an intuitive notion of what it means. But scientists have not yet formulated a statement of the concept of power that is rigorous enough to be of use in the systematic study of this important social phenomenon. Power is here defined in terms of a relation between people and is expressed in simple symbolic notation. From this definition is developed a statement of power comparability, or the relative degree of power held by two or more persons. With these concepts, it is possible, for example, to rank members of the United States Senate according to their power over legislation on foreign policy and on tax and fiscal policy. Some people have more power than others is one of the most palpable facts of human existence. Because of this, the concept of power is as ancient and ubiquitous as any tied social theory can boast. If these assertions needed any documentation, one could set up an endless parade of great names from Plato and Aristotle through Machiavelli and Hobbes to Pareto and Weber to demonstrate that a large number of seminal social theorists have devoted a good deal of attention to power and the phenomena associated with it. Power is related to taking decisions and for the implementation of those decisions. No organization, whatever may its nature be, can do its duty or achieve objectives without power. 7.1.2 Thinker's perspective on power. Robert Dahl in many of his works has defined power and analyzed its various aspects. In his A Preface to Democratic Theory, Dahl calls power a type of relationship in respect of capability and control. Take a very simple example. There are two men A and B. If A possesses the capability to control B, then it will be assumed that A has the power. So, power involves a successful attempt to do something which he could not do otherwise. Carl Deutsch defines power as the ability to engage in conflict, find resolutions, and overcome obstacles. While Deutsch's definition is focused on international politics, it is also applicable to national politics. In domestic politics, various groups compete for power and influence. The group that ultimately succeeds in gaining power or influence is considered powerful in a pluralistic society. Raphael Problems of Political Philosophy defines power as a specific kind of ability. This specific kind of ability is the ability to make other people do what one wants them to do. Raphael emphasizes that power is not just any ability, but the ability to influence and control others' actions. Foucault's concept of power. Michel Foucault, a French philosopher and social theorist, offered a distinctive and influential perspective on power. His concept of power transcends traditional notions and explores the intricate ways in which power operates within society, institutions, and individuals. The dynamics of power. Power is everywhere. Foucault challenges the idea that power resides only in specific institutions or authorities. Instead, he posits that power is omnipresent, woven into the entire fabric of everyday life. Microphysics of power. Foucault's focus extends beyond grand structures of power to the minutiae of daily interactions. Power operates at a micro level, shaping individual behaviors and relationships. Power/knowledge nexus. According to Foucault, power and knowledge are inseparable. Institutions, through knowledge production, reinforce and legitimize certain forms of power. Thinkers' perspectives. Panopticon by Jeremy Bentham. Foucault was influenced by Bentham's Panopticon, a prison design with a central observation tower. This architectural model symbolizes the constant surveillance and internalization of discipline. Max Weber's ideas. While Foucault diverges from Weber's concept of hierarchical authority, he acknowledges the importance of Weber's understanding of bureaucracy and rationalization in the exercise of power. Contemporary examples. 1. Surveillance capitalism. In the digital age, corporations collect vast amounts of data, creating a system of surveillance capitalism where individuals are constantly monitored and influenced. Foucault's ideas resonate with the pervasive nature of power in contemporary digital societies, where information is a key mechanism of control. 2. Discourses on health and body image. Media, advertising, and medical discourses construct norms around beauty and health, influencing individual perceptions and behaviors. Foucault's power/knowledge nexus is evident as societal norms, often reinforced by authoritative knowledge. Foucault's power/knowledge nexus is evident as societal norms, often reinforced by authoritative knowledge, shape individuals' understanding of their bodies. 3. Social media and self-surveillance. People voluntarily share their lives on social media, engaging in self-surveillance. This self-presentation is influenced by societal expectations and the desire for social validation. Foucault's idea of internalized surveillance aligns with how individuals actively participate in their own monitoring, conforming to societal expectations. Criticism, lack of agency, and resistance. Nancy Fraser criticizes Foucault for not adequately addressing issues of resistance and the possibilities of transformative agency. Whitley and Power Snickers. Neglect of economic factors. Cohen suggests that Foucault's focus on power relations and discourses tends to sideline the economic factors that significantly shape social snickers. Historical accuracy. Habermas argues that Foucault's historical analyses often lack precision, leading to an overgeneralization of power dynamics across different historical periods. Overemphasis on discourse. Noam Chomsky argues that Foucault's focus on discourse may downplay material conditions and the concrete economic and political realities that shape society. Conclusion. Foucault's concept of power remains a significant contribution to social theory, challenging conventional views and prompting a re-evaluation of power dynamics. By emphasizing the ubiquity of power and its entanglement with knowledge, his ideas provide valuable insights into the complex ways in which individuals and societies are shaped and governed. 7.1.3 Nature of power. Absence of power with a single actor. Power issues do not arise when there is only one actor because power implies the ability to influence or control others. It inherently exists within relationships. Disaggregated and non-cumulative power. In pluralist societies, power is shared and exchanged among numerous groups representing diverse interests. It is not concentrated at any single center, leading to an unequal distribution similar to that of wealth. Class society and diverse interests. In class societies, various classes and groups compete to achieve their interests, usually economic. Each power center represents specific interests. Conditional nature of power. According to McIlver, power is the ability to conjure services from others, but this ability depends on certain conditions. If these conditions are not met, power cannot function effectively. Power is not fixed and can change over time. Complexity of power in political science. Power is a complex concept involving how it is used, its consequences, and how it is achieved. Different terms are used to describe power, such as Dahl's use of influence. Different forms of power. Power manifests in various forms, such as latent force, manifest power, force, and institutionalized power, authority. Power in different contexts. Power appears differently in formal organizations, informal organizations, and organized or unorganized communities, adapting to each specific context. 7.1.4 Forms of power. Political power. 1. Meaning of political power. Political power is the ability of an individual to achieve their goals and desires within the political sphere. Traditional and modern political philosophers have emphasized the importance of power in politics. 2. Focus of power in politics. The study of politics revolves around the acquisition, maintenance, and loss of power. It involves analyzing how power is obtained, exercised, and controlled, as well as the purposes for which it is used. 3. Scope of political science. Frederick Watkins highlighted that political science is not just about studying the state, but also about understanding all associations that exemplify the problem of power. William A. Robson emphasized that political science primarily focuses on the nature, basis, processes, scope, and results of power in society. 4. Importance of political power. Political power is crucial in determining how conflicts are resolved within a political community. The distribution of power shapes the decision-making processes and outcomes in politics. Conclusion. Politics is seen as a concept centered around power and influence. Political philosophers argue that politics involves the struggle for power and the manipulation of those in power. Politics encompasses conflicts between states and within organized groups within a state. It is an organized debate about power and its utilization, involving decisions among competing values, ideas, individuals, interests, and demands. 7.1.5 Advanced Reading. Realistic perspective regarding power. The major emphasis of realist is to seek power in order to survive the sovereignty of the state, for the purpose of politics, should be defined as the supremacy of coercive power rather than that of legal authority. Because the one that is sovereign is the one that can substantiate its claim, and the state certainly does so, because it possesses the power of armed force. In the Leviathan of Thomas Hobbes, he tells us that man desires power and even greater power, which becomes the root cause of competition among individuals. But at the same time, men like to live in peace in order to enjoy the power that they possess. So, they are disposed to live under a common power. After Hobbes, Hegel talks about absolute sovereign power of the state to the extent of discarding all ethics of international morality. 7. Among the leading advocates of this theory, Professor H.J. Morgenthau says that politics is nothing but a struggle for power. The power theory found its concrete manifestation when the Italian dictator Benito Mussolini declared nothing against the state, nothing above it, giving birth to the ideology of fascism. Conclusion: power is a central concept in political theory, involving the ability to control others and make them do what one wants. It is both a factual reality and a value to be sought after. Power is closely related to authority, influence, and control. Legitimate power is considered authority, while influence is a broader term that may not involve the use of sanctions. Power is a specific type of influence. 7.1.6 Difference between power and authority in political theory. Power is the central issue, whether it is clothed in law that qualifies it or whether authority that renders obedience to it voluntarily sustains it. Power is force, exercised by the state in the name of law. The concepts of power and authority are related ones, but a distinction between them is necessary. Both the terms refer to different properties. But, because of their logical grammar being commonly misconstrued, unnecessary difficulty lies arisen. However, they are the names of not different, but related entities of which one somehow depends on the other. Power versus authority. Power. Aspect: power, authority. Definition: the ability to influence or control the behavior of people or events. The recognized right to command and be obeyed. Nature: coercive, based on force or the threat of force. Legitimate, based on consent and recognition. Source: can stem from various sources such as physical force, economic strength, or social influence. Derived from formal positions, legal frameworks, and institutional roles. Legitimacy: often lacks legitimacy if based solely on coercion. Inherently legitimate due to recognition by society or legal systems. Examples: military power, economic sanctions, social influence. Presidential authority, judicial authority, legislative authority. Exercise: can be exercised without the consent of those affected. Requires consent and recognition from those governed. Relation to law. May operate outside or even against the law. Always operates within the framework of established laws and nomus. Sustainability: typically short-term and dependent on continuous enforcement. Long-term and stable as it is based on accepted nomus and structures. Scope: broad and can be applied in various contexts including in formal settings. Limited to specific roles and institutional boundaries. Accountability: less accountable, can be arbitrary. Higher accountability, subject to checks and balances. The precise connotation of power became difficult when the term became interchangeable with several related themes like control, influence, authority, force, domination, coercion, and the like. Power capacity includes skills and techniques in the use of consent and constraint, as well as the ability to persuade, threaten, or coerce to gain ascendancy over other states. States vary notably in power capacity. Robert Dahl, in his work Modern Political Analysis in 1991, defines power as a kind of influence. It is exercised when compliance is attained by creating the prospect of severe. Robert Dahl, in his work Modern Political Analysis in 1991, defines power as a kind of influence. It is exercised when compliance is attained by creating the prospect of severe sanctions for noncompliance. Stephen L. Wasby, in his book Political Science, The Discipline and Its Dimensions in 1972, has similarly observed, power is generally thought to involve bringing about an action by someone against the will or desire of another. Authority in common parlance. Authority consists of two important components, which are power and legitimacy. Authority equals power plus legitimacy. The authority to give orders is the right of recipients. For example, when a minister is authorized or empowered by a statute to make regulations, this not only allows him to do summoning, i.e. he has the right of action, but also imposes an obligation on citizens to conform to the regulations that he may make. Thus, his authority gives him a right to issue them. Authority is legitimate power. In layman's notion to sly distinguish between power and authority, we can think of power as a naked sword and authority may be envisaged as a sword in its scabbard. Power can be based on brute use of force, but authority is exercised with reasonable use of force and legitimate means. Power is based on fear or force. Legitimacy is based on respect and willing compliance. Max Weber, 1864-1920, attempted to identify authority prevalent in the modern state. He attributed three types of authority. Firstly, traditional authority involves the right to kneel as established by tradition, such as hereditary or dynastic MLE. Secondly, charismatic authority results from exceptional personal characteristics of the political leader or his magnetic personality, as exemplified by Hitler. Finally, legal rational authority emanates from the political office held by an individual, where he is appointed through the prescribed procedure, such as merit-based selection, promotion, election, rotation, or nomination. Historical background of authority. Historical applications of authority in political terms include the formation of the city-state of Geneva, and experimental treatises involving the topic of authority in relation to education include Entile by Jean-Jacques Rousseau. As David Lighton defines, authority is a key concept to be defined in determining the range and role of political theory, science, and inquiry. The relevance of a grounded understanding of authority includes the basic foundation and formation of political, civil, and/or ecclesiastical institutions or representatives. In recent years, however, authority in political context has been challenged or questioned. Criticism on the Weberian model of authority. Political scientists like David Beetham point out that Weber's three legitimating ideas, while helping us understand what is distinctive about modern as opposed to the pre-modern systems of authority, are inadequate for characterizing the different regime types which have existed in the course of the 20th century. Unlike Weber, who would try to fit regimes into the three typologies, or alternatively, see regimes as mixtures of two types, Beetham prefers a broad framework for understanding the processes and grounds of obedience. His framework consists of three levels or standards for understanding political authority. Lack of consideration for informal sources of authority. The Weberian model focuses primarily on formal sources of authority, such as legal, rational, and traditional authority, neglecting the role of charismatic authority and other informal sources of power that can also influence decision-making and leadership. Overemphasis on bureaucracy. The Weberian model places a strong emphasis on bureaucratic structures and procedures as the most efficient form of authority, which can lead to rigidity, inefficiency, and a lack of adaptability in organizations. Ignoring the role of emotions and personal relationships, Weber's model tends to overlook the importance of emotions and personal relationships in shaping authority dynamics, which can be crucial in understanding how power is exercised and maintained in real-world situations. Limited applicability in non-Western contexts. The Weberian model of authority is based on Western historical and cultural contexts, which may not fully capture the complexities of authority dynamics in non-Western societies where different cultural norms and values shape power relations. Reliance on authority affecting the nature of power. Authority is the most effective instrument of exercising power in the sphere of politics. The reliance on authority is directly proportional to the governability, which means the more reliance on authority or use of legitimacy, the more will be the acceptability of governing institutions, and the nature of power will be based on consensus, thus leading to a state where power is not mere means of domination but an instrument of reasonable force necessary to end a state. The power to make other people do what a person requires may depend on the fact that he holds a special office. By virtue of holding that office, that person has the authority to ask certain requirements of other people. People do what he requires because they acknowledge Lee's authority. He requires Lee's authority and others' acceptance of it. We can, therefore, think of authority as a specific kind of ability or power to make other people do what one wants them to do. This specific ability or power is coordinated with coercive power. The possession of coercive force is one way of getting people to do what a person requires. It is one specific form of power. The possession of authority, if it is acknowledged, is another. Conclusion. Authority refers to a modified form of power in that it is not simply a manifestation of the capacity to change, but also a right to change. The element which gives authority this distinctive character is legitimacy. It is legitimacy which makes obedience to authority willing and binding. Until the advent of modernity, the idea of delegitimate authority had remained marginal to the understanding of political authority. Max Weber, with his contribution, enriched the concept of authority. He clearly defines the three models of authority and legitimacy. Weber's three types of authority. Traditional, charismatic, legal, rational source of power. Legitimized by long-standing custom. Based on a leader's personal qualities. Authority resides in the office, not the person. Leadership style. Historic personality, dynamic personality, bureaucratic officials. Example: patriarchy, traditional positions of authority, royal families with no political power but social influence. Napoleon, Jesus Christ, Mother Teresa. Martin Luther King, Jr. U.S. Presidency and Congress. Modem, British Parliament. 7.1.7 Theories of power. Theories of power were majorly distinguished under three strands. Each one is way different from each other, but the common between them is the way they explain power, as it is the common thread between them. Michael Foucault on power, Marxian theory of power, liberal democratic theory. Foucault on power. Foucault's analysis Lias opened up new ways of looking at power in society, not so much as a juridical concept as a socially networked relations of domination and subjugation. To understand the real nature of power, one has to move away from the juridical edifice of sovereignty, the state apparatuses, and the accompanying ideologies. Instead, attention should be paid to domination and the material operators of power. One should focus on the form of subjection and the inflection and utilizations of their localized systems, and on the strategic apparatuses. According to Foucault, in common parlance, power has been viewed in reductionist terms. It is the top-down vision that has always looked at power as a striking force and a visible and effective meat power. Those who hold power at the top are favorably stationed to take advantage of a number of apparatuses and devices, particular techniques, knowledge, modalities of political power. In other words, they have the means of power to which they have access because of the strategic positions they occupy. A senior bureaucrat, because of his position, can easily accord sanction to a project or stop it when tilings are not working out to his satisfaction. In Foucault's analysis, to ascribe all phenomena of power to the prevailing power apparatuses is a form of unionistic reductionism. Power, in this view, is not what and where people think it is. In reality, it is the expression of hundreds of microprocesses defining various currents coming from a multitude of different sources. Foucault is generally critical of theories that try to give absolute answers to everything. For this reason, he makes clear that power cannot be completely described as a group of institutions and/or mechanisms whose aim it is for a citizen to obey and yield to the state, a typical liberal definition of power, yielding denials. A typical psychoanalytical definition of power, or a general and oppressing system where one societal class or group oppresses another, a typical feminist or orthodox Marxist definition of power. Advanced reading. C. Wright Mills, maverick sociologist and social critic. C. Wright Mills produced the influential book, The Power Elite, in 1956, 6 years before his death. The power elite, according to Mills, is composed of men who occupy positions of authority in major institutions and organizations in the economic, political, and military arenas. These power elites are wealthy, have prestigious jobs, and wield extraordinary decision-making powers. Even their decisions not to act can be influential. The concentration of wealth and power into the hands of the few is especially noteworthy, according to Mills, as economic, political, and military institutions are more connected than separate. C. Wright Mills asserted that by occupying the strategic conunion post of the social structure, they form a more or less compact social and psychological entity and have become self-conscious members of a social class. People are either accepted into this class or they are not. And there is a qualitative split, rather than merely a numerical scale, separating them from those who are not elite. The idea of such decision-making stratum implies that most of its members have similar social origins, that throughout their lives they maintain a network of informal connections, and that to some degree there is an interchangeability of position between the various hierarchies of money and power and celebrity. Power elite is composed of men whose positions enable them to transcend the ordinary environments of ordinary men and women. They are in positions to make decisions having major consequences. Whether they do or do not make such decisions is less important than the fact that they do occupy such pivotal positions. Their failure to act, their failure to make decisions, is itself an act that is often of greater consequence to the decisions they do make. Advanced reading. Marx and Weber. Marx viewed the concept of power in terms of class perspective. According to this theory, political power is the product of economic power. In other words, the tree of political power grows on the roots of economic power. The edifice of political power is raised on the foundation. In other words, the tree of political power grows on the roots of economic power. The edifice of political power is raised on the foundation of economic power. Economic power is vested in the ownership of means of social production. Marx asserted that power is held by a minority, the elite or bourgeoisie, who had access to capital and could use their capital to capture power, social hierarchy, and generate wealth. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. Karl Marx. Max Weber explored the political, epistemological, and ethical problems of modernity and understood how closely connected they were and allowed no way back to package power into the sole tradition of political theory. Weber's definition of power in society lies remained the starting point for many sociologists. He defined power as being the ability of an individual or group to achieve their own goals or aims when others are trying to prevent them from realizing them. From this analysis, we can derive that Weber identified power as being either authoritative or coercive. In contrast to Karl Marx, Max Weber focuses on political power and generalizes it to economic power. He emphasized that economics alone could not explain the power structure prevailing in the society, which is a result of various historic and sociological factors. Karl Marx's perspective on power recognized class as the organizing category for exercising power in society. Those who manage to grab ownership of higher means of social production organize themselves into the dominant class, which in itself is the power structure which exercises and influences power through its domination. While on the other hand, Max Weber deals power primarily in the context of society and state and does not limit the origin of power on the grounds of economy. Advanced reading. Mussolini's state is the central figure in the study of political science. State is the core concept of analysis in political science. J.W. Garner has rightly said that political science begins and ends with the state. Key aspects of Mussolini's views: everything in the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. Benito Mussolini's formulation remains one of the most enduring definitions of modern totalitarianism. Italy's fascist regime was the first to declare itself totalitarian, and it envisioned a radically new social order engineered by the state. It is also one example of fascist state along with that of Hitler in Germany. Mussolini himself was the philosopher of fascism. He said no one, be it individual or institution, can be against state. According to him, individual has no rights but only duties towards the state. One should be ready to sacrifice oneself at the altar of the state. He used to say leader is Superman and even he is above the Constitution in unquestionable obedience towards it. Benito Mussolini's formulation in this statement remains one of the most enduring definitions of modern totalitarianism. This notion was his simplified understanding of fascism. The authority of state remains unchallenged. Conclusion: the statement, everything in the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state, directs towards fascism, which is a political ideology. It is deep-seated as an authoritarian nationalism. There is supremacy of the state and nothing can view beyond the state. The state is totalitarian and controls both public and private life of its subjects. There are no rights but only duties of citizens towards state, and there should be absolute obedience to the state. Fascism is a type of far-reaching authoritarian nationalism that evolved in early 20th century Europe, influenced by national syndicalism. Hannah Arendt, early life, born in Hanover, Germany, in 1906. Became a public intellectual, refugee, and keen observer of European and American politics. Hannah Arendt was a distinguished thinker, resisting easy categorization into traditional labels like liberal, conservative, libertarian, or radical. Interpretation of totalitarianism: her most significant contribution to political thought is her analysis of the rise of the 20th century totalitarian state. Known for her analysis of the events leading to the rise of totalitarian regimes in the 20th century. Arendt's work provides insight into how such political systems emerge and operate. Key works: Arendt's views on political and anti-political themes are primarily drawn from her major works. The Human Condition and the Origins of Totalitarianism. Hannah Arendt's concept of power. Philosophical background: German Jewish philosopher, Hannah Arendt was a renowned political philosopher of German Jewish descent. Distinction between violence and power: Arendt differentiated between these concepts to form a constructive view of power. Concept of violence: force against people's wishes. When writers impose their will against the people's desires, it constitutes violence in Arendt's view. Concept of power: people's ownership. Power fundamentally belongs to the people, unlike violence which is imposed by milers. Non-coercive: power is not about miling over others or enforcing a comrade obedience relationship. Manifested in institutions: political institutions are seen as the outcomes of people acting according to the principles of power. Arendt's analysis of power: not individual property. Power is not owned by individuals but is a collective ability. Action in concert: power corresponds to the ability of individuals to act together. Cooperative nature: power relations are inherently cooperative and exist as long as the group remains united. Dynamic quality: power cannot be stored or possessed. It is a quality of collective action and speech. Public character of power. Public realm: Arendt emphasized that power keeps the public realm cohesive, while violence disrupts it. Quality of the public: power is an attribute of people forming the public sphere. Essay on public happiness. In this essay, Arendt discusses the public nature of power and its importance. Warning on absence of power: violence as a substitute. Arendt warns that in the absence of genuine power, violence may arise to fill the void. Conclusion: Arendt believes that power should not be held by individuals but should be shared among a group of people within society. She condemns the use of force or violence by the state to maintain power. Arendt encourages cooperation among people to create and sustain a social order without relying on force or violence. Advanced reading: Political Philosophy by Hannah Arendt. Arendt's view on politics. Definition of politics: Arendt defined politics as public debate within a community about meaningful aspects of their shared life. Western political tradition: Arendt remarked, "Our tradition of political thought had its definite beginning in the teachings of Plato and Aristotle. I believe it came to no less definite end in the theories of Karl Marx." Insights and theories: Original perspective on politics. Arendt's political insights provide a unique and original way of understanding politics. She emphasized the bipolarity of human action, distinguishing between political and anti-political actions. Critique of political philosophy: Arendt challenged traditional political philosophy for its lack of historicity and inability to protect political life from social encroachment. Celebration of the polis. Polis as paradigm: Arendt's thought is often seen as celebrating the polis, city-state, way of life. Some thinkers consider her view as a benchmark for judging modern political experiences, termed as Arendt's Greekomania. Vita activa versus vita contemplativa. Sphere of politics: Arendt celebrated the vita activa, the sphere where individuals express their unique selves through action. She refused to measure the political realm by the standards of contemplation or the vita contemplativa. Gradual articulation of political thinking, process, and perspectives. Arendt's political thinking evolved gradually through her treatment of various subjects at different levels and perspectives. Conclusion: Arendt believes that politics is not just a transactional activity, but rather a form of culture with its own essence. Politics is seen as offering novelty and being done for its own sake, not as a means to an end. Arendt rejects the idea of politics being instrumental and directed towards achieving another goal. Advanced reading: Role of ideology in modern totalitarian regimes. Dynamic ideology. Arendt defines ideology dynamically, as a broad formula for social change rather than a static set of beliefs. Role of ideology in totalitarianism. Mobilization tool. Arendt argued that ideology is a tool that enables the state to mobilize its manpower and resources towards a goal declared to embody the absolute truth. Scientific character. Ideologies are characterized by their scientific approach, combining scientific methodology with philosophical relevance, pretending to be scientific philosophy. Totalitarian society and ideology. Atomized society. Arendt presents totalitarian society as one that is deliberately atomized, making it easier for total domination to occur. Emergence of totalitarian regimes. According to Arendt, the development of a dominant ideological social structure leads to the emergence of totalitarian regimes. Conclusion: ideology and totalitarianism. When ideology is used to motivate people towards predetermined goals, it closely aligns with totalitarianism. Arendt asserts that such ideology is found only in totalitarian systems, not in open societies. Distinction between true and false. The ideal subject of totalitarian role is not the convinced Nazi or the convinced communist, but people for whom the distinction between true and false no longer exists. Hannah Arendt. Advanced reading. Concept of labor, work, and action. Arendt categorizes human activities into labor, work, and action, each with distinct processes and roles. Labor and work are associated with the private realm, while action is linked to the public realm. The capacity to begin something new and expect the unexpected is rooted in freedom. Labor ensures individual survival and the continuation of the species. Work provides permanence and durability to human life. Action, through founding and preserving political bodies, creates the conditions for remembrance and history. Arendt does not prioritize action over labor and work, as they are necessary prerequisites for entering the public realm. Conclusion: labor is focused on the physical survival of the body, while work is about creating human-made objects and artifices. Work aims for immortality through craftsmanship and creating lasting products. Action is characterized by human plurality, freedom, and equality. Plurality is the idea that while we are all human, each individual is unique and different from anyone else who has ever lived. 7.1.8 Theory of Circulation of Elites. Introduction. The circulation of elite is a theory of regime change described by Italian sociologist Vilfredo Pareto, 1848-1923. Changes of regime, revolutions, and so on occur not when milers are overthrown from below, but when one elite replaces another. The role of ordinary people in such transformation is not that of initiators or principal actors, but as followers and supporters of one elite or another. Pareto's theory of the elites has exercised a massive influence, and has proved altogether more acceptable. But as he states it, his theory is just the beginning of wisdom. To begin with, he concentrates solely on the traits of inferiority and superiority and of psychological type. The concept, according to Pareto, all men are not equal. They differ among themselves in regard to their capacities and abilities. Some are more intelligent, efficient, and capable than others. On account of this difference in regard to abilities, there is social stratification. Some belong to the superior class by virtue of tier liar qualifications. Pareto has distinguished two classes of elites. These are A. Governing elites. In this class are included persons who are directly or indirectly concerned with administration. These persons play a highly important role and enjoy a prestigious place in society. B. Non-governing elites. In this class are included persons who are not connected with administration but occupy such a place in society that they somehow influence the administration. In every society there are two main groups. The one is concerned with the government and usually controls the means of production and is therefore rich. The other group is constituted by those who are poor and governed. An elite may degenerate into non-elite, and a non-elite may rise to the level of elite. This exchange between classes is technically known as circulation of the elites. No society can maintain status quo indefinitely. There are bound to be changes like may adversely class does its best to prevent the entry of the member of non-governing class into its fold. It is not always successful and flies. As Pareto observes, history is a graveyard of aristocracies. They do not last long. They are doomed to disappear by thinking down of their membership. The up and down movement of the elite takes place in two ways. Firstly, some non-elite by their merit may rise to the level of elite. Secondly, by revolution the entire governing class may be reduced to the status of the governed. Indeed, in the opinion of Pareto, the circulation of the elite is necessary for healthy social change. A slowing down of this circulation of individuals may result in a considerable increase of the degenerate elements in the classes which still hold power, and on the other hand, in an increase of elements of superior quality in subject classes. In such cases, the social equilibrium becomes unstable and the slightest shock will destroy it. A conquest or revolution produces an upheaval which brings a new elite to power and establishes a new equilibrium. Characteristics of elites: the individuals not belonging to either of the governing elite or non-governing elite are called non-elite. The class of elite is universal and continuous process. The elite manipulate overtly or covertly the political power. The elite is having the capacity to establish superiority over others. The members of the elite class will always try that the non-elite should not influence social, economic, and political processes in any manner. The non-elites respect only such elites who are liberal in outlook and approach, because they alone can help them to come nearer to each other. Circulation or upward and downward circulation amongst the members of the elite and non-elite is a typical characteristic of the elite. Evaluation following the Machiavellian formula. Pareto states that the elites are able to manipulate and control the masses by resorting to two methods, force or fraud, which corresponding to Machiavelli's famous antithesis between the lions and the foxes. The foxes are the elites abundantly endowed with residues of tire first class, residues of combinations. They are capable of innovation and experiment, prefer materialistic to idealistic goals, but lack fidelity to principles and use strategies that vary from emotional appeal to unadulterated fraud. The lions are conservative elites in whom the second class of residues, persistence of aggregates, predominates. They liave faith and ideology, they display group loyalty and class solidarity, they gain and retain power by the use of force. Criticism: Pareto fails to provide a method of measuring and distinguishing between the supposedly superior qualities of the elite. He simply assumes that the qualities of the elite are superior to those of the mass. His criterion for distinguishing between lion and foxes is merely his own interpretation of the style of the elite Nile. Moreover, Pareto fails to provide a way of measuring the process of elite decadence. He suggests that, if elite is closed to recruitment from below, it is likely to rapidly lose its vigor and vitality and have a short life. Talcott Parsons criticized Pareto that he failed to define the conditions governing changes in the proportions of residues. He has not said anything about biological and genetic factors bearing upon these changes. Mitchell also criticized that Paretian scheme has a metaphysical strength along with an empirical weakness. Pareto's concept of residues and their part in the social change is not clearly defined. Conclusion: but in spite of these criticisms, his circulation of elites is a very important contribution to study of sociology. By the circulations of elites, Pareto wrote, the governing elite is in a state of continuous and slow transformation. It flows like a river, and what it is today is different from what it was yesterday. Every so often, there are sudden and violent disturbances. The river floods and breaks its banks. Then afterwards, the new governing elite resume again in slow process of self-transformation. The river returns to its bed and once more flows freely on. 7.2 Concept of hegemony. 7.2.1 Introduction: Power, dominance, and leadership are three main features of hegemony. The term hegemony describes the relatively dominant position of a particular set of ideas, thereby inhibiting the alternative ideas. Hegemony derives from the Greek term hegemonia, dominance over, which was used to describe relations between city-states. There are three ways through which hegemony could be maintained. Hegemony is hard power. The bedrock of contemporary U.S. power lies in the overwhelming superiority of its military power. The U.S. today has military capabilities that can reach any point on the planet accurately, lethally, and in real time. As the Iraq invasion shows, the American capacity to conquer is formidable. Hegemony, a structural power hegemony in this sense, is reflected in the role played by the U.S. in providing global public goods. The best examples of global public goods are lanes of communication, SLOC, and the Internet. The U.S. share of the world economy remains an enormous 28%. A classic example of the structural power of Tier U.S. is the academic degree called the Master's in Business Administration, MBA. Hegemony is soft power. This third sense of hegemony is about the capacity to manufacture consent. America is the most seductive, and in this sense the powerful, culture on earth. This attribute is called soft power, the ability to persuade rather than coerce. Example: McDonaldization and cocalization. 7.2.2 Gramsci's theory of hegemony. Introduction. Antonio Gramsci was an Italian Marxist intellectual and politician who can be seen as the perfect example of the synthesis of theoretician and politician. He wrote on philosophy, political theory, sociology, history, and linguistics. He was a founding member and one-time leader of the Communist Party of Italy. He was a vocal critic of Benito Mussolini and fascism. Gramsci is best known for his theory of cultural hegemony, which describes how the state and miling capitalist class, the bourgeoisie, use cultural institutions to maintain power in capitalist societies. Gramsci drew insights from varying sources, not only other Marxists but also thinkers such as Niccolo Machiavelli, Vilfredo Pareto, Georges Sorel, and Benedetto Croce. The notebooks cover a wide range of topics, including Italian history and nationalism, the French Revolution, fascism, Taylorism and Fordism, civil society, folklore, religion, and high and popular culture. Notable ideas: cultural hegemony, bourgeoisie as the hegemonic group, building a counter-hegemony to challenge capitalist power, war of position, the distinction between traditional and organic. Intellectuals' concept of hegemony. Hegemony is the central idea among many by which Antonio Gramsci established a humanistic, neo-Marxist approach to revolutionary change. Instead of subordinating the superstructure of ideas to the force of the economic base, Gramsci empowered the influence of ideas over Marxism's economic determinism. At the core of Gramsci's methodology is the dialectical relationship between hegemony, consent support, and domination, coercion force. The concept of hegemony first appeared in Gramsci's Notes on the Southern Question, 1926, where it was defined as a system of class alliance in which a hegemonic class exercised political leadership over subaltern classes by winning them over. In the view of Gramsci, hegemony entails two things. 1. First of all, it presupposes that the hegemonic class takes into consideration the interests of the classes and groups over which it exercises its hegemony. Added to this, some equilibrium between the hegemonic class and the subaltern classes is entailed, whereby the hegemonic class will be forced to make some sacrifices tangent to its corporate interests. 2. Secondly, hegemony entails economic leadership besides ethico-political leadership. In other words, it entails that the hegemonic class be a fundamental class, that is, a class situated at one of the two fundamental poles in the relations of production, owner or non-owner of the means of production. According to Gramsci, hegemony, predominance by consent, is a condition in which a fundamental class exercises a political, intellectual, and moral role of leadership within a hegemonic system cemented by economy and worldview or organic ideology. Conclusion: Gramsci's concept of hegemony also explains why the working class parties have only achieved a relatively moderate degree of success in the open competition for political power in the capitalist countries. Gramsci, therefore, insisted quiet revolution in the economic sphere was not enough to end the capitalist domination. It was necessary to reinforce revolution in the cultural sphere in order to achieve this end. Advanced reading. Difference between hegemony and domination. Gramsci operates with different conceptions of hegemony when dealing with the national and the international arena. At the national level, hegemony has been defined as dialectical unity between leadership and domination, including both consensus and coercion. The term is used to depict the form of rule of the fundamental social group or class over subordinate groups in modern capitalist states. For Gramsci, hegemony at the international level is in fact based on the economic power realized as military power of a given country, being war or the threat of war eventually what makes a hegemonic power. Gramsci recognized hegemony as dialectical unity between leadership and domination, which cannot be understood as an opposite to domination, nor can hegemony be understood as a possible addition to domination. And yet there are situations in which Gramsci envisages the possibility of domination without hegemony, in the words of Gramsci. Domination without hegemony as an exception in passive revolution. Gramsci illustrated a class is dominant in two ways, that is, it is leading and dominant. It leads the allied classes and dominates over the adversarial classes. Therefore, even before attaining power, a class can and must lead. When it is in power, it becomes dominant, but continues to lead as well. Gramsci believed that the supremacy of a social group manifests itself in two ways, as domination and as moral and intellectual leadership. A social group is dominant over adversaries it tends to liquidate, or to submit also with armed force, and is leading over allied and like-minded groups. A social group can, or rather must be leading even before conquering governmental power, applies as one of the principal conditions for the same conquest of power. Later, when it exercises power, and even if maintains it strongly in its hands, it becomes dominant, but it needs to continue to be leading, then there must be hegemonic activity. Applies hegemonic activity is the essential symptom of hegemony. Conclusion. To conclude, we can say that Gramsci asserted hegemony as synthesis of moral and intellectual leadership, while domination is realized given that political power is grasped, and that the fundamental social group was and continues to be leading. In common parlance, the word domination denotes subjugation or the exercise of absolute control either by a state or by an individual. On the other hand, hegemony conveys such notions as influence, patronage, or leadership. The Italian social theorist Antonio Gramsci uses the two terms to analyze the structure of power of the European bourgeoisie state of his time. Hegemony versus domination aspect. Hegemony-domination. Definition: leadership or dominance, especially by one state or social group over others, often with the consent or acquiescence of the subordinates. The exercise of power or control by one state, group, or individual over others, often through force or coercion. Nature of power. Soft power relies on cultural, ideological, and economic influence. Hard power relies on direct control, often through military or economic means. Consent and coercion involves some level of consent or voluntary compliance from the subordinate states or groups. Often lacks consent, relying more on coercion or force to maintain control. Examples: U.S. cultural influence globally, Western liberal democracies promoting certain values and norms. Colonial empires, authoritarian regimes exerting control over territories or populations. Stability: more stable as it integrates the interests of various groups, leading to less resistance. Less stable, as it often leads to resistance and requires constant enforcement. Legitimacy gains legitimacy through perceived benefits and shared values, often seen as more legitimate. Legitimacy is questionable, as it relies on force rather than mutual agreement or benefit. Approach to rule. Inclusive, aiming to create a consensus or coin an identity. Exclusive, often alienating or oppressing those under its control. Impact on subordinates. Can lead to the assimilation or adoption of hegemonic culture and values. Often results in resentment, resistance, and rebellion against the dominant power. Advanced reading. Superstructure theory. The Italian social theorist Antonio Gramsci is now being recognized as the greatest Marxist thinker since Karl Marx. His theory of hegemony and domination has also been widely recognized as a necessary complement to Marxism, as it provides a base to understand the nature and manifestations of entire superstructures present in the society. In the 1930s, when he was languishing in prison, he put down his ideas in a rather elliptical and elusive style. Such ideas were compiled and published under the title Prison Notebooks. Shapes and maintains. Means of production: tools, machines, factories, land, raw materials. Superstructure. Everything not directly to do with production. Art, law, family, media, culture, ideology, politics, religion, science, philosophy, education. Base. Relations of production. Lumpenproletariat. Proletariat. Labor aristocracy. Pute bourgeoisie, bourgeoisie. Private property, capital, commodities, etc. Maintains and shapes. This moves in a spiral pattern. The superstructure is generally dominant. For Gramsci, dialectics means three things. 3. Interaction between the intellectuals, party leaders, and the masses. Explanation of historical developments in terms of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The relation between the substructure and superstructure. Gramsci asserted that by using socializing mechanisms such as the church, schools, the press, and other non-governmental institutions, the bourgeois state foists its own values and beliefs on society, thereby providing direction, which eventually leads to the growth of superstructure and substructure in the society. Gramsci does not subscribe to the notion of human liberation as merely an inevitable consequence of the internal dynamics of capitalism. Gramsci feels that in backward societies where the level of consciousness is low and where people are mired by apathy and fear, then there lies scope of subjugation by the dominant group, which parallels the supremacy of force, but diminishes the need for its application. Conclusion. According to Gramsci, the base of the social order consists of the relations between men or between classes, which determines their various powers of control over the means of production, distribution, and exchange. It determines the actual place people occupy in society. Those who control the base constitute a superstructure and therefore exercise domination over the substructure. Advanced reading. Organic intellectuals, the proletariat, as a class, is poor in organizing elements. It does not have its own stratum of intellectuals and can only create one very slowly, very painfully, after the winning of state power. However, it is important and useful for a break to occur in the mass of intellectuals, a break of an organic kind, historically characterized. It is a mass formation, a left tendency, in the modern sense of the word, i.e. one oriented towards the revolutionary proletariat. Antonio Gramsci, from Prison Notebooks. According to Antonio Gramsci, the public intellectual is a kind of organic intellectual who accomplishes the function of connecting the mass of population to the leadership of the state through a web of social relationships. The quest for a new type of public intellectuals, more precisely, an organic collective intellectual, a new party, comes from the achiality of the revolution. The quest for a new type of public intellectuals, more precisely, an organic collective intellectual, a new party, comes from the achiality of the revolution to overcome a non-favorable situation for the proletariat. Gramsci gives the example of the organic intellectuals created by tire bourgeoisie. The capitalist entrepreneur creates alongside himself the industrial technician, the specialist in political economy, the organizers of a new culture, of a new legal system, etc. In general, to be an intellectual organic to a fundamental class means to embody technical skills and perform directive functions with regard to a specific mode of production. An organic intellectual is a kind of public intellectual that derives a precise sense from the totality described by the socio-economic formation. Conclusion. According to Gramsci, the state requires the active role of intellectuals as individual and collective organizers of private life. They perform the complex function of bringing about the consent of the population to meet the needs of production on a daily basis. In sum, the new category of organic intellectual replaces the traditional elite intellectual that was the controller of public life in pre-modern times. The concept of organic public intellectual concretely joins the social division of labor and the forms of the state within a specific socio-economic formation. 7.3 Concept of Ideology. 7.3.1 Introduction. What is ideology? According to David Jarafsky, when we call a belief ideological, we are saying at least three things about it. Although it is unverified or unverifiable, it is accepted as verified by a particular group, because it performs social functions for that group. In other words, holders of beliefs do not need to have had them proved by some rational, scientific form of testing. To the believers, they are the truth, the reality. All political ideologies claim true definitions of liberty, equality, justice, rights, and the best society. The particular group mentioned above might be any social group, class, nation, profession, religious organization, party, or pressure group. All will have sets of ideological assumptions that are unquestioningly accepted as proper. The social functions ideologies perform are numerous. They will include the creation of a sense of group solidarity and cohesion for members of that group through shared ideological values, an explanation of the past, an analysis of the present, and, usually, a vision of the future with some description of how a better future will come about. An ideology is a set of beliefs or philosophies attributed to a person or group of persons, especially as held for reasons that are not purely epistemic, in which practical elements are as prominent as theoretical ones. Formerly applied primarily to economic, political, or religious theories and policies, in a tradition going back to Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. More recent use treats the term as mainly condemnatory. There has always been a widely held view in politics and political philosophy that ideology merely provides a cloak for the struggle for power, the real stuff of politics. To justify their power and to persuade tired people to obey, follow, and support them, nihilists use ideologies of various kinds. 7.3.2 Historical background. Ideology has been in use in English since the end of the 18th century and is one of the few words whose coiner we can identify. The French writer A. L. c. Destutt de Tracy proposed it as a term to designate the science of ideas, and in that sense the word was quickly borrowed into English. Though ideology originated as a serious philosophical term, within a few decades it took on connotations of impracticality thanks to Napoleon, who used it in a derisive manner. Today, the word most often refers to a systematic body of concepts, especially those of a particular group or political party. 7.3.3 Thinker's Perspective on Ideology. David W. Menard describes 6 different ways the word ideology has been used. 1. As a collection of certain ideas with certain kinds of content, usually normative. 2. As the form or internal logical structure that ideas have within a set. 3. By the role ideas play in human social interaction. 4. By the role ideas play in the structure of an organization. 5. As meaning, whose purpose is persuasion. And 6. As the locus of social interaction. For Willard A. Mullins, an ideology should be contrasted with the related, but different, issues of utopia and historical myth. An ideology is composed of 4 basic characteristics. 1. It must have power over cognition. 2. It must be capable of guiding one's evaluations. 3. It must provide guidance towards action. And 4. It must be logically coherent. Terry Eagleton outlines, more or less in no particular order, some definitions of ideology. 1. The process of production of meanings, signs, and values in social life. 2. A body of ideas characteristic of a particular social group or class. 3. Ideas that help legitimate a dominant political power. 4. False ideas that help legitimate a dominant political power. 5. Systematically distorted communication. 6. Ideas that offer a position for a subject. 7. Forms of thought motivated by social interest. 8. Identity thinking. 9. Socially necessary illusion. 10. The conjuncture of discourse and power. 11. The medium in which conscious social actors make sense of their world. 12. Action-oriented sets of beliefs. 13. The confusion of linguistic and phenomenal reality. 14. Semiotic closure. 15. The indispensable medium in which individuals live out their relations to a social structure. 16. The process that converts social life to a natural reality. 7.3.4 Political ideology and power. A political ideology largely concerns itself with how to allocate power and to what ends it should be used. Some political parties follow a certain ideology very closely, while others may take broad inspiration from a group of related ideologies without specifically embracing any one of them. The popularity of an ideology is in part due to the influence of moral entrepreneurs, who sometimes act in their own interests. Political ideologies have 2 dimensions. 1. Goals, how society should be organized, and 2. Methods, the most appropriate way to achieve this goal. An ideology is a collection of ideas. Typically, each ideology contains certain ideas on what it considers to be the best form of government, e.g., autocracy or democracy, and the best economic system, e.g., capitalism or socialism. The same word is sometimes used to identify both an ideology and one of its main ideas. For instance, socialism may refer to an economic system, or it may refer to an ideology like supports that economic system. The same term may also be used to refer to multiple ideologies, and that is why political scientists try to find consensus definitions for these terms. For example, while the terms have been conflated at times, communism has come in common parlance and in academics to refer to Soviet-type regimes and Marxist-Leninist ideologies, whereas socialism has come to refer to a wider range of differing ideologies which are most often distinct from Marxism-Leninism. Machiavelli advised, in The Prince, 1513, pliant religion was a very useful tool for the miler. To Machiavelli, the real objective of politics was the getting and keeping of power. Appeals to the welfare of the people were merely part of what we would call the ideological window dressing, hiding the raw niggle for power. Conclusion. The use of the word ideology in the pejorative sense of false consciousness is found not only in the writings of Marx himself, but in those of other exponents of what has come to be known as the sociology of knowledge, including the German sociologists Max Weber and Karl Mannheim, and numerous lesser figures. Concluding the real meaning of ideology with the Hannah Arendt saying, an ideology differs from a simple opinion in that it claims to possess either the key to history, or the solution for all the riddles of the universe, or the intimate knowledge of the hidden universal laws, which are supposed to rule nature and man. 7.4 Concept of legitimacy. 7.4.1 Introduction. Legitimacy is the right and acceptance of an authority, usually a governing law or a regime. Whereas authority denotes a specific position in an established government, the term legitimacy denotes a system of government, wherein government denotes sphere of influence. Political legitimacy is considered a basic condition for governing, without which a government will suffer legislative deadlocks and collapse. In political systems where this is not the case, unpopular regimes survive because they are considered legitimate by a small, influential elite. Etymologically, legitimaki is from Latin legitimus, which means lawful. During medieval ages, it meant constitutional role or order, conforming to ancient customs, traditions, and procedure. 7.4.2 Different perspectives on legitimacy in Chinese political philosophy since the historical period of the Zhou dynasty, 1046 to 256 BC. The political legitimacy of a nihiler and government was derived from the mandate of heaven, and unjust rulers who lost said mandate therefore lost the right to MLE the people. In moral philosophy, the term legitimacy is often positively interpreted as the normative status conferred by a governed people upon their governors' institutions, offices, and actions. based upon the belief that their government's actions are appropriate uses of power by a legally constituted government. Legitimacy, according to Dolph Stimberger, is the foundation of governmental power. It is exercised both as consciousness on the part of the government that it has a right to govern and with some acknowledgement by the governed that the government has a right to do so. Etzioni finds it as a source of satisfaction derived from participation in the organization, the ability to justify. Oh, it is a belief that the structure, prosturs, acts, decisions, officials, and leaders of government possess the quality of rightness, property, or moral goodness. Oh, they should be accepted as such irrespective of the specific contents of the particular acts, orders, or communication. The American political sociologist, Seymour Martin Lipset, said that legitimacy also involves the capacity of a political system to engender and maintain the belief that existing political institutions are the most appropriate and proper ones for the society. The American political scientist Robert A. Dahl explained legitimacy as a reservoir. So long as the water is at a given level, political stability is maintained. If it falls below tire required level, political legitimacy is endangered. Montesquieu, 1689–1775, in his work The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, counterpoised alternative forms of legitimacy. This alternative form intended to curtail the arbitrariness of an individualist free will placing the exercise of authority within the social context. In Rousseau's scheme, the legitimacy of government and of the exercise of power lunged on the active participation of citizens. Oh, the importance of this alternative thinking to legitimacy lies in the connection between the self, public commitment, and collective goals, all of which were seen necessary for the survival of a republican polity. 7.4.3 Legitimacy. In modern societies, legitimacy is commonly defined in political science and sociology as the belief that a rule, institution, or leader has the right to govern. It is a judgment by an individual about the rightfulness of a hierarchy between rule or ruler and its subject, and about the subordinate's obligations toward the rule or ruler. Entire words of Tom Tyler: if authorities are not viewed as legitimate, social regulation is more difficult and costly. The conditions and concern about legitimacy have been centered on how the delegation of authority and power from citizens to national governments can be justified. State legitimacy can derive from a range of sources, including effectiveness of public institutions. The effectiveness of public institutions in their performance of various functions, such as service delivery, taxation, distribution of justice, and social protection systems, provides positive attributes to the notion of maintenance of legitimacy. Degree of representation and accountability. It reflects the will and confidence of citizens. The more representation and accountable the people's government will be, the more will be its legitimacy. Consent of the governed. The most important condition required for maintenance of legitimacy is consent of the governed, as it is the ultimate way that makes political authorities legitimate in the eyes of citizens. Sociological equations. The society and its consensus is the only source that decides the source and center of legitimacy and its dynamics, as in the modern democratic era the people decide. Input and output factors. Input legitimacy in its connotation is about legitimacy gained from the process of government by the people, while output legitimacy is gained from the result, government for the people. So balance between both input and output variables of input and output legitimacy is essential. Conclusion. When shared by many individuals, legitimacy produces distinctive collective effects in society, including making collective social order more efficient, more consensual, and perhaps more just. 7.4.4 Advanced Reading. Tools of Legitimation of State. Weber considered legitimacy as fundamental to a systematic study of power relations. Weber pointed out, custom, personal advantage, purely effectual or ideal motives of solidarity were not the sufficient basis for its sustenance. In order to sustain a given system of domination, there was normally a further element, i.e., the belief in legitimacy. In the first model, i.e., traditional authority, long-standing customs and traditions formed the source of political legitimacy. The sanctity of this legitimacy derived from the fact that such systems of authority had been acknowledged and obeyed by earlier generations. Examples of traditional systems of authority are patriarchy, the MLE of father over the family, or gerontocracy, tyrannial of the elders. The second form, i.e., charismatic authority, derived legitimacy from an individual's charismatic or appealing personality. The basis of this appeal did not rest in a person's caste, class, or other ascriptive attributes. Examples of charismatic authority are Mussolini, Hitler, and Napoleon, whose leadership and popularity. Weber's third kind of legitimacy, legal rational, links authority to a precise and legally defined set of miles. A legal rational form of authority, for Weber, is the typical form of authority found in most modem states. Political power is derived from, dependent upon, and limited by formal, legal, constitutional miles. It is these miles which determine the nature and scope of the officeholder's power. In a whole, the major tools that could be classified in the legitimation of state are: 1 is the internal process of legitimation, whereby the state attains popular allegiance by securing its subjects' welfare, enabling checks to be placed on its own power. This is the process of constitutionalism. Constitutionalism refers to the process by which states are endowed with and restricted in their exercise of legal power. The second process of legitimation is external and concerns the recognition states afford one another, which allows them to self-identify as distinct political entities. 7.4.5 Crisis of legitimacy. The term crisis refers to the situation whereby the strains within society have reached such a point that the whole social system cannot cope and is in imminent danger of collapse. Jürgen Habermas developed an alternative to the Weberian approach to legitimacy in the year 1973. In order to do this, Habermas did not adopt an orthodox Marxist position which saw legitimacy as nothing more than a bourgeois myth, something which could not be achieved in conditions of inequality and exploitation which existed in modern capitalist societies. The aim of Habermas' legitimation crisis, 1973, was to try and identify the crisis points within advanced capitalist societies and how the modern state continues both to manage such crises and maintain the legitimacy of the capitalist system. He sought to explain that although advanced capitalism seems stronger than ever, it is in fact undergoing constant crises that ultimately will threaten the legitimacy of the system and so cause its collapse. Habermas, by emphasizing cultural and ideological factors as well, sought to update and reconstruct modern critical theory. Habermas analyzes late capitalist societies in terms of three key subsystems: the economic, political, and socio-cultural. For society to be stable, all three subsystems must be in balance and closely interrelated. According to Habermas, capitalist democracies cannot permanently satisfy both popular demands for social equality and welfare rights and requirements of a market economy based on private profit. The implication of such crises involves a disturbance of integration or cohesion of society and the regulatory structures of the capitalist system. Habermas identified four possible crisis tendencies within the modern capitalist system, each of which might trigger off a chain of crises elsewhere: economic crises and crisis of rationality, legitimation, and motivation. Solutions suggested by Habermas to overcome crisis. Advanced capitalism, for example, requires the state to manage the economy as a way of overcoming the instabilities, conflicts of market forces, and to alleviate the inequalities created mainly by the pursuit of profit. Hence, the growth of state planning and regulation of the economy and the expansion of the welfare state is necessary to combat poverty, healthcare, and industrial pollution. Habermas takes recourse simultaneously to systems steering and ideological measures to legitimize and stabilize the existing structures. Ties involves an uncoupling or dissociation of the economic, wage, labor, and capital relations, and the political spheres, institutions of governance. Ties means that the exploitative relationship between wage, labor, and capital is no longer part of the political sphere. The political sphere in turn becomes less participatory and more impersonal, bureaucratized, and distanced from the mild. Such a system would, however, be held together ideologically by legitimizing universalist discourses of rights, justice, and citizenship, which give the nihilers the moral claim to nihil. Conclusion: whole capitalist system is riddled with inherent contradictions created by the very nature of it being a system designed to promote inequality rather than a just distribution of wealth and power. It is in a permanent state of crisis management and is only kept in balance by one subsystem compensating for the deficiencies of another. Habermas sees the essence of modern legitimacies as rationality, the logic of reason and debate. It is through reason that modern civilization, with all its benefits of mass education, mass democracy, and mass prosperity, has emerged. 7.4.6 Difference between legitimacy and hegemony. Antonio Gramsci, who was an Italian Marxist, gave the concept of hegemony to explain the phenomenon of ideological domination, particularly of the capitalist class, in contemporary society. Hegemony, in this sense, denotes a form of rule where power is apparently exercised with the consent of the mild. According to Gramsci, the spiritual and cultural supremacy of the miling class in the capitalist state was accomplished through the manipulation of civil society, particularly through the mechanism of socialization, such as the church, the school, and the peer groups. Gramsci's concept of hegemony also explains why the working class parties have only achieved a relatively moderate degree of success in the open competition for political power in the capitalist countries. Legitimacy is the perception that power is exercised in a rightful, justified, and acceptable manner. Although a person may have authority, a whole system of government would be regarded as legitimate. Legitimacy is the basis of stable government. All governments seek legitimacy, and how they achieve it and keep it is essential to the study of political regimes. The major difference that could be traced between them as legitimacy is defined in terms of the political sphere, whereas hegemony could be maintained in the political, economic, and social sphere. The proponent of legitimacy is Max Weber, whereas hegemony is explained by Antonio Gramsci. Both terms are overlapping with each other but still maintain some differences in them. Authority involves legitimacy, or power, or both. Chief contribution to the theory of sovereignty consists in adding an element of legitimacy to authority of the sovereign. The organs of state, which exercise supreme power of lawmaking, law enforcement, and adjudication, draw their legitimacy from the will of the people. Conclusion: the state enhances its legitimacy by invoking authority of the people. Legitimacy can be seen as the way that a system of power can achieve authority by being seen as rightful. Legitimacy is a key concept of any effort to theorize how governance works, contributing both to the effectiveness and to the normative evaluation of the interactive processes through which society and the economy are steered towards collectively negotiated objectives. While on the other hand, the concept of hegemony is limited to domination and hierarchical methods of pressure groups or elites. Legitimacy versus hegemony aspect. Legitimacy, hegemony definition, acceptance of authority as rightfully holding power based on laws, norms, or values. Dominance of one state or group over others, often achieved through power, influence, or control. Basis derived from consent of the governed or adherence to recognized norms and laws, often based on economic, military, or cultural superiority. Nature, moral and ethical acceptance by the population. Coercive or consensual dominance may involve force or manipulation. Role in governance. Central to democratic governance, ensuring stability and voluntary compliance. Can lead to unequal power dynamics, often seen in imperialistic or neo-colonial contexts. Examples: democratic governments with free elections, adherence to MLE of law. U.S. dominance in international relations, cultural imperialism, or economic control. Sustainability, generally more sustainable, as it is based on consent and legal frameworks. May face resistance or rebellion, as it can be seen as unjust or oppressive. Relation to power. Associated with legitimate authority and justified use of power. Associated with dominance and control, potentially lacking legitimate basis. Impact on society. Fosters trust and cooperation among citizens. Can create resentment, inequality, and conflict. PS1R Unit 8 Political Ideologies Syllabus. Political ideologies: liberalism, socialism, Marxism, fascism, Gundaism, and feminism. Table of contents. PSIR Unit 8 Political Ideologies. Point 1. Political ideologies. 1. PYQ. 1. What are ideologies? 1. What are political ideologies? Point 1. Thinkers' views. 2. Characteristics of ideology. 2. Political ideology versus political theory. 2. Idiocracy. 2. End of ideology. Point 3. PYQs. 3. Introduction. 3. The cycle. 3. Conclusion. 4. Liberalism. 5. PYQs. 5. Introduction. 5. Background. 5. Central idea of liberalism. Point 5. Constitutionalism. 5. Justice. 5. Individualism. 6. Equality. 6. Rights. 6. Freedom. 6. Consent. 6. Economic liberalism. 7. Thinkers' perspectives. Point 7. John Locke. 7. Utilitarianism. 7. J.S. Mill. 8. Rousseau. 8. T.H. Green. 8. Applications. Liberal democracy has won the historic battle of ideologies. 8. Conclusion. 8. Communitarian critique of liberalism. Point 9. Important critiques. 9. Conclusion. 9. Liberalism as a revolutionary idea. 9. Glorious Revolution. 9. American Revolution. 9. French Revolution. 10. Liberalism as revolutionary idea in modern states. Point 10. Revolutionary expansion of liberalism. Point 10. Conclusion. Point 10. Socialism. Point 11. PYQs and WWF-FC. Point 11. Introduction. Point 11. Background and evolution. Point 11. Early socialism. 11. Modern socialism. 11. 20th century socialism. Point 11. Characteristics of socialism. Point 12. Basic assumptions of socialists. Point 12. Central idea of socialism. Point 121. As a criticism of capitalism. 12.2. Marxism. 12.3. Role of the state. 13.4. Reformism and revolutionary socialism. Point 13. Thinkers' perspective. Point 13. Merits. Point 14. Demerits/criticisms. Point 14. Applicability. Point 15. Socialism in India. 15. Socialism in world. 15. Conclusion. Point 15. Types of socialism. 16. 1. Socialism before Karl Marx. Point 16. Collectivism. 16. Utopian socialism. 16. 2. Marxist socialism. Drawer T. Point 17. 3. Socialism after Marx. Point 17. Communism. 17. Fabian socialism. 18. Anarchism. 18. Democratic socialism. 18. Market socialism. 19. Liberal socialism. 19. Syndicalism. 19. Guild socialism. 19. Eco-socialism. 19. Socialism is a much-used hat, whose original shape no one can define. 19. Marxism. 21. PYQs. 21. Introduction. Point 21. Background and evolution. Point 21. Thinkers' perspective. Point 21. Central themes of Marxism. Point 22.1. Base and superstructure. 22.2. Dialectical materialism. 23.3. Historical materialism. 23 stages of world history. Point 24. Evaluation of historical materialism. Point 24.4. Theory of surplus. 24.5. Class struggle. 25 criticism. 26.6 revolution. 26.7 idea of alienation. 27.8 communism. 27 merits of Marxism. Point 28 demerits/critique of Marxism. Point 28 relevance of Marxism in the contemporary world. Point 29 evaluation and conclusion. Point 29 on Bedker's critique of Marxism. Point 29 revolution and permanence. Point 30 views of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Point 30 views of Leon Trotsky. 30 evaluation. 31 fascism. Point 32 PYQs. 32 introduction. Point 32 origin and evolution. Point 32 characteristics of fascism. Point 32 central idea of fascism. Point 331 Mussolini's views. 33.2 social principles. 33.3 totalitarianism. 33.4 alternative to capitalism. 34.5 military values. 34.6 Volksgemeinschaft. 34.7 mass mobilization. 34.8 the leadership principle. 34.9 corporatism. 34 thinker's perspective. Point 35 what is neo-fascism? 35 relationship with other ideologies. Point 35 capitalism. 35 conservatism. 36 liberalism. 36 socialism and communism. Point 36 merits of fascism. Point 36 demerits/criticisms. Point 36 applicability. Point 37 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. 2022.37 Great Recession and economic crisis in Greece 2007 to 2009. Point 37 Hindutva movement in India. Point 37 evaluation. Point 37 conclusion. Point 37 Gandhiism. 39 PYQs. 39 introduction. Point 39 ideological basis of Gandhian principles. Point 39 thinker's perspective. Point 40 ideological components of Gandhiism. Point 401 Swaraj. 42 Satyagraha. 43 pacifism and ahimsa. Point 41.4 Sarvodaya. 41.5 critique of modern civilization. Point 426 decentralization. Point 427 Gandhi on rights and duties. Point 42.8 Gandhi on state. Point 42.9 Gandhi on ends and means in politics / Gandhi on role of ethics in politics. 42.10 Gandhi on women. Point 43.11 Gandhi on education. Point 43.12 fasting. 43 merits. 43 demerits/criticisms. 43 applicability. 44 in the world. Point 44 in India. 44 evaluation. 44 conclusion. 45 feminism. 46 PYQs. 46 introduction. 46 central idea. 46 thinkers perspective. Point 46 history and evolution of feminism. Point 47 first wave of feminism, women's suffrage movements, 19th and early 20th centuries. 47 second wave of feminism, women's liberation movement, began in the 1960s. 47 third wave of feminism, women's individuality and diversity. 47 fourth wave of feminism, Me Too movement, started around 2012. 47 merits. 47 criticism. 48 applicability. 48 conclusion. 48 the crisis of half globe, Simone de Beauvoir's views. 48 feminist movements and ideologies. Point 50 liberal feminism. Point 50 thinkers associated with liberal feminism. Point 50 criticism. 50 prominence of the liberal feminism. Point 51 evaluation. 51 conclusion. 51 socialist feminism. 52 thinkers' views. 52 central idea. 52 criticism. 53 radical feminism. 54 prominent thinkers of radical feminism. Point 54 issues raised by radical feminism. Point 54 methods used by radical feminism. Point 54 criticism. 54 conclusion. 55 personal is political. Point 56 mechanism. 56 thinkers' views. 56 conclusion. 56 other modern feminism. Point 57 ecofeminism. 57 social constructionist ideologies, post-structural feminism. Point 57 black feminism. 57 new feminism. 57 feminist views on transgenders. Point 57 ecofeminism. Point 58 central idea. 58 criticism of ecofeminism. Point 58 conclusion. 58 PYQ define ideology. Critically examine the end of ideology. Debate. January 60 examine the debate on tire end of ideology. November 30th comment end of ideology debate. 1910s what are ideologies? An ideology is a collection of ideas. The term ideology was coined by a French Enlightenment philosopher Antoine de Tracy. He conceived it in 1796 as the science of ideas, which is a rational collection of ideas, as opposed to the irrational impulses of the mob. What are political ideologies? A political ideology is a certain set of ethical ideals, principles, doctrines, myths, or symbols of a social movement, institution, class, or large group. It explains how society should work and offers some political and cultural blueprint for a certain social order. Ideologies tend to identify themselves by their position on the political spectrum, e.g. the left, the center, or the right. Examples of political ideologies: anarchism, authoritarianism, communism, democracy, environmentalism, fascism and Nazism, feminism, liberalism, nationalism, populism, religio-political ideologies, socialism. Some political parties follow a certain ideology very diligently. On the other hand, others may take broad inspiration from a group of related ideologies. Political ideologies have two dimensions. O1 goals, how society should be organized, and O2 methods, the most appropriate way to achieve this goal. Generally, each political ideology contains certain ideas on what it considers to be the best form of government, e.g. autocracy or democracy, and the best economic system, e.g. capitalism or socialism. Political ideology is a term fraught with problems. It is called the most elusive concept in the whole of social science. D. McClellan, Ideology, 1986. Thinkers' Views, Antoine de Stutt de Tracy devised the term for a science of ideas, basing such upon two things. O, the sensations that people experience as they interact with the material world, and O, the ideas that form in their minds due to those sensations. Marx's analysis sees ideology as a system of falsehoods. As per them, it is a deliberately promulgated system by the ruling class as a means of self-stability. In the Marxist base and superstructure model, base denotes the relations of production and modes of production, and superstructure denotes the dominant ideology, i.e. religious, legal, political systems. Characteristics of ideology: it must be logically coherent. It must provide guidance towards action. It is a set of beliefs or philosophies attributed to a person or group of persons. It may or may not have any proven basis or universal applicability. Hence, ideologies are neither necessarily right nor wrong. It serves as the seed around which further thought grows. It is accepted by a particular social group or class. It is an action-oriented sets of beliefs. Political ideology versus political theory. Political ideology is a passionate search for a better society. Some examples of political ideologies are Marxism, liberalism, nationalism, etc. On the other hand, political theory is a disinterested search for a better societal or political arrangement. Political ideology is a general and a wider concept. On the other hand, political theory 7 is strict adherence to certain principles. However, there are some same terms for both political ideologies and political theories, e.g. liberalism, socialism, etc. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they are identical entities. Idiocracy. Idiocracy is governance of a state according to the principles of a particular political ideology. When a political ideology becomes a dominant feature of a government, it is known as idiocracy. It is a government based on a monistic ideology, which is distinct from an authoritarian state, which is characterized by strong central power and limited political freedoms. In The Anatomy of Revolution, Crane Brinton said that new ideology spreads when there is extreme idiocracy, or there is discontent with an old ideology. The revolution, thus, is seen as a reaction to idiocracy. End of ideology. PYQs define ideology. Critically examine the end of ideology. Debate. 01/60. Examine the debate on the end of ideology. November 30th. Comment. End of ideology debate, 1910s. Introduction. It may be defined as the end of debate of contradicting ideologies. Daniel Bell premised the end of ideology hypothesis. The end of ideology thesis argues that ideological differences will decrease as nations experience modernization. With modernization, a broad consensus among intellectuals on political issues is established, which is based on commonly accepted principles. Hence, the debate of ideology ends to a large extent. E.g., as per Bell, while ideological debates had been exhausted in the West, new ideologies were emerging and driving politics in Asia and Africa. The current Western world accepts a system of political pluralism, instead of sticking to political monism ideology. Good ideas are taken from different ideologies, and the negative ones are discarded. Some examples of the commonly accepted principles which leads to end of ideology are as follows. O, acceptance of welfare state. O, the desirability of decentralized power. O, a system of mixed economy. O, establishment of liberal international trade. O, economic sustainability and national security. Birth of ideology. Birth of ideology. Ideology emerges as a coherent system of ideas that rely on a few basic assumptions which may or may not have any factual basis. Revolution. In The Anatomy of Revolution, Crane Brinton said that new ideology spreads when there is extreme idiocracy, or there is discontent with an old ideology. The revolution, thus, is seen as a reaction to idiocracy. Decline of the prevailing ideology and birth of a new ideology due to revolution. End of ideology. Conclusion. At an advanced stage of development, the political ideology of the state and its citizens does not matter significantly. The capitalist and communist countries produce similar results at an advanced level of development. Political ideology has become irrelevant among sensible people, and that the polity of the future would be driven by a common system. Jalm Summers, 2011. Liberalism. PYQs, do you agree with the view that liberal democracy Lias won the historic battle of ideologies? 9260. John Locke is the father of liberalism. Explain. 1820. Liberalism as a revolutionary idea. 2020. Discuss the communitarian critique of liberalism. 1320ths. Introduction. Words such as liberal, liberty, libertarian, and libertine all trace their history to the Latin liber, which means free. Liberalism is a political philosophy based on the rights of the individual, liberty, consent of the governed, political equality, and equality before the law. Liberals generally support private property, market economies, individual civil and human rights, liberal democracy, secularism, denial of law, economic and political freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, and freedom of religion. As per Wolf and Adams, liberalism is one of the dominant ideology of modern. Liberalism states that there is a limited area of power and authority for the state. Background. Liberalism became a distinct movement in the Age of Enlightenment. It seeks to replace the hereditary privilege, state religion, absolute monarchy, divine right of kings, and conservatism with representative democracy and the denial of law. Philosopher John Locke is credited as founder of liberalism based on the social contract. The early liberals worked to free individuals from two forms of social constraint: religious conformity and aristocratic privilege. These constraints had been maintained and enforced through the powers of government. The aim of the early liberals was thus to limit the power of government over the individual. Before 1920, the main ideological opponents of liberalism were communism, conservatism, and socialism. Later, it faced major ideological challenges from fascism and Marxism-Leninism. During the 20th century, liberal ideas spread further. Liberal democracies thrive after the end of world wars. Central idea of liberalism. Liberalism is highly sensitive to time and circumstance. Each country's liberalism is different, and it changes in each generation. The historical development of liberalism has been a movement from mistrust of the state's power on the ground that it tends to be misused. Liberalism is a principle of politics which insists on the liberty of individuals as the first and foremost goal of public policy. Liberty, in this sense, implies liberation from restraints, particularly from the restraints imposed by an authoritarian state. In liberal view, the state is a necessary evil. Liberalism treats the state as the means and individual as the end. It denies out absolute authority of the state. Constitutionalism. Constitutionalism is a set of principles that views the authority of government derives from and is limited by a body of fundamental law. That is Constitution. Dunn. Fehrenbacher. 1989. Constitutionalism imposes certain limitations on the government, which are specified by the Constitution. In simple language, it states that the government does not have the unlimited freedom to do anything without considering the advantages or disadvantages of the common people. Government must follow certain basic niles and procedures laid down in the basic or ordinary laws. Justice. Liberalism declares that the very basis of liberalism is justice. It is the declared policy of liberalism. Justice is the principle that each individual will have his due share, and since all men are born equal, others cannot devour his share. A justice, in its broadest sense, is the principle that people receive that which they deserve. The terms due share and deserve have broad interpretations with many differing viewpoints and perspectives. These include the concepts of moral correctness based on ethics, rationality, law, religion, equity, and fairness. Individualism. Liberalism promotes the individual ideas and creation. Individualism states that the interest and welfare of an individual should be given priority over all other principles. Hence, it is the central idea of liberalism. It states that all the necessary arrangements should be made to safeguard individual interest. If all mankind minus one were of one opinion, mankind cannot be justified in silencing that one person. This is equally not justified if that one person had the power of silencing the mankind. J.S. Mill. Equality. Equality is about ensuring that every individual has an equal opportunity to make the most of their lives and talents. It is also the belief that no one should have poorer life chances because of the way they were born, where they come from, what they believe, or whether they have a disability. Political equality is based on the following principles. Egalitarianism, a trend of thought that favors equality for all people, equal opportunity, a stipulation that all people should be treated similarly. Equality of outcome, in which the general conditions of people's lives are similar. Equality before the law, the principle under which all people are subject to the same laws. It respects the specific groups, e.g. gender equality, racial equality. Equality opportunities to govern, e.g. presence of several political parties and interest groups. Political equality means the extent to which citizens have an equal voice over governmental decisions. It seeks for universal suffrage and equal rights to contest the election. Social equality, in which all people within a group have the same status, a form of social justice. Economic equality means the absence of the unequal distribution of income and opportunity between different groups in society. Consociationalism, in which an ethnically, religiously, or linguistically divided state functions by cooperation of each group's elites. Rights, from the liberal perspective, the individual is a person with rights upon which the state may not encroach. Rights are legal, social, or ethical principles of freedom or entitlement. Liberalism accepts a liberal approach towards the rights of citizens. It grants the rights and privileges to all individuals justifiably. Freedom is another very important element of liberalism. Many philosophers believe that in a society where there is no freedom, every individual will live a life without dignity. Consent is an important element of liberalism. The idea of consent is put forward by the contractualists, proponents of the social contrast, such as Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. John Locke favors for government with the consent of the governed. John Locke's second treatise, 1690, views that the government is the product of the contract which is based on the consent of all men. Tin's consent is a basic element of any liberal state. Economic liberalism. Liberalism seeks to end mercantilist policies, royal monopolies, and other trade barriers. It promotes the principle of laissez-faire, which supports open economy and free trade in economy. Thinkers' perspectives. John Locke. Enlightenment philosophers are given credit for shaping liberal ideas. These ideas were first drawn together and systematized as a distinct ideology by the English philosopher John Locke. He is generally regarded as the father of liberalism. John Locke's second treatise, 1690, is full of statements which show that he was a great apostle of liberalism. He views that the government is the product of the contract which is based on the consent of all men. This consent is a basic element of any liberal state. John Locke defended the principle of laissez-faire, which implies least interference of the state in the economic activities of individuals. He is one of the founding fathers of classical liberalism, which is called negative liberalism because it contemplates the negative role of the state in the sphere of mutual interaction of individuals. His political theory seeks for government by the consent of the governed. Second treatise, he favors government with the consent of the governed. Locke offered one of the first and most recognized theories of private property. He envisions a state which upholds man's natural rights of life, liberty, and estate property, as well as tolerance. Locke explains the function of a legitimate government and distinguishes it from an illegitimate government. As per Locke, the aim of such a legitimate government is to preserve the rights to life, liberty, health, and property of its citizens. As per him, the state punishes those citizens who violate the rights of others. The state pursue the public good even where this may conflict with the rights of individuals. Social contract. Locke believed that man has the power to preserve his property, his life, liberty, and estate against the injuries and attempts of other men. However, Locke believed people would have no security in preserving their rights and would live in fear without the government. Hence, people in a state of nature would willingly come together to form a state under a contract. Individuals consent, either explicitly or tacitly, to surrender some of their freedoms and submit to the authority of the state, in exchange for protection of their remaining rights or maintenance of the social order. Ties forms the core crux of the social contract. However, individuals would only agree to form a state that would provide a neutral judge, acting to protect the lives, liberty, and property of those who lived within it. In his two treatises, 1690, Locke argued, what actually constitutes a political society is nothing but the consent of a group of free individuals based on an agreement to unite and incorporate into such a society. Tly's agreement is known as social contract. Utilitarianism in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Bentham, James Mill, and his son John Stuart Mill applied classical economic principles to the political sphere. They invoked the doctrine of utilitarianism. It is the belief that something has value when it is useful or promotes happiness for a maximum number of people. They argued that the object of all legislation should be the greatest happiness of the greatest number. J.S. Mill, John Stuart Mill dominated liberal thought during the 19th century. He presented his views a number of liberal ideas. These included the harm principle, free will, the despotism of custom, experiments in living, utilitarianism, the marketplace of ideas, and electoral reform. Taken together, no theorist has contributed more to liberalism than John Stuart Mill. In his essay on liberty, J.S. Mill asserts that the worth of a state, in the long run, is the worth of individuals composing it. Hence, he lies concerns to preserve the individual's freedom and rights, not only from the state's coercion, but also from the social coercion. J.S. Mill defended liberal theory and classical liberalism as the correct political philosophy on the grounds of utilitarianism. As per him, a state that respects the legal rights to the freedoms will produce more total happiness, in the long run, than a state that doesn't respect those rights. Rousseau agreed with the liberal view that peace, safety, and prosperity constitute the minimum goals of any legitimate government. His social contract asked for the agreement which makes a government legitimate on liberal principles. Green is widely recognized as the father of concept of positive liberty which led to the creation of the welfare state. Will, not force is the basis of the state, comes from Green's theory of principle of political obligation. Green suggests this statement in the context of the reason for the continuation of the state. Applications. Liberal democracy has won the historic battle of ideologies. The fundamental liberal ideals are widely accepted as a common foundation of modern states, e.g. freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, the separation of church and state, the right to due process and equality under the law. Liberalism is a defining feature of modern democracy. The term liberal democracy is a way to describe countries with free and fair elections, rule of law, and protected civil liberties. Liberalism contains a variety of concepts and arguments about how institutions, behaviors, and economic connections contain and mitigate the violent power of states. Democratic peace theory is one of the contributions liberalism makes to international relations theory. Expansion of liberalism. Leaders in the British Glorious Revolution of 1688, the American Revolution of 1776, and the French Revolution of 1789 used liberal philosophy to justify the armed overthrow of royal sovereignty. The 19th century saw liberal governments established in Europe and South America. Before 1920, the main ideological opponents of liberalism were communism, conservatism, and socialism. Later, it faced major ideological challenges from fascism and Marxism-Leninism. The Indian national freedom struggle was based on the core ideals of liberalism. During the 20th century, liberal ideas spread further. Liberal democracies thrived after the end of world wars. Liberalism grew all over the world, and it has become the founding ideal of the modern states. Hence, it is correct to conclude that liberal democracy has won the historic battle of ideologies. Conclusion: liberalism does not have a particular meaning. It has a number of meanings. In different periods, it has meant different conceptions. Today, it is generally believed that though liberalism is not a panacea to all social, economic, and political evils, however, it is still an accepted mode of modern state formation and administration. Communitarian critique of liberalism. Communitarianism is a political philosophy that emphasizes the importance of community in the functioning of political life, in the analysis and evaluation of political institutions, and in understanding human identity and well-being. The political philosophy of Charles Taylor and Alistair MacIntyre represent a major contribution to the communitarian critique of liberalism. The books, One Sources of the Self by Taylor and After Virtue by MacIntyre are their major works. Important critiques, in an influential essay, Atomism. Charles Taylor objected to Taylor's liberal view that men are self-sufficient outside of society. Instead, he defends the Aristotelian view that man is a social animal, indeed a political animal, because he is not self-sufficient alone, and in an important sense is not self-sufficient outside a polis or community. The communitarians argue that liberalism has clung to capitalism so firmly that all its new ventures appear to be new devices for sustaining the capitalist system. The communitarian views that liberal theory fundamentally misunderstands the nature of identity and selfhood. They assert that liberal theory, with its focus on individual rights and autonomy, undermines community. The communitarian disputed Rawls' assumption that the principal task of government is to secure and distribute fairly the liberties and economic resources to the individuals. As per them, it promotes particularism over universalism. The communitarian critique claimed that liberalism's neutrality on questions of the good conceals its important role in the moral life of the individual. Undoubtedly, liberalism is a dynamic political philosophy which has responded to the changing needs of time. However, as per them, liberalism has failed to save mankind from its predicament. Contemporary liberalism upholds representative democracy based on the assumption that the state represents the interests of all groups, and it ensures reconciliation of conflicting interests. However, as per the communitarian critique, in reality, there is an obvious imbalance in the sphere of protection of the interests of the various groups. Conclusion: communitarians argue against liberalism that in practice, liberalism upholds a capitalist system or mixed economy which creates favorable conditions for the bourgeoisie or the capitalist class. The policy of incremental change, which implies small and continual concessions to the lower classes, is cleverly devised to contain unrest and to hold the forces of revolution in check. Thus, the welfare state seems to create an illusion of welfare, rather than securing real welfare. Liberalism as a revolutionary idea. Liberalism, the belief in freedom, equality, democracy, and human rights, is historically associated with clunkers such as John Locke and Montesquieu. It is credited for constitutionally limiting the power of the monarch, affirming parliamentary supremacy, passing the Bill of Rights, and establishing the principle of consent of the governed. Glorious Revolution, the impact of ideas like popular sovereignty, and extended voting suffrage, religious tolerance, and equality before the law steadily increased during the 17th century in England. It culminated in the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which enshrined parliamentary sovereignty and the right of revolution, and led to the establishment of what many consider the first modern, liberal state. The Bill of Rights formally established the supremacy of tire law and of Parliament over the monarch and laid down basic rights for all Englishmen. The bill made royal interference with the law and with elections to Parliament illegal, made the agreement of Parliament necessary for the implementation of any new taxes, and outlawed the maintenance of a standing army during peacetime without Parliament's consent.